The Murim is now a myth, forgotten by time. The driver sighs, isn't that for the best? Hidden monsters with godlike powers are terrifying realities. The passenger frowns, stating a grim problem. Their existence brings only tragedy. Plus, someone's not happy about that big senior manager promotion. Promotion more like a death sentence. The last guy died mid-mission, after all. He was just a paper pusher dreaming of a peaceful retirement and a fat bank account. Simple goals. He's not meeting God without his pension. The passenger nods, time to hunt a demon. Target confirmed. A high schooler turned into a demonic host. They scan his file on the tablet. Is this our target? At his age, he should be studying, not losing his damn soul. No sane teenager signs a contract with hell. The driver agrees sanity is rare nowadays. Unless he meets a Murim master, he's finished. High above, a boy stands on death's edge. Perched on a skyscraper, gripping the cold railing, he stares into the hungry abyss below. His eyes are locked. This is a one-way trip to the afterlife. No respawn buttons here. Dying in flip-flops, classy. One slip, and gravity claims its prize instantly. Panic strikes as he wobbles. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, going for a swim in the pavement. A stranger stands outside the railing, casually chilling in the sky like it's a park bench. Total indifference. Where did this guy come from? Was he a ghost or just crazy? Doesn't matter. The boy looks back down. The will is written. The end is near. One last breath, eyes closed. The boy shudders, ready to embrace the void. I wouldn't if I were you. The stranger is suddenly inches away. How'd he move so fast? Cold, distant, and bored. The stranger acts like suicide is yesterday's news. Probably just a sophomore. They say your life flashes before your eyes. The stranger whispers. The sweet and the bitter collide in a second. A cinematic recap of your own tragedy. Regret is heavy baggage for the dead. The boy stares. Does this guy know him? Choice, what choice? Stop acting like you know my hell, the boy screams. Has he ever tasted death? No. The boy sobs, trapped like a fish on frozen ice. He tried to survive, but Kim Yoon-ho, that human trash, made every breath a nightmare. The bullying never stopped. He lifts his shirt, revealing a map of scars and fresh bruises. Look at this, beaten for failing errands, whipped, mocked, and stripped in front of everyone. Spit in the face, utter humiliation. The stranger remains silent as a grave, listening. Yoon-ho is pure filth, yet the school treats him like royalty. The world is broken. Hell was his daily routine. The teacher's advice: don't cause trouble, just make up. Make up with a monster? Impossible. The stranger just stares into the void, unmoving. This world is rotten. I'm leaving it behind. The boy's despair echoes off the rooftops. The stranger shrugs, as you wish. Then, with a shove, he sends the boy plummeting. Pure horror, tears fly as he falls through the air. The scream is cut short. The stranger waves goodbye like he's seeing off a bus. A little taste of death helps. Flailing like a broken doll, the boy screams, is this happening? Did he just get pushed? That psycho actually pushed him, falling, crying. Regret starts hitting harder than the ground. Memories flash, his parents' laughter, a birthday cake, his first year on this earth. His mother's warmth, his father's strong hands. Faces of friends flicker past him like ghosts. Then the darkness comes, the fights, the pain. Every blow he took surfaces again. There he is, Kim Yoon-ho, that demonic bastard. If I knew I'd die like this. I should have punched him. This isn't fair. I don't want to die like a coward. Eyes snap open. No wind, no falling. Still alive. How is the ground so soft? He bolts upright, a bed, an infirmary. Where on earth did that psycho drop him? Confusion swirled in the main character's mind. How did he end up back here? His brain cells were desperately trying to reboot. One moment he was on the roof with that mysterious stranger. Was it a dream, a ghost, or just a total hallucination? Reality and fantasy were blurring into a messy soup. Suddenly, the door slammed open as Kim Yoon-ho waltzed into the room. Found you, Kang Haji, he sneered. Haji's heart did a triple backflip of pure, unadulterated terror. Yoon-ho didn't do pleasantries. He delivered a high-velocity shove. Our protagonist went flying like a discarded side character. The bully dragged Haji outside for a private lesson. He tossed the notebook at the boy's feet like it was toxic waste. Haji stared in shock. Why was his journal here? Yoon-ho laughed, mocking the fact that he'd found a suicide note. He wiped a fake tear, acting like the emotional writing touched his soul. What a masterpiece of misery you wrote about me. Haji prayed this was still a nightmare, but the sudden pain was far too high definition to be a dream. The beating resumed, and it was a total one-sided disaster. Haji was coughing, but the blood refused to leave his lungs. Yoon-ho demanded he stay awake for the finale, kicking him repeatedly. Haji was clinging to his life bar by a single pixel. If you weren't jumping, why were you napping in the infirmary? Haji's brain was still processing at dial-up speeds. The roof, the fall, it all felt so vivid. If that wasn't a dream, then how was he still breathing? He tried to focus. The roof, the push, the impact. Haji's fists began to tremble with a newfound, burning heat. Dream or not, this humiliation was 100% real. A spark of defiance finally flickered in his weary eyes. Yoon-ho grabbed his hair like a trophy. You can't die alone, he hissed. Let me give you a helping hand. Haji's hands shook, but he was tired of being the school's punching bag. He officially regretted being a victim. He refused to let himself be humiliated in peace any longer, even as the punches rained down. His resolve hardened like steel. His body wasn't moving because he wanted to, it was acting on instinct. The abuser kept slapping him, treating him like a joke. Haji begged his inner hero to finally wake up. Come on, he screamed internally. Find some backbone. Haji. He roared at himself to do something. Even if he died, no regrets, he thought, launching a desperate strike at his assailant. He swung for the nose, but the blow was shaky and hesitant. Yoon-ho easily deflected it, letting the arm fly harmlessly past. Haji face planted, and the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. The loser had finally tried to fight back, and it was pathetic. The punches kept coming as the bully told him to just quit. Yunho couldn't believe this kid actually had the nerve to swing. Haji gathered every ounce of willpower into his trembling fist. He stood up and raised his guards for the first time. He vowed he would never live as a submissive victim again. Yunho just gave a twisted smile, enjoying the sudden spirit. The bully began to knead his fists, preparing a world of hurt. "Fine then," he said. "Let's see what you've got." If he was going to die, he'd die fighting this coward. Haji's eyes blazed with the fire of a legendary protagonist. Suddenly, a voice drifted through the air. "Braver than I thought." Haji looked up and saw that stranger sitting on the fence. "The ghost," Haji shouted in disbelief. The stranger just smirked, looking completely unbothered by the chaos. It wasn't a dream. Panic and awe surged through Haji simultaneously. The other students wondered where this random senior came from. Yunho barked at the stranger to get lost, get out of here before the adults stop playing nice. He even threatened to call the sophomore king, Jinho Hun. But the mysterious man just watched him with icy silence. With effortless grace, the stranger hopped down from the fence. "Since it's fate," he muttered, "let's give you a boost." He walked right up to Haji, promising to help just once. Our main character was totally lost, but he listened. The stranger adjusted Haji's stance and showed him the perfect grip. It was a literal martial arts tutorial mid-battle. He praised Haji's form, nodding with a mysterious approval. "Now," he whispered, "show him what real power feels like." The bullies laughed, thinking this was some bizarre comedy routine. Yunho mocked them, asking what they could possibly do. The stranger told Haji to just relax. "One punch is all a clown like this deserves," he said. Enraged, Yunho swung a wild fist with everything he had. Haji stepped back, perfectly executing the technique he'd just learned. For the first time in his life, Haji was the predator. Yunho charged in blindly, ready to end the fight. The stranger gave Haji's elbow a tiny mystical tap. Haji's fist became a supersonic missile, crashing directly into Yunho's jaw. The impact sounded like a thunderclap, shocking every witness. Yunho's world turned upside down as he went completely airborne. The bully did a triple somersault before hitting the dirt hard. Haji stood there, trembling at the sheer destruction he'd caused. His tormentor was out cold, silenced by a single blow. Haji stared at his fist, finally tasting the sweetness of victory. The thugs cornered Yunho, shaking him awake. Kang gasped, his heart nearly stopping at the unfolding chaos. Our hero couldn't believe it. Had he really just pulverized his own tormentor? The spectators stood frozen. "How did you do that, Kang Haji?" they shouted. Panicked, Kang stammered that it wasn't him. "I didn't mean it," he wailed. As two more thugs closed in, Kang's survival instincts finally screamed. Thinking his life was over, Kang launched a desperate double strike, both fists connected with a crack. The bullies were sent airborne, crashing into the dirt. Kang watched, paralyzed by his own hidden power. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Was he more afraid of the thugs or himself? The aftermath was legendary. 3 elite bullies lay unconscious, and this weakling was the one responsible. How is this possible? Kang wondered. Suddenly, a mysterious figure stepped out from the shadows. "Impressive," the stranger smirked. "One punch was all it took to end their little reign of terror." He looked Kang in the eye. "With talent like that, you're finished being everyone's favorite punching bag." Kang recognized him, the one who saved him from the roof and the infirmary, his mysterious guardian. "You're the one who beat them," Kang cried. The stranger laughed. "No. Kid, this victory is yours." Thinking he was being mocked, Kang swung a wild punch. "Don't treat me like a fool, man." The man dodged effortlessly, sending Kang face first into the dirt. "What's with the sudden attitude?" "Kid, are you a ghost?" an alien, Kang yelled. The man shrugged. "Does it matter? I saved you." But for Kang, the nightmare was just starting. When they wake up, they'll definitely kill me. He envisioned a future of even more brutal abuse. The stranger watched in silence as Kang wept. "They'll pay me back 100-fold, Kang sobbed. The stranger sighed at the boy's pathetic fear. "You'll swing at ghosts, yet you're terrified of these brats." The man's words cut like a blade. "You're more ridiculous than they are," he added. Surprisingly, his cold logic actually started to calm Kang. Kang looked up, shivering. "Then what should I do?" The stranger's eyes glinted with a dark light. "Why not crawl back and beg for mercy?" he suggested. Kang froze, realizing he was being tested. "No more running," Kang knelt, but not to the bullies. "Thank you for showing me another way." "I don't care if you're a demon or a god," Kang shouted, his eyes burning with fire. "You saved me when no one else would. I'll never forget this debt as long as I live." "Talk about a mood swing," the stranger muttered. But Kang wasn't finished. "You saved me, so take responsibility." "Responsibility," the man balked. "Make me strong," Kang pleaded. "Teach me how to fight like a monster." "We just met, kid. You don't even know my name." The stranger tried to back away. "You're Li Shang," a sophomore, Kang yelled. Shang froze. How then? He saw his own name tag. "I'll do anything. Just please make me your disciple." Kang was vibrating with desperate, clumsy hope. As their eyes met, a destiny was forged. Meanwhile, a sleek black car pulled up to school. A high-ranking official stepped out. It was time to meet the man who shook the Murim world. Li Shang, the commoner who became a legend. He stared at Kang, seeing a reflection of himself. "I once begged like that too," Shang whispered, "and all I found was a path of despair." Dark memories resurfaced as Shang turned cold. "To gain power, you must first find an enemy." He walked away, leaving Kang among the fallen. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit approached them. "Manager Lee Chanip, Murim Special Operations," he introduced himself, bowing with professional, cold, and lethal precision. He handed Shang a card. Meeting a talent like you here, it is truly a great honor. State your business, Shang demanded. The driver smiled. No need for hostility. We are just here. The atmosphere grew heavy. Tell me, have you heard the name Kuun Rong lately, he asked. The agents whispered, unaware of the storm they were brewing by mentioning that cursed, forbidden name to Shang. That name represented the greatest catastrophe in the entire history of the bloody Murim world. The manager's face darkened. Kuun Rong has resurfaced as the supreme leader of the Shadow Warriors. This wasn't just a gang, it was a terrorist group poised to plunge the world into darkness. Their influence spreads like a plague, seizing power far beyond any state or law. They're aiming for global domination, the manager warned. The Shadow Warriors are even infiltrating Mima. Liang questioned their motives. Apparently, these shadows are playing it safe, offering a mutual truce. The manager clarified politics aside. They won't let global terrorists treat their city like a playground. No international criminal cell stays hidden here for long. So, if the boy has intel on Kong Rong, suddenly, the manager's business card took flight, landing with a splash right in Liang's soda. Kong Rong is my prey, the boy declared. Don't bother me with these pathetic questions again. With that, the conversation died. He turned his back and walked away without a single goodbye. The managers were stunned. What a piece of work, one muttered. This kid was no amateur. He's got spine. The manager chuckled, fishing the soaked card out. I want to see more. He watched him leave. Meanwhile, back at school, a trashed desk sat covered in ruined notebooks. The desk was a graveyard of torn supplies, wrinkled papers, and a random roll of paper. Kang stared at the mess with indifferent eyes. This classroom nightmare was his everyday brutal reality. Back at his seat, Kang felt the atmosphere shift. His classmates' stares felt sharper than daggers. Is it because I almost died, he wondered, as the air grew heavy with a new tension. He thought everyone hated him, but surprisingly, several students, especially the girls, looked genuinely worried for him. Perhaps they weren't all heartless. Maybe they were just terrified of being the next victim. Why was Yunho still pestering him? What was wrong with that psycho? Suddenly, the door slammed. Yunho stormed into the classroom like a demon. Kaji, he screamed, silencing the entire room. The class froze, terrified. Kang pressed himself against the desk as the predator approached his prey. Yunho marched forward, spitting venomous insults. But Kang took a breath. Don't be nervous, he whispered. He made a vow he wouldn't be a punching bag today. If Yunho hit, he'd swing back. Kang clenched his fists. Could he actually land a hit then? Yunho struck with absolute malice. The boy hit the floor, his vision swimming. Blood began to mask his face as pain exploded. Yunho loomed over him, barking about disrespect. He grabbed Kang by the collar like a dog. Kang was paralyzed with fear. Yunho sneered, demanding to know what nonsense the boy was pulling. Kang barely mumbled a response. The beating resumed. A relentless storm of fists and verbal abuse. The class watched the massacre in horrified silence. No one dared to speak up for him. Yunho's lost his mind again, someone yelled as the bully slammed Kang back to the ground. Stop, Kang gasped. A brave girl chimed in, warning that lunch break was almost over. Yunho turned his cold gaze toward her. Are you actually trying to stop me right now? The girl trembled. Yunho smirked, claiming he'd show mercy only because she was the class president. He stood up, knuckles dripping blood. You know who my father is, don't you, Prez? He's the top shark at the biggest law firm in the country, Yunho bragged with arrogance. If I mess you up, so what? Nothing happens to someone with my family's power. He leaned in, eyes full of malice. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking the heavy tension. Everyone turned to see a bloodied Kang standing tall. What are you doing, you coward? Kang spat blood and glared. Your opponent is right here. Come at me, you little rascal. He took a boxing stance. The room erupted in murmurs. No one expected the victim to fight. Kang remembered why this started. He'd stood up for another student once. It had cost him dearly. Blood dripped to his feet. He wondered why he kept fighting this impossible, uphill battle. Yunho's rage boiled over. Fine, let's play for real then. Kang shuddered, but kept his guard. He was ready to strike back. The classmates watched, terrified of the impending violent consequences. If Kang actually dies, we're all finished, one student thought, panic rising in the silent room. Yunho lunged for the kill. Suddenly, someone shouted for Yunho to answer his buzzing phone. Cursing under his breath, Yunho shoved his desk aside and snatched up the vibrating phone. The voice on the line left him speechless, bloodied and dazed. Kang listened as Yunho demanded answers. Stop! Why should I stop? Yunho roared. Then, a thunderous voice erupted from the speaker for all to hear. I said no touching, you pathetic brat. A stunned classmate turned to the trembling Yunho, asking what happened. Jin-ho-hun had issued a direct warning, but how did he know? Kang Yunho's eyes burned with fury. Kang flinched, feeling the weight of that murderous gaze. Yunho spat a curse, barely restraining his violent urges. Don't you dare move, Yunho growled before storming out, the door slamming with a bone-chilling thud. Left in the silence, a broken Kang wondered why a legendary sophomore bully like Jin-ho would save him. Memories flashed back. Had Lee Seong really contacted someone as dangerous as Jin-ho-hun for his sake? Suspicion gnawed at Kang. Just then, a kind-hearted class rep approached him with a handful of napkins. You're bleeding way too much, she whispered. Kang took the tissue, his face a map of bruises. After thanking her, Kang realized he needed the truth. Elsewhere, the usual school chatter filled the halls. Suddenly, a battered figure appeared. Calling out to the second-year students, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. It was Kang, with bloody swabs stuffed in his nose. He looked like he'd crawled out of a grave. Students recoiled in horror. What kind of monster could have done this much damage to a human face? Ignoring their stares, Kang pushed forward. Is Lee Xiong here? I need to speak with him immediately. The boys looked away. He's been gone for ages. Even the teachers don't know where he vanished to. Kang froze. A cruel voice whispered. Maybe he's already dead. The words hit Kang like a physical blow. Dead, that's impossible. Kang stood there, lost in a maze of confusion. Where could Lee Xiong be? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was the person he recently saw actually a ghost from the past? Kang remained motionless, stuck in a deep stupor. His classmates tried to shake him back to reality. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the hallway. This wasn't a student, he was a mountain of muscle. Kang walked on, haunted by the ghost theory, until the air pressure around him shifted violently. No way, Kang muttered. Yunho's gang saw him too. He was flesh and blood, he was real. Suddenly, a heavy hand clamped onto Kang's neck. Hey, first year, a deep, intimidating voice rumbled behind him. It was the giant stranger. Kang's heart sank. Was his streak of bad luck never going to end? The Titan dragged him outside. Relax, kid. I just need to know what's locked inside that head of yours. Kang trembled. What do you want? He stared up, doubting this behemoth was even a high schooler. You were asking about Li Xiong, the man stated. Kang gave a slow, hesitant nod of affirmation. He wasn't alone. 2 other thugs closed in, trapping Kang at the edge of the desolate schoolyard. Stop right there, a sharp voice cut through the tension. The group turned to see a lone woman. She walked toward them with an eerie calm, asking for a moment of their precious time. The thugs whispered, confused. She was too young to be a teacher, yet she radiated sheer authority. Her eyes locked onto his name tag. So, you must be Kang, the disciple of Haji, she murmured. Kang blinked in shock. The giant stepped forward, growling at her to stay out of grown-up business. We have an appointment with this brat. The bully sneered. The woman didn't even flinch as she approached. What business do thugs have with a half-dead student, she asked, her voice dripping with cold disdain. The bully lost his patience. Get lost while I'm still being nice, lady, or things will get ugly. Fine, she sighed, pulling out her phone. Have it your way. She calmly dialed a number. I'm behind the sophomore dorms, she spoke into the receiver. We have some suspicious trash to clear out. Grab her phone, the leader barked. As the thugs lunged, Kang screamed for the woman to run. He feared for her life, but what happened next defied every law of physics Kang ever knew. In a blur of motion, one attacker was sent flying. Kang's scream died in his throat as bodies hit the dirt. He couldn't process the violence. It was too fast, too precise, a masterclass in absolute destruction. The giant's confident face twisted into a mask of pure terror. This woman was no ordinary stranger. She danced through the attackers and left them kissing pavement. The big guy realized this girl was a Murim expert. Ha-Jin was floored by the term, his eyes widening in total shock. The Murim, he whispered, staring at her. She calmly approached the gang, lowering her hands to signal she wasn't looking for a total bloodbath just yet. This is a school, so keep the noise down, she warned. The leader stepped forward to handle her personally. He sneered. The clan that owns this school, if she's really the head of that legendary house, then her name is Kang. Sarah. Ha-Jin was lost. A clan head? What kind of action movie was this? Sarah smirked. Her name was famous enough that introductions were beneath her. Follow me. We'll talk somewhere more private. Just then, the big guy whipped a strange device from his pocket and hurled it straight at her face. Sarah barely had time to drop her bag before boom, a massive explosion rocked the yard, drowning everything in smoke. Explosives, Ha-Jin screamed as the thug grabbed him by the neck, preparing to make a run for it. Move it, the leader barked. The gang scrambled to retreat, hearts racing as they tried to flee the scene. Was that a bomb? One cried. No, the leader replied, watching the thick mist swallow the mysterious girl whole. They hoped to use the chaos to slip away, dragging a terrified Ha-Jin along as their unwilling souvenir. But then, a shadow emerged from the smoke, completely untouched. You think a cheap trick like that works? She paused, her eyes narrowing. Soul charm using illegal intoxicants in a smokescreen is truly pathetic. Before anyone could blink, the bullies and Ha-Jin vanished. Sarah immediately pulled out her phone to report it. The intruders have kidnapped a student, Kang Ha-Jin, she reported. They're using specialized stealth weapons and narcotics. Soul charm is involved. This just got serious. She ordered a full search of the campus using all resources. Meanwhile, the thugs were sweating bullets. They actually attacked Kang. Sarah. Their lives were officially on the line. Get the info and get out, the leader growled, turning his terrifying gaze back toward their young hostage. They needed answers fast. All right, kid. The big man loomed over Ha-Jin. Start talking before things get ugly. Where is Li Shiwun? Tell us everything. Ha-Jin trembled. Why are you looking for him? Who are you? Shut up and answer, the thug roared. But Ha-Jin found a spark of courage. I'm not saying a word. That's not fair, Ha-Jin added, playing for time. I have questions too. Let's make an even exchange. The leader chuckled darkly. I thought you were a coward, but it turns out you've actually got stones. Suddenly, the man swung a massive fist. Do you really want to see the afterlife this early, kid? The fist whistled past Ha-Jin's ear. Strangely, despite the danger, Ha-Jin felt a weird sense of calm. The fear was fading. If I'm dead, you'll never find him, he said, his voice surprisingly steady. We don't have all day, another thug hissed. Reluctantly, the leader agreed. Fine, what do you want? Why are you chasing Shiwun? Ha-Jin demanded. The thugs realized the kid was truly, hilariously clueless. The Sunwoo clan has been dormant, they explained. But suddenly, their new heads started making big moves. This only confused Ha-Jin more. Sunwoo clan active heads, he was listening to a foreign language. What are you talking about, he asked. What's a Sunwoo? And who is this head you mention? The thugs realized this kid was just a normal civilian caught in a war he couldn't understand. Listen, the glasses-wearing thug sighed. Li Shiwun is the most important figure in the entire Murim world. Hajin blinked. Murim, is that some secret club? The big guy's patience was finally hitting zero. We aren't your school teachers, he snapped. We don't have time to give you a history lesson. It's a hidden society of warriors, Glasses added, with values that would make your head spin. The leader finally snapped, pushing his comrade aside. Enough talk, my patience has completely evaporated. He grabbed Hajin by the shoulder with a steel grip. Your turn to spill. Now. Where is he? Hajin stared into the man's murderous eyes. I really don't know where he is. Looking for me, a calm voice echoed. Suddenly, Shiwun was just standing there, like a ghost. Hajin jumped. Where did he come from? There was no sound, just a terrifying, overwhelming presence. The thugs froze in pure terror. Shiwun looked at them with ice in his eyes. Who are you? Hajin stared, wondering if his friend was even human. Shiwun stepped forward, the atmosphere turning heavy. The bully's bravado shattered instantly. Facing Liang's icy gaze, the thugs began stumbling backward, their tongues tied. Only pathetic whimpers escaped their lips as terror took hold. Liang glared from beneath his brow, his eyes piercing. Don't even dream of running, he warned, his voice a low growl. The crew froze, paralyzed by pure dread. They realized this monster wasn't playing games, a world of pain was coming. Suddenly, Kang witnessed something impossible. The thugs crouched low, then launched themselves like human rockets. Kang's jaw hit the floor in sheer disbelief. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Was he dreaming? These ordinary punks were defying gravity itself? They soared high into the sky, desperate to escape Liang's wrath. Kang frantically pointed upward at the flying cowards. Their airborne look, he yelled, turning around, but Liang had vanished into thin air like a phantom. Kang rubbed his eyes, questioning his sanity. Then, a violent whistling sound echoed from the clouds above. The escapees came crashing down like broken dolls. High above, Liang hovered, a dark silhouette against the sun. With effortless grace, he swat them down like bothersome flies. The thugs hit the dirt, groaning in agony. Most were out cold instantly. Hajo shrieked, convinced his brain had finally snapped. This was pure insanity. Standing amidst the wreckage, Liang looked disturbingly calm. Kang shuddered surely. This man was a vengeful ghost. Why go this far? Kang screamed. Are you going to kill them? It's not like they're solely responsible. Liang's cold reply cut through the air. They launched a lethal weapon at a clan head's skull. They threatened a civilian and spilled Murim's secrets to a commoner. He listed their sins with terrifying logic. The thugs had no rebuttal. Their crimes were written in blood. Liang demanded to know who ordered the tale. We'll talk later, he noted. The broken thugs whispered that they were near the secret inventory warehouse. They begged for mercy, thanking Liang for sparing their pathetic lives. Liang simply motioned for Kang to follow. Kang hesitated, looking back at the bloody mess. Right on cue, sirens wailed as the clan's police arrived. The authorities hauled the thugs away like trash. Liang didn't look back. Keep moving. I won't ask twice. They walked past the school in silence, Kang trailing behind like a lost puppy following a wolf. Kang stared at Liang's back, his mind racing. Just who or what was this mysterious savior in a uniform? He had no answers, only more questions. He doesn't feel like a ghost, Kang pondered, heart hammering. He's real, but his power is otherworldly. Up close, Liang radiated a suffocating, intimidating pressure. This is the price of being involved with me, Liang muttered, his tone heavy with warning. Don't seek me out again. It's for your own safety. Kang stood speechless, feeling the weight of those words. Despite the danger, Liang had saved him thrice now. I know the truth. Kang finally blurted out. You're a good person beneath that mask. He asked about Jinho Hyung, but Liang had handled that too. Kang had checked Liang's classroom earlier. The student said he was a legendary ghost who rarely appeared. Are you one of those Murim warriors from the legends? Kang asked, his curiosity overriding his fear. Shut your mouth, Liang snapped, eyes flashing. Stop digging into things that will get you killed. This wasn't a schoolyard threat, it was a deadly fact. But Kang simply smiled, his fear finally gone. I was ready to end it all today, Kang confessed. But you saved me, so I'm living on borrowed time. Every day from now is just a bonus. Liang paused, finally looking at the boy with genuine interest. Kang admitted he used to hate the world, drowning in the despair of being everyone's favorite punching bag. But waking up today, the colors looked different. He realized not everyone was out to get him. Even the class pres had stood up against Yunho's tyranny today. His vision had been clouded by bullying. You opened my eyes, Liang. You gave me more than just my life back, Kang said sincerely. Dying without knowing this truth would have been his greatest regret. Liang listened, his gaze unreadable. Go back to class, Liang ordered abruptly. The bell rang ages ago. Don't be late. Kang bowed deeply, a newfound respect in his heart. I'm going, thank you for everything. He took a deep breath. Wait, can I have your phone number? He asked sheepishly. In your dreams, Liang growled, walking away in a huff. Kang chuckled, shouting one last thing. Your secrets are safe with me until the grave. As the boy waved, Liang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Spinning around, a girl stood beside the Sunu clan head, noting Kaji's strangely high spirit despite the chaos. Li Shang asked about Sarah's recovery, and the girl confirmed she was briefly paralyzed but otherwise fine. He suspected the intruders were Murim's special forces and bowed his head, blaming himself for the incident. Sarah insisted he shouldn't apologize. She was the one who let those suspicious snakes onto school grounds. Still, she felt the young man had no reason to stain his hands with this messy affair. Does my help bother you, he asked, while she admitted she understood his protective instincts perfectly. But a deeper worry haunted Sarah as a massive black sedan pulled up to the academy gates. Today was the fated secret meeting with the legendary ghost doctor, a man of terrifying medical renown. The elder asked if the Sunu clan head was holding up. The girl admitted complications were surfacing. He's endured a living hell. The elder sighed, acknowledging the heavy burden the young leader carried. The girl trembled, fearing the soul refinement process might fail given the clan head's unstable, fractured state. The elder spoke of the Chukfima, a state of wandering between life and death for far too long. He's a monster, the old man added. Any normal person would have shattered into pieces years ago. As she tried to use logic, the elder cut her off, his eyes flashing with ancient wisdom. Trust the Honan Clinic's master, not common sense. We entered the realm of the impossible long ago. The heavy doors groaned open as the elder and the girl stepped into the lion's den. Li Shang bowed low in greeting. The elder laughed, impressed by how much the boy had grown. Walking inside with a mischievous glint, the old man joked about making a grand mess today. Back at school, the recess bell chimed, but the atmosphere in the classroom felt heavy and suffocating. Kang sat motionless, feeling Yunho's predatory gaze burning a hole into the back of his head. As Yunho's crew prepared to leave, the class head followed them like a shadow into the hallway. Kang watched them go, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally escaped their wrath. He suspected Jinohan's influence had silenced Yunho, knowing one word from that monster terrified anyone. Pulling out his phone, Kang searched for the word Murim, wondering what world he had stumbled into. Only fiction and movies appeared online. The true secrets of the martial world remained hidden in shadows. Kang wondered if Jinho-han was part of this madness and if he'd ever see Li Shang again. Meeting that cool, mysterious warrior again seemed like a dream, both terrifying and incredibly alluring. Suddenly, a pair of expensive sneakers appeared in his vision, stopping his heart mid-beat. It was Yunho. Did you really think I'd just let you walk away? The bully sneered. Kang trembled in terror, while elsewhere, Sarah stared at the ghost doctor's needles with mounting horror. Don't look so shocked, the old man chuckled. A few hundred needles never killed anyone mostly. If he weren't Murim's greatest physician, she would have called this treatment a death sentence. Wiping his hands, the elder admitted that most martial artists would faint just seeing these preparations. He looked at the needles bristling from Li Shang's body like the quills of a porcupine. Li Shang sat in a silent lotus posture, his skin mapped out by silver points of pain. Meanwhile, Yunho loomed over a broken Kang, wondering what pathetic trick the boy had tried to pull. After a brutal beating, one lackey reminded Yunho that Jinho-han had declared Kang off limits. I don't take orders, Yunho roared, silencing his friend with a sudden, violent strike to the face. The crew panicked as Yunho spiraled out of control, cursing Jinho-han's name in a blind rage. They tried to restrain him, begging for calm before things escalated beyond the point of no return. Kang drifted back to consciousness, tasting copper as blood leaked from his mangled nose once again. Looking at his trembling hands, Kang realized that being a victim was a cycle that never ended. Rage suddenly ignited in his soul as he watched the bullies argue over his broken body. If the world won't change, Kang whispered, lunging forward to bury his fist in Yunho's jaw. The world went silent as the bully's head snapped back. The sheep had finally bitten the wolf. Yunho could strike, but the boy braced himself. After nearly tasting death, he was reborn. No more groveling. Yunho erupted in laughter, convinced the kid had finally lost his marbles. The Sunu clan head sought a secret report on the Maima Special Forces' hidden movements. Too hasty. The elder sighed. It was always Kongrong. The mere mention made him twitch. He's Kongrong's legacy, the elder warned. He's built different. Do not provoke that monster. The boy vowed to etch the elder's wisdom into his soul. Suddenly, the air shifted. Tension spiked. The young man scanned the shadows, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. A disturbing energy, he whispered. The elder felt nothing and prepared to depart, skeptical. She confessed the truth. Shiyun's senses were evolving, reaching frequencies beyond any normal human. He'd sensed a soul drifting toward the abyss and snatched a student from death's door. A spiritual awakening, the elder mused. The boy then begged for a moment of his time. Elder Liang arrived to a grim sight. Kang lay broken where Yunho had ruthlessly discarded him. Disbelief colored the elder's face. How could Liang have sensed energy from such a distance? Kang was drowning in a crimson pool. Liang's gaze softened with a heavy, pained compassion. If the rumors are true, the old man thought, this boy's potential defies all logic. Recognition flashed. The poor student, the elder asked if she knew this battered soul. He's the one Li Shiyun saved, she whispered. Shiyun roared for an ambulance. Seconds mattered now. She fumbled for her phone as the elder ordered the crowd to vanish. He approached. Coordinates locked. He's fading fast. Sarah's voice trembled as she reported the critical status. The elder fought to tether Kang's soul to his body. Hold on, kid, Sarah prayed. Long watched the desperate struggle. Sarah's heart broke for the boy caught in this nightmare. This world is a meat grinder, she lamented. Total strangers, yet such mindless cruelty. Shiyun felt the boy's agony as his own. He can't stay here. He gritted out. Pass him by, let him die. Shiyun's fury flared. Sarah screamed that Murim shouldn't interfere. Hearing his name, Liang turned. The elder finally pulled the battered boy back from darkness. Eyes fluttering, Kang choked out a bloody smirk. So we meet again, huh? I didn't just take it this time. Kang wheezed. I landed a solid hit. Liang gasped. Are you okay? Liang pressed. The elder smiled. The boy's fire wasn't extinguished just yet. After emergency aid, Kang drifted off with a triumphant grin etched onto his bruised face. What's he so happy about? The elder wondered. Li Shiyun remained silent, eyes filled with sorrow. He gazed at the boy's shattered form. Pity and respect swirled in his heavy heart. Bandages wrapped his head like a crown of thorns. One eye was swollen shut, purpled. Consciousness returned in fragments, a sterile hospital smell. A voice whispered, "You're awake." Straining to see, Kang found Xion standing there. Hope sparked within his broken frame. Every muscle screamed in protest as he tried to sit. "Why are you here?" he croaked. "Rest," Xion commanded softly. He watched the boy weep not from wounds, but from sheer relief. The pain was a physical weight. It tore at Xion to see such spirit in such tatters. It wasn't a dream, Kang realized. Why do you keep appearing like a guardian angel? Stalking Xion stayed silent. How could he explain the gravity of the Murim world? Do you still crave power? The question hung in the air, heavy and transformative. Kang froze. His body was a map of agony, yet a new hunger began to stir. Can you truly change my life? Doubt wrestled with the desperate need for a miracle. This must remain a blood-sworn secret, Xion warned, his voice turning deadly serious. I'll take it to my grave, Kang interrupted, his resolve hardening like cold steel. I'll do anything to reach your level. A phone was tossed, his first link to power. Xion handed over a phone, listing daily basic drills starting tomorrow. Starting tomorrow in this state, Kang gasped, but Xion recalled his promise. Xion smirked, promising that following this hellish routine would grant him legendary strength. He warned Kang to call home but keep the hospital stay a secret. Kang laughed, explaining his overworked mother barely notices if he's even in his room. Xion insisted on the call anyway to avoid any potential future complications. The door slammed, leaving Kang alone to stare at the exit in stunned silence. Clinging to his phone, he wondered if these basic drills were truly his salvation. Too impatient to wait, Kang checked the training list immediately. His jaw dropped. Are these supposed to be basic? He screamed in pure terror. This wasn't training, it was a death sentence disguised as a cruel joke. Panicking, he tried calling Xion to report this obvious, horrifying mistake. But the phone was restricted, no outgoing calls. He was trapped in this madness. Shaking, he whispered to the empty room, "Why is this happening to me?" The day felt like a fever dream, and he prayed tomorrow wasn't a nightmare. Sleep claimed him, and the next morning, he stumbled toward the bathroom sink. Splashing cold water, he peeled off his bandages and froze at his reflection. His skin was flawless. Every bruise from yesterday had vanished like magic overnight. Looking around the luxurious suite, he panicked about the impending massive hospital bill. "Don't fret over the cost," a mysterious voice whispered from directly behind him. Kang jumped out of his skin, spinning around to find a beautiful, familiar girl. It was Sosul, the school's hidden elite. She tilted his chin up with icy grace. She leaned in dangerously close, making Kang blush as she inspected the ghost doctor's handiwork. He had no clue who she meant, but her gaze was sharp and intimidating. "We need to talk," she declared, mentioning she knew all about his school bullies. She promised to end his suffering immediately, ensuring he'd never be targeted again. She offered personal bodyguards and a quarterly stipend. It was an unbelievable deal. "I don't want it," Kang flatly refused, shocking the girl with his sudden backbone. He knew the catch: stay away from Xion. "Are you a Murim warrior too?" He sensed her jealousy, certain she wanted him far away from his new master. "You're sharper than you look," she hissed, suddenly slamming him onto the mattress. In a blur, she locked him in a lethal chokehold. Air became a luxury. Her eyes blazed with malice. "Do you still feel like acting tough, boy?" "Last chance," she warned. Kang's face turned purple, but his spirit remained unbroken. "Your violent methods make me want to refuse even more," he wheezed out. She tightened her grip. 30 seconds. That's all the life you have left." Kang's vision blurred. "Kill me then. I'd be dead without Xion anyway." He spat out that he'd never live as a coward under anyone's thumb again. Suddenly, she released him. Kang collapsed, coughing violently as he regained his breath. "I see why he likes you," she muttered, grabbing her designer bag to leave. She tossed him a package premium supplements and a VIP gym pass near his home. Kang was stunned. "How do you know where I live?" he asked in disbelief. "Xion is Murim royalty," she explained. "Supporting you protects his reputation in our world." She warned that if Xion suffered for his sake, she'd return to finish the job. Kang dressed for school, thinking she was breathtaking but absolutely terrifyingly insane. Shaking off the chills, the youth focused on the mission. He glared at the phone. Right then, it buzzed. Liang was on the line, checking if Kang had been discharged. Liang commanded him to start the grueling routine immediately. A full report was expected. "Are you insane?" Kang roared. 100 reps. He could barely manage a single pull-up. The cold reply came back instantly. "Did I stutter? You will do 100. When asked about the rest, Shun's voice was ice. "Everything. 100 reps. No excuses." "Is this even legal?" Kang groaned. "It sounds like a shortcut to a funeral." "Just do it." Song laughed. "Nuna left miracle pills. Take one after your soul leaves." The ultimatum was clear. 2 weeks to master the set, or we're done here. Kang stared at the screen. If he failed, his only hope would vanish forever. 101 day impossible. Yet, he couldn't just stand there and rot. Clutching his pass, he headed to the elite fitness center Nuna had mentioned earlier. Standing at the entrance, he sighed. Of course, it's a den of absolute monsters. Inside, the air was thick with iron and sweat. Behemoths were lifting ungodly weights. Kang felt like a stray cat in a tiger's den. "I need a corner to suffer alone." The gym titans glanced at the scrawny newcomer with mocking grins and sheer disbelief. Kang hit the floor. His face turned a deep purple as he battled gravity itself. 70, he wheezed before collapsing. His body felt like lead, his spirit broken. It was pathetic but agonizing. The seasoned lifters watched the boys struggle with pity. "Kid's been doing push-ups for an hour," one noted. Kang was literally drowning in sweat. It's my first day, he gasped, trembling. He refused to stay down on the mat. I have to hit 100, the athlete sighed. Don't kill yourself. Stretch, or you'll regret it. Thanks, but my master is a demon, Kang replied, his arms shaking like leaves. The pro wanted to intervene, but his friend pulled him back. Let the boy learn. 74-75, each count was a scream for mercy from his aching muscles. The veterans left, certain he'd be unable to crawl out of bed the next morning. Back home, Kang collapsed. He was a paralyzed heap of meat on his mattress. I failed, he whispered, eyes stinging. The mountain ahead of him looked far too steep. A message chimed. It was Liang, hunting for progress. Did you survive your training? Kang's heart skipped. He was supposed to report his completion, but he was broken. I didn't even hit half, he typed. Shun replied, typical. Just take the miracle pill. He remembered the supplements Nuna left. The mysterious miracle pills sat on the table. Popping the seal, he stared at the strange medicine. Could these really change anything? Miracle pill, the label boasted. It smelled like ancient herbs and forgotten secrets. Trusting Shun's madness, he placed one on his tongue, hoping it wasn't actual poison. It sizzled with a strange heat, dissolving into a rush of pure, liquid energy. Suddenly, his vision flickered. A bizarre sensation surged through his tired, battered veins. His stomach spasmed violently. Before he could reach the shower, darkness claimed his mind. He face-planted onto the bed, his last conscious thought being a desperate need for water. He bolted upright as the sun hit his face. Did I seriously just pass out? It was past 10, he panicked, wondering how a pill could knock him out so cold. Stumbling into the bathroom, he stripped down and caught a glimpse of the mirror. He froze. Was it the lighting? Or were his shoulders actually broader than yesterday? He stepped into the spray, his mood lifting. Impossible. Muscles don't grow overnight, right? Little did he know, the transformation had begun. Day 2 was going to be legendary. Gritting his teeth, he hit 72-73. The gym bros were mesmerized by this monster rookie. Didn't he leave at midnight? Kang hit 79. His grind was legendary even among the pros. He closed the gym yesterday, yet he's back, no pain. Just pure gains. Incredible. Is youth a cheat code? Kang collapsed into a puddle of sweat, completely drained but satisfied. Tomorrow's soreness would be hell. But the veterans watched his progress with hungry, sporting eyes. This was the daily ritual. How long has this madman been at it? They checked the calendar. 14 days of absolute hell. 2 weeks since this newbie stepped into their world to conquer it. Kang's power spiked. His pull-ups were crisp now. The pros had to know his secret. What's the stack? Kid, but Kang just kept climbing. 42-43 total beast mode. 2 weeks to get this jacked impossible. Kang lay there, feeling like a king on the floor. Workout complete. Kang's self-satisfaction was off the charts. He actually did it. Unbelievable results. The progress was straight out of a fantasy novel. He needed to brag to Shiwun immediately. Message sent heading home. He felt like a walking zombie, totally spent but victorious. Final day vibes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A notification from the master himself arrived. Shiwun was impressed. A reward awaited at the subway station. The hype was real. Checking the maps bus it is. The station wasn't far, but his legs felt like jelly. Route confirmed. Destination set. But Kang faced a crisis. Shower first or go now? To stink or not to stink? Suddenly, a voice called his name. Kang turned, totally confused. Eyes down first, black boots, serious strip. Then, a command, stop right there, boy. He looked up into emerald eyes and crimson hair. A total goddess was staring him down. Is she an idol? A secret celebrity? Her gaze was locked on him like a predator. Must be calling the guy behind me, he thought. He actually turned around, completely clueless. Don't look away. She pointed a finger at his chest. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Me, a girl this cute, is talking to me. Kang's brain short-circuited instantly. She beckoned him closer. Why would a top-tier beauty want anything with a gym rat? You know Lee Shiwun, right? She knew everything. Escape was officially not an option. Pure panic mode, embarrassed, Kang pulled the oldest trick in the book. Look over there. She fell for it. A stray cat caught her eye. So cute, she squealed. Classic distraction. He vanished. The girl spun around, screaming for him to stay put, but he was gone. A perfect bus jump. He escaped. The redhead smirked. She wasn't about to lose this game. She soared a mid-air somersault over the moving bus. Kang thought he was safe. Poor guy. Phew. Made it. But wait, how does she know? Shiwun fear started to sink in. The bus stopped, and guess who walked in? Kang's heart dropped. She is terrifyingly persistent. If she knows Shiwun, she's Murim. Kang frantically Googled the word again. Still nothing. Yoink, his phone disappeared. He spun around with a yelp of pure terror. The crimson beauty again. How did she board without him seeing? Is she a ghost? Are you even human? He stammered. She just ignored him, scrolling through his private messages. She checked the device. Her instincts were never wrong, and this confirmed her suspicions. A message popped up. Shiwun's secret meeting spot. The coordinates were now compromised. I'll borrow this, she chirped, hopping off the bus with his digital life in hand. Kang chased her down. Give it back, he begged. She just gave him a playful, nope. Give it back or else, he threatened. She just twirled the phone like a toy. Pure mockery. Try me, she challenged. Kang's pride flared. He wasn't a weakling anymore. He's a man. He had trained like a demon for this. With a roar, he lunged forward. Full power. No matter how scary these Murim folks were, he wouldn't go down without a fight. This mysterious girl snatched our main character's arm like a twig, twisting it until he saw stars. She didn't even blink. Total Ice Queen vibes while she casually contemplated something else entirely. Our boy was in pure agony. That painful hold was no joke, and his arm was screaming. He let out a pathetic yelp, but once released, he wanted to bolt from this crazy encounter. Why does a regular guy have this much energy? She kept closing in on poor Kang like a predator. Kang scrambled back, clutching his throbbing arm. He had zero clue what she was even talking about. He just wanted his phone back. Suddenly, it hit her. Could this weakling actually be the chosen one? Before he could protest, she grabbed him again. "You are coming with me," she ordered, dragging him along. They sprinted toward the subway station, the exact spot for the high-stakes meeting with Shiwoon. In the elevator, Kang asked their destination. To Shiwoon, she replied, "Kang panicked, that guy is dangerous. He is not allowed to cross that line." The girl just grinned, looking forward to the coming chaos. Kang wasn't in the mood for jokes. He demanded his phone back, but the drama was just starting. The doorbell rang and Shiwoon appeared, looking totally caught off guard by this unexpected duo. Kang tried to explain the mess, but the stranger launched a flying kick straight at Shiwoon's face. She was a literal hurricane, blow after blow rained down, leaving poor Kang completely shell-shocked. Her martial arts skills were insane. Every strike was a masterpiece of high-speed destruction and grace. But Shiwoon was a pro too, dodging those lethal hits like he was dancing through a storm. How is she this fast? Even the legendary Shiwoon was struggling to keep up with her fury. Kang was lost. He grabbed a random umbrella, hoping to somehow help in this crazy brawl. The girl just kicked him away like a pebble. He was terrified. This lady was seriously dangerous. "Stay back or you are finished," she barked. Then Shiwoon called her name, and Kang froze. Shiwoon was just as confused. Why on earth were these two showing up together like partners? "Wait, you guys are friends?" Kang asked. The peaceful evening had officially turned into a soap opera. She pointed a finger at Kang. "Did you really give him the Sun Life pill?" she demanded. Life pills? Kang was baffled. She had been snooping through his messages and she was furious. That rare medicine was meant for Shiwoon. Why would he waste it on a regular kid like Kang? Shiwoon tried to play peacemaker. "We will talk later," he promised, trying to lower the temperature. He pointed out that their guest was currently dying of awkwardness. The girl finally cooled her jets. The killer aura vanished, but she still gave Kang the classic "don't talk to me" side eye. My phone," Kang squeaked. The device came flying at his face like a guided missile. He caught it by a miracle. A warning would have been nice before almost smashing his phone. Shiwoon checked in, probably surprised the kid survived the whirlwind that just entered his home. "Sorry for the drama," Kang apologized. He assumed she was a jealous girlfriend and offered to leave. Shiwoon assured him it was fine, but Kang felt like a massive third wheel in this mess. "Come in for a drink," Shiwoon insisted. Kang just wanted some water to calm his racing heart. Shiwoon noticed the change. Kang was looking buff lately. All that training was finally paying off. "I am just following your lead," Kang replied. But one massive question was burning in his brain. He looked Shiwoon dead in the eye. "Who or what exactly is the Murim?" he finally asked. He knew these weren't normal people. Shiwoon poured some water, looking a bit guilty for the secrecy. "It is forbidden to talk about Murim with civilians," Shiwoon admitted. Kang's confusion only grew deeper. "Then why help me?" Kang pressed. He was already drowning in debt to this mysterious master. The girl listened as Kang asked if he was causing a rift between the two fighters. He didn't want to be the reason for their fight or put Shiwoon in a bad spot. "If helping me hurts you, then stop," Kang said, finally handing the phone back to its owner. Shiwoon sighed and set his glass down. The Murim is a world with very different values. In the Murim, everyone wears a mask. You follow the rules, or you lose your head. The weak can't handle the laws of wolves. How can a kid understand a world built on blood? Shiwoon laid it out. Murim is pure chaos. Murder and violence aren't crimes, they're the curriculum. Ignorance is bliss for the common folk. Better to live a boring life than a short one here. Kang took a sip, but the vibes were rancid. His master was starting to look like a final boss. No more talking, time for the treatment. Kang's "I'm perfectly fine" protests were totally ignored. Modern medicine worthless in this room. Shiwoon was about to perform a soul-level tune-up. Prepare to meet your real self, kid. The body he knew was about to be upgraded. Kang sat in the lotus position. Shiwoon's fingers danced across his back like lethal lightning. Is this therapy or a beatdown? Kang's confusion was quickly drowning in pure intensity. Focus, you brat, distractions are for the dead. This was a moment of destiny. A sudden strike to the spine, Kang felt an explosion of power inside his chest. Molten heat surged through his veins, yet a strange, divine calm washed over his soul. Did he just almost nap during a power-up? Suddenly, the sound of cold metal shattered the peace. A heavy chain lashed around his throat. Someone was really trying to cancel his subscription to life. Enter Gina, the guardian angel with fists. She deleted the first goon before he could blink. The room was crawling with masked losers. "Back off," she hissed, protecting the only exit. Kang struggled for air. Who are these freaks, and where did the master go? Gina was absolutely livid. Attacking someone during energy circulation? Have you no Murim pride? Murim assassins here now. Kang realized his normal life was officially over. Move, or the kid's neck becomes a pretzel. The villain was really leaning into the cliché. Shiwoon's words echoed in his head. Murim is violence, and the violence was getting personal. The chain tightened, crushing his windpipe. The villain was putting in some serious overtime here. Stay still and die, but Kang's survival instinct was finally waking up. Masked faces and certain death, Kang refused to be a side character in his own story. Rage surged, hotter than the chi in his gut. He pulled, and the steel shattered like glass. You really thought that would hold me? Kang's eyes burned with a terrifying new light. Gina was stunned. The weak kid just performed a high-tier miracle. The goons threatened to break his neck again. Talk about a lack of creative writing. Shiwoon said Murim was ridiculous. Looking at these idiots, Kang finally had to agree. Stay down, brat. The striker didn't realize he was poking a sleeping tiger. Kang looked at Gina, gave a smirk, and yanked Another chain, another pile of scrap metal. He was free, and he felt unstoppable. The power to change fate was in his hands. Determination flared in his gaze. Gina was speechless. The kid just snapped reinforced steel. Did I really just do that? Kang wondered if he'd accidentally enabled a cheat code. The masked attacker's brain simply stalled. Nobody breaks those chains with bare hands. Nobody. Panic set in for the assassins. Time to leave before the victim starts hunting them. Get him, they screamed, desperate. The men in black lunged like starving wolves. Kang danced through them like a ghost. Where did this legendary speed come from? He didn't even need to look. He could feel their killing intent from every side. What am I becoming? As he wondered, Gina joined the beautiful dance of death. She was a whirlwind of lethal precision strikes, shattered ribs, pure Murim excellence. Nice moves, Kang cheered. Watching her work was better than any action movie. She was his shield and his sword. Complex techniques turned the room into a meat grinder. Hurricane Gina was in the building. No mercy, no survivors, just a beautiful storm of pain. Gina turned her enemies into human ragdolls, sending them soaring through the air like literal trash. Once the storm of her fury subsided, the thugs lay broken and scattered like fallen autumn leaves. Kang stood frozen in disbelief. In a mere heartbeat, Gina had decimated their entire elite strike squad. She was a blur of lethal speed, far deadlier than when she faced Shiyun. Gina approached the survivors. Finding one still breathing, she delivered a brutal face wash with her boot, demanding answers from the wreck. Kang, ever the nervous pacifist, tried to intervene, begging her to chill with the legendary Murim violence. He saw her murderous aura but suggested calling the cops. Gina just scoffed at his adorable civilian logic. Cops for a Murim feud, she mocked. The martial world and the mundane world don't mix, newbie. A bloody chuckle broke the silence. The dying attacker stared her down with a twisted, crimson grin. He mocked the Sunu clan's weakness. Gina realized this wasn't just a random break-in by common thugs. The thug confessed they were only checking if the legendary Sunu clan leader was away from his throne. They hadn't expected a monster like Gina. Kang's mind raced. Why target the legendary Sunu head right now? This is about Shiyun, she hissed, demanding to know their true masters and their ultimate goal. The villain grinned. Dropping a bombshell, the Sunu clan head is about to draw his very last breath. Their eyes widened in shock. Gina dismissed it as desperate lies from a man already halfway to hell. While Kang panicked about Shiyun's fate, his ears caught an ominous rhythmic thumping coming from the hall. Heavy boots thundered against the floorboards. An army was charging toward their location with lethal intent. The vibrations intensified. Kang rushed to Gina, warning her of the approaching storm of several dozen enemies. Gina looked unfazed, but Kang's senses were screaming. A small army was currently converging on their position. A sea of thugs flooded the stairwell, ready to breach the room and finish the job permanently. Gina noted Kang's surprisingly sharp instincts. She stepped on the villain's throat, demanding the full truth. Choking. The man wheezed that they were just the scouts. The real nightmare was arriving right now. Surrender now, he rasped, unless you want to be mangled by the battalion coming for your heads. Gina didn't wait for his monologue to end and shut him down. Kang panicked at her coldness. Trash doesn't deserve more airtime, she snapped. She'd handle the reinforcements with her own 2 hands. Their phones were dead signal jammers. Gina ordered Kang to gear up. The clock was ticking for them. Move now, she barked. She tossed him a helmet, preparing for a high-speed escape through Murim hell. Kang asked about the elevator, but Gina knew better. Elevators in Manhwa are just vertical metal coffins. The elevator is a death trap, she warned, leading him toward a much more dangerous emergency exit. Outside, a mob of enforcers kicked the door down, swarming the room like a plague of locusts. These weren't street thugs. They were elite Murim specialists from various lethal combat divisions and backgrounds. Their leader surveyed the carnage, eyes narrowing at his elite scouts lying broken on the bloodied floor. Status, he growled. The report was grim. Every single man had been neutralized with surgical martial precision. Hunt them down, the boss roared. No one from the Sunu clan leaves this building alive tonight. A shout echoed from the back. They found a lead. The scent of the prey was still fresh. The emergency exit swung wide. The prey had taken the stairs, descending into the dark building's belly. Gina and Kang raced down the concrete stairs, their phones still showing 0 bars total digital isolation. Signal jammers were everywhere. Kang was utterly lost, caught in a Murim war he never signed up for. Who were these monsters? Gina had no time for his questions. Survival was the only priority now. She was supposed to just drop him home, but fate threw a battalion of killers into the mix. Is Shiyun really going to die? Kang pleaded, terrified by the villain's ominous prophecy of looming doom. Zip it, she ordered. We find a signal, we find Shiyun, and then we survive this night. She flashed a secret emergency number. Memorize this. It might be your only lifeline very soon, kid. It was the Sunu clan's elite contact. If they got separated, it was his only hope for backup. Kang swallowed hard. This felt like a major death flag. Gina just glared, sensing the danger ahead. Stop yawning and write faster. Kang scribbled the number, praying this wasn't his final death flag. Gina barked orders to follow her downstairs immediately before she vanished to start her bike. B2 parking garage. Now in a flash, she was gone. Kang gaped at her monstrous speed. She moved like a phantom. Kang realized he was hopelessly outpaced by her supernatural agility. Clearing entire flights in one leap, Gina disappeared. Is everyone in the Murim world a freak? Kang felt a strange power surging through his veins ever since his mysterious awakening. He'd shattered heavy chains already. Could he jump entire floors like that crazy girl? As he prepped for an epic leap, a shout echoed. What are you doing up there? It was Gina. Kang snapped out of it and shouted back, scrambling down the stairs like a mortal. I've lost my mind, he muttered. Who tries to fly after one day in Murim? By the time he reached the bottom, his lungs burned. These stairs were his greatest enemy. He shoved the parking door open, panting an apology for being such a slow amateur. Suddenly, a body flew past him and crashed. Kang froze as the violence returned. A brutal scene unfolded. A circle of thugs had Gina cornered in the garage center. But Gina was a whirlwind, using her motorcycle helmet as a devastating blunt instrument. Another ambush. They've got her surrounded. Kang's heart raced. He had to do something. Wait, she was absolutely destroying them. The attackers were actually the ones in trouble. Thugs dropped like flies. Gina was a merciless goddess of war, handing out one-way tickets to dreamland. A carpet of unconscious bodies grew. The remaining villains recoiled, terrified of this tiny, aggressive demon. No one dared to lock eyes with her. They prayed she would just leave them alive. Keep coming and you'll all die, Gina hissed. The crowd retreated, but her instincts suddenly flared. Something was wrong. A chilling presence materialized behind her, catching the badass girl off guard. A cold blade kissed her throat, out of nowhere. A high-level master had arrived. Now you deal with me, he sneered. He sat atop a car, nose chains glinting like a freak. That bizarre look was his trademark. Kang's blood ran cold. This is a massive death flag. The mercenary exuded terrifying confidence, keeping his sword steady against Gina's neck. Hiding behind the door, Kang panicked. What do? I can't just leave her. But help her how he thought. Intervening in a Murim fight would get him shredded. He turned to run, but heavy footsteps echoed on the stairs. Thugs were coming from behind. Trapped, I can't stay here, he whispered, forced to descend even deeper into the garage. He crept to the lower floor, holding his breath. Just don't let them hear my heart. He spotted a fire hydrant nearby as a group of goons began scouring the floor. Burring, the fire alarm screamed. Where's the fire? The elder roared in confusion. The swordsman ordered a check. Gina saw a flicker of hope in the sudden chaos. The villain pressed the steel harder. Don't you dare twitch, girl, he growled. Gina stiffened, helpless. Kang realized even this monster girl needed a miracle right now. Crouching behind a car, Kang cursed his luck. I'm totally out of my mind for this. I'm gonna die if I help, but I can't just run. His survival instincts battled his conscience. He remembered Gina's incredible combat skills. Her strength was truly awe-inspiring. Okay, one distraction. If he could just draw the swordsman's eye by chucking a helmet. He threw it. The villain spun around in shock. Who the hell is that? Every gaze locked onto him. It's the end, Kang thought. I'm officially cooked. Run, Gina, he screamed, throwing everything he had left at the lead villain. The swordsman sneered, preparing to easily swat away the pathetic flying object. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the garage. Kang dove for cover as the world turned to fire. Kang stood dazed as the explosion's shockwave sent the villain soaring off the rooftop. Talk about a freefall. Seizing the opening, Gina shifted her stance. She wasn't about to stick around for a rematch. That stubborn villain crawled back up, ready for round 2. The mercenary realized this was pure internal energy. Gina leaned into the chaos, launching a flurry of strikes. This wasn't just a brawl, it was art. The crowd of thugs watched in awe, wondering who would be the last one standing in this madness. Kang's mind was reeling. This power, it was exactly like that mysterious incident back at the apartment. He watched as Gina suddenly materialized on her bike. It was like she had acquired some legendary speed. Quit daydreaming and move it, she barked. Kang scrambled onto the seat, heart racing at her command. Staring at the beautiful girl in front of him, Kang panicked. Where was he even supposed to hold? Stop acting like a statue and grab my belt. Kang obeyed instantly, clinging to her for dear life. The attackers roared. Don't let them escape, but the engine was already screaming for freedom. She popped the clutch, and they blasted off. Kang held on so tight he might have left bruises. The bike caught air, launching out of the parking lot in a scene straight from a movie. Slow down, I'm dying back here, Kang pleaded. Gina just laughed. Now was not the time for safety. Gina shouted over the wind. Listen up, we're being hunted by Mongji, one of the 4 supernovas. A supernova, Kang gulped. Gina explained that this monster reported directly to the big boss today. The warning that Xion might die today wasn't a joke, it was a looming, terrifying reality. That's why we move, Gina yelled. Kang nodded. If speed could save a life, they needed more. Suddenly, the brakes screeched. Kang nearly flew off. Why are we stopping? We're in a hurry. 5 seconds is all I need, she muttered. She had to warn Xion before he walked into a trap. Inside a dark office, Xion sat in silence. He saw Gina's call, but he couldn't reach for it. A man from the Sunwoo clan approached, offering to lead the young master to the elder's room. Hand over your phone, the guard demanded. Xion glanced back at Gina's missed calls one last time. He's not answering, Gina panicked. Kang realized this was a one-way trip into the lion's den. They knew nothing. Xion had kept his solo mission a total secret from the entire Sunwoo clan. Kang's gut twisted. Xion was walking into a massacre. Gina told him to go home and stay safe. Take a cab and vanish, she ordered. But Kang wasn't going anywhere. He couldn't just leave her. This is Murim business, kid, Gina snapped. Xion gave strict orders to keep you out of this. She softened for a second. Thanks for the help earlier. You actually looked cooler than most martial artists. You were lucky today, Kang. But don't meddle in the world of shadows ever again. Wait, don't leave me, Kang cried out, wanting to change the tragic fate he felt coming. Naturally, she ignored him. The bike roared to life as she vanished into her dangerous world. She's wrong about this, Kang thought. He felt useless, but his heart wouldn't let him walk away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the street. A fleet of motorcycles was tearing through the night. Dozens of bikers swarmed past him, their engines sounding like a choir of hungry demons. Leading the pack was Mongji himself, the supernova. They were hunting Gina like a pack of wolves. Kang's blood ran cold. Those heartless monsters were back, and then the entire convoy turned around. Did they see me? Kang panicked. He needed to relocate and disappear before his luck ran out. The engines died down. Mongi stepped off his bike, ordering his men to wait in silence. The villain paused, his senses tingling. He felt a presence nearby, a lingering scent of a rat. Mongi's eyes narrowed as he scanned the shadows. Kang was trembling behind a filthy dumpster. He held his breath, praying his pounding heart wouldn't give him away to the monster nearby. Mongi loomed over the hiding spot. Kang covered his mouth, paralyzed by the predator's cold aura. The shadow of death fell over him. Kang closed his eyes, certain this was his final moment. "Find anyone?" Captain a thug asked. Mongi lingered, then turned away. "Nobody. Let's move out." The captain approached his crew with a scowl. "We missed them. Stop wasting time and move out." They were ordered to keep searching, but the captain scoffed. The Sunwoo clan isn't that reckless. Kang, eavesdropping, learned the clan head was actually inside. He was in the neon high-rise once the danger passed. Kang wondered why that guy pretended not to notice him. Why leak Sunwoo's location? Whose side was he on anyway? Kang quickly memorized the building's address, the neon high-rise. He prepared to call Gina's number, but a sudden chill stopped him cold. "Is this a trap?" he muttered. It couldn't be this easy. He checked the map. The building was nearby. Kang reached the coordinates instantly. There it was, looming right in front of him. He was definitely looking for trouble, but for Lee Shawun's sake, he refused to back down. He had to investigate. However, the doors were locked tight. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. A guard caught him in his beam. "Who's there?" the man barked, aiming his flashlight at Kang. "What's your business here?" the guard growled. Kang replied calmly. "I'm just looking for a friend." "Which friend?" the guard pressed. Kang described a high schooler, a bit taller with a short haircut. "I heard he was here, so I came." The guard paused. "Wait, you mean Lee Shawun?" Kang nodded, wondering how a guard knew that name. "Follow me. I'll escort you out," the man said. Suddenly, the guard lunged. He grabbed Kang's throat, snarling, "Who sent you? Who told you he's here?" "Why are you doing this?" Kang gasped. The guard sneered. "Don't play dumb. You know exactly why." "How did you find this place?" the man roared. Kang gestured to be released, then grabbed the man's arm. Crunchbone snapped, and the guard screamed in agony. Kang froze, absolutely terrified of his own strength. The guard howled, clutching his mangled hand. "Are you okay? I didn't mean it," Kang stammered. The guard spat curses. "You're no normal kid. Why didn't you just say so from the start?" Kang panicked. Is he a Murim too? Terror washed over him as he turned and bolted away. He fled, leaving the guard behind, and disappeared deeper into the property's shadows. Shawun is definitely here. He grabbed his phone. "I have to alert the Sunwoo clan immediately." Suddenly, his phone exploded into shards. Kang jumped back, his heart nearly stopping in fear. What just happened? It was a nightmare come true. Then, a man in a suit approached. "Who is this?" Kang wondered. The man spoke. "Stop, or the next blade hits your skull." Kang froze in terror. "Who are you? What do you want?" The man didn't waste any words. "Who are you?" the man countered. Without warning, he launched a devastating martial arts strike. Kang slammed into the ground. His face hit the hard asphalt, sending waves of agonizing pain through him. Blood stained the asphalt. "Can't you even fall correctly?" the man mocked as another suit approached. He pointed at Kang. "Is this kid just a civilian?" The first man shook his head. He broke a guard's arm with professional skill. No ordinary person could still be conscious now. Kang spat blood, screaming, "Why are you doing this? Who the hell are you people?" The man ground his boot into Kang's head. "If you want to play civilian, hide your aura." "Energy, what are you talking about?" Kang cried, his mind reeling in total confusion. "Quiet, tell us who you are and how you found this place." "Now, where is Shawun?" "Is Shawun okay?" Kang wheezed. The man lifted his foot, but his gaze remained icy. "You're the one answering." He slammed Kang's head into the pavement. "Last chance, how'd you get here?" "If you hurt Shawun, you'll pay." Kang roared. Suddenly, a voice commanded, "That's enough, stop." The men froze. Standing there was Lee Shawun himself. "Stop," he ordered. Kang looked up, dazed. "Shawun, are you okay?" Kang choked out. Shawun stared, bewildered by this battered stranger's arrival. Shawun looked at the boy. He was a pathetic sight, bruised, broken, and drenched in blood. He was in terrible shape. Shawun knew he had to act, or the kid wouldn't survive. One suit turned to Shawun. "The Sunwoo clan head has a meeting to attend." "Run for your lives," a lackey screamed to Liang. "The Sunu patriarch is waiting for us." Negotiation more like a disaster. Lee Q-bum arrived, his eyes widening as he spotted his battered comrade. The guards froze in shock. They never guessed this kid was actually the Sunwoo clan chief's partner in arms. These goons expected a boring meeting, not a protective powerhouse crashing their party. Talk about a bad surprise. "Is this really his fault?" he asked. Suddenly, the tough guy started stuttering out frantic apologies. Lee scoffed. "If you think he messed up, the deal is dead." He told his friend to just leave. "Hey, you can't just walk out," the guard screamed, thinking the young man was just playing some joke. He set the meeting and now he's ditching. The consequences would be legendary and not the good kind. Lee's gaze turned icy. "You're worried about consequences. Look at what you did to my brother in arms." The guard smirked, calling the Sunwoo leader amusing. Little did he know, he was playing with a volcano. The Sunwoo chief was a legend once. The man mocked, chasing after the retreating duo with a sneer. Rumor was Lee had become a cripple. "Do you really think you're on the elder's level, kid?" Suddenly, dozens of black suits surrounded them. Kang's heart was hammering against his ribs like a bird. He looked at Lee, praying for a miracle. Lee just gave him a cool look. Nothing is impossible. Kang was totally lost, but the negotiator just grinned. It was two young guys against a literal army. "Get back to the table, chief," the man growled, "unless you want this to end very badly." Lee didn't even blink. He came for business, not to listen to some low-level thug's trashy threats. If you want to fight, I won't stop you, Lee warned. But are you really ready for this? Just then, the atmosphere shifted. The elder appeared, flanked by a mysterious girl. The crowd parted instantly. A 70-year-old powerhouse stepped forward. Every suit in the room snapped into a deep, respectful bow. Welcome, elder, they shouted. The old man just took it for granted. Kang felt the pure danger. Kang stared at the legend, his skin crawling. This was the monster Lee was actually supposed to meet. The elder's voice was like stone. What is this buffoonery? I didn't come here for a circus act. The Sunwoo chief tried to bail the guard, tattled. We were just trying to talk some sense into him. Kang squinted. To him, the guy just looked like a grumpy grandpa until the elder's eyes locked on him. Even covered in bruises, the kid stood out. There was something about his spirit that couldn't be hidden. Who is this boy? The elder demanded. Hearing he was the chief's comrade made his eyebrows jump. Strange. This kid looked ordinary, but he felt like he was radiating pure Murim energy. A hidden gem. The guard eyed them suspiciously. He couldn't shake the feeling that this comrade was a major wild card. The secret power of the Murim is leaking to commoners, the guard hissed. Kang just looked totally confused. Is he talking to me? Kang wondered. He felt terrible, thinking he was making things awkward for Lee. The kid stays behind, the guard barked. He doesn't belong in a high-level meeting like this one. He reached for Kang, wanting to check him. The elder just watched, silent and cold as ice. Suddenly, bam, with zero effort, Lee delivered a strike so fast the eye couldn't even follow the motion. The guard turned into a human rocket, soaring before Lee slammed his head into the hard asphalt. Concrete cracked and blood sprayed. The room went silent. Lee had just turned a man into a floor mat. Kang screamed in pure terror. Why did you do that? The poor kid was officially losing his mind. The suits were horrified. What kind of trick was that? The guard on the floor wasn't even moving. Know your place. Lee's eyes warned. The elder's face twisted. Why did you do that just now? Do you have a death wish, boy? The old man roared. Kang froze, his body paralyzed by fear. It felt like the air was crushing him, but Lee didn't flinch. He glared right back at the monster. Was I invited as a guest? Lee challenged. If so, why are your dogs beating up my people? The elder scoffed at the nagging, but Lee wasn't done playing hardball with this old fossil yet. I came alone because you asked, Lee pointed out, but you brought an entire army with you. What's the matter? Elder Lee smirked. Are you actually afraid I'll kidnap you if you're alone? The guards exploded in rage. How dare you speak to him like that? The disrespect was totally legendary. The boy smirked at the silent elder. Realizing the old man was speechless, he turned to walk away. Disappointed but not surprised, Kang froze in shock as Liang whispered his secret escape plan. Run the moment steel clashes, Liang muttered. I'll draw their fire. You just vanish. Liang signaled for the exit. Guilt gnawed at Kang as he watched his friend face the mob. The numbers were overwhelming. How could Shun survive this siege alone? Still, they pushed forward. Tension reached a boiling point. Such guts, the elder mused, actually impressed by their reckless bravery. A mere misunderstanding. The elder lied smoothly. I apologize. We shall discuss this later. Now, vanish. His voice thundered across the road, ordering the guards to stand down immediately. The guards scattered like startled birds. Only 4 remained in a tense, silent standoff. The elder and his lethal bodyguard loomed. Follow me, the old man commanded, his eyes narrowing. Time for a chat, he muttered. Liang just shrugged. Sorry, Pops, I'm busy today. The elder didn't even pause. His bodyguard stepped forward, her presence sharp as a blade. He said follow, she hissed. Behind her mask and glasses, her eyes burned with hidden intensity. Quietly now, she warned. Her posture screamed aggression like a predator ready to pounce. He saw her feet pivot for a strike. Liang signaled Kang silently, warning him of the coming storm. And if I say no, Liang's voice was steady, his resolve harder than granite. Then I'll break you. She cracked the asphalt with her heel and launched into the air. The assault on Liang began. Kang was a mess of terror lost in a chaotic whirlwind. Dust exploded as steel met flesh. Kang's screams echoed while the masters danced in combat. This was peak martial arts, a lethal exchange of blows where offense and defense were one. Absolute pro-level mastery. Kang's eyes couldn't even track their god-tier movements and speed. It looked like a movie scene, surreal, yet terrifyingly real. He was completely and utterly transfixed. Kang's heart hammered against his ribs. So adept, the elder whispered, watching the boy's fluid combat. He's a peak-level monster again. The elder realized the complications hadn't slowed him down. The run command flashed in Kang's mind, but fear kept him rooted, staring at the chaos. He had to vanish, now, but as he turned to bolt, the elder's cold voice froze him. Show me your palm. Kang shuddered. The old man reached out with a terrifying, calm grip. Why? Kang trembled. Something smells fishy, the elder replied, demanding the boy's hand. He offered his shaking hand. Which clan? I'm clanless, Kang squeaked, dying of fright. I knew it. The elder's palm touched Kang's chest, sparking an explosion of raw energy. I'll erase this power, he stepped forward, crushing Kang with a mountain of pressure. Kang was lifted into the air. A gut-wrenching scream erupted as his internals began to burn. Flames roared through his veins. Liang saw the torture while still trading blows with the girl. Kang's in trouble. Liang shoved the girl back, desperate to save his friend. The elder was shattering Kang's core. The boy's face paled as his life force withered. Liang lunged to grab Kang, but the elder sidestepped and Kang tumbled through the air. The elder snatched Kang's bag like a toy. What are you doing? Elder Liang roared in fury. The masked girl struck again from behind. Meanwhile, the elder began dragging Kang into the darkness. Caught in a deadly loop, Kang was paralyzed, a mere puppet in the elder's grip. Suddenly, Liang blocked the path. Take your filthy hands off him. His aura flared with menace. The elder's smile was chilling. So you were hiding your true power. Arrogance dripped from every word. He relied on sheer, crushing might to keep Kang captive. The boy was completely helpless. Is this revenge for my disobedience? Liang demanded, eyes burning with righteous rage. The elder turned, gripping Kang tight. This child holds a power that no mortal should possess. As a Murim elder, I must end it. Liang's gaze hardened. Let him go, or else. Join me, the elder commanded. Kang Hajin's frantic warnings were silenced by that chilling, murderous gaze. Suddenly, the boy began hacking like he'd swallowed a porcupine. His strength was fading fast. The old geezer grabbed him by the throat. Who do you think you are, you little punk? He squeezed hard. The boy was turning a lovely shade of blue while the elder's rage fumed. First you steal power, then you talk trash. The elder was officially done with his nonsense. With his dying breath, Kang yelled, Xian, don't listen. This old snake is just a dirty liar. What was that? The elder growled, but Xian was already flaming with pure, unadulterated fury. Xian lunged for a back attack, but the elder pulled a legendary move and dodged instantly. Boom, a massive kick sent Xian flying. This old man's legs weren't just for show. Kang tried to scream, but his voice box had left the chat. He was just a silent spectator. Paralysis is a total mood killer. Kang was stuck like a statue while the chaos unfolded. Missed me, the elder mocked. Xian barked back. What did you do to my friend, old man? Just a little acupressure nap, the elder joked. He needed to chill out for a minute. Those specific points shut down the body and the mouth. Kang was trapped in silent misery. Xian stepped up. Why gag him? Scared he'll spoil your big villain monologue, you ancient fossil. You're too much. The elder sighed. Do you really believe this kid's dramatic little fairy tales? I trust a rock over you. Xian's confidence was soaring after his recent power boost. Cute. You get a little energy and think you're the main character. He had other plans. He ditched Kang and invited Xian to dance. Come on, show me your best shot, hero. Let's see if you can actually break me or just break your own hand trying. Kang's brain was lagging. Was the old monster really challenging Xian to a fair fight? Xian was a beast in the last round, but this elder was clearly the final boss. Offer accepted. Xian moved in, while Kang held his breath as the air grew heavy. The elder fired an energy blast. Xian dodged like he was playing a high-stakes game. Not bad. Kid, you can actually sense my aura. Most people would be toast by now. Xian went full lightning mode. He was moving so fast he was practically a golden blur. It's the Sunu clan's wall-beating downpour. This fight was peak martial arts cinema right here. Experience versus raw strength, the classic showdown. They were clashing like titans in the night. Is that it? The elder laughed. I've seen better moves at a retirement home dance. No mercy, they were trading deadly blows like they were handing out free samples. It was a total maelstrom of violence, two balls of pure nerves clashing in the dark. Kang was lost. I can't see anything. Is Xian winning or just losing with style? Xian noticed something terrifying. The elder looked like he was just having a casual Sunday stroll. Bang, a brutal chest blow sent Xian into low orbit. That's gotta hurt in the morning. He stood up, clutching his ribs. The pain was real, but his stubbornness was even realer. Plot twist, the bodyguard joined the chat. Now it's an unfair 2-on-1 beatdown. The standoff was intense. Girl meets boy and then tries to kick his teeth in. Something was wrong with Xian's hand. Meanwhile, the girl stared through her cracked glasses. Wait, I know her. Kang realized. It was the same girl Xian barely survived last time. One final boss was enough, but Xian was about to get served a defeat sandwich. Calm down, kid, the elder cooed. You're like a puppy, lots of bark, no bite yet. Are you even trying? The elder asked. Or should I just go get some tea? He kept taunting while the girl watched Xian like he was her next afternoon snack. The elder swung a punch that stopped exactly 1 inch from Xian's face, pure flex. They locked eyes, one arm extended, one heart racing, and a whole lot of tension. With his palm outstretched, the elder loomed over a frozen Kang Haje. Scared yet, boy? The old man asked. Time stood still. Haje watched, paralyzed, as the girl bodyguard and the elder became statues of pure intimidation. How did he move that fast? It was like the ghostly footsteps of a demon, crossing the distance instantly. To a normal person, this wasn't martial arts, it was straight up magic. The elder's speed was completely supernatural. The old man's fist hovered inches from Li Shiwun's nose. Haje held his breath, watching the silent standoff. Two monsters staring each other down. Finally, the elder lowered his hand, realizing Shiwun's strength was just a facade. A mere mirage, the elder scoffed. He noticed Shiwun was only relying on basic Sunwu clan footwork and techniques. The Sunwu clan's speed is legendary, but it seems to have hit a wall with this new kid. However, the elder barked. The real problem is that chaotic energy inside you, that black heaven and earth power. That technique requires absolute serenity. Yet Shiwun was a mess. Usually, those moves look soft and deceptively slow. The elder demonstrated, his arm glowing as he released raw internal energy like a pressurized cannon, a living weapon. True power is hidden, he lectured. He extended his arm again, preparing to show the brat what real destruction is. Boom, a massive shockwave erupted. Haje jumped back, nearly tripping. Did he just trigger a human grenade? He gasped. Martial arts is simple, the old man continued. Circulate your energy, then explode it into a technique. Easy, right? It's the perfect marriage of internal flow and external form. Without harmony, you're just waving your arms around. If your energy and technique aren't in sync, you're not a martial artist, you're just a kid with a fever. That is why every major clan treats circulation training like a religion. You can't have one without the other. Haje's brain was melting. Wait, wasn't he trying to kill Shiwun? Why is he suddenly a Murim professor? If you want the real deal, the elder offered, stop being a stubborn brat and become my personal disciple. Haje's jaw hit the floor. A disciple, this plot twist was moving faster than the elder's ghostly footsteps. Shi-Woon sighed. He knew his raw energy was too wild for the elegant Sunwoo clan style he practiced. Then why keep using them, the elder demanded. Shi-Woon looked up. Because I'm the head, I'll never betray them. The old man sighed. You beautiful idiot. He'd explained it 1,000 ways, but the boy's loyalty was ironclad. Shi-Woon bowed, thanking the elder not for the lecture, but for the chance to prove his resolve. Suddenly, the bodyguard lunged at Haje, slamming a palm into his chest. His world turned into pure white pain. Age my lungs, Haje screamed. The energy surge felt like being hit by a freight train of static electricity. But then he could move. I'm alive. My body actually works again, he yelled, doing a quick victory wiggle. That bodyguard used the same ghostly movement. Haje rushed over to Shi-Woon, checking if his friend was still in one piece. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, Haje asked. Shi-Woon just stared. Just tell me what happened. While you were gone, the elder's goons broke into your place, Haje blurted. They literally tried to delete me. Shi-Woon's eyes turned cold. How do you know they were his men? Haje pointed. Gina told me everything. Do you know a man named Mongi? Shi-Woon demanded. The one who held a machete to a girl's throat? The elder stayed silent, his face unreadable. Give me an explanation, Shi-Woon roared. Is my friend telling the truth? The old man let out a dark laugh. First, this kid has internal energy, and now he's throwing wild accusations. I'm not lying, Haje screamed, his voice cracking. I saw them. Every single word is the absolute truth. Then Haje remembered the Murim law. Never reveal your identity to the ordinary world. The boundary is sacred. Breaking that seal means losing your life. The atmosphere turned heavy enough to crush bones. So, the elder sneered. A mere ordinary human with a little energy thinks he can lecture me on Murim business. Haje realized he'd stepped into a minefield. Was interfering in Shi-Woon's world really worth getting his head chopped off? Why did he take such a risk for me? Haje wondered, sweat dripping down his neck as the elder stared him down. Tell me, boy. The elder narrowed his eyes. How did a nobody like you get energy in your body? If the Sunwoo clan head is responsible for this, the entire clan will pay in blood, the elder warned. Haje knew he had to pivot, fast. Wait, I have a question, grandfather, he shouted, making everyone freeze in shock. The problem is that I'm just an ordinary guy, right? Haje asked. The elder raised an eyebrow, suddenly very intrigued. Well, if being human is the problem, what if I just become a Murimin right now? Haje declared. Nobody predicted this chaos. If Kang Ha enters the Murim, then his entire existence belongs to the martial world. Shi-Woon demanded answers, but the elder's fury erupted, roaring with absolute indignation. Absurd. Does this brat truly believe becoming a Murim warrior is easy? The elder scoffed at the idea. Martial artists are born or forged from early childhood. The old man barked, questioning the boy's late start. Is an ordinary person even capable of this? Shi-Woon countered, claiming anything is possible with guts. The young master explained that he joined the Murim at the same age, proving it can be done. The elder called it a total delusion, but Shi-Woon declared the boy would join the Sunwoo clan. I will handle the council, Shi-Woon added, silencing the nonsense with his overwhelming conviction. Now it was the hero's turn to grill the old man. Did you order the hit on my life? Their gazes clashed like sparks on flint, neither side willing to blink or back down. Enough of these baseless suspicions, the elder growled, trying to mask his own inner turmoil. Shi-Woon wouldn't budge. He saw his friend broken. If you are innocent, why did your goons attack? Despite the elder's deep hatred for the Sunwoo clan, Shi-Woon walked into the lion's den completely alone. Trying to reason with this stubborn old fossil was a fool's errand, Shi-Woon realized too late. It is just a misunderstanding, the elder claimed, hiding behind his title like a coward's shield. Shi-Woon's fists tightened. Why would a grand elder beg for a dialogue in this bloody situation? Kang Ha held his breath, watching the titans clash. If you want this talk to continue, it will be over a corpse. Ji-Woon stood tall, staring down the elder while his bodyguard prepared for the worst. The elder realized his lies were failing as the pressure in the room became suffocatingly heavy. Suddenly a bodyguard interrupted, reporting that the girl had tried to signal North Star with no response. North Star is offline, she continued, and the Sunwoo clan is currently hunting our people across the city. The Flux clan was trapped. The situation turned critical and the old man started sweating bullets. Kang Ha watched in terror as the elder's composure shattered into a million jagged pieces of fear. Why was he just standing there? Kang Ha prayed that the old man wouldn't launch a lethal strike. The boy's instincts screamed this old man was a monster, even if he couldn't explain the chilling aura. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted from creepy to lethal as the elder turned to his subordinate. Contact the Southern Red Star for an immediate escort, since the Sunwoo head was standing right there. I already contacted them, the girl whispered, but Kang Ha flinched as the elder approached him. The Titan loomed over, asking for the boy's name. My name is Kang Ha, the boy stammered out. The elder burned the name into his memory, staring into the boy's soul until he wanted to vanish. Let's see how long you survive in our world. Kang Ha trembled, realizing his life was officially over. His destiny had shifted, but what was this eternal energy everyone seemed so obsessed with? It is what everyone hunts for, the elder asked. Did you not come here seeking the ultimate power? Rumors of the Nine Arts Dragon were spreading like wildfire, and the elder was curious about the recent chaos. Is the special division involved? Shi-Woon shouted, suspecting the elder of playing a double game. The great clans are moving, the elder warned, because rumors say the Sunwoo clan has found a new monster. That news alone was enough to pique the interest of every hidden master in the country. Seeing the boy unharmed was enough for now, though the elder left his true thoughts unspoken. What is eternal energy? Shi-Woon pressed, needing to know the secret that fueled the Murim. You refused to talk earlier, the elder snapped, cutting the conversation short before disappearing into the night. Stop chasing the Nine Arts Dragon. With your current level, it is nothing but a suicide mission. The elder and his guard vanished into the urban sprawl, leaving the neon lights to flicker in silence. They are like demons, Kang Ha whispered, watching them fade away like ghosts in the mist. Are you okay? Kang Ha asked, but Shiwun grabbed him by the collar with burning eyes. Who told you to come here? Shiwun roared, his patience finally snapping at the boy's reckless stunt. Freshly dumped and chasing rumors, why did he wander into this lion's den? Kang bowed in shame. Shiwun always carried him, while he offered nothing but apologies. Shiwun snapped, claiming his help was just a fleeting moment of pity for the weak. I was once like you, Shiwun revealed, born with a body no training could fix. For them, effort meant death. Modern medicine was useless against their twisted martial fate. Only forbidden Murim arts could save him, yet Kang's sudden power surge was terrifyingly abnormal. You reckless fool, Shiwun yelled, stunned by the tsunami of energy erupting from the boy. Kang stammered, his brain buffering as he failed to grasp the miracle he'd just received. I'm healed. Isn't that great? Kang chirped, oblivious to Shiwun's soul-crushing gaze of concern. It wasn't great, it was a disaster. Kang had just shouted his Murim dreams to heaven. He'd screamed it before the elder. Now, the trap of the underworld had finally snapped. No escape remained. He was now officially dragged into the blood-soaked world of martial arts. Guilt weighed heavy on Shiwun for painting a target on this innocent kid's back. Is being a merman that bad? Kang joked, ready to take the fall for himself. Shiwun sighed. The boy had no idea he'd just signed a contract with the devil. Kang didn't care about danger. He just wanted to walk the same path as Shiwun. Silence fell as Shiwun realized he'd become the boy's only hope in this dark world. Dangerous, or are you just being a drama queen? Kang asked, skeptical of the hype. He figured if the Murim were truly hell, it would have gone bankrupt years ago. Some people actually like it here, Kang noted, while Shiwun listened to his naive logic. High above the city, a master and his clumsy student shared a moment of destiny. To outsiders it's wild, but to us, the Murim is the only home we know. The elder watched, hoping the boy would eventually find his place in this chaotic family. Shiwun nodded. Even in this hellscape, some souls truly found a reason to breathe. Just then, a mysterious guy in a hat materialized, looking like a lost K-pop idol. You're still breathing, thank God, the stranger yelled. While Kang's confusion reached peak levels, the newcomer warned them to move fast. In this world, being late equals being dead. Kang realized this stranger wasn't a threat, but an old comrade from Shiwun's hidden past. Their chemistry suggested a lifetime of shared trauma and epic battles fought in the shadows. How's the boss? The youth asked, noting it had been ages since their last reunion. Shiwun gave a tired wave, confirming he was still barely clinging to his sanity. Is he a Sunwoo too? Kang asked, as the stranger sized up the tiny new recruit. Suddenly, a fleet of black sedans swarmed the area like a pack of hungry wolves. Kang's heart nearly leaped out as a small army of suited men stormed the pavement. Here we go again, Kang shrieked, assuming he was about to get beat up again. But the stranger just yawned. The welcome committee had finally arrived to greet their king. The mob of black suits suddenly froze, dropping into a deep, synchronized bow of respect. They weren't attackers, but loyal soldiers honoring their clan head, leaving Kang absolutely speechless. Meet the family, kid, Shiwun muttered, as Kang's jaw practically dented the rooftop floor. Two grumpy elders stared at the boy like he was a stain on their silk robes. You're really letting this dork into the clan? They asked, judging Kang's every awkward move. Shiwun introduced the elders, whose glares were sharp enough to slice through solid steel. More shadowy figures emerged, examining the boy like a suspicious piece of discount meat. From a distance, Gina watched in total silence as her ex-boyfriend's normal life finally died. Despite the bows, Kang felt a cold sweat. This was definitely not a friendly party. Kang instantly regretted his life choices. Elder Kun ordered Gina to heal the kid. She wasn't having it. Her glare was lethal. Kang realized he was as welcome here as a skunk at a wedding. Elder Kun insisted on basic hospitality. Don't ignore guests, Gina finally groaned and signaled Kang to follow her. Gina started treating his wounds, but it felt more like she was tenderizing meat. Kang was dying inside. Stop being a baby, she snapped. These are just scratches. Kang awkwardly glanced around the ultra-rich library. Do you actually live in this palace? He asked. The sheer luxury screamed top 1% martial arts family? Gina told him to stop acting like they were besties. She slapped a bandage on his face like an insult. Kang shrieked in pain. Gina just grumbled. She'd already hidden the fact that he'd wasted a legendary life pill. Wait, were those pills actually expensive? He asked. Gina looked like she wanted to drop kick him into next week. I've told you 10 times they're priceless, she hissed. Now spill it. How'd you get involved with Elder Shang? Under the pressure of her terrifying gaze, Kang sang like a canary. He told her everything to stay alive. Gina listened, her expression darkening. Meanwhile, Elder Shang was busy apologizing for accidentally losing the clan's sacred treasures. The clan elder looked stressed. Losing treasures was one thing, but the rest of the news was total chaos. The ghost doctor treated him, the old man muttered. Between the doctor and the Federation, things were getting messy. The elder felt the clan head was being way too reckless. He should have consulted the council before playing hero. Shang fired back. If I asked, would any of you actually have said yes? The room went awkward. I begged for a doctor while stuck in my hospital bed, Shang reminded them, but the Sunu clan refused. You all cited ancient grudges while I was rotting, he continued, and now the Murim thinks we're finished. Rumors were spreading like wildfire. The Sunu clan is falling. Their leader is a cripple who leaked that. The young man in the hat watched Shang. He used to be so gentle, now he was all fire. Let the leader rest, he whispered, but the elder was only acting out of genuine worry for the clan. Shang pivoted the conversation. Let's talk about Kuman Rayong's return. The name alone made the air turn cold. The elders weren't happy. Bringing that monster up would only cause internal discord within the Sunu ranks. What's Min's take on this, they asked. Min scoffed, wondering if anyone actually doubted his burning hatred. Every eye in the room landed on Shang. They were waiting for a miracle or a total disaster. The elder laid it out. A legendary Sunu treasure went to a random high schooler. That's a joke. And now you want us to just accept him, he continued. This could literally tear the clan apart. He understood wanting to help a friend, but could a crippled leader even fight a monster like Rayong? Kang stayed silent, absorbing the insults. He knew his logic was sound, even if the elders hated it. The clan head finally spoke. I want to save my friend. It's my personal wish, and I'm selfish. But I know my duty to the Sunu clan, he added. He wanted their honest, unfiltered opinions right now. If you're all truly opposed, he declared, I'll shatter my own key center and take back the power. The room fell into a deafening silence. Breaking one's own key center was the ultimate martial arts delete button. Libam stared in shock. How could he say that so easily? He knew exactly how much that would hurt. Elder Kun sighed. Fine. Matter closed. Then he asked why the kid was still chilling in the library. Back at the library, Gina collapsed into a chair. I knew it, she muttered. Kang looked totally confused. She clarified she was talking about Mongji. Turns out, she and Shang go way back. It's a small world. If you knew where he was, why didn't you report it? She asked. Kang shrugged, smelling a trap. The whole thing felt like a circus, Kang admitted. He just wanted the info without the dramatic flair. Gina noted that Mongji was probably just terrified of crossing paths with the legendary old man Dangu. Who's that old guy? Kang asked. The one you used to go on dates with. Gina's face turned red. He's my sworn enemy, she barked. And Mongji is just his errand boy. Kang had so many more questions. Wait, so is he your ex or your enemy? Kang pressed. Gina looked ready to commit a felony. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, she threatened, gripping her medical kit like a weapon. Kang realized some secrets in the Murim were better left buried, especially the ones involving Gina's love life. As they discussed the elder, a chime rang out. The negotiations were over. Gina signaled it was time to leave. Kang stepped out from the archives toward the assembly. As he entered, every gaze in the room locked onto him. Heavy silence filled the air. Haji felt the suffocating tension. Finally, the elder's voice cut through the stillness. So, you're the boy called Kang Haji. The elder loomed over him, radiating power. Haji stood his ground, bracing himself. He knew he was the center of this storm. Unexpectedly, the old man reached out. Welcome to our fold, young one. I am Minok, elder of the Sunwoo clan. The legendary figure's presence was humongous. Haji could hardly breathe. He returned the handshake with deep respect. It's an honor, elder. Haji gazed up at the towering veteran. Despite his size, the elder seemed surprisingly kind. Suddenly, a voice from the council broke the moment. A council member stood, grabbing everyone's focus. That's enough for tonight, he declared firmly. Darkness had fallen, and the meeting was adjourned. The group escorted the high-ranking elders to their transport. Lee Sion bowed, wishing them a safe return. As the car sped away, a secret discussion began. Elder Kim peered at his colleague. Has Sion truly changed? Min nodded. Yes, but for the better. Better indeed, Kim mused. We feared his desperation would lead to madness. That's why they intervened. They'd gifted him the precious Taehuan life pill, yet the brat had handed it to a stranger. While under a ghost doctor's care, he wasted the medicine. So, what about that boy? Kim inquired. Did you check his pulse during that handshake? Legend says a restored pulse opens the path to power. The journey of a martial artist begins there. Severed meridians are nearly impossible to mend, Min noted. But if cured, one's potential becomes limitless. The clan head suffered from the 3 yin curse. That kid only had the single yin affliction. Honestly, there was nothing special to expect from him. He'll never reach the stage of Imduk Tatong. Kim frowned. Why bring up that legendary state now? Because that boy, he's the real prize. Min recalled Haji's grateful smile. The kid had guts. Haji was officially a member now. Gina offered him a lift, ready to head home. Newbie, she teased. Haji accepted, but a hand suddenly clamped onto his throat. Gyubum's grip was like cold steel. I didn't do anything, Haji gasped. Touch Gina, and I'll tear your head off, Gyubum hissed. Haji just shrugged it off. Wait, Kim interjected. Isn't Imduk Tatong what Maman took 10 years to achieve? Decade of grueling training just for that. The pills alone aren't that miraculous, Min countered. Sion had forced the medicine's power through the boy's veins. His internal energy was simply monstrous. To leap from single yin to such a level, just how deep is the clan head's power? It was terrifying to contemplate. He was strong before, Min whispered, but now he's something else entirely. After the ghost doctor's treatment, Sion felt inhuman. You men may leave, Lee Sion commanded coldly. He signaled for Gyubum to remain behind. At your command, master, the loyal subordinate replied. Gyubum dismissed the rest of the guard. Haji sensed an unspoken agenda lingering in the room. Suspicion gnawed at his gut. This meeting wasn't over. Haji sharpened his focus, bracing for the truth. I once shattered a warrior's dantian, Sion stated. The agony is beyond human description, but raw, unbridled power is even more lethal. If his friend couldn't master his own strength, then destroying that power would be a mercy. Ascending the Murim path isn't easy, Min added. To go from civilian to a Sunwoo warrior, it's a road paved with blood and sweat. If the boy becomes a liability, Sion must act. I expect you to strip him of his skills. On that condition, I permit his entry, Kim nodded. One more mouth to feed won't hurt. In a clan this vast, a single member is a ghost. Any objections? Kim scanned the room. The council remained silent. None dared to challenge the elders' collective will. It was decided. Pay attention to your peers. Scion, Kim advised. The clan head weighed every word with icy precision. He acknowledged their loyalty. Thank you for honoring my request, Scion said. But a shadow remained. He turned to Taeson with a final doubt. Do you think the master is truly prepared? He'll do whatever is necessary. In this world, survival demands a heart of stone. Our hero thinks he's leveling up, and surprisingly, the interviewer agrees. The talk turns toward his future role. They debate keeping the boy in the clan, agreeing to watch him closely while bracing for heavy outside criticism. The man nodded, knowing Gina was heading straight for the clan head for that exact reason. Political waves were rising. Li Sheng questioned if there was truly a traitorous movement within the shadows of the clan, just as Gina suspected. I'm not entirely sure yet, the man admitted, but a nagging feeling is starting to crawl up my spine. He mentioned Chairman Yang Kilnam of SJ Company, a regular fixture at every major clan meeting. Everyone knew his face. The clan head studied Yang's photo, recalling his legendary martial arts and sharp silver-tongued charisma. Famous for his social mastery, rumors were now swirling that the chairman was secretly shaking hands with rival clans. He denies it, of course, but whispers suggest he's building a private army to abandon the Sunu clan entirely. Li Sheng frowned, asking if the householders didn't already control the vast majority of the clan's properties. He agreed, but asked what would happen if everyone abandoned ship. The answer was simple: instant total collapse. Elsewhere, Chairman Yang turned around as subordinates delivered the shock the clan head had officially returned. Stunned, Yang realized a grand meeting was inevitable. The board was being reset, whether he liked it or not. I understand, Yang muttered, his mind racing. Later, men gathered in a high-end restaurant to negotiate in secret. Addressing the beloved members, young Kilnam announced the return of their leader with a fake, serpent-like smile. Let's all congratulate him, he cheered. One man scoffed, thinking the old boss had finally kicked the bucket. He's still alive, another grunted. Alive, sure, but his teeth have been pulled, he added with a wicked grin. Yang suggested a toast. Suddenly, someone asked what truly happened to Chairman Yang during his mysterious absence. To be forgiven, one must retreat, Yang stated coldly as a limping man shuffled into the shadows of another room. Yang turned to a mysterious guest sitting in a high-backed chair. Aren't you embarrassed to visit so suddenly? The elder, calmly sipping his tea, acted oblivious. He asked what on earth Yang could possibly be talking about. He claimed he was only there for the premium tea and the scenic view, a classic old man move. Yang doubted the tea suited the elder's refined taste, but joined him at the table to talk business anyway. The elder got straight to it, asking about the clan head. Apparently, he was completely unharmed, shocking even Warden Lee. Yang froze, processing this bombshell. It was news to him. Why would the leader hide if he was perfectly fine? That question should have been asked long ago, before the location of the clan head was finally compromised. Desperate, Yang asked the elder for any intel on the leader's weaknesses. He needed a crack in the armor. You're shameless, the elder chuckled. Yang was clearly eyeing that massive fortune and reaching for things beyond his station. Yang bristled, asking why the elder was being so hostile. After all, shouldn't they both want the Sunu clan to fall? The elder sighed. He despised snakes like Yang. You never knew what twisted schemes were rotting in their heads. Yang laughed it off as a coincidence, claiming he felt the exact same mutual dislike for the old man. Setting his cup down, the elder decided to share something juicy. He told Yang to watch a boy named Kong Hodge. This kid was always buzzing around the clan head. It promised to be a very entertaining show indeed. Meanwhile, the bike screeched to a halt. Gina asked if this was where the young master wanted to hop off. Kang Hodge hopped off and thanked her, but as she prepared to peel away, he asked about his next move. Should I come to the boss's house, he asked. She replied that a teacher would be sent to his home instead. Hodge wondered if Li Sheng would be his tutor, but Gina scoffed. The clan head had much bigger fish to fry. She warned him that the leader's return was about to kick up a massive storm within the clan's hierarchy. Is there a problem with the Sunu clan? Hodge asked innocently. Gina just smirked, saying there was no problem at all. Hodge felt like the math wasn't adding up. Gina laughed, saying they'd both be old by the time he understood. Watch yourself, she warned. She explained that after his treatment, a remnant of Shun energy was still surging inside him. If he lost control, he'd unleash an unimaginable power, but his body wasn't ready to handle that kind of divine pressure. One wrong move and his bones might snap like dry twigs. The boy was a ticking time bomb. The energy would fade in a few days, so he had to play it cool, no overdoing it, or else. Hodge dragged himself home and collapsed. It had been one hell of a killer day for our new hero. Yesterday he was a total nobody, but now his entire world had been flipped upside down. He lay there replaying the chaos in his mind. Those terrifying moments were stuck on loop. If I joined the Sunu clan, could I actually become a legend like Liang? Morning arrived, and Haji sprang up like a toasted marshmallow. Man, that sleep was top tier. He felt strangely light, almost like he'd leveled up. Then he realized, no phone, Gina's gonna kill me. Just as the panic set in ding-dong, the bell rang with perfect comedic timing. He opened the door to find two guys looking like secret agents. Talk about an intimidating wake-up call. Is Kang Haji in? They asked. From the Sunu clan, he could feel their insane Murim pressure. Their energy was the real deal. He was so hyped to leave, he practically teleported to his bags. Haji hopped in the car, feeling like a total VIP. He was finally heading toward his glorious destiny. In his head, he was already a martial arts god, but the drivers looked at him like he was a weirdo. Is this kid for real, they wondered? He looked way too happy to be getting kidnapped or recruited. They pulled up to a dusty, old warehouse. Wait, is this the training hall? It looks a bit sketchy. Training, the guy scoffed. What do you think this is? Haji's dream was quickly turning into a meme. You're here for questioning, kid. Talk about a massive plot twist. His jaw hit the floor. Kidnapped panic mode on. He had no plan, no weapon, and definitely zero luck. Relax, nobody's kidnapping you, a voice boomed. Yen Kilham stepped forward, wanting a friendly little chat. Haji stared at the limping man shuffling toward him. Who is this creepy guy and why is he smiling? The man sat down and offered a hand. Haji just stood there like a statue, totally unimpressed. Not a fan of handshakes. Haji knew right away this guy was fishing for dangerous secrets. You're sharper than you look, kid. The man's eyes twinkled with a very threatening curiosity. Yen Kilham didn't do small talk. He decided to cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. He whipped out a massive stack of cold, hard cash. Haji's eyes nearly popped out. That's a lot of zeros. What's this for? Haji asked, clutching the loot. Just a little pocket change for your troubles. Pocket change? This could buy a whole convenience store for a broke student. This was the ultimate bait. Just tell me one thing, the man whispered. Give me everything you've got on the Sunu clan's head. How did an ordinary guy like him land a spot in a legend? The interrogation was officially getting intense. Haji squinted. Who even are you? Are you a Sunu trader or just some obsessed fanboy? Doesn't matter. The man waved it off. You've got the money, so you're the lucky winner, right? Li Shang is a good person, Haji declared. I'm not a snitch. He shoved the money back instantly. The atmosphere turned cold as ice. Loyalty versus luxury, and Haji chose the hard path. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. You know your boss is just a temporary puppet, right? A puppet. Haji's brain started buffering. What do you mean, temporary? The Sunu clan has a real master, Kilham sneered. The one you know is just a placeholder. The Sunu clan is a beast that rules the Murim. Only a handful of others can even stand in its shadow. Their members have more gold than most billionaires, yet they're led by an 18-year-old outsider. Ridiculous. It's an insult to our traditions, he continued. And trust me, leaders like him don't die of old age. Think carefully, boy. Make a wise choice. He was trying to plant a seed of betrayal in Haji's soul. Everything started to click for our hero. No wonder Liang looked so stressed out all the time. Haji suddenly laughed, acting like a total airhead. Sorry, I'm too dumb to follow all this complicated drama. Just take the money back and let me go home. Let's pretend we never had this awkward date, okay? The man chuckled. It was a dark, chilling sound. He wasn't about to let his golden goose walk away. Fine, I'll ask in a way even an idiot can grasp. He snapped his fingers, and the vibe shifted instantly. Haji realized he wasn't leaving without a fight. The polite part of the meeting was officially over. Behind him, the assistant slowly unlatched a suitcase. What kind of persuasion was waiting inside? The lid snapped open, revealing a literal mountain of cold, hard cash. Tell me, boy, do you finally understand the weight of reality? He spoke with chilling clarity. Haji's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Seeing that much moolah in one place was like a fever dream. Take it, all of it, the man urged. Think of your mother. She'd be over the moon. Wouldn't she? He knew she hauled trucks for a living, a brutal way to raise a kid. With this kind of bank, their struggles would vanish instantly. Or better yet, all their ghosts would be exorcised. Haji stood frozen, hypnotized by the sea of green. This was new truck money. Hell, it was quit that dangerous job money. But the boy's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. Looking the devil in the eye, Haji asked, have you ever danced on the edge of the abyss? He explained that he only existed because of his savior. To him, a life debt was a weight that gold couldn't balance. No amount of paper could buy his soul. That was his final answer. He turned his back, ending the negotiation right there. He warned the old man to stop trying to recruit him. But Yang Kilnam wasn't done. His face twisted into a predatory grin. Then it's time to change the tone of this chat, he hissed. In a heartbeat, Haji was swept off his feet. The world spun as he was launched through the air. Gravity betrayed him, and he crashed onto the concrete with a bone-jarring thud. Gasping for air, the boy lay broken and choking. This definitely wasn't part of the script. Things had gone south fast. The old man loomed over him like a reaper, pinning Haji's throat with the tip of his crutch. How did you do it? Haji clawed at the wood, lungs burning. He thought, seriously, is this the manhwa trope where adults just resort to violence? It was the second time today. Why do these legendary masters always act like schoolyard bullies once you hit 18? The man smirked, impressed by the boy's defiance, surprisingly gutsy. Kilnam noted, let's see how much courage you actually possess. He pressed down harder. Haji's face turned a violent shade of crimson as the oxygen left the building. He fought like a cornered beast, pouring every ounce of strength into moving that cane. It felt like trying to lift a mountain. With a desperate surge of will, he finally wrenched the crutch aside. Sweet, glorious air flooded back into his starved lungs. He gulped down breaths like a drowning man. The relief was instant, but the danger was far from over. Doubled over and hacking, he struggled to reclaim his senses. The old man watched, his eyes glimmering with newfound interest. Impressive internal energy, the man mused. It's the only reason you aren't a corpse right now. Why not use it properly? He swung the crutch again with terrifying speed. Haji flinched, staring up at his tormentor with eyes that blazed with pure defiance. Rage ignited in his chest. Something within him shifted. A cold, sharp aura began to radiate from his very core. Even without a direct hit, the sheer pressure made it feel like the air was turning to lead. Last chance, join me or else. I already said no, you old fossil, the boy roared, his voice cracking with fury and stubborn pride. I gave you my reasons. Stop this psycho torture and just let me go home. The old man stared back with an icy, unreadable calm. Fine, he whispered. As you wish. Haji blinked. Was it really over? Could it actually be that simple? The man ordered his subordinate to drive the kid back. The lackey nodded instantly. Haji was still processing the sudden peace. Wait, you're just letting me go, he stuttered. The chairman leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, ominous growl. A word of advice: stay away from the Sun Wu clan head. Unless you're in a hurry to meet an early grave. They dumped him back at his house like a sack of potatoes. No explanations, no goodbyes, just the cold street. The deputy leaned out, warning him to keep his mouth shut. One leak and your history. Chairman's orders or not. Suddenly, a thick stack of bills flew out the window. Haji caught it on reflex. From the boss. For your pocket money. Before he could argue, the car screeched away. Haji stood there, fuming, clutching the bribe like it was radioactive. Hey, take your blood money back, he shouted, sprinting after the taillights, but the luxury car didn't even slow down. He raised his arm to hurl the cash into the trash, then paused. Wait, why am I throwing away free money? It's not the cash's fault. He stared into the distance, his mind racing. If that old monster was this desperate, Lee Si-woon must be in deep trouble. Something big was brewing. Meanwhile, the Sun Wu clan head himself was locked in a tense negotiation of his own. Si-woon faced Chairman Yang with a mask of indifference. The air in the room was thick enough to cut with a sword. Don't play dumb with me, Yang sneered. I've already met your little protege, Kang Haji. He's quite the firecracker. He admitted he was shaken. For a kid who was a total normie just days ago, his latent energy was absolutely monstrous. The chairman demanded the truth. What was the Sun Wu clan really planning? Si-woon didn't even flinch at the interrogation. He confirmed he'd used a legendary clan treasure on a commoner. The question was, what did he see in that boy? Despite the elders' backing, the chairman declared the clan's households were drowning in a sea of toxic grievances. These complaints were impossible to ignore. The families stayed loyal to the Sun clan for one reason only. Elder Quan was a legend. But without him, Li Shang's reckless antics were dragging the clan into chaos. Yang sneered, asking what a temporary fake like him hoped to achieve. The loyalists roared back in pure outrage. Watch your tongue, they barked. But Li Shang just smiled. He admitted the chairman's words were actually spot on. At first, he planned to just be a ghost sitting quietly until it was finally time to vanish forever. He expected to step aside, but the two elders saw something else. To them, he was the true alpha. He was the real deal now, no more playing around. He finally accepted his destiny as the Sunu leader. His throne was now as sacred as the lives of the elders who bled to protect his very existence. No matter Yang's schemes, our hero's will is absolute. He'll carry this burden even if he's torn to pieces. Do you have the strength? Yang challenged. Li Shang smirked. Care to test me and find out, old man? While things heated up, Kang Haji was wandering the streets, searching for a familiar landmark to get his bearings. He felt he should help, but a chill ran down his spine. Finally, his eyes locked onto a familiar car. He crept closer, realized it was the target vehicle, but then the hunter became the hunted. Terrible timing. The driver stepped out, mocking our hero's low IQ. Didn't we warn you already? Some people never learn. Two thugs closed in like predators. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine tore through the tense night air. It was Gina. Haji sprinted toward her like a lost puppy, but the goons weren't letting their prize escape. They muzzled him, but Haji wasn't a damsel. He grabbed the attacker's arm and applied some manual correction. Snap! A scream of agony erupted as the thug's arm turned into a pretzel. Haji broke free, looking slick. With one arm out of commission, Haji dashed for the bike, screaming Gina's name like his life depended on it. Gina just sat there looking cool. Didn't I tell you to stay away? She sighed. Haji ignored the lecture and pointed. Look, they're right over there, he yelled. He turned to point, but the car had vanished like a ninja. Where did those kidnappers go so fast? They're the kidnappers, he panicked. Then, remembering the plot, he asked Gina if Li Shang was still alive. Gina wondered why he was acting like a caffeinated squirrel. Haji started explaining his terrible, no good, very bad day. Smash! The sound of shattering glass cut him off. They turned just in time to see a flying body. Li Shang came soaring through a window like a discarded action figure. The duo watched in pure horror. He stuck the landing but kept sliding back. Is this happening in slow motion? Our MC wondered mid-flight. One second he was focused, the next, the world flipped. Suddenly, Li Shang was seeing the floor upside down. Chairman Yang appeared like a ghost, using his cane to send our clan head straight to the concrete. Cold-blooded. Li Shang bounced back up instantly. The witnesses finally realized this wasn't a friendly chat, it was a full-blown war. Yang unleashed a devastating strike, sending Shang flying again. Still too slow, the young man thought, narrowing his eyes. Yang was oozing confidence, certain the fake head was finished. But Li Shang stood his ground with iron dignity. The onslaught didn't stop. Yang rained down blows, forcing Li Shang into a desperate, high-stakes defensive dance. He blocked every strike, even as the cane battered his hands. He wasn't missing a single beat of this rhythm. The double dragon chain dance, he realized. It's a forbidden technique that turns a cane into a death dealer. This was no coincidence. As the fight reached a fever pitch, Gina and Haji sprinted over to intervene immediately. They crowded around Li Shang, checking for broken bones while Yang just stood there, cold as an Arctic breeze. Haji's jaw dropped. Gina, however, looked annoyed. Uncle Kilham, what on earth are you doing here picking fights? Yang played it cool, asking Gina the same question. The girl was baffled. Her family drama was getting way too physical. Li Shang stepped in, telling Gina to stand down. I asked for this duel, he admitted, leaving her speechless. She looked at her uncle, who just nodded. It was a mutual agreement, he confirmed with a stern, icy stare. The assistant mentioned a friendly competition, but Gina just rolled her eyes. You guys are such a massive headache. Yang bid his farewells. I'll hear your final answer at the meeting, clan head, he said with heavy sarcasm. As Yang walked past Haji, their eyes met. Haji froze, paralyzed by a murderous aura that felt like absolute death. Those words burned into his soul. Watching the chairman's cold retreat, the boy's heart remained gripped by fear. The Sunu arts are truly divine, Gina checked on Liang's condition, but the stubborn fighter just shrugged it off. He offered a rare, soft thank you. Meanwhile, Haj was dying of curiosity about this mysterious young master's secrets. I only met the chairman this morning, Kang admitted calmly. The revelation hit Gina like a physical blow. Her own uncle Kilham Kang had no idea he'd been chatting with the clan's most dangerous shark. Chairman Yang was the clan's iron pillar. Yet, the secret meeting had already leaked to the entire underworld. Yang's shadow loomed over everything. Within the Sunu clan, the man's influence was absolute and terrifying. A true titan of the Sunu hierarchy, Gina watched Liang depart, her mind racing with her uncle's hidden agenda. Why did Uncle Kilham come here? The answer was a cold bombshell. He came to claim the throne. The news sent shockwaves through them. In the car, Yang confirmed his plan to his inner circle of conspirators. Isn't it too hasty, they whispered. The elders were still healthy, but Yang's ambition waited for no one. He wouldn't move without total certainty. To him, the current head was just an emotional child playing king. He's a teenager with legendary power, Yang sneered, gifted with techniques, yet completely unable to master his own heart. His pride would be his undoing, one impulsive mistake, and even the elders couldn't protect him anymore. Their shield was beginning to crack. Meanwhile, Gina spiraled as her uncle's phone went deathly silent. Uncle Kilham was ghosting her now. The man her grandfather raised had become a stranger wearing a mask. He had done a complete 180, never let a snake into your home. The old warning felt painfully real. She was sounding like a grumpy grandmother. Liang prepared for hellish training, leaving the girl's safety in Kang's hands. I'm trusting you with her, Liang stated. Gina huffed, claiming she was far too busy for a babysitter. He rarely asked for any favors, Gina sighed. Agreeing to help just one last time at least, she hoped. She could never say no to him. Even the fiery Gina folded under the young master's rare request. She snapped at Kang in frustration. Liang watched them leave, knowing his friends were finally in good hands. Should we report today's events? The aide's question was heavy with the threat of the clan's elders. It's not worth the effort, Yang replied, but the boy had caught his eye, a wild card in his game. Without action, nothing would ever change. The guy resolved to forge a path before the elders closed the net. The chairman's silhouette vanished into darkness. Is everything really okay? The doubt lingered in the cold night. The door clicked shut behind him, sinking into a lotus pose. He prepared to transcend his current limits. The world outside simply ceased to exist. He dived deep into his mind, seeking the core of his latent power. A phantom battlefield bloomed in his mind. It was time to start the fight this time, with everything on the line. He visualized Chairman Yang before him. Every strike and movement was replayed with cold, lethal precision. Gina paced the gym like a tiger. Peace was a distant memory while Liang remained locked away in isolation. Her uncle was gone, her friend unreachable, yet Kang Haji pushed his body past the breaking point of exhaustion. Why are you still lurking here? Gina exploded at the boy, wondering if school was even a concept. He was becoming a permanent fixture. Without a personal instructor yet, he was sticking to her like glue. How could he be so damn calm? Her nerves were fried thinking about Liang's lonely battle for survival. Is the situation really that dire? The question was innocent, but the weight behind it was staggering. Look at how they treat him. The housekeeper's blatant disrespect was a poison rotting the clan's heart. Since the patriarch's death, it was war. They were trying to weed him out like a common garden pest. The pressure had been soul-crushing for years. Then why does he help me? Kang couldn't understand such selfless grit. Most would have abandoned ship by now. In his shoes, Kang knew he'd have run for the hills long ago. That's just who he is, Gina whispered. A man who cares for others while his own world is burning down. His kindness was his heaviest burden. Is that why you've fallen for him? The tease caught her completely off guard. Her face turned a brilliant, angry red. Gina lunged forward, crushing his skull in a playful, terrifying grip. Who likes who? You little brat, Kang begged for mercy, swearing to never mention his feelings again. If you're gonna train, do it right. Mindless repetition was for losers. It was time to master the spirit. Focusing on internal flow over mere movement, our hero recalled his training while watching the girl warm up. True martial arts is an endurance game amassing vast energy over years, only to release it in precise, deadly bursts. Unchanneled power is useless. Without syncing your spirit to your strikes, the path of the warrior remains forever closed. Balance is everything. Form and energy must dance as one. With effortless grace, the girl kept lecturing her student. Circulate the life force, then manifest it through a secret technique. The boy realized he'd heard this all before. His grandfather, a legend who once clashed with Liang, had been his first teacher. He was absolute peak perfection. With just a simple palm strike, the old man would trigger massive explosions. Suddenly, a sharp squeeze snapped him back. Stop fanboying, that old geezer is a sworn enemy, not a hero to be admired, she hissed into his ear. He begged for mercy, yet insisted the old man was a beast only a true Sunu clan legend could compare. Only a top 10 master could face him. That elite circle of powerhouses includes the very monster we're discussing now. Gina offered a taste of that divine power. Watch closely, she commanded Kang, before launching into her high-intensity routine. She unleashed a strike so devastating it felt like heaven's roar. The boy's jaw dropped at the sheer raw intensity. The simulator exploded into scrap metal reeling. Kang demanded to know how she generated such terrifying, bone-crushing force so easily. Another failure, she sighed. This weak imitation is nothing compared to the old man's true heaven-shaking thunder technique. A pathetic semblance, Kang stared at the obliterated steel pillar. If this was a failure, what was the real deal? Even at level 9, this technique is a nightmare to master. She growled. Kang realized Gina wasn't just strong, she was monstrous. She's on a whole different level, can I learn that too? Kang begged, his eyes burning with newfound warrior ambition. You can't even walk yet, kid. Focus on your energy circulation and master the harmony of spirit and form first. Only then will your sister stop worrying. Meanwhile, Liang was deep in a tense call, feeling the weight of destiny. See you at the summit, he concluded sharply. The elders had finally caught wind of everything through Chairman Yang's loose lips. The council knows his assistant worried if Liang could handle the fallout after boldly rejecting the elders' crucial assistance. They witnessed Chairman Yang's terrifying might that day. Liang knew victory wasn't guaranteed, but he refused to bow down. Yang is a monster in human skin. Even Liang couldn't predict the outcome, sensing the chairman was hiding a lethal trump card. The chairman smiled, everything was proceeding exactly as he'd calculated. His web of deception was tightening around the clan. It's official, the young head has snubbed the elders. Yang's announcement sent ripples of shock and glee through the room. The treacherous subordinates cheered, showering the chairman with hollow praise. They believed his rise to power was now inevitable. His predictions were flawless, yet his cruelty knew no bounds. He'd systematically cut off the head's only path to survival. The guests toasted with expensive wine. Blind to the impending chaos, they truly believed the board was set in their favor. This family meeting will be their last stand, Yang declared coldly. Soon, the entire Sunu hierarchy would finally be dismantled. Kang Haj lay sprawled on the floor, his body screaming in agony. After that brutal workout, even breathing felt like work. Gina tossed him some water. You still alive, she joked. He groaned a weak affirmative, clutching the bottle for dear life. A few days in, and you're actually surviving. That's real progress, she admitted, but the sun was already dipping below the horizon. Time to head home, kid. See you tomorrow. Kang panted. Gina just waved him off with her usual nonchalant attitude. Wait, can we start the heaven-shaking thunderclap training tomorrow? Kang asked, his eyes gleaming with a desperate, reckless hope. The girl's hand clamped onto his skull again. Not a chance. Rookie, you're nowhere near ready for that level of destruction. He limped home, his legs feeling like lead. The path of a warrior was paved with nothing but pure, unadulterated pain. A voice called out from the shadows. Kang turned to see Chairman Yang watching him from the back of a luxury sedan. The chairman's sudden appearance was chilling. I hear you've been sweating it out with Jin lately, he noted with a smirk. How did you know? Kang stammered. I have eyes everywhere, especially in Jin's inner circle, the chairman replied with casual menace. They told me all about the new trainee, so, Kang Haj, are you finally ready to show me your hidden potential? Jin says I'm doing okay, Kang managed. Yang leaned in closer, his gaze piercing through the young man's weary defenses. Have you reconsidered my offer? You're incredibly persistent, but my answer is still a hard no. Kang stood his ground. Very well, have it your way, Yang sighed, but the predatory glint in his eyes suggested he wasn't done yet. Did you know the Sunu clan meeting starts today? Kang nodded, feeling the sudden weight of the upcoming family storm. Hop in, I'll give you a lift to the front lines. Little did they know, the war was already starting. The legendary Sunu clan head, Rose, graced the hall, flanked by elite guards. His piercing gaze swept the room. A wave of bows followed as guests paid homage. With surprising grace, the young leader offered his humble gratitude. Despite the polite etiquette, a sharp-eyed advisor watched him like a hawk. Something about these visitors felt off. Forced smiles masked a growing unease. The counselor scanned the shadows, sensing a strange ripple in the atmosphere. As an aide signaled him forward, the young master's eyes shifted. He wasn't the only power in the room. Chairman Yang arrived, offering a half-hearted apology for his lateness. Lightning sparked as his eyes met Kilnam's. Gina's jaw dropped when she spotted Kang Hanji trailing behind Yang. What was this outsider doing with that snake? Hanji sheepishly explained it was a family matter. Gina wasn't buying it. This wasn't exactly a casual Friday night. This is no playground, she snapped. Only the Sunu elite are supposed to breathe this rarefied Murim air. Demanding answers, Gina turned to her uncle. Why was this nobody being escorted by the chairman himself? Silence fell as Yang stepped forward to introduce their newest member, the name on his lips, Kang Hanji. A few weeks ago, he was a total civilian clueless about the Murim. Now, he's joined the prestigious Sunu clan. The room erupted in envy. Hanji realized he'd walked into a trap. This meeting was a total setup. How is this possible? Yang smirked, demanding the clan head explain this absolute madness to the shocked crowd. Hanji glared at the chairman, wondering if he'd been kidnapped again. This invitation felt a lot like an abduction. Yang played it off as a formal visit, but the tension was thick. Our hero was officially sweating bullets. Panicked, the boy screamed for Yang to back off. The guard sneered, wondering who this brat thought he was. Teeth clenched, Hanji balled his fists, looking ready to throw hands against the entire room of martial artists. Suddenly, Yang's assistant lunged, seizing the boy's throat in a crushing grip. The air in the room vanished. Shut it, kid, the deputy hissed, or I'll snap your neck for what you did to my wrist. Gina screamed for them to stop, her voice echoing through the hall. This was a meeting, not a mugging. Yang pivoted, accusing the current leadership of handing clan treasures to random nobodies. Talk about an absolute PR disaster. The chairman went for the throat, demanding Li Shunk's immediate resignation. It was a full-blown coup d'etat. Step down or we walk, the rebels declared. If Shunk stayed, the Sunu clan would fracture into pieces. Gasps and whispers filled the hall. Gina stood frozen, unable to process the betrayal unfolding before her eyes. Uncle Kilnum, what are you doing? She wailed. She couldn't believe her own blood was part of this. A traitor spat that the current leader was just a gold digger planning to loot the clan and vanish. An elder mocked Gina, calling her clueless and bratty. He sneered that a mere girl should know her place. She was told to stay silent and keep her mouth shut. That's when the deputy leader stood tall. He dared anyone to say another word to Gina if they valued lives. He promised a one-way ticket to the hospital for anyone who dared to annoy him further. Pure badassery. Chaos loomed as the room reached a boiling point. The entire clan was seconds away from a bloody brawl. Have you forgotten we're here? The elders boomed. Elder Kim's aura felt heavy enough to crush the floorboards. The room went ice cold. Even the thugs holding Hanji started shaking like leaves in a hurricane. Hanji watched in awe. How could that frail old man radiate such terrifying, soul-crushing pressure? Even Chairman Yang tucked his tail, offering a hurried apology. You don't mess with an elder's bad side. Yang claimed he only acted out of courage for the clan's sake, waving the petition like a shield. Elder Men wasn't impressed. He demanded to see the list of names. He wanted to see the traitors. Yang hesitated, claiming the document was highly sensitive. Nice try, but the elder wasn't playing games. He insisted only the head could see the names, and only after he agreed to step down. Rigged deal. It was an anonymous hit job. Yang was basically holding the clan's future hostage for a signature. Elder Men called him out. You want him to quit just to see a paper that only has your name? Yang bluffed, claiming the majority of the room had already signed their souls away to his cause. Gina shouted for them to end this circus. This is all lies, she screamed, her heart pounding. Yang didn't care. He gave the head a choice: step down with dignity or watch the clan burn. Chairman Yang issued an ultimatum. Accept my terms or watch your entire clan crumble into dust. The hall went silent as everyone waited. One wrong word and the Murim world would tilt. Li Shang just smirked. Is that all? Old man Yang could only stare back in silence. Time to get serious, Shang declared. Yang looked confused, like a sheep facing a sudden tiger. The atmosphere shattered. Shang looked calm, but his aura was ready to level the entire building. Energy exploded. It was the double dragon chain dance. The elders almost swallowed their own tongues. Is this how the Murim settles things? Shang asked, his voice echoing with absolute, terrifying authority. The crowd went wild. This technique was a myth. Where did this kid learn such legendary power? There was barely anyone left who even recognized it. The clan's ancient strength had finally returned. Are you challenging me? Yang hissed. Shang just gave him the most disrespectful, smug grin ever. Witness this, Shang called out. The crowd scattered like ants as the battleground was cleared out. If I win, I'll shred your documents and your dignity, Shang promised with chilling, lethal confidence. Elder Kim panicked. Should we stop this? The kid is literally walking into his own funeral. Elder Min sighed. It's too late. When a dragon decides to hunt, you just stay back. This clash was destined from the start. Fate was finally calling in its bloody debts today. The verdict is set, Min announced. Yang handed his coat away, his eyes burning with malice. If you want to die so badly, I'll assist, Yang growled, accepting the duel with arrogant joy. Haj leaned in. This wasn't just a fight, it was a front row seat to a complete slaughter. The clan members laughed. The brat is suicidal. He's jumping into the furnace with a smile. Betting started immediately. 5 minutes. I give the little head 3 before he's a pancake. Haj just shook his head. These fools really thought Shang was the one in danger here. Boom, the clash began. It was a blur of steel and spirit as the floor disintegrated. Shang watched every move. To him, the legendary chairman looked like he was moving underwater. Too slow, Shang thought. Yang's speed was nothing compared to the monsters he'd faced before. Yang's eyes widened. Every punch he threw hit nothing but air. The kid was dancing around him. Keep your eyes peeled, old man Shang taunted. His pressure was rising like a tidal wave. Rage blazed in Shang's eyes. Enough playing around. Let's see what you're really made of. Yang laughed. Finally, a workout I'll enjoy breaking every bone in your body today, brat. They squared off. The spectators retreated to the walls, praying they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. This wasn't a spar. This was a death match. Only one of them was walking out alive. Every breath was heavy. The air was thick with bloodlust as the two monsters locked eyes. Yang's aura shifted. He wasn't a businessman anymore. He was a killer from the old days. Aides whispered his legend. He was once destined to surpass the greatest masters of the age. Despite his lost leg, his Iron Thunder technique was still a nightmare carved in human flesh. The Iron Thunder leg, Shang mused. You mean that fancy piece of scrap metal he's wearing? The aide nodded gravely. That prosthesis was a weapon of mass destruction in the right hands. Suddenly, Yang vanished. The prosthetic hissed with steam as he broke the sound barrier. His speed tripled instantly. He wasn't just moving, he was teleporting around the hall like a ghost. Watch the cane, the aide shouted. The eaglehead staff was the true hidden venom in this fight. The staff struck like lightning, a deadly blow designed to shatter skulls and spirits alike. Yang was a master of exploiting gaps. One mistake, and Shang would be history in seconds. That cane was a shape-shifting nightmare mace, hook, and sword all hidden in one lethal tool. Iron speed and eagle transformation, it was a combination that had buried 1,000 warriors. Defeating him seemed impossible. Yang was a hurricane of steel, and Shang was in the center. Haj watched, breathless. How could anyone survive a monster moving with such terrifying, inhuman grace? Our protagonist noticed the old man's limp and thought the chairman might actually play nice. But the clan knew the truth once the Iron Thunder technique appeared. The mercy was over. They expected a quick knockout and an early victory party. Talk about counting your chickens. Cage felt the pressure rising as the clan finally landed a solid hit on their target. Boom Yang smashed into the wall while our hero's eyes flared with pure hurricane energy. He moved like a storm, forcing his rival to play defense while gauging that insane speed. Yang figured the kid was just fishing for one lucky counterstrike to end the match. Is this old man really trying to flex at his age, Liang thought, completely unimpressed? Big mistake. Gramps, this young man isn't some low-level mob you can just squash easily. Suddenly, Yan Kilham started swinging his cane like a mace, making Gina's heart skip beats. Energy blasts turned the hall into a chaotic fireworks show, sending the audience running for cover. Yang's fan club was already celebrating, while Liang was busy dancing through the lethal attacks. Every cane strike was a masterclass in violence as Yan pulled out every secret technique. It was a high-speed chase. Yang was zooming around the hall like a guided missile. Our boy's movement was top tier, leaving everyone wondering if he could survive this veteran monster. Experience is great, but Liang just pulled a pro gamer move and snatched that cane mid-air. Talk about a plot twist. Yang had never been disarmed like a total amateur before. The crowd went wild. It turns out our protagonist was 3 steps ahead the entire time. Without his cane, Yang was wide open and Liang delivered a kick that hurt his pride. You're slipping, Chairman, Liang teased. Keep this up and your luck is officially running out. He slammed the cane into the floor with enough force to bury it, pure dominance. Yang's supporters were screaming in horror. Losing your weapon is the ultimate martial arts fail. No more toys for you, Liang said coolly, looking way too relaxed for a duel. How did he lose his grip? The disrespect was real as Liang kept poking the bear. Yang realized he'd been baited. Taking his weapon was just a setup for an aerial trap. Trapped in midair, Liang just gave him that. Are we done yet? Look. The audacity. Yang wasn't quitting. He answered with a fist strike heavy enough to shatter a mountain. The blow sent Liang flying. Yang smirked, thinking the kid had finally made a mistake. He capitalized on the opening, blasting the clan leader backward like a total human ragdoll. Crack the wall splintered as Liang hit it, coughing from the weight of that impact. Yang was relentless. He closed the distance instantly for a bone-crushing knee strike follow-up. A lethal knee whistled past his chest as Liang pulled off a miracle dodge. He retreated just as the wall crumbled. 1 second slower and he'd be a pancake. The advisors were sweating bullets while Gina watched her uncle go into full demon mode. She'd never seen him this bloodthirsty. The elders knew he was playing for keeps now. Yang wanted destruction, but Liang realized that Eagle Staff wasn't actually a weapon at all. It was a limiter. By taking the cane, he'd accidentally unleashed the true Iron Thunder leg. Without that seal, his kicks were pure devastation. Everyone stared at his glowing right leg. I used the cane to hold back, Yang growled. But the training weights are off. Cage watched in awe. Our clan leader wasn't fighting a man, he was fighting a cyborg. Things are getting messy, Yang warned. Sure you don't want to forfeit right now, kid? Gina was shook. She had no clue her uncle was packing that kind of hardware. Liang just grinned. Finally, things are getting interesting. Show me what that leg can do. The hype was real. After a tense breather, they squared up for the final round. They charged in with insane energy as Liang locked eyes with that terrifying mechanical limb. Precision met power as the clan head unleashed hell. Even cornered, he proved exactly why he wears the crown. Dancing through the chaos, he showcased the Sunu clan's signature velocity. His movements were a blur of pure lethality. Residual images haunted the air. How could a leader this young master such a god-tier, high-level phantom technique? Chairman Yang's ego was massive. He actually turned his back mid-fight, practically begging for a swift death wish. Our protagonist wasn't about to miss this golden chance, but damn, the enemy moved like lightning on steroids. Thunderous booms rocked the hall. Every clash was an explosion of raw, untamed internal energy tearing the air. Kang Haji blinked and missed it. The combatants were moving faster than his mortal eyes could even track. Even the Sunu elites were sweating. Chairman Yang was playing a dangerous game, and the vibe was getting sketchy. He flexed the residual image trick, but the old fox was definitely hiding his real trump cards for later. Reveal too much, and your enemy reads you like a book. Yet, Yang looked smug as hell regardless. Defeat wasn't an option for him. The crowd held their breath, praying for a miracle or a total massacre. Critics scoffed. How can a legend lose to a brat? Yet, the boy was still standing, defying all logic. Despite Yang unleashing a literal hurricane of power, the clan head refused to break. Talk about plot armor energy. The atmosphere was electric. Spectators were vibrating in their seats as the battle reached a fever pitch of intensity. Everyone bet their souls on the clan leader. If Yang lost, the consequences would be absolutely apocalyptic for them. If those signed documents fell into the clan head's hands, half the room would be finished. Game over, man. The entire power balance was teetering on a knife's edge. They desperately hoped that envelope would stay out of reach. One sneaky attendee pulled out a blank sheet. A fake envelope. Oh, the plot thickens like a rich ramen broth. While the warriors were busy smashing the scenery, it was the perfect time for some classic undercover thievery. Let's swap them, they whispered. Great plan, but executing a heist during a superhuman brawl not so easy. One brave or stupid soul decided to go for it. The ultimate envelope swapping stunt was officially in motion. Flying under the radar, he smirked. In this world, victory belongs to those who prepare their dirty tricks. The switch was done. They thought they were invisible ghosts, but they forgot about one person's sharp, eagle gaze. Kang Haji saw everything. Those eyes caught the forgery in 4K resolution. The trap was finally sprung. I saw that, you cheaters, he roared. Justice was calling, and Haji was ready to pick up the phone. He exposed the swap to the whole room. Meanwhile, Gina was ready to throw hands if things got ugly. Let him go right now, Gina growled, her fists clenching as her battle aura started to flare up dangerously. The thug sneered. Back off, lady, one more step and we snap this kid's arm like a dry twig. Let go of me, Haji shouted. I'm a guest here, not some low-level prisoner you can push around. Despite being an honored guest, these goons wouldn't budge. Haji's patience was officially at 0%. He squared his shoulders and boom, he tossed those men aside like they were made of lightweight cardboard. Gina's jaw dropped. That secret training was finally paying off in the most satisfying way possible. Go, Haji. Haji marched straight to the council elder. Hey, old man, I've got a burning question about that shady envelope. The elder hissed at his guards for being useless. Suddenly, a high-ranking Sunu counselor appeared like a shadow. Who taught you lot such garbage manners, he demanded. Our leader is fighting, and you're out here playing circus. The guards started shaking and begging for mercy. King Haji didn't care. He had bigger fish to fry. Hand over the briefcase, Haji ordered. The elder bristled. You insolent brat, don't you dare touch my things. He shoved Haji to the ground with a sneer. Rule 1 of manhwas: never push the main character. You're in on the scam, Haji yelled from the floor. His eyes caught every dirty detail of their scheme. Haji took a combat stance. Step aside, or I won't be responsible for the hospital bill. The man smirked. Try me, boy, the man taunted. Haji's face turned bright red with fury. He was about to go nuclear. You'll regret this, Haji roared. A thunderous shockwave erupted, making the very foundations of the building tremble. Jaws hit the floor. How could a kid possess such godlike martial skills? This shouldn't be physically possible. Haji launched a devastating kick, but the man blocked it effortlessly. Fear suddenly gripped the boy's heart. That's not right, he screamed. Pure terror filled his eyes as the man prepared a crushing counterstrike. Gina bolted to his side, unleashing a thunderclap so divine it made the sky scream in agony. The crowd froze in pure terror. They were witnessing a literal storm god shaking the very firmament. Disbelief washed over them. It was Elder Quan's secret technique. Gina's growth was terrifyingly supernatural. With her opponent dead, she just sighed. Apparently, her quality kick still needed a bit more seasoning. Kang Hodge grabbed the loot, prompting Gina's curiosity. He revealed it was the ultimate document-swapping briefcase. Gina was floored by his answer. Suddenly, the roar of a Titan-level brawl echoed through the air. Chairman Yang was hammering the clan head. Each impact left the poor guy coughing up his ancestors. Let's finish this, Yang suggested coldly. But the clan head wasn't ready to visit the afterlife yet. Yang launched a sky-shooting kick. The impact sent the young man soaring like a broken kite. Horror filled the arena. The elders realized the end was near. Chairman Yang was officially in God mode. His onslaught turned everything to dust. Nobody could stop this one-man demolition crew and his powerful attacks. I warned you, he muttered. Bringing him here was like inviting a hurricane to a tea party. Suddenly, the clan head ignited. His fist transformed into a concentrated, thunderous bomb of raw spiritual energy. His eyes burned with distilled hatred. He was ready to show them that cornered beasts bite hardest. Fear me, he roared, lunging forward with a force that threatened to rewrite the whole map. Yang knew dodging was impossible. He braced himself, deciding to eat the blow like a true madman. The rivals charged with a primal scream. Their fists were about to collide in a symphony of destruction. Kaboom! The resulting explosion was a chaotic marriage of opposing powers, turning the arena into a war zone. Everyone ducked for cover. It was like watching two nuclear warheads have a very personal fistfight. The aftermath left the area looking like an apocalypse. This wasn't a duel, it was pure disaster. Yang smirked, claiming the strike was just a tickle, but his artificial leg was already starting to smoke. He prepared to lunge again, but his iron leg was shooting sparks like a faulty kitchen toaster. The clan head braced for the end, but the blow never came. The iron leg hit its limit. After all that drama, the fight was a stalemate. Both warriors were running on sheer, stubborn pride. It was confirmed the Iron Thunder leg was amazing, but its battery life was absolutely pathetic. Li Xiong stepped up, ready to rumble, but everyone was still reeling from Yang's technical malfunction. No one expected such a flaw, mostly because Yang usually finishes his fights before his leg breaks. His fans were fuming. Seeing their hero malfunction felt like watching a supercar get a flat tire. Enough, Ian Kilham sighed. The Sunu clan head looked like he had just survived a blender. Is it really over? The leader wondered. The tension was still thick enough to cut with a knife. Yang looked at his broken cane. If that fist were stronger, he would be searching for his leg. There was no point pretending. Ian Kilham admitted defeat, sending shockwaves through the judgmental, angry crowd. The haters started chirping immediately. Elder Ming seized the moment, ready to play judge and executioner. We decide his fate now, Ming sneered. But Chairman Yang looked surprisingly calm for a loser. I underestimated him, Yang thought. He had clearly miscalculated the young man's hidden potential in this scrap. The hall erupted in a chaotic uproar. People realized the power balance was shifting faster than light. Ming demanded the document immediately, but Kang Hodge stepped forward with a very mischievous, winning glint. Wait, look at this, Kang shouted, hoisting a mysterious envelope high like a hard-won trophy. He approached the leader, explaining this was the secret envelope snatched during Gina's clever little switcheroo. Gina shrugged. She didn't know which was real. It was time for a high-stakes game of document roulette. The audience was literally pulling their hair out. This plot twist was more stressful than a finale. The clan head held both envelopes. The weight of the clan's entire future rested in his hands. Silence fell as he turned to Chairman Yang, asking if he would accept the final heavy verdict. Yang nodded, accepting his fate. But then, Li Xiong suggested a move that left the room spinning. Join us as an elder, he proposed. The room went silent. Did the script just get flipped completely? Chairman Yang glared up, finally meeting the young master's piercing gaze. Xiun shredded the evidence, a legendary power move that silenced everyone. No traitors allowed. Hajie and Gina were absolutely floored by his audacity. The crowd froze. Our leader called for Li Gyubum with chilling calm. Burn them, he ordered. He was single-handedly deciding every snake's fate. Win the duel, play the judge, he dared anyone to challenge him. Gina screamed. The names, but Xiun claimed they were one family. One big family that settles beef with flying fists and aura. He played the temporary leader card perfectly. What a smooth talker. My bad, he joked, taking the blame like a true alpha protagonist. He admitted making mistakes while totally dominating the room, pure charisma. He stayed only because they believed in him, maximum emotional damage. To avoid future flops, he asked his rival to guide him. A respectful bow to Kilnam. Talk about a strategic masterstroke. Dead silence. Jaws hit the floor. Nobody saw this twist coming. Then, thunderous applause. Xiun just turned a coup into a circus. Gina saw it clearly. He'd completely hijacked the clan's entire soul. Elders Kim and Min felt useless. Their leader was 4D chessing. He's a natural, Min muttered, but the real show just starting. A spy was lurking, a hidden Tycam was streaming the whole thing. In a dark office, a shadow figure smiled. Peak villain energy. He raised his whiskey. Welcome back, Dragon Slayer, he whispered coldly. The news of the Sunu King's return would shatter the Murim. Meanwhile, Yang's fan club was having a total meltdown. Plans ruined. They tried to sneak out like rats. Their coup was toast. We should have rigged it, they hissed. Everyone started pointing fingers. Chan told them to zip it. Crying wouldn't save them now. How could a legend lose to a kid power scaling broken? No one thought he threw it. The lion was simply outclassed. The conspirators decided to beg. Xiun was now the undisputed king. Kissing the ring was their only hope for a peaceful life. Later, Xiun met Yang privately. The old lion looked beat. He wanted the truth. Why offer a seat to an enemy? An elder position, it smelled like a trap or a prank. I don't do whims, Xiun said. He'd been headhunting for months. Elders agreed. Then, the bomb. How's the leg? Iron Thunder. Yang lied. Big mistake. Xiun unleashed a massive wave of aura. Kilnam gasped. The kid just caught him in a lie. Outside, Hajie was hunting for Xiun. He wanted a quick goodbye. Gina pointed him toward Kilnam's room. Hajie's danger sensors tingled. Private talk, Hajie scoffed. He knew violence was definitely coming. Gyubum asked why the hate. He's an arrogant fossil, Hajie grumbled. He treats everyone like idiots. Hajie worried they'd start round 2. Inside, Yang barely dodged. A flower pot shattered near his head. Xiun lunged with a killing strike. The real lesson starts now. The clan head's insight was terrifying. Even in defeat, Shang knew Elder Yang was holding back his true potential. He purposely suppressed his power. Shang unleashed a lethal strike just to bait the Elder into showing his hand. That was a Yen 1 clan move. Shang couldn't reveal it earlier while sticking to basic Sunu clan martial arts. Restricted to Sunu styles, he played the fool. Had he shown his true trump card, the jig would be up. His opponent would have seen right through him, perplexed. Elder Yang asked, "How did you catch on to my little secret?" Shang grinned. His legendary spiritual cultivation allowed him to master any technique perfectly on the very first try. Talk about broken. He'd been replaying the Elder's movements in his mind like a high-definition DVR, analyzing every single hidden twitch and breath. Shang realized Yang's power rivaled the legendary Elder Quan. Isn't it suspicious, the boy mused with a playful smirk. How could a monster like that lose to a mere imitation? The math just wasn't adding up. The Elder scoffed, claiming Shang overestimated him. He wasn't hiding, he just didn't think his skills were worth showing off. Modesty really, Shang countered. Even in a life-or-death duel that decided the clan's future, he stayed humble, suspicious. The truth came out. Yang was playing the double agent. He acted the traitor just to sniff out the real rats. Shang realized Yang was trying to hand over a hit list, but the Elder just laughed at the boy's dramatic theory. You've got a wild imagination, kid. Reality isn't some romantic novel. Yan sighed, dismissing his noble intentions with a shrug. He wasn't a traitor, but he wasn't a saint either. He genuinely wanted that clan head seat for himself. Brutally honest. Shang had done his homework. He knew Yang's history. The man had practically been raised in Elder Quan's own household. They were as close as father and son. There was no way a man with those bonds would betray everything for money. Betrayal for mere cash. Not this man. Confused, Yang asked why the clan leader had just shredded the traitor list. Shang knew a public execution of the list would cause chaos. In this fragile state, transparency was a luxury they couldn't afford. Purging a massive clan isn't as simple as firing people. You can't just cut out the rot without killing the host. Think of the resources, the money, the time, and the deep-seated grudges that would boil over. It's a political nightmare. Acting too fast would make the Sunu clan look weak and fractured to their rivals. They needed to project absolute strength. Yang had to admit the kid had a brain, but Shang wasn't letting the problem slide. He had a much better plan. They couldn't ignore the rot. Since Yang had already infiltrated the traitor's circle, he was the perfect man for the job. I trust you to handle this, Shang declared, asking for Yang's full cooperation in steering the clan back to glory. Impressed by the political maneuvering, Yang asked if Shang came up with this brilliant strategy all on his own. Shang admitted he had some expert help. The Elder's eyes twinkled. It had to be that sharp girl from the Milong clan. It was a bold move. Consulting an outsider on internal clan secrets is usually a one-way ticket to a coffin. Is it right? Yang questioned. Shang just smirked, reminding the Elder that the current clan head was technically an outsider too. Tuche, Yang conceded. Shang was the man everyone trusted with their lives. To the Sunu clan, he was family now. He wasn't a stranger, he was their heart. Shang bowed his thanks, promising to never forget this moment of true loyalty. Your hands are incredibly fast, Elder, Shang noted. If the Elder had truly intended to kill him, it would have been over instantly. Yang straightened his collar, offering a formal apology. His body had acted on pure warrior instinct without him even realizing it. It was time for a fresh start. Dropping the masks, he formally introduced himself as Elder Yang, the clan's loyal shield. I'll serve you with my life, he vowed. Shang accepted his oath, but their moment was cut short by two loud arrivals. Gina and her friend burst in, eyes wide. Did you guys start another war? Why do you both look so trashed? She scolded them for playing childish games like two overgrown kids. Shang just played it cool, they were just having a chat. Don't sweat it, Yang assured her before sliding into his car. It had been an exhausting, soul-searching day. He needed a nap. The driver checked on his boss. I'm fine, Yang replied. Then, a wild grin spread across his face. Actually, I'm fantastic. He was having the time of his life. He went in to test the boy, but he was the one who got schooled. He finally saw what the old man saw in Shang. The kid wasn't just a fighter, he was a true leader. The driver was confused, but Yang was certain. As long as Shang was breathing, things were about to get very interesting. The Sunu clan was about to enter a new golden age. Suddenly, the car door flew open and a kid hopped in. It was Cage. Why the heck are you in my car? Yang barked. The brat just looked him dead in the eye. You kidnapped me. So you're driving me home, Kaj demanded. The guards nearly had a heart attack at such insane audacity. Elder Yang's roar shook the car. The driver was dismissed for a wild night out while the old tiger glared. You've got guts, kid. The elder smirked. Speak your mind. Kang Haji didn't flinch, demanding the truth about the meeting. What were they whispering about? With Shi Woon Yang Kilham chuckled, asking if the brat was curious about the Lord's obsession. Everyone knows the answer. The Lord's heart burns only for Gu Munryong then. A classified photo surfaced from the dark shadows. Fresh from CIA intel, this is the real deal. Legend says Gu Munryong annihilated an entire guerrilla base in a single week. Latin America? Huh, the elder mused. That monster finishes a job and vanishes before the blood even dries on his blades. He teleports via private jet, serving elite clients across the globe. The man is a walking, high-priced natural disaster. He's everywhere, but did he leave a trail at home? The elder pressed for any sign of his domestic movements. Tracking a ghost isn't easy, he sighed. The Shadow Warrior group has evolved into a global titan, pulling strings everywhere. They own the politicians and the banks. Their grip on the country's hidden shadows is absolute and terrifyingly professional. Mere government laws can't touch them. They hide their dark deeds behind polished and boring corporate masks. Hidden in plain sight, just as expected. This is exactly why we need the Murim's direct intervention and raw power. Without the Murim's strength, the wall between our world and the civilians will crumble into total chaos and ruin. Relax, the elder waved it off. The Murim alliance exists for this reason, but the tension remained thick as ever. Did the Sunwoo clan get the memo? They've been acting like unleashed dogs lately, showing some serious teeth and aggression. Chill out, the old man chuckled. I've got the Sunwoo clan head right where I want him. We're old pals. How close are you with Yang Kilham? The man prodded. The elder smirked. They were old comrades from the golden days. Elder Yang was currently digging through the Sunwoo clan's messy bank accounts like a hungry bloodhound on a fresh scent. Scanning the files, he realized one subsidiary's profits were tanking. Something smelled fishy, and it wasn't the lunch special. Yang pointed out a massive hole in their offshore investments. The young lord sat there, looking totally busted by facts. My bad, the lord admitted, but Elder Min wasn't done yet. He had one burning question that stopped everyone cold. This meeting had dragged on for over 2 hours. Time flies when you're arguing. Shi Woon finally called it a day. See you in 2 days, Shai Woon stated. Yang was floored. The kid was surprisingly sharp for a teenage amateur clan leader. He actually read the fine print and checked the math. Elder Min sighed. The boy is just pushed to his limit. He's desperate, Min explained. Back then, the lord just pawned everything off so he could play normal high school student. He wanted a normal life so bad. Now he's drowning in paperwork, trying to reclaim his stolen honor and power. He's burning the midnight oil, studying like a madman to prove he belongs at the top of the food chain. It's weird, Yang muttered. How can a high schooler decipher these complex corporate traps in just a few sleepless nights? Then he trains his body until dawn breaks, martial arts and math. When does this kid even close his eyes? Sleep is a myth to him, Min whispered. Word from the inner circle is the lord hasn't hit the sack. I've nagged him to death, Min grumbled, but the kid is as stubborn as a mule. He just won't listen. Is the crown too heavy for him? Meanwhile, Kang Haji was sprawled on the gym floor, gasping after intense training. Man, I wish Gu Munryong was here, he wheezed. Gina scoffed. She was going easy on him, but he's still a weakling. I thought you'd improved, she teased. Kang clarified he just missed Shi Woon. The bromance is real, even if it's awkward. He's only got eyes for Gu Munryong. Gina delivered a stinging slap to his back. Some things are better left unsaid. Watch it, Gina hissed. Gu Munryong is the Sunwoo clan's public enemy #1. Zip those lips before you lose them. Kang stammered out excuses. It had been forever since they'd seen their friend. Surely she was dying to see him. Gina's tough exterior cracked. She was curious too. Suddenly, Yang Kilham loomed in the doorway like a bad omen. Still grinding after that meeting, impressive, the elder barked. He actually looked proud of the sweaty brats for once. What do you want? Old man Haji asked warily. A reward for your sweat. Yang smirked. This didn't sound good. Elder Yang is here for you. Lord, the aide announced. Shi Woon blinked in shock. The old fox was back. Yang waltzed in with the teenagers in tow. What's going on? Shi-woon asked, sensing a plot brewing in the air. The villa is ready, Yang declared. You've got a clear schedule. Lord, time to ditch the desk and live. A vacation at the secret villa. Haji and Gina jumped at the chance. We're totally free group trip, they cheered. The youth getaway sounds perfect, but Shi-woon's grim face ruined the mood. I don't have time to play around. So much for a relaxing weekend. The clan head is breathing down his neck. Why isn't Kang Haj in school? Education, please. Gina claims Lee Kyung is just stirring the pot for fun. Apparently, the guy just wanted a friendly chat. Even Gina is worried now. The clan head is asking when she will finally master Grandpa Kwan's legendary techniques. Talk about an attitude, he snaps back. If they have time to pester him, they should let him focus on training. Gina is fuming. She vows never to visit that ungrateful Lee Shong again. How dare he disrespect her grandfather's legacy? This punk is judging Grandpa's techniques. Mind your business. Meanwhile, Haj nervously asks how Gina is feeling. Is she okay? Is she okay? Far from it. Welcome to hell-level training, she growls before grabbing the poor boy by his throat. The boy is screaming for his life. Please, not today. Elder Yan sighs, thinking the clan head is totally overreacting. Elder Yan drops a heavy question. Is it true Haj has been skipping school? Young Kilnam chimes in. Time to stop hiding. The secret is out. He knows everything about the clash between Haj and Leon. Then Yan asks, is Haj still afraid of Yunho? Afraid of that bully Yunho? Haj pauses, then answers with new eyes. Probably not anymore. Elder Yan sees the spark. Time to head back to school. Kilnam calls it the season of revenge. Elder Yan adds some Sunu clan wisdom. Repay kindness twice over, but repay enemies 10 times as much. Haj blinks. He has never heard a phrase that hardcore before. The words burn into his soul. This is what it means to be part of the legendary Sunu clan. No more running. Elsewhere, Lee Kyung is grinding hard. He is smashing massive tires, his fists moving like a blur of pure power. As he pummels his makeshift punching bag, memories flood back. He sees himself as a child, desperate for strength and belonging. A memory of a hug. Thank goodness you are safe, he whispered back then. He promised to stay strong, never to break. Stay healthy, or I won't recognize you as my apprentice. Lee Kyung is fueled by that ancient bond and his master's return. Half-baked lessons won't cut it. Lee Shong is a true disciple, and true disciples deserve nothing less than the absolute best. Lies all lies. With a roar of fury, Lee Kyung shatters the tire. His rage is the only thing that feels real. Everything was a deception. Next morning, Haj steps out in a crisp new uniform. The weakling from yesterday is officially gone. He isn't exactly dying to see Yunho's punchable face. The classroom is a chaotic mess as recess kicks into high gear. The students are loud, oblivious to the change. Kang Haj steps inside cautiously. It has been an eternity since he visited. Nobody recognizes him. They are all whispering, wondering who the hot new transfer student is. Surprise, it is just the old Haj. Haj spots an old acquaintance. The class finally takes notice. The transformation is insane. Is this really the same guy from before? He casually waves at the class president. Even the resident bullies are stunned. Did he hit a growth spurt or something? Then, the menace appears. Yunho saunters over, giving Haj that classic vacant stare of a predator sizing up his prey. Haj holds his gaze. He refuses to blink first. Am. A vicious hook connects with Haj's jaw. The class gasps in horror. Yunho sneers, thinking it is the same old punching bag. Haj's face is beet red. What are you doing? He asks calmly. Yunho just smirks, winding up for a second devastating blow. I missed you, buddy, Yunho mocks. Haj's skin burns, but his eyes stay sharp. Yunho is stunned. Haj is actually still standing. You've been hitting the gym, Yunho growls. Then comes the classic threat. Stay after class. Don't you dare move. A death sentence for most. Haj looks at him. Is that it? Because of this guy, I dreaded coming to school. You are a real lowlife. Yunho. The bully freezes. He wasn't expecting backtalk. His fist clenches as he spins around, ready to kill. Yunho hoists a chair high. I will destroy you, he screams. But then, the impossible happens. The world shifts. Crack. Haj strikes Yunho and his chair are launched across the room like a rag doll. The classroom descends into absolute silence. Everyone shudders. This isn't the Haj they knew. They have never seen a bully get demolished so effortlessly in their lives. Get up, scumbag, Haj shouts, his eyes cold. I promise to pay you back 10 times over. I'm just getting started. Flash forward. Yunho's mom is at school, screaming that Kang Haj is a psychopath. Oh, how the tables have turned. My son needs 4 weeks to recover, she wails. How is this possible? The teacher tries to keep her from exploding. Haj just sits there, looking like the picture of innocence. The mom keeps ranting about the school's safety. Someone call an Oscar. Haj expected this circus. He remembers Kilnam's advice about fighting with your heart and the consequences that follow. Martial artists can't hit normal people, right? Haj had asked. He didn't want to get expelled on his first day back. Gina and Elder Yan had warned him, punch the wrong person, and your martial arts career is basically over, game over. But there is a loophole. That rule only applies to masters. Since Haj is a total newbie, it is open season. He kept his poker face perfectly so no one would suspect a thing during those tense school hours. Why did they ignore Yunho's 4-week hospital stay? One single powerful punch ended the entire fight instantly. The bully's mother shrieked for blood, demanding he be expelled or transferred to another school immediately. Kang Haj grit his teeth in silence while that woman screamed without listening to a single word. The teacher begged for order, but she threatened to expose the whole school to the media outlets. Enough, the teacher said. The boy's powerful guardian is arriving now. Suddenly, the office door clicked open. A man with an intense presence entered and identified himself as the guardian of young Kang Haj. He eyed the woman coldly. Are you Yunho's representative? His deep voice carried a terrifying level of authority. He vowed to protect Haj's interests completely while the woman stared in total and indignant shock. The bully's mother began a dramatic performance, sobbing loudly about her son's tragic state in the hospital. The guardian asked if Haj had handled it, then exposed the long history of bullying her son committed. She was absolutely furious, screaming that her son was the only injured victim in this entire mess. The guardian requested the school files and produced a stack of damning medical and nurse reports. Review these doctor statements, he urged, showing the evidence of her son's cruelty was quite clear. She screamed like a total lunatic, claiming there was no proof her son ever did the beating. He revealed the hidden surveillance footage from the very day Haj was first sent to the hospital. The video clearly showed Yunho's gang brutalizing Haj, bringing the hidden truth out in the open. These injuries were almost fatal, the guardian noted. The office fell into a deathly and silent chill. He explained that Yunho attacked a healing Haj with a heavy object, and the video caught every second. The woman screeched about justice for her son, then demanded to know if he knew her husband. The guardian didn't flinch at all. I know exactly who he is, he replied with a cold smirk. Your husband is just a minor partner at the legal firm that my massive company currently employs. Her face turned white as a sheet, her arrogance vanished once she heard those terrifying words. I am Yang Kilnam, manager of Sanji, or as most know me, chairman of the C Group. The teacher finally recognized the face of the billionaire tycoon often seen in the economic news. Haj listened in pure shock. He had no idea his savior was such a legendary corporate titan. Of course we know you, the teacher gasped. You are always featured in the economic news articles. Is he really a businessman? The teacher asked about their actual family relationship in a complete daze. We are family, he declared firmly, and I've heard rumors about the constant injustice in this school. He came to settle things personally, and the atmosphere in the office turned heavy and oppressive. First, a personal apology, then, Haj would transfer away to leave this toxic trash behind forever. The mother tried to object, but her voice failed her. She was completely broken and defeated. Go home and ask your husband, he snapped. He will give you all the answers you need. He was certain the husband wouldn't risk his business career over a bully's pathetic and bruised ego. Outside, Haj felt light as air. Uncle Kilnam, this truly feels like a beautiful, impossible dream. The problem was solved so easily. Haj thanked him from his heart for the invaluable protection. They were discussing their business when someone called out to the chairman from the shadows nearby. The chief executive officer wanted a meeting. Haj felt his heart skip a sudden and nervous beat. Why was the big boss interested in him? A mysterious girl greeted Elder Yang with a smile. Haj was stunned. Nuna, are you really the principal of this entire school? He asked. She smiled. I figured you would show up after hearing about the recent incident with Yunho. A secret clan in Mima broke a taboo, she whispered, and it created quite a stir. She noted that Kilnam usually avoids public attention, yet he used these school affairs as a pretext. She is as sharp as the rumors say, the elder muttered with a knowing and wide grin. Haj looked at his uncle, his mind racing with new questions. Kilham sighed, realizing he was being played like a fiddle again. Elder Yun turned to the girl, questioning her motives. She assumed Mr. Xiang was the reason for this sudden visit. Kilham noted the headmaster's sharp intuition. The clan head was sprinting toward an early grave. Haj watched, paralyzed by a creeping sense of dread. The kid stared at the sprawling mansion, lost in its opulence, even among the elite. This place was legendary. The aide chuckled, inviting the impressed boy to join their ranks. A talent like his was always welcome. Haj declined, preferring his solitude over a crowded house. Living with the southern red star sounded like a nightmare. They entered the training hall where the air hummed with intensity. Inside, Xiang was already deep in his rhythm. Martial arts movements flowed like water as he warmed up. The guest arrived, breaking the silence with a greeting. Long time no see, the guest remarked. The clan head greeted Jigong with a rare, genuine smile. Jigong studied the young man closely. Since their last encounter, Xiang's presence had become far more formidable. Jun offered his thanks for the invitation. Spending time in such a fortress was a rare privilege indeed. But why the sudden summons? Surely, Li Xiang hadn't called him here just for a casual sparring match. Xiang gestured to the side. Your uniform and blade are waiting. Take a moment to prepare your soul. Jigong blinked in surprise. He'd expected a relaxed evening with Xiang and that fiery red-haired girl. Gina is busy, Xiang replied coldly. I need your strength to test a technique I've been perfecting. Real combat is the only true teacher, Jun agreed, bound by a debt he had yet to repay. But prepare yourself, Jun warned. I won't hold back, even for a friend. Haj's heart nearly stopped. The boy gasped in shock at Killam's revelation. Killam grabbed him, demanding he show some damn respect. You are addressing the Milan clan's sovereign in this world. A single slip of the tongue means death. Haj felt the weight of Elder Yan's gaze. It felt less like advice and more like a threat. The atmosphere turned heavy. The girl demanded to know the truth behind the danger haunting Li Xiang. Elder Yan turned the question back on her. When did you last see the boy in person? Only a brief phone call, she admitted. He sounded buried under an endless mountain of work. He doesn't sleep anymore, Kilham added grimly. He's drowning in paperwork and brutal, non-stop training sessions. He's obsessed with the soul source. That mysterious technique from the UN Academy is consuming him whole. That level of meditation drains the very essence of life. You should know its price better than anyone. The ghost doctor patched him up, but no human body can survive this level of self-torture. Days without sleep and constant physical strain, Elder Yan knew the young man was standing on a precipice. He's pushing his limits until they snap. Using soul source like this is nothing short of suicide. Haj listened, his face turning pale. If he continues, he'll either lose his mind or collapse forever. Terror gripped the young boy's heart. The image of a broken, lifeless song flashed before his eyes. The clan refuses to listen to reason, Kilham lamented. You are the only one he might still hear. You were there during his training. You saw his struggle with the ghost doctor's agonizing treatments. Please, you have to talk some sense into him. The girl looked down, her heart heavy with worry. I wish it were that simple, she whispered. I miss the bright young man I once knew. Now, he feels like a complete stranger. Suddenly, the clash of steel echoed through the hall. The spar was electric. Jigong realized Shang wasn't joking about the intensity. His killing intent was real. This wasn't just practice, it was a life-or-death struggle. Kilham watched the escalating violence with deep concern. The headmaster watched, her mind racing with questions. Soul Source was meant to be a mental art. It was designed for mastery through stillness. Why was he using it to push his body to ruin? You don't need to destroy yourself to master a form. Kilham knew she was right, but Xiang wouldn't stop. He was addicted to the power of the Soul Source. In the ring, Jun became a whirlwind of steel. Blade and man moved as one perfect entity. He was the ultimate challenge for Xiang's evolving style. Using raw martial talent and internal energy, Xiang deflected the lethal strikes with impossible precision. Even against a master swordsman, the clan head stood his ground, repelling every blow with sheer will. Jiang begged for mercy as Xian unleashed his true power. The young master wasn't holding back anymore. No more playing nice. The girl speculated that Xian wasn't just chasing the Soul Source for fun. Maybe he planned to make that legendary technique his own. Well, that was just her wild theory. Elder Yan was confused, but the headmistress clarified she's talking about the most terrifying beast Xian remembers. Recognition hit Jan Kilham like a truck. No way, he gasped. Could Xian really be that reckless? Xian went full beast mode, shattering his opponent's blade into metallic confetti. The Sunu clan head was unstoppable. He wasn't fighting his partner, he was fighting the world. Elder Yang realized Xian wanted to become a legend. He aimed to become the next Kuman Rayong. Stop, Jin cried. Fearing this friendly match was turning deadly, Jiang complained that Xian's training felt more like a murder attempt. He wasn't ready for a funeral yet. The girl noted that Xian's past was a dumpster fire of tragedy, and he carried every single regret. The principal chimed in. The kid was basically a professional at self-torture because of his massive hero complex. Jan Kilham realized the situation was a total mess. We can't let him keep spiraling like this. Suddenly, the silent Kang Hodge raised his hand like a confused student. He actually had a question. Wait, why haven't we called Xian's parents yet? He asked, completely oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. Did he just say something stupid? Meanwhile, after the brawl, Jiang felt like he had been reborn. What was that creepy-looking move? Jiang shuddered. He honestly thought his soul was about to leave his body. I was just warming up, Xian smirked. Jan asked how he felt, but Jiang's response was bittersweet. He offered condolences for Xian's mother. She was his only family, and her passing left a huge void. Hodge was devastated by the news. Kilham noted that if Hodge didn't know that, he was totally clueless. She died because of Kuman Rayong's thugs. Kilham dropped the bomb. Hodge was absolutely floored by the revelation. Elder Yan explained the brutality. Attacked in broad daylight just to mess with her son's head. Pure evil. She fought for her life in the hospital, briefly waking up before the light finally left her eyes. Hodge's brain stalled. This did not match the heroic stories Uncle Kilham had fed him at all. Kilham had claimed Kuman Rayong was Xian's mentor during that car ride home. What a massive lie. I did not lie back then, Kilham insisted, but Elder Yang clarified that mentors can also be monsters. Kuman Rayong is the clan's ultimate nightmare, a monster capable of reducing their entire legacy to ashes. He even murdered Ginny's grandfather. Elder Quan Hodge felt like he was drowning in a sea of bad news. He suddenly remembered fanboying over Kuman Rayong right in front of Ginny. Talk about an awkward mistake. He wished he could eat those words. Elder Yang sighed, noting how the boy blindly followed the leader. You know nothing about your enemies, Yang scolded. Hodge was speechless, his pride taking a serious hit. Did you think wisdom just falls into your lap? Yang asked. Hodge realized he had been incredibly naive. You cannot understand the world just through hearsay. Hodge realized he had ignored the weight of Xian's burden. He had been too focused on his own gratitude to see the tragedy. Kilham told him to pipe down. Standing there like a statue is distracting, Kilham barked. Go reflect on your ignorance in the hallway. Hodge stood frozen in shame. Kilham asked if he had any more bright ideas, but the boy was empty. I am speechless, Hodge muttered. The girl saw right through it. Elder Yan was actually worried about the kid. Kilham had massive expectations for the Sunu clan head. Hodge was the first person Xian truly trusted. Xian cared for him deeply, and Hodge felt like a total jerk for not realizing the high stakes. He would dwell on his shame later. Right now, he needed to know if Xian was mentally holding together. Xian asked about Jiang's job. Turns out, the clan hooked him up with a sweet gig overseas. To leave gracefully, he asked a favor from the firm where Seihi's father, Xian's childhood friend, worked. Was he worried about the girl? Xian asked if anyone knew Seihi's current location, but the trail was cold. She had changed her number and vanished. Jiang asked if Xian was just going to give up forever. I will see her again, Xian vowed. Their reunion was destiny, but first he had a monster to slay. The reunion would happen only after Kuman Rayong was dead. Jan wondered if Xian could actually pull it off. Xiun quickly brushed off the Nine Arts Dragon topic. He asked if the elder recognized his true potential. Yan Kilhyun nodded, fully grasping the situation. Shiho then inquired about the old man's current physical state. Yan wondered why a prestigious principal would aid the Sunwoo leader. Was there a secret motive involved? He doubted such a sharp girl would help without a hidden agenda or a calculated personal interest. Shiho laughed off his crude romance jokes. She insisted they were simply bound by the same aspirations. Their goal was total world peace, Yan smirked, surprised by such a classic hero-style shonen answer. Since Gu Monryong's last rampage, the Shadow Warrior Alliance has been spreading through the underworld like wildfire. It is not just about martial prowess, they have massive financial backing. Many small clans are falling. Yan asked if she had any real proof. This was a heavy accusation against the Murim status quo. She revealed the Shinho group, a circle of young Murim masters who trade secret intel like gossip. This elite Shinho squad consists of the next generation's top fighters who leak high-level news internally. Yan suggested reporting this to the Federation. Shiho sighed, explaining she had already tried that route. After the former chief resigned and vanished, the new leadership became completely deaf to any warnings. Instead of investigating, the new chief threatened to crush anyone spreading unfounded rumors about the crisis. Yan suspected the current leader seized power by force, likely using the Shadow Warriors as his muscle. Shiho wasn't sure of the exact truth, but if the Murim falls, the ordinary world is next. If these dark warriors take over, the barrier protecting civilians will shatter, leading to total global chaos. Tragedies like the death of Xiun's mother would become a daily occurrence. The world would burn. Both she and Xiun want to stop this nightmare. Yan agreed to help find the previous leader. Everything rests on finding Kang Sung. Shiho asked if anyone knew where the former chief was hiding. The hell of uninterrupted torment, a voice interjected. It was the legendary prison of no return. A witness confirmed seeing him there. Xiun's team was desperate to locate this mysterious, dark abyss. Ironically, the Sun Wu clan built that hellish prison years ago under the Murim Federation's top-secret orders. Yan Kilhyun thanked them for the invite, hoping their paths would cross again under better circumstances. The principal watched him drive away, finally letting out a long, exhausted breath of pure relief. That conversation was mentally draining. Her assistant noticed the director looked absolutely spent after the meeting. She admitted Yan was a nightmare to handle. His intentions were buried under layers of ancient mystery. All she could do was hide her own cards. Dealing with Murim elders is a high-stakes game. With Elder Yan protecting the Sunwoo clan, she could finally breathe a little easier for now. Meanwhile, Yan told Xiun he was brave but far too honest. His face is an open book. He noted that Xiun couldn't have stayed this calm if he knew the Nine Arts Dragon's full history. Xiun finally understood why the Elder kept him in the dark. The truth was too heavy to carry. Yan explained that the clan leader has complicated feelings. Xiun reminds him too much of his past. The parallel between Xiun and Gumonryong was a mirror the clan leader wasn't ready to face. It was safer for Xiun to know less, preventing him from jumping to the wrong, dangerous conclusions. Xiun grew nervous. Was the Elder trying to play mind games with him and confuse him again? Yan laughed it off. He explained that Xiun actually held a massive, unique advantage in this war. Normally, a rogue martial artist is hunted instantly, but Xiun is still a ghost to the Federation. Until he's caught, he is a wild card. Yan then made a surprising request to the boy. In exchange, Yan offered to personally train him. He sensed a legendary talent hidden within the youth. He knew a shortcut to awaken Xiun's true power. Want to learn the Sunwoo's ultimate techniques? Xiun was stunned. Are you really offering to be my master? He asked, eyes wide with shock. Yan clarified that a true master-disciple bond is sacred. He would act more like a private tutor. Xiun wondered what the catch was. What could an elite elder possibly need from a rookie like him? Yan needed him to find someone vital to the future of the entire Sunwoo clan. Tracking a ghost with one photo, Hodge wondered why this girl was so vital to the clan. Long thought the clan head had lost his mind. Yesterday's conversation was definitely unhinged. A voice snapped Hodge out of his thoughts. He looked up from his phone to see a familiar face. His teacher appeared, surprised by the early arrival. He immediately began fishing for news on Chairman Yang. The teacher begged for an autograph from Chairman Yang, then, his eyes locked onto the girl's photo. Is that the school nurse? The teacher asked. Hodge froze. Did this man actually recognize her? Her name is Li Shiho. As the instructor grew suspicious, Hodge pressed him for her phone number. He needed her contact for a vital meeting. Elsewhere, Liang sat in silence, lost in thought. He replayed his duel with Zhang. Jigong warned that his request was a massive burden for the clan. They desperately wanted to avoid Federation drama. Then, Jigen mentioned the legendary hell of uninterrupted torment. A dark abyss for the Murim's most dangerous criminals. Could Master Kang Sung be trapped inside? Is it true? Liang pressed. Has Master Kang Sung really been seen in that hellhole? Jigen was skeptical, but given the recent chaos, the unthinkable was starting to feel very real. Kang Sung's reforms reached a boiling point when he announced the return of the Great Martial Arts Tournament. The Murim elders were livid. They claimed a public tournament would only spit on their ancient authority. Just as tensions peaked, Master Kang Sung suddenly vanished, abandoning his throne as the Danju. The former leader, backed by those bitter elders, immediately swooped back in to reclaim the throne. The tournament plans froze. Jigan and Shinyop wanted the event, but they needed Kang Sung's return. Liang theorized that Kang Sung was still here, and would surely appear once the tournament began. The tournament might still proceed, and Kang Sung could be waiting in the shadows for his moment. Dubum saw Liang dragging himself downstairs. Another all-nighter, he asked. Liang just wanted coordinates to hell. Where is that hellish prison? Liang asked. Dubum froze. Why was the clan head seeking that nightmare? I'm finding Master Kang Sung, Liang declared. Meanwhile, Hodge was reporting back to young Kilnam. Did you find her? Kilnam barked. Hodge played it cool, pretending the search was a nightmare. Psych, I found her instantly, Hodge smirked. Turns out, she's just a nurse at our school. Kilnam was impressed. Hodge realized the old man knew all along and just wanted him at school. Uncle wanted him to play detective on campus. Haj just hoped he wouldn't ruin the chairman's reputation. You're sharper than you look. Kilnam chuckled. But the girl was out, they'd have to try again later. Suddenly, Kilnam sent over a file, Martial Arts 101. Consider this a reward time to level up. These were the core fundamentals. Haj realized he had to master these basics before doing anything else. This file format is ancient, Haj complained. Can't you just send me a YouTube tutorial instead? I learned from ancient scrolls, Kilnam roared. Haj argued that video lectures were the future of training. No videos for you, Kilnam snapped. Kids these days always wanted everything handed to them on a platter. Kilnam headed to a secret meeting at a restaurant. The heavy hitters were already waiting for him. He apologized for the delay, citing urgent business. Inside, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut. Waiting for him were the Sunu clan's finest, the clan head and the top elders. Elders Min and Kim looked grim. Kilnam could tell instantly something had gone terribly sideways. The clan head is asking about that hellish prison, Min whispered. Liang admitted he'd already grilled Gyubum. But Gyubum played it safe, calling it classified. He told Liang to take it up with the elders. Is this about the rumors, Yang asked? The one saying Master Kang Sung is in that abyss? Kilnam nodded. He'd heard the dark whispers during a meeting with the Moyan clan leader. Word was, the Federation chief sold his soul to the Shadow Warriors just to bury Kang Sung alive. Whether it's true remains a mystery. The Sunu clan has officially cut all ties with Federation business. Is there any way to uncover the truth, Liang asked, his eyes burning with cold determination. It won't be easy, Yang sighed. That prison is its own world, untouchable and independent. A forbidden zone cut off from the world where even whispers are strictly monitored. Liang sought the secrets of its depths while Elder Yang questioned the hidden motive. If the Shinhop clan invades that abyss, they'll unleash a nightmare upon the Murim. The hell of unending torment is no joke, it's crawling with monsters who snap steel. These demons kill with a twisted smirk within a fortress built like a labyrinth. Even the most elite wardens have fallen, becoming prey to the criminals they guarded. When the Sunu clan held the keys to that hell, one man became a legend, the Steel Wall. A titan who nearly died in that pit, Liang asked. Can I borrow his legendary strength? Elder Min's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. You want the Sunu clan to storm hell? For the sake of our family, Liang vowed. If he is there, I must go. The Federation rules that abyss, now attacking it makes us the enemy of everyone. We don't even know if he's alive, and even if he is, we are powerless. This isn't a dead end yet, Elder Yang whispered. He had a plan to bypass the impossible. What madness is this, Elder Kim roared. What are you plotting, young Kilam? There is one condition, the elder declared. Liang must abandon his title as clan head. His mission must be a personal crusade completely untethered from the Sunu clan's name. Let the Shinhop clan take the lead while we remain hidden in the shadows. Liang is just a temporary ally to them. His actions won't stain our clan's honor. Until the mission is complete, our young leader shall be reported as missing. If he accepts this heavy burden, I will find a secret path into that hell. Elder Min feared for the boy's sanity. Why would a king trade his crown for a dungeon? He's been carrying the world on his shoulders, Elder Kim noted with a heavy sigh. Perhaps a change of pace is what he needs. We will hold the line while he's gone. Is this wise, the elder wondered. Lately, the boy's soul seemed detached from reality. If he stays here, Yang warned, he'll drive himself straight into an early grave. Do you have a plan, Kim asked. I have a promise to keep, Yang replied. Are you serious about sending him there? I have never been more serious in my life. To talk to a man lost in the clouds, you must first drag him back to the dirt. They both knew the perfect mentor, a man who survived the very depths of hell. Jigen's voice shook over the phone. Are you insane? You're going to that pit? Liang just needed to hear his thoughts. Intel on that abyss was still dangerously thin. I'll call you when the gate opens. Jigen realized then the boy wasn't joking. Doubt gnawed at Liang's very soul. Was he chasing a phantom into a furnace? A chilling sensation haunted his every move even while he was buried in clan paperwork. Suddenly, his focus shattered into pieces. He bolted upright, his heart racing like fire. No time for idleness, he growled. Every free second must be forged in training. Gobum rushed in, breathless with news. My lord, a powerful guest has arrived. The unshakable steel wall stood before him. Your hellish training begins right now. What must I learn? Liang wondered. The giant loomed over him like a mountain. I'm not here for small talk, the guest boomed. I'm here for action, not pretty words. Strike me with everything you've got. The air in the gym grew heavy with tension. After this clash, the legend declared, I'll decide if you're ready for the abyss. A duel right here and now. Is your heart truly set on finding Kumon? The Shinya intel had revealed the truth about the monsters waiting in the dark. The most vicious criminals are gathered there, and Liang's descent was about to begin. Seeking intel on Kumon Rong, this guest couldn't care less about Liang's goals. Orders were clear, no untested weaklings allowed in the hell of uninterrupted torment. Beat me now or prepare for the most boring lessons ever, the man teased. Challenge accepted. Liang ignited his spirit and prepared to strike his mysterious guest. He swung, he missed, and he tried again only to find nothing but air. Is he made of stone? Liang wondered. The man hadn't even flinched yet. Liang doubled his power, but he was tossed back like a mere ragdoll. Reality check. Liang thought a giant would be slow, but he was dead wrong. The legendary unwavering steel wall proved that his speed was just as terrifying. You're fighting like a toddler, the wall mocked. Get serious or get out. Forget Kumon Rong. You wouldn't survive 5 minutes against the weakest prison fodder. That sparring session was a disaster. Liang realized he needed to take the initiative. Fine, I'm playing for keeps, Liang roared. While the steel wall stood ready, Elder Yang was busy on the phone, hearing about the inevitable clash of titans. A duel with the unshakable wall, that was exactly what everyone expected today. Yang groaned. He was stuck in a meeting while a legendary fight unfolded. Back at the gym, the thunderous booms of impact were shaking the foundation. Our head is sharp, they warned, but never underestimate a living steel legend. Do you know how the legend of the unshakable steel wall was born? Relax, Yang assured. Our clan head isn't about to lose to anyone today. The harder Liang fought, the sharper his desperation grew. Nothing was working at all. He wasn't just a man, he was a literal fortress of muscle and bone. The worst part, this giant hadn't even moved an inch since they started. Still nothing, the man yawned. The prisoners would eat you for breakfast. Kid. Failure was on repeat. Liang realized he had to change his entire tactical approach. Time for a strategy shift. Liang altered his stance, hunting for any tiny opening. Tapping into his inner energy, Liang prepared to unleash a brand new technique. This might actually be dangerous, the guest thought as Liang's power finally spiked. The clan head was betting everything on a devastating, high-stakes secret move. He unleashed the raging heaven strike, but the steel wall just stood there. That punch used every drop of energy just to push the giant back slightly. He blocked that too, Liang gasped. Every hit was being effortlessly neutralized. It felt impossible. Every single punch was countered before it could even land. Those explosive blows only managed to nudge the man out of his seat. Decent fist, kid, the man exhaled. But it's still way below my standards. Go home, his rival scoffed. Forget about the hell of torment for now. What was that technique? Liang demanded. Just a modified Sunu clan style, he replied. Impossible, Liang cried. Sunu arts are about speed and lightness, not whatever this is. This style was slow, heavy, and absolutely weighty. It defied every clan rule. The guest looked at him in disbelief. Want me to teach you the truth? What's to learn? Liang bluffed. I'm the head, I can master anything instantly. Technically, every Sunu secret belongs to the head. He can learn whenever he likes. Let's start now, Liang barked. Sure, the man said, but go wash up first. You're a mess, kid. The guest continued. Training while restless is just useless. In your current state, you're more likely to collapse than learn a new art. All our boy needed was a hot shower and some sleep. Suddenly, energy surged from his lower dantian. Up to the center, piercing the Kochi point. Haji studied the complex scroll with intense focus. The file from Uncle Kilham was pure gibberish. That is when Sarah caught him lurking in the dark. Sarah Nuna demanded to know what he was doing so late. He told her the principal was finally back. He almost gave up waiting for her today. The lady told him to go home since it was late. She promised to talk tomorrow, but he begged for 1 minute. He showed her a photo on his phone. He claimed this person was precious to Shiyun. Sarah questioned why a random girl mattered so much. Even he didn't know her. She was just a school nurse for a short time last year. Sarah guessed Elder Yang was the source of this info. She mocked him for becoming the clan's puppet. Haji immediately started stuttering out some pretty pathetic excuses to save face. He claimed it was just a small favor for his uncle in exchange for martial arts lessons. Haji wanted power to protect Shiyun, and Uncle Kilham promised him a secret shortcut. Why even bother lying? If she knows the truth, she should just spill where the girl is hiding. Tell him her location and he will stop being a pest, but Sarah had a chilling response. Finding that girl was her mission, not his. Haji stood there, completely and utterly dumbfounded. The elder gave her a lead she was missing. His methods were trash, but she had to finish this. She had to do it for Shiyun's sake. She answered his question, so now he was free to leave. But our stubborn protagonist was not about to back down just yet. He had one more question, Sarah snapped, reminding him they were not exactly best friends. They were not close enough for small talk. He ignored the cold shoulder and showed the file. He admitted he was clueless about the contents. The principal's heart nearly stopped when she saw it. That file was a clan treasure, an ultimate secret. Looking at it was basically a death sentence. Did he really want her to wage war against the Sunu clan? He had no idea so. The lad decided to ask only about the most confusing part. He read out a phrase that made 0 sense, begging the principal to explain the mystery. Sarah just stared at him in dead silence. He felt like he had messed up yet again. She asked if he even knew where the acupuncture points were. His answer, a total blank stare. He was completely lost. Sighing at his ignorance, she told the dummy to follow her inside. She shoved a stack of Murim history books into his hands. Basics for beginners, she called them. Simple books on energy circulation. She gave him 1 week to master everything for a test. Learn it all or else, he was puzzled. He only wanted one tiny answer, not homework. Sarah scoffed. Even a middle schooler in the Murim world knows this basic stuff. If he truly wanted to help Shiyun, he had to prove his sincerity through hard work. Then he asked the unthinkable, is there an audiobook? The kid is truly a lazy legend. Just more boring paperwork. Still, he realized the Ice Queen was actually looking out for him. Maybe she had a hidden motive meanwhile. The clan head was brooding in a hot shower. Mental sparring and real combat are worlds apart. Uncle Tess's technique today was absolutely insane. He still could not believe he repelled that devastating black heaven strike so easily. Could he actually use this godly technique in a real fight against the fearsome Kang Rayong? No time to stand still, Shiyun decided that more meditation was the only way to grow. Once perfected, he would crush Rayong in his mind. Elsewhere, Elder Yang was busy plotting. Yang bragged about persuading the head, but Tessin knew he had actually failed miserably. The Sunu head returned to his trance. Change does not happen overnight, Yang admitted. Kilham pushed for the goal, while Tessin wondered if something was eating at the old man. He recalled the elder's last visit. That time, the clan head had acted very strange indeed. Mastering that move after one look, Gubal was totally spooked. If he pulls it off again, even Tesson can't stop him. Tesson's hands trembled. I'm at my limit today. he admitted. The elder's tea went cold. He expected a welcome, not war. Young Kilnam arrived with a smirk, ready to stir the pot. Why torture Kang Sung in that hellhole? Kilnam asked playfully. The elder scoffed, claiming such horrific rumors were pure fiction. Where's the legend? Kilnam pressed. The elder's face cracked. He's just on a private health retreat. The elder lied poorly. The kids won't buy that weak excuse, Kilnam countered sharply. The elder snapped. Do these brats have nothing better to do? With shadow warriors lurking, the Murim is literally on fire. We have real problems, but Kilnam only cared about the future. Ignore the youth today, lose the Murim leaders of tomorrow. Then the trap. Why not let the kids tour the prison? Show them he isn't there. The elder's heart nearly stopped. A prison tour? Is this guy crazy? That's no tourist attraction. What if they get hurt? Who's taking the blame? He panicked. Kilnam reminded him, your clan was built on our sacrifices. The tension was lethal. This wasn't a chat, it was threats. Kilnam apologized for being tactless and made a dramatic exit. Left alone, the elder spiraled. Did that fox sniff our secret? He checked security. Any news from the infinite hell? Anything? Everything is quiet, the girl replied. But silence feels dangerous. If you're worried, we can double the guard, she suggested. The elder tried to breathe. No one escapes that hell. No one. Elsewhere, Elder Yang was plotting. That old man is a trickster. They needed proof. It was time to hunt for prison leaks. If he's really inside, we use force. No more waiting. But keep the main character out. He can't find this secret. They planned a steel wall to block Liang from the truth. Meanwhile, Liang was meditating, perfecting his mental battle choreography. Every nuance was memorized. The kid is a combat genius. He knew Uncle Tessin would keep pushing him toward mastery. But then, the bad news, training is cancelled. Go home, kid. Liang was stunned. What? But we had a deal yesterday. You pulled an all-nighter again, Gubal scolded like a mother. Rest for a few days, Tessin ordered. Regain your strength, brat. I'm perfectly fine, Liang protested, trying to act like a hero. Then came the betrayal. His nose started bleeding in slow motion. Busted Liang wiped the blood, eyes wide with genuine shock. He felt fine, but his body was finally waving white flags. How are you feeling? Chief Gubal asked, hiding deep concern. It's nothing, ignore it, Liang lied, but his body screamed. A monster like him developing abnormalities, this is getting serious. Pushed to his limit, the boy admits sleep is a luxury he can't afford. Kuan Rang haunts his every thought. The monster's return isn't a theory, it's destiny. He'll return stronger, and that dread eats Li Shang alive. Fear takes root. I won't be his plaything again, he growls. This time, the outcome must change. Power is the only answer. Gubim sighs. Patience, clan head, even legends need rest. His body is screaming. Rushing martial arts is a one-way ticket to insanity. Force yourself to rest, Li Shang. Think of the people who actually care. He's crossing a dangerous line. Suddenly, a message from Kang Hodge breaks the tension. Hodge sends a cheeky training selfie, showing off his progress in the Murim arts. This gear is 200% more efficient, the scientist brags. Precision is finally ours. The staff gossips. The director is a goddess, they whisper, mesmerized by her beauty. Young, rich, and stunning, she's basically a manhwa protagonist. Another staffer notes. But that icy calm terrifying. It's like nothing in this world can rattle her. She calls for a break just as Li Shang's name flashes on her screen. A rare, genuine smile appears. Am I interrupting? Li Shang asks nervously over the phone. I have a moment for you, she replies. He asks about Khan Hodge's training. How did you know? She wonders. He explains the selfie Hodge sent him earlier. He recognized the old textbooks she once used to teach him. Memories flood back. He just wanted to hear her voice. Sarah laughs, realizing Hodge is actually useful. How are you holding up? Sarah Nuna asks, her voice softening with genuine concern. Don't burn out, she warns. Hodge and the others are worried about you. Li Shang. He thanks her for always being his anchor. She admits she treasures their talks. We need to meet, she says seriously. I have something vital to tell you. I'm free now, he blurs out. Sarah Nuna's face turns a bright, sudden red. His eagerness catches her off guard. Moments later, Li Shang arrives, perfectly on time. She's glowing. You actually came, he shrugs. I never break a promise to you. But you're the busy clan head, he insists. He always has time for her. He worries he's a bother. Sarah turns away, her face heating up with embarrassment. Meeting in 5 minutes, ma'am, her assistant interrupts, completely ruining the romantic vibe. Reschedule it, she snaps, her red cheeks betraying her cool, professional exterior. The assistant retreats to the car. They have exactly 2 hours of stolen freedom. Capably annoying assistant, Li Shang jokes. Sarah sighs. He lacks any sense of timing. They escape to a cafe. So, what's this secret information? Nuna, he asks. It's about the immortality energy, she whispers. The power Kuan Rang is hunting. Li Shang's heart drops. Why wait? This is the one thing that matters. She didn't want to crush him while he was already buried under clan duties. This news is too heavy for a phone call. It requires a face-to-face. Remember the immortal demon lord? The name rings a bell, a legend of pure malice. The villain from your history lessons, she nods, her expression turning deathly serious. 60 years ago, he brought the entire Murim to its knees with terrifying strength. He was a god of destruction. Infinite regeneration made him impossible to kill. His cultists worshipped him as the immortal demon lord. Li Shang listens, chilled. What's the connection, he asks. Sarah explains her gut feeling led her to archives. She dug through the Federation's forbidden vault until she found a hidden, ancient passage. The immortal demon lord's final words revealed the true source of his terrifying power. The demon lord is a literal human battery. He's eternal, immortal, and apparently has a god-tier skincare routine. Ancient scrolls claim his stamina bar was infinite. No matter the high-tier skill, his energy levels stayed topped off. Fatal wounds. Just a minor scratch, our hero realizes that infinite power is exactly what the villain is craving. The headmaster stayed cautious. In the Murim, legends are often just desperate dreams wrapped in pretty lies and stories. Everyone wants that ultimate cheat code. Who wouldn't want to spam destructive techniques without ever breaking a sweat? In this world, martial artists are energy gluttons. We're all just trying to avoid that low battery warning mid-battle. The girl suggests the demon lord's power became a literal religion. For his fanatical followers, he was a living god. Liang asked the million-dollar question, is this fossil of a demon lord still breathing or just chilling underground? The book's finale is pure drama. It details the tragic last stand of the immortal lord and his loyal goons. The big bad walked into a massive trap, leaving his surviving followers to scatter like roaches in the dark. So, no sequel, no How to Be Immortal manual left behind for the next generation of aspiring Dark Lords. She shook her head. Every scrap of demonic literature was burned to ash by those self-righteous Murim justice warriors. These specific records were a miracle. They are essentially the only cursed artifacts to survive the Great Purge of Knowledge. Why burn books? The principal explained that power is a hell of a drug, especially for power-hungry martial artists. Forbidden techniques are too tempting. They're basically recruitment posters for the next disaster-tier villain looking for a shortcut. Left alone, these scrolls would trigger a world war. Better to delete the data than let a demon rise. Our hero finally gets it. This isn't just trivia, it's a ticking time bomb that requires very careful handling. No wonder Sarah was worried. This whole story is enough to give anyone a major existential crisis or migraine. Surprisingly, the guy stayed chill. Learning that a myth is actually real just makes this boring life more interesting. If that unlimited power is real and the villain gets it, well, we are all officially and royally screwed. The enemy would transform into a literal raid boss, an unkillable monster that laughs at every technique we use. The principal nodded grimly. It'd be like inviting a literal god of destruction into the human world for tea. Switching gears, the young man turned to the elder. Hey, Gramps, do you actually recognize this guy or what? The old man growled fiercely. He knew our protagonist was bad news the second he stepped into this place. The guy just smirked. Right, but why bring me here? The old man's suspicious smile said it was a trap. Suddenly, fire everywhere, a classic ambush. Our guy just stands there, watching the flames like he's at a bonfire. Gramps pulls out a massive axe, ready to solo a demon king. He had that I'm the protagonist look. No more running, kid, this place is your grave. Gramps was really leaning into the dramatic villain monologue tropes. Our hero just lights a cigarette. Grandpa, stop. We're both too old for this cringe-worthy dramatic nonsense, honestly. You hired me to find that energy. Why the sudden betrayal and the oversized axe, you grumpy old man? Seriously, the aggression is unnecessary, but the old man wasn't buying the clueless young man act for a second. You little rascal, he screamed. He'd been onto the villain's secret schemes and spicy intrigues for a long time. He knew they were hunting the cult leader's energy. That accidentally leaked info. It was a total bait and switch. They pretended to be helpers, took the cash, and planned to backstab everyone once the loot finally dropped. Grandpa was convinced he was the hero. You die today. I'll sacrifice 80 years of cultivation to end you. But our hero just sighed, shut up. Before the old man could swing, the Shadow Warriors ended his career. Blood everywhere, so much for 80 years of hard work. One slice and the old-timer was officially retired. Old people really love the sound of their own voices, our hero muttered, looking at the messy outcome. Wait, why kill him? He was our only lead to the cult. Now we are back to square one again. Great, now we need a new lead. Preferably someone who isn't a fan of long, dramatic speeches before dying. It's been 60 years. Finding these cult members is like looking for a needle in a very old haystack. Suddenly, a video call our hacker girl found more survivors. Apparently, they're hiding out in 3 different countries. Which spot is the most crowded, our hero asked. Korea, it turns out, is the current cult headquarters. When's our next opening? Next weekend. Perfect. Pack your bags. Everyone, we're going on a little work vacation. Back to Korea again, Sophia groaned as the chaotic cycle began all over again. Come on, Ren smirked. If 3 chatterboxes are here, we can surely silence 1 or 2. He joked to Leia. Gubal teased him about his romantic date, but the young master barked back that it was strictly business. The assistant wondered what they were plotting. Our protagonist had been completely swept into their chaotic rhythm. Sarah Nuna dropped a bombshell. Clues regarding the immortal demon lord died with his inner circle of monsters. After their master fell, those followers vanished like smoke. Finding them now would be like hunting a ghost. Long pressed for answers. Where would those demonic zealots hide? Gubal questioned why the clan sought such shadows. He needed those remnants to suppress the eternal energy. Unfortunately, the deputy was as clueless as a rookie. They are criminals of the worst kind, the deputy warned. But to Xi'an, a criminal was exactly needed. The boy recalled Tessa's warning. The most savage monsters of the Murim were locked away in that nightmare. He realized the hell of uninterrupted torment was his only hope. To find followers, he must enter the abyss. Jigen stared in disbelief. Was this kid seriously planning to stroll into the world's most dangerous prison? Liang remained firm. It was the only lead left. He kept his true motives hidden in heavy silence. Suddenly, a girl approached Jigen from behind. She called out to the young master, breaking the tension. Jigen accepted the coffee from Choya before telling her to scram. This was a classified meeting for experts. The girl panicked, apologized for her airheadedness, and scurried away. She didn't want to get caught in crossfire. Jigong grumbled that a heads up would have been nice. He'd clear his schedule and gather the crew immediately. Cutting back to the chase, Jigong asked point blank, "What exactly do you expect to find in that hell, Liang?" The answer was simple yet terrifying. He was hunting for any trace of the forbidden immortal demon lord. Jigen flinched at the kid's audacity. Most people wouldn't dare breathe that name aloud in polite company. Jigen sighed. You're still thinking like a civilian. In Murim, some names are taboos that get you killed. Cheyenne knew the records were purged. That's why he was diving into the hell of unending torment for clues. Jigen warned him it was a suicide mission, but Xian's resolve was like cold steel, unyielding and sharp. They were brainwashed as kids to fear the demon lord. He was a myth that should never be awakened. The world bled because of him, Jigen reminded. Every clan agreed to bury his memory in total silence. Yet Liang spoke the name without a hint of fear. He was breaking every unspoken rule of Murim. The young master asked if his peers were truly ignorant. A girl chimed in, claiming it wasn't simple. Some weirdos find charm in forbidden taboos, she teased. Jigen demanded to know why she was eavesdropping again. She nonchalantly sent a file to Jigen's phone. It was a secret dossier on the demon lord she'd compiled. She had spent years piecing together this forbidden puzzle. Every scrap of info was now in Xian's hands. It wasn't a grand epic, just systematized rumors, whispers that had survived the great purge of information. One rumor claimed the demon lord had a star-shaped mole. Jigen rolled his eyes at such fangirl trivia. Li Shang was baffled. How did she find info that the strongest clans had spent decades trying to erase? The Murim is crawling with people obsessed with the forbidden. Forbidden fruits are always the sweetest. After all, she even revealed that the demon lord had a fan club. Then, she caught herself and apologized profusely. Shang focused on a specific line. In combat, apply techniques that are the polar opposite of your opponent. What does that mean? Like using water to douse fire or earth to bury waves? It sounded simple. Jigen shook his head. Reversing energy circulation is suicide. Even a lifetime of training wouldn't make it possible. The girl admitted the writings might be exaggerated folklore. You shouldn't take every ghost story so seriously, right? Some legends say the immortal demon lord used multiple energies at once, a feat that defied natural law. Jigen scoffed, calling it a loser's excuse. It's easier to say the enemy is a god than admit weakness. He thanked Xian for visiting and apologized for Choya. Her fervor usually trails far ahead of her thoughts. Shang was grateful for the materials. These rumors might be the key to unlocking the power he needed. Jigan asked if the Sunwu clan was ready for war. A trip to that prison meant the Federation's wrath. Xian confirmed the clan's support, but first, he had to survive the legendary trial of Uncle Tess. Jiang burst into laughter. Passing that test, that was definitely easier said than done. Jigen laughed hard. Forget that dream. Every rookie's nightmare. A polite rejection. Yang froze up. Escort him now. Let's go already. Ask the fortress. Is he okay? Shan lay awake. One big riddle. Cheated and sabotaged. Shatter the unbreakable. A stubborn mountain. Mind went blank. Monstrous secret power. No sleep lately. Why come now? Go to sleep. He looks weak. I'm perfectly fine. You lied, boy. I am disappointed. Rest and recover. I won't wait. Spirit was ablaze. Test me now. This is suicide. Stop making excuses. Second round. Now. Wolf versus mountain. Cracked the code. A different monster. Taze finally moved. Prepare yourself, kid. Finish this quickly. Crushing iron presence. Shatter that defense. Battle for destiny. A new technique. Split soul fist. Can it crack? A relentless barrage. Reading every move? Everything changed fast. It looked like a direct hit, but Tesson used hidden palm techniques to redirect the lethal pressure. His micro-movements were so lightning fast and subtle that the young disciple didn't even notice the trickery. The Sunu clan's speed failed against Uncle's wall, and even the Yan clan's heavy blows were useless. Could he spam the split soul fist? The gaps in his rapid-fire assault were vanishing completely. Gobam felt a chill down his spine. A classic main character power-up was clearly about to happen. Liang realized that average speed and strength wouldn't scratch the legendary defense of his sturdy Uncle Tess. It was time for a forbidden combo, merging the split soul fist with the double dragon dance. Gobam's jaw dropped as he watched the young leader's techniques start to crack Tesson's ironclad guard. Panic set in as Gobam screamed for them to stop. Tesson's ultimate defense was actually falling apart. This time Tesson didn't hold back, yet the young master still breached his seemingly invincible barrier. Victory was a hair's breadth away. Liang pressed on like a man possessed by the war god. The elder felt himself drowning under the pressure of a boy who had become a human hurricane. He was a relentless force of nature, systematically dismantling the sturdy defenses of his powerful opponent. Sensing a win, Liang prepared for the final blow, but Tesson suddenly launched a desperate counterattack. Liang dodged like a ghost, stunned by Uncle Tesson's sudden shift from total defense to aggression. Why the sudden change? Uncle had been playing a turtle this entire time. This was totally off script. Catching the perfect rhythm of battle, our hero could feel his martial soul finally starting to evolve. Gobam nearly jumped into the ring on pure instinct, desperate to stop the young leader's madness. After a frantic apology, everything went pitch black as the young man's consciousness finally hit zero. Waking up in a daze, he wondered if he'd actually survived that suicidal training session with Tesson. He spotted Gina sleeping nearby and softly called her name, causing the girl to jump in surprise. They shared a confused look before Gina lunged forward, tackling him with a tearful, bone-crushing hug. Our protagonist turned bright red, wondering why this feisty girl was suddenly acting so incredibly sweet. She wasted no time screaming that the idiot was awake, summoning the entire house to his bedside. Why the fuss? I'm not a ghost, but Gina revealed he'd been unconscious for 3 whole days. Dueling in an exhausted state was a death wish. The clan head had nearly trained himself dead. If they hadn't stopped him by force, he would have literally died from his own stubbornness. Gina mentioned the hell of uninterrupted torment, horrified that Liang actually intended to go there. To find clues about Gu Munryong, the young man was willing to walk through the fires of hell. Gina claimed he'd lost his mind, but Liang just told her to go back to her practice. She grabbed his collar, fuming that he'd chase a monster who could erase him with one finger. In the world of Murim masters, he was just a child compared to that legendary powerhouse. Long admitted he fights Gu Munryong in his head 40 times a day and loses every single time. He knew his limits better than anyone, realizing exactly how reckless this suicide mission truly was. Why act like a stubborn superhero, the girl pleaded with him, but his resolve remained ironclad. Tears welled in her eyes as the fear of losing him like her grandfather took hold. That tragedy was exactly why he trained to ensure he'd never be too weak to protect her. He was piling on the training to become a shield, refusing to let history repeat its cruelty. Gina sobbed, begging him to wait, but the shadow of their enemy was already closing in fast. He apologized, knowing Gu Munryong would return soon and force the Sunu clan into a corner. When the real war begins, not even the Sunu clan will be able to stand by him. Gina gasped, realizing he meant Sosul, who was currently being treated by the world's most dangerous master. That treatment wasn't a gift, it was a leash to force the Sunu clan into total submission. The Sunu clan stands no chance against his schemes. Why are you so certain? Gina asked. She didn't know the dark history, but the chilling truth was written all over his face. Regarding the Gu Munryong's actions against her grandfather, Xion sighed. Sadly, reality isn't a heartwarming fairy tale. He wondered if his presence taught her anything. Meanwhile, the Nine Arts Dragons fanatics were already crawling from the shadows. Vultures circled the Sunwoo clan, waiting for the young head to slip up and ruin their master's grand design. Does Xion think Uncle Taesan is purposely blocking us? The girl asked, doubting his sudden discouragement of their mission. Why stop her from entering the hell of uninterrupted torment? Then explain why Gyubum intervened, the boy barked. He had victory in his grasp before they interfered. The girl bowed in apology just as Taesan entered the room. How's our young lord? Taesan asked. Xion shrugged, confused by his own sudden blackout during the intense clash. Having accidentally eavesdropped from the hallway, Taesan dropped a truth bomb. The boy saw right through our little charade. Gyubum stopped the duel to save Xion's life. Wait, I was just about to pass the test, Xion protested loudly. Taesan shook his head. You idiot, you were dangerously mixing Sunwoo and Yan techniques in one fragile body. Jinny exploded in rage. Are you suicidal? Using clashing martial arts is a one-way ticket to an early grave. But it worked, didn't it? Xion replied stubbornly. The boy was playing with fire and acting like it was tea. Is he talking about meditation? Xion asked. Taesan sighed. Meditation is a dream. Reality is a cold, hard fist. Fusing these arts in a real deathmatch is sheer madness. It's fundamentally impossible for a human body to endure the strain. That's why they intervened, Xion wondered. Why did Uncle Taesan only defend, then suddenly strike like a hidden viper? Jinny barked her agreement. Listen to Uncle mixing. Those techniques is like drinking poison and expecting to fly. But I heard the immortal demon lord did it, Xion countered. The boy's research was getting dangerously legendary. Stop believing in fairy tales and focus, Jinny scolded. Taesan watched the two bicker like a dysfunctional married couple. Enough of this soap opera, Taesan muttered, turning to leave. Rest up. We need your strength for the Hellgate. The mention of the hell of uninterrupted torment sent a shiver through the girl. The stakes had just risen. Wait, what about the test? Xion yelled. Taesan smirked outside the door, satisfied with the young cub's fierce growth. He passed. The goal was to force the boy into a desperate offense. Despite the chaos, he landed a hit. That final punch sealed the deal. Victory belongs to Xion. Gyubum hesitated. Is this truly the right path, Taesan? The boy's condition is fragile. If Lady Sosul orders us to aid the Nine Arts Dragon, what then? Taesan countered. Gyubum's gaze hardened. Gu Munryong is the Murim's public enemy #1. Lady Sosul gave Xion the throne because he trailed off, but Taesan cut through the hesitation. You haven't considered the deeper reason for this arrangement, have you? Truth be told, Taesan was also dodging the terrifying reality of their situation. Ignorance was bliss, until now. While we play hide and seek with the truth, our young clan head is facing it all alone. Gyubum noted. Taesan vowed his loyalty. Supporting Xion was his final tribute to Elder Quan, who recognized the boy's true potential. Elder Min gasped in shock. You're actually daring to escort that kid into the depths of uninterrupted torment. Elder Kim nodded gravely. Taesan stood firm. If the boy met the criteria, no power on earth could stop him. I underestimated our master's resolve, Elder Yang admitted, bowing his head in a rare moment of genuine humility. It's not your fault, Elder Min sighed. But the situation has spiraled. The Federation has claimed the prison rights. Control of that hellish prison now belongs to the Federation. Walking in now is like walking into a deadly trap. Knocking on that door means declaring war on both the Murim world and the government. It's a total suicide mission. Elder Yang searched for a loophole, while Elder Kim received a cryptic message from the elusive John Kilhak. Kilhak was scouting talent, but his latest recruit was a disappointment. This guy's martial skills are absolute trash. On the other end of the line, the recruit sounded majorly offended. Hey, I've got skills you haven't even seen. Poor Hajj was running on fumes, books by day, blood-pumping Murim training by night. He was barely holding together. He was even hunting for clues in his spare time. You can quit if it's too much, Sarah Nuna offered. No, I have to help, Xion Hajj insisted. But Sarah sensed a flicker of hesitation. Was the newbie getting scared? He needed to track down the clan's eldest member, someone who shared roots with the legendary teacher Han. If that girl is alive, she'll reach out to her kin, Sarah reasoned. We need dirt on teacher Han, fast. Haje's cover story was a simple student volunteer. One wrong move, and his Murim journey would end instantly. Watch your step, Haje, Sarah warned. The director was watching this mission like a hawk. One slip-up means game over. The Murim elders were lurking in that sanatorium. Our boy had to tread lightly. The girl sensed a storm brewing. Without Mr. Cheyon's word, she'd never babysit this student. After their chat, the tension in the air was palpable. Haj sighed. Saran Nuna clearly viewed him as a toddler, repeating her same warnings like a broken record. Suddenly, the headman approached him. Who was that, he asked. Haj blinked, sensing eyes searching for the truth. She claimed he was recruited for garden duty. Haj froze. A vegetable garden inside a high-security sanatorium. Even she seemed puzzled. Haj shrugged. He was a warrior, not exactly a master of professional organic farming. Everyone thinks you're a powerhouse, she teased. She couldn't believe how much this kid had evolved lately. His physique was legendary now, but his soul had changed. He wasn't the weakling she once knew. Had he messed up by involving the head woman? She just smiled, seemingly thrilled to have him by her side. How'd you find this volunteer gig, she asked. Haj lied smoothly, claiming it was just pure luck and coincidence. As they walked, the atmosphere shifted. Fate was about to throw a lethal curveball at our young hero. Snap Haj lunged, grabbing her arm and pulling back. Watch out, he barked with sharp warrior instincts. Smash a flower pot shattered where she stood. She shrieked, while Haj scanned for the hidden rooftop culprit. A shadowy figure emerged, puffing on a cigarette. He walked forward slowly, his cold eyes locked onto our hero. Watching, the stranger's gaze felt like a crushing weight on Haj's chest. Breathing became a desperate, painful struggle. That emblem, the Cheon school without a word. The silent threat turned and vanished slowly into the mist. Haj's heart hammered against his ribs. Who was that monster? The silence that followed was heavy and deafening. That pressure was insane, but there was something else, a hidden darkness swirling beneath the cold surface. Know him, she trembled. Haj shook his head. Never seen him. He had to keep his identity buried. The principal's warning echoed, never reveal your Murim roots. One slip up here would mean a certain death. Haj forced himself to focus. So, what's the plan for this garden, he asked, hiding his internal panic. She shrugged. Great. Haj never expected his heroic journey would involve a heavy shovel and manual labor. An old man with a crutch watched them like a hawk. Why the hole? Gramps Haj asked. Fertilizer, the elder rasped, his eyes narrow. He was measuring Haj for something much more sinister today. Isn't this place a bit remote? Haj questioned. The old man smirked. That's the point. It's quiet. True hermit. The elder clearly hated company, preferring the silence of the dirt to human chatter. People bring problems, the old man grunted. Haj started digging, until his shovel hit something very hard. Found something, Haj called out. The old man leaned in, his gaze suddenly sharp as a razor blade. I'm from Kang School, Haj offered. Boom, the old man pounced with the lethal speed of a tiger. Before Haj could react, he was kicked into the pit. Stop lying, the elder spat. You're a Murim. Why would a young expert wander into these remote woods? You are definitely hiding a secret agenda. He swung the shovel like an executioner's blade. Speak, who sent you? Why are you hunting me down? That flower pot was your doing, Haj realized. The old man grinned. Sharp kid. You sense the energy. That's insane. That pot could have crushed her. This is a total nightmare. Then he saw it. Bleached white bones. A human skeleton was resting right beneath his feet. Shut your mouth, the old man snarled. His aura flared, aggressive and suffocating. Tell me everything. The rats following me aren't Murimin, he growled. They're too professional, too cold. Who are they? Haj's blood ran cold. Was the Cheon stranger the one following him? He was trapped in a web. Wait, you've got it all wrong, Haj pleaded. He was caught between a psycho and a shadow. Should he spill the truth? Could he trust this grave digger not to bury him here next? Looking at the skeleton, the answer was clear. He had just dug his own final resting place. No matter what he said, this old monster intended to finish him off. It was kill or be killed. Haj closed his eyes, centering his breath. He needed a miracle. He needed to survive on his own. Gina's lessons flashed through his mind. Use your surroundings. It was time for a desperate gamble. He pinned the kid as a shadow warrior, that's why he was acting so shady. The old man's crew went silent after hitting the shadow clan. He knew they'd come. They'd never find the prize. It was hidden deep in an immortal demon's tomb. He spat that the boy knew too much. Now, his life was the price. The kid thought he was cooked as the shovel swung down for the kill. Hey Pops, a girl suddenly shouted, stopping the execution in its tracks. She checked her phone. Yep, this Lee Changi guy matched the profile perfectly. All you old guys look the same, she joked, easily dodging his shovel strike. Gramps pulled a crutch out and went wild, but she moved like water. The old man lashed out relentlessly, yet her rhythm was absolute perfection. Still on the phone with her boss, she casually reported the target's capture. Plot twist, the crutch hit a lethal blade. The old man was finally serious. From his hole, Haji watched the madness unfold. What is even happening? This wasn't some random senior citizen, he was a literal combat master. Suddenly, reinforcements arrived. The girl's crew surrounded the old geezer at once. Haji warned her she was in trouble, but she just shrugged it off. Outnumbered, the old man retreated toward the shadows of the forest. Don't run too fast. Pops, your heart might just give out, she teased. Haji leaped from the hole, but the old man caught him midair. A blade to the throat, back off, or the brat dies, he roared. Haji sighed. Great. He'd stumbled into another main character nightmare. He recalled Gina's training in a hostage situation, tilt the head slightly. The old man screamed threats while Haji prepped his counter-attack move. Step 2, smash the back of the skull. It was time for a lesson. Crack. Haji smashed the guy's nose and locked his sword arm tight. With a perfect shoulder throw, he slammed the old man into the dirt. Gramps lost it, screaming that he wouldn't be humiliated by some kid. The attackers were baffled. Where did this random boy even come from? Ignore the kid. Secure the target first, the girl commanded with authority. The old man smirked. Hide and seek was fun, but playtime was officially over. Things were getting messy. The attackers decided to end it right now. With missing teeth and a mangled nose, the old man's words were gibberish. Sorry, Pops, my Korean isn't great. The girl mocked his bloody mumbling. Fine, I'll show you the power of a true immortal demon lord. Haji felt it, a chilling, demonic energy erupting from the old man's body. The air turned cold as the attackers stared in absolute horror. What did he just do? The old man was changing into something inhuman. Tie him up before he transforms, she yelled, sensing the impending disaster. He became a literal demon. His strikes now carried the weight of mountains. With glowing eyes, he became a juggernaut of pure, unbridled internal energy. One brave soul landed a solid punch, but it didn't even flinch him. He was a monster. 2 attackers were already crushed under his demonic strength. Scatter, he's too dangerous, the girl shouted, seeing their lives flashing away. They tried hook chains, but the demon Gramps caught them with bare hands. His eyes locked onto the girl. Next came a blow that shattered reality. The geezer hoisted the girl up like a sack of rice, cackling that he finally found his third victim. Kang Haj just stood there buffering, wondering if this crazy grandfather had forgotten to take his daily meds. How was this even possible? The old man chanted some forbidden gibberish and pulled off a mid-fight reincarnation. Haj wondered if this was some premium Murim feature. Suddenly, that mysterious hunk from earlier crashed the party. The newcomer sighed at the absolute mess, roasting the old man for failing such a simple, quiet task. The goons started fanboying because their boss arrived. Haj realized this guy was built on a different level. The old man's eyes widened. If this guy was here, a real VIP was definitely on the way. Gramps yeeted the girl into the stratosphere, but the stranger caught her with effortless, top-tier protagonist energy. The old man charged forward, putting all his back pain into one supposedly ultimate and devastating punch. The stranger didn't even break a sweat, parrying the strike and kicking Gramps into the next time zone. After eating a mouthful of dirt, the old man stood up, acting like he planned to get kicked. The stranger put the girl down, giving the old man one final warning to follow him very quietly. Walk with me or stay here as a corpse, he warned. It was the or else of the century. The geezer laughed, thinking the kid got lucky with one hit. Classic arrogant old man trope in action. Gramps claimed he wasn't even trying yet, his eyes suddenly glowing with some edgy, hellish power vibes. Meanwhile, the stranger looked like he was deciding what to have for dinner. Completely unbothered by the threat, another desperate attack, another failure, the stranger landed a right hook that sent Gramps flying like a rag doll. It was a total knockout. The old man's pride was clearly hurting way more than his broken face. He scrambled back up, shouting that he anticipated every move. Sure you did, buddy, sure you did. With eyes full of pure salt, he prepared his true power. Cue the dramatic and over-the-top power-up music. The stranger just sighed and smacked him down again like a disobedient puppy in a single move. He literally stepped on the old man's head while keeping his hands in his pockets. Pure, unadulterated disrespect. The geezer kept cursing until the guy told him that even in Murim, old people talk too much. Finally, Gramps went limp and stopped resisting. Mission accomplished. The goons were told to pack him up. Hodge's jaw was on the floor. How did this guy make a boss-level threat look like a minor inconvenience? They hauled the old man out of the pit, dusting themselves off like it was just a regular Tuesday. Hodge thought he understood martial arts after meeting Liang, but this guy's power level was breaking the scouter. This wasn't just skill anymore. This man was a legendary monster from a completely different league of strength. Gramps woke up grinning like a total lunatic, claiming he felt great. The goons were officially very concerned. He started rambling about fighting demon lords and holding the world in his hands. Someone call the asylum. He was chasing that old school glory, waiting for the world to burn just like the good old days. Suddenly, he went quiet. A weird orange glow started leaking out of his chest like a ticking bomb. A literal fire was cooking him from the inside. The stranger yelled for everyone to get back immediately. Hodge watched in absolute horror as Gramps became a human torch. Talk about a very dramatic exit strategy. Nobody had spontaneous combustion on their bingo card today. The attackers were left completely baffled and confused. In seconds, he was toast. The girl wondered if this was the terrifying price of using eternal energy. Turns out, that suspicious reincarnation was actually just a self-destruct sequence. Gramps went out with a literal bang. The last survivor of the trio was gone. Hodge realized he was still hiding and things were getting awkward. Frozen like a deer in headlights, Hodge prayed they wouldn't notice the sweaty guy hiding in the bushes. Then, it happened. Their eyes locked, and Hodge felt that same terrifying chill from their very first meeting. Back at the training grounds, Liang and Tesson were sparring again in a classic case of punch and parry. Tesson actually complimented the kid. Not bad. Rookie. You're actually making some real progress today, he noted. Shang thanked him but wondered how am I supposed to win by only using these defensive techniques. Tesson shook his head. I'm not teaching you how to win, I'm teaching you how to not die. The logic was simple, wait for the enemy to get tired of hitting you and leave a gap. Especially here, since the kid's techniques are basically a one-way ticket to total annihilation. That hell of continuous torment is packed with nightmare fuel that would eat Liang for breakfast. Tesson warned him this was too risky. If a brawl breaks out, there is one objective. Forget glory, just stay alive, the young man nodded, soaking in every word of that advice. He claimed to understand everything, then Gobam showed up, yelling that it was finally meeting time. Every big shot elder was already there. They dropped the bombshell, it was finally time for news. The elders officially told Liang via video call that his vacation to hell was finally scheduled. It won't be long before he enters the hell of uninterrupted torment. The hype is real. These old guys actually convinced over 20 different clans to flip. Absolute legendary negotiators at work. Our hero was shocked. Usually, everyone hates the Shang clan like they are the literal plague. They used a clever alias, and the new generation actually vibes with the Shinhob clan. That made talking about Kanunu and the Hell of Torment a total breeze. Smooth move, elders. Shun realized the Federation saw the Sunu clan's betrayal. Is this about to get messy? The elder just visited the Bommel clan. Turns out the Federation is now totally team shop. The Federation head is a stubborn mule, but the Balel said he won't last much longer. Suddenly, Chairman Jan gets a phone call. Elder Yang says the Maham Special Forces are calling. They want a secret rendezvous. Shang wondered why all the James Bond secrecy for this meeting. Elder Yang thinks it is probably nothing important, but the vibe is definitely getting suspicious now. Was this guy actually being serious? Mima is already a powder keg ready to explode. If the Sunu clan and the Federation start throwing hands, the whole region is basically toast. Hearing about law and order from government sellouts, Jen Killam thought that was a hilarious joke. Murim and the government usually stay in their own lanes. Did someone forget the golden rule? Except for the hell of unrelenting torment. Those inmates are absolute lunatics who follow no rules. If those monsters get out at once, the world becomes a chaotic dumpster fire, absolute madness. Yet the Sunu clan keeps playing with this ticking bomb. They told Kanunu to stop immediately. No need to spread scary rumors about Kanunu being in that hell. But then, an objection. The Sunu clan leader walks in and steals the show. He is done with their biased nonsense. Seeing Li Shang, they greeted the boss. Elder Yang got roasted for being a drama queen. They asked for a private chat. The clan head is officially taking over this conversation now. Shang stepped up because he had to. Every move Elder Yan made was actually his command. If they want to talk about that hellhole, they can tell him to his face personally. The kid has definitely leveled up his charisma lately. Time to skip small talk and get real. The elder on the phone started sweating. His peacekeeping plan was falling apart in real time. He wanted to crush the troublemakers, but people started treating the bad guys like heroes instead. The caller shot back, "We aren't defending anyone. We are just doing what is actually right." It turns out the elder has been looking down on the Shinu clan for ages. Pure disrespect. The head found out and told Elder Yan to verify if this information was actually true. Yan visited several clans for this, but he wasn't the one spreading those nasty false rumors. The old man wondered how they could believe it. How could anyone trust those crazy stories? When truth and lies get blurred, nobody knows what to believe. The government is staying out. They don't want the heat. No matter what they do, people will still insult them later. The Federation head is officially out of cards. Elder Yan says the hell news is coming. Better pack your bags, because things are getting intense. Liang wondered if he poked the bear. Jan Kilman knew the Federation head had this all planned out from the very start. The big boss realized the tide was turning against him. His power play was failing hard. Refusing to look like a spineless coward before the masses, the Federation's head plotted his move. He manipulated the government, creating a perfect excuse to unleash a hellish cycle of eternal torture. Elder Yan advised the clan to rest, but the young man thanked him and bolted instantly. Relaxing now is a death wish, Killam barked. The Federation always strikes back with overwhelming force. His assistant worried he was overstressed, but the boss insisted he and his pupil were fine. Suddenly, Jan Killam realized his clingy shadow, Haj, had been suspiciously silent for 3 whole days. Elder Yang dropped the bombshell. Haj had vanished from this place without a single trace. Deputy Saruna found corpses in a garden. A simple neighborhood brawl. The director wasn't buying it. The director agreed these footprints didn't belong to amateurs, but to real martial arts masters. Had Haj accidentally stumbled into a high-level slaughter, the girl feared the boy was in deep. Saruna knew the kid was a trouble magnet, but this investigation was getting seriously dangerous. Jan Killam was baffled. How could Haj just vanish? What were the circumstances of his disappearance? His mother reported him missing days later, making Killam wonder why she took so long. There were 0 calls before he vanished. A cold, suspicious silence filled the air between them. Hodge claimed his phone was at a repair shop, a perfect cover story for a disappearing act. Police tracked the dead signal to a site littered with buried bodies and fresh battle scars. The trail led to a mysterious elderly man named Lee who was lurking nearby. He was being treated in a sanatorium, but his identification documents were completely fake. While Hodge was in the garden, suspicious foreigners visited the facility with dark, hidden motives. The director noted these foreigners were ghosts. No cameras caught their cold, shadowy faces. Only the staff remembered them. Jan Killam realized the old man was being hunted like prey. The director suggested Hodge was likely an unlucky bystander caught in someone else's deadly war. It was the only logical explanation for the young man's sudden and mysterious disappearance. If that theory holds water, Killam sighed. The kid is probably already pushing up daisies. Somewhere else, a stranger loomed over Hodge. Tired of living already, you little brat. Startled, Hodge listened as the stranger began explaining the divine secrets of internal breathing. Feel the rhythm, control the tempo, the man commanded, trying to spark the boy's potential. Hodge struggled to understand the deep philosophy behind the stranger's intense and powerful words. The man explained how to gather energy in his palm for a devastating, lethal attack. Stop gulping air like a fish, the man scoffed. You'll just drain yourself and die. He warned that wasting energy would lead to a cold, lonely death in this place. Hodge had to feel the energy flowing out of his body's vessels like molten fire. Suddenly, success. Hodge felt energized, but the man insisted it was only a small start. The boy felt the rush of power. Looking at the man, he knew following him was right. Back in the garden, the stranger asked if the old man had told him anything. Hodge was confused, silent as a grave, his look betraying his total lack of knowledge. The man told Hodge to relax, he was likely just an accidental, lucky bystander. The girl wanted to silence him, but the boss didn't care about a mere nobody. As they left, Hodge exhaled in relief. He needed to escape this place immediately, but he was frozen in fear, unable to move his trembling legs even an inch. Like an obsession, he couldn't get those powerful scenes out of his racing head. He couldn't hold back and screamed for the mysterious company to wait for him. The group stopped. Hodge rushed to catch them, driven by an irresistible, primal urge. One of them asked why the brat was following them after being let go. The boss stared intently at the boy once again, sensing a new, strange determination. "I know exactly where your target is hiding," the brat screamed. The stranger was skeptical, but Haji stood firm. He claimed his grandfather spilled every secret. "Then start talking," the man growled, his aura crushing the room. He stated, "I'll talk, but only if you train me in martial arts." The warriors instantly surrounded him. Their predatory stares were intense. Haji didn't flinch. He hungered for that legendary power. "Do you know our reputation?" Haji nodded. These were the lethal shadow warriors. The man loomed closer. "A Murim novice, eh?" Haji gulped, realizing the stakes. "No one survives meeting me," the man whispered. Pure terror gripped Haji's soul. He couldn't move. The stranger's gaze felt like a mountain crushing his spirit. Paralyzed and gasping, Haji cursed his reckless gamble. He had poked a sleeping dragon. Trembling, he choked out, "If I die, you'll never find what you're looking for." "Brave brat," the man mused. "Tell the truth, and I'll give you a few days of training." 10 days, Haji bargained. "Not 2, I want 10. The stranger's eyes narrowed before he finally gave a sharp nod of agreement. "It's hidden within the tomb of the immortal lord," Haji revealed, his voice shaking. "If you're lying, you're dead." But Haji held his ground against the crushing pressure. The leader barked orders at Julia. Haji was now their captive until the info was verified. Haji asked, "So, do I get my training now?" The boss smirked. He had time to kill. "Phone's mine," the boss declared. "Recruits aren't allowed to call home." Haji begged for one last text to his mom and his confused friend. "What should I call you, master?" The man chuckled. "Just call me boss." Haji realized he was stuck, with no other choice. Kang Haji braced for the insane journey ahead. This crew was bizarre, but his thirst for strength outweighed his common sense. The boss seemed amused by the kids' guts as they drove into the night. Outside, the training was brutal. He's still at it, Julia watched, actually impressed. Haji looked like he was having the time of his life despite the pain. "The boss is going soft," Julia muttered. "Why not just eliminate the brat?" Her partner disagreed. The boss hadn't looked this energized in years. He was actually enjoying his new plaything. Julia approached with her latest report. She had confirmed the leads. Meanwhile, Haji was busy mastering his secret breathing. The boss scanned the intel. The kid was telling the truth after all, he whispered. He laughed at how easily the boy surrendered the secrets they'd chased for months. "Who are these kids?" Julia shrugged. "Maybe they're just lucky fools." But the boss knew better. Other dangerous forces were definitely hunting the same prize. Meanwhile, Elder Yang announced a 2-day trip into the hell of uninterrupted torment. Liang tried to claim 9 spots, but Gina cut him off. "Only 8. The room went silent. "The clan head needs a proper shield," she barked. Kun tried to decline the protection, but Gina wasn't taking no for an answer. "I'm the escort," she declared, staring down Uncle Kilham with iron resolve. Elder Yang sighed. "Don't look at me, kid. She's your headache now." "Are you crazy?" the boy yelled. "That place is a literal suicide mission." Gina glared. "You'd let the leader go alone." The boy begged Kilham to intervene. Kilham just shrugged. "She's stubborn, and the Union promised the area was secure." "Fine, the girl can tag along." The boy finally chilled out, so Kilham pushed him to join too. He agreed without a peep. Gobam noted this VIP party was invite only for those under 30. Kyle, hating rules, just grabbed his head in frustration. Gina wasn't budging. After some bizarre bargaining, she declared she was officially done making a scene. What a total drama queen. She refused to enter a death trap. If it is that lethal, the Sunu clan head needs a serious reality check first. Hale pointed out Gina wasn't exactly on the clan leader's level. "Ouch," she snapped back. "You think I am weak, do not you? Do not sleep on me," she barked. As the granddaughter of a legend, she was not about to play the damsel anymore. Tutelage time was over. Negotiation complete. Liang signaled the squad it was finally time to move out and face the music. Gina hopped on the bus while everyone bid farewell to the clan head, praying they would return in one piece. "Stay safe," they shouted. As the bus rolled away, Kilham tried to soothe Hale's nerves. "Relax, they will be fine." He lied. Hale claimed he was stone-cold calm, but his eyes said otherwise. Watching his little protege grow up so fast was bittersweet. Then came the buzzkill "hand over your phones. Kids, you will get them back if you survive the trip. Absolute digital purgatory." It was a 3-hour drive followed by a 10-kilometer hike. Great. A scenic stroll through the middle of nowhere. "Hey there," a voice called out. It was Jigan and his girlfriend Choa, looking way too cheerful for a suicide mission. He offered chips like it was a field trip. Gina grumbled it was not a happy reunion, then promptly stole the bag. Choa asked, "Are you that famous Quan genie from the new 4 talents?" Gina's ego inflated instantly as she glared back. "Who am I dealing with?" Gina hissed. Meanwhile, Sam was clueless. She had not heard a peep about any legendary foursome of talent. But man, she was glad she came. Seeing a living legend in the flesh was way better than hearing rumors from others. Choa asked to sit, but Gina was already side-eyeing her. Did I say you could sit there, personality zero? Choa did not care. Shun noticed she was not even sweating the fact they were headed straight into a literal living hell. June explained that her brain basically short-circuits whenever she sees something she likes. Maximum head empty, just vibes energy. June was surprisingly chill too. Jigen joked that if it were actually dangerous, they would not have been invited. Oh, sweet summer child. Not everyone was laughing, though. Kunu of the Chuna clan looked like he was attending his own funeral. Lee Junyong of the Yongnam clan was there, alongside Kim Yoonji from Chonggarden. The bus was basically a Murim talent show. Shin Wei from Halam, Hadong Chul from Samho, and Kim Jo from Shimu School. Liang realized the heavy hitters were all here. These were the rising stars of the Murim world, time to network before the world ends, or at least survive the introductions. Above them, a lonely drone circled the bus like a vulture. The assistant called the elder to report that the sheep had departed. The old man had a bad feeling in his gut. His assistant tried to soothe him, telling him everything would go smoothly. Once the truth is out, they will settle down, she chirped. But the elder was not buying it. He knew better. It is not that, he muttered. The Kona rumors, the missing youth, it is all smelling like a massive, deadly trap. A conspiracy, she asked, eyes wide. The old man just stared into the distance. In the Murim world, everything is a conspiracy. Decades in the Murim had taught him to doubt his own shadow. He just prayed this would end without a bloodbath. At least he had a friend he could trust. Meanwhile, on the bus, the driver noticed something weird in his rearview mirror. They were almost there, but suddenly, a police car roared past them, sirens wailing and lights blinding everyone inside. The cruiser slammed its brakes right in front of the bus. The driver had no choice but to screech to a halt. What is the holdup? Jigun asked. The driver was just as clueless. Why were the cops blocking a middle-of-nowhere road? An officer marched up and barked at the driver to get out. The driver, confused, asked for a reason. Bad move. The cop did not answer with words. He just pressed the cold steel of a pistol against the driver's temple. The bus erupted in panic. Jigun lunged forward, but the gunman did not flinch. Shut up and get out faster. The tension was thick enough to cut. Passengers from the back rushed forward, desperate to see the nightmare unfolding. What is the meaning of this? The escort demanded. The cop ignored him, shouting for everyone to evacuate immediately. Jan scoffed. Since when were cops this barbaric? Something was definitely wrong here. This was not a routine stop. Amidst the chaos, someone actually complained about Jun being too informal. Priorities, people, then. Another car appeared in the dust. It was not more backup, it was a hit squad. Armed thugs piled out of the vehicle, looking ready for a slaughter. They were packing heat and cold steel alike. The passengers stared, frozen. Who the hell were these guys and what did they want? It was clear now that cop was a total fake. He growled at the driver to open the doors. The real fun begins. Open the door now, the fake cop barked, starting his lethal 10-second countdown. 1, 2. Terror gripped the bus as the countdown hit 3. Gina bolted upright, panic flaring in her eyes. Watch out, Liang roared, the barrel looming too close. Jiang panicked, pleading for a way out. Only one option left, 4, the cop shouted, while Zhang sensed a sudden surge of mysterious energy. 6, the trap was closing. Armed mercenaries swarmed the bus like vultures circling their prey. 8, they were right on top of them. 9, the tension was suffocating as the end loomed. 10, before he finished, a devastating kick shattered his jaw, sending him somersaulting through the air. He soared away like a rag doll out of nowhere. A mysterious young hero stood against the thugs. He was a whirlwind of destruction. The passengers watched, jaws dropping, as their savior danced through chaos. A blur of lethal speed. Wait, is that him? It's the legendary heir, Hyuk-Soan himself. The Kondo clan's pride was here. Sion froze, realizing that massive energy signature finally had a face. Another thug shoved a gun at the driver, using him as a desperate, pathetic human shield. One step and he's dead. Liang warned Jinny to stay sharp as the air crackled with intent. Soan didn't blink. In a flash, he was there, neutralizing the threat with a swift, bone-crushing kick. The fake cops were toast, but the remaining thugs were fuming, their easy heist turning into a massacre. Trembling but desperate, the thugs unleashed a hail of lead, praying their bullets could stop this monster. He danced between bullets like raindrops. Pure, unadulterated panic swept through the ranks of the attackers. Stop now, Soan said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Don't make me get serious. His composure was chilling. Kill him now, they screamed, throwing everything they had at the man standing his ground. He didn't even flinch. Like a master at work, he systematically dismantled the next thug with grace. Another one down, the passengers watched with bated breath as he wove through the gunfire like a ghost. One man versus an army, and he was winning. It's true, the legends about him were actually real. Choa was absolutely starstruck. How can he be this perfect? Why didn't I bring my camera? My kingdom for a phone, she wailed. Get a grip, Girl Jan barked, trying to snap her out. Oops, Choa blushed, realizing she was fangirling during a war zone. Outside, the beatdown was not over. Soan cornered the leader. I hate long talks, he muttered coldly. Who sent you? Speak, or suffer. The blessing cult, the elder's voice dropped. This wasn't just a robbery, it was a shadow move. Those lunatics, is their leader still rotting in that eternal hell of torment? Or has he escaped? Soan confirmed it. Their boss is still suffering. The old man scoffed. What a bunch of brainless idiots. They actually thought stealing cars and guns for a jailbreak, pure suicide. Soan wondered how they got the leaked intel. This trip was a secret mission. How did these bottom feeders find out? Someone is definitely talking. Why is the Kondo heir here? That clan went into hiding years ago after that massive scandal. The Union's cleanup crew is coming, Son announced. The shadows of the past were finally moving. Clean this mess up and follow me, Son ordered his aide. I'm heading out with the passengers. Are you sure, sir, the Sunu clan is on that bus? Son smirked. I knew we'd meet eventually. Fate is a funny thing. Soan boarded the bus, the air growing heavy as he prepared himself. I am Hyuk Soan. The Alliance sent me to ensure you all make it through this trip alive. He scanned the room, his gaze piercing. We know exactly who you are, Jan replied, sounding cautious. Maybe skip the pleasantries and give us a real explanation. A greeting won't fix this, Soan. Gina chimed in, her brow furrowing. Seriously, how are we supposed to process any of this insanity? The Kondo clan was supposed to be finished after that scandal. What are you doing here? Dangerous monsters are waiting where we're going. Tanuan realized the predators were already out of their cages. The trip leaked, and every shadow dweller is hungry. The elder called Chondo for help just in case. They wanted you as bargaining chips for their caged leaders. You're not just passengers, you're high-value targets. Soan eyed the drone buzzing overhead. The escort confirmed they were acting as invisible guardian angels for the long bus ride. They would tail the transport until the end. Gina scoffed, noting the Union granted them favor because their elder killed a traitor. Apparently, purging your own kinsman buys a lot of forgiveness, but the weight of that blood still hung heavy over everyone. Soan's group felt the burden of responsibility. Lowering his head, he offered a formal apology from the entire Iyer clan for the chaos. But Gina wasn't buying the sorry act. She gave him the ultimate cold shoulder, turning away with a huff of pure defiance. The Chondoman clan was reeling from the scandal too. It wasn't every day internal drama became the talk of the world. You have had it rough, Kun admitted, showing some heart. He thanked the young master for the extra protection during the trip. Soan played it cool, returning the gratitude. With the air cleared, the bus finally roared to life, heading toward the danger zone. As the scenery blurred, a familiar face approached Soan. This guy, Kim-jo, realized he hadn't properly introduced himself to the air. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kim-jo, Soan replied with a sharp smile. The two shared a look of mutual respect. Remember me, Joe asked? Soan chuckled. He never forgot a face, especially one from a prominent clan he had visited before. Joe wanted to talk shop during the ride. Soan gestured to the empty seat, welcoming the conversation while the wheels kept turning. Of course, Choa could not stay away from the action. She tried to join in, but Jigon immediately told her to behave. Jan hit her with the ultimate burn. Try riding in silence for once. Choa fumed, desperately wanting to sit by the air. The escort reminded them they were almost there. The fun was over. The forbidden prison gates were looming on the dark horizon. A specialized team would take over the guidance from here. The bus hissed to a stop, but the vibe was totally off. The guard greeted them with a face like thunder. Turn around, kids, he barked. We have a major security emergency on hand. An inmate pulled a disappearing act yesterday. The prison was on total lockdown, meaning no visits from any outsiders were allowed now. That is a scam, June yelled. If someone escaped yesterday, why were they only hearing about this mess after the long trip? The guard blamed a convenient communications blackout, but Soan wasn't about to let a little prison break ruin his big training day. Mister, Tanu ordered us to see the hell of uninterrupted torment, Soan stated firmly. He was not leaving without seeing some suffering. The guard did not budge an inch. He stood his ground like a stone wall, refusing to let these children enter. This is not a playground, the guard roared. This place housed the most terrifying monsters, not some spoiled brats looking for fun. It was a den of dangerous criminals, not entertainment. But Joe stepped up to set the record straight for the rude guard. You are speaking to the Choman heir, Joe reminded him. Rude behavior is inappropriate against people as strong as us right now. They were not there for a tour. They demanded entry to the hell of torment. No more threats, just lead the way. The guard's face paled instantly, realizing he was dealing with the real deal. His attitude shifted from arrogance to sudden compliance. He claimed he did not recognize the heir. Fine, follow us. But if you die, do not blame the management, he warned. It was an official enter at your own risk notice. Soan looked at his crew, asking if they accepted these lethal conditions. The guard threw down a challenge. Keep up if you can. Everyone must master the light step technique to reach the goal. With a shout, the guards launched themselves toward the mountains. They moved like shadows, expecting the kids to eat their dust. Gina was fuming with rage. They are trying to humble us, she hissed, feeling the blatant disrespect from the prison security. Lahong noticed something much deeper. He asked the girl if she felt the massive pressure radiating from behind that jagged mountain. She focused, her eyes widening in shock. A powerful, oppressive energy was swirling around the peak like a silent, waiting predator. The guards climbed higher, moving with practiced ease. This was their turf, and they wanted to flex their superior training skills. But the young masters were not even breaking a sweat. They glided up the slopes with grace that made guards look clumsy. Annoyed, the guards kicked it into high gear turbo mode. The gap between the groups started to widen, or so they thought. They are falling behind, one guard laughed. The commander just smirked, saying he had already warned the little city kids. If they could not handle a brisk mountain sprint, they had no business being here. He boasted about their pathetic lack of speed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The youngsters were not just catching up, they were literally flying past the shocked guards. It was like they had a super mega turbo version of the light step. The commander tried to accelerate, but failed. He wanted to play the tough guy role, but his lungs were screaming while the kids looked like they were strolling. By the time they reached the summit, the guards were gasping for air, doubled over and clinging to their dying dignity. Meanwhile, Soan and his crew looked fresh. We are at the top, Soan noted, scanning the area for the hidden entrance. Kun realized something chilling. No one else seemed to notice the entrance except for him and the incredibly sharp-eyed Lahong. Shung sensed a violent, mountain-shaking aura. Shivers confirmed this was the prison entrance. June asked, seeing ghosts down there. The mountain's energy is totally haywire. Choa called it a dragon's lair. Geomancy is that like magical gardening. It's where heaven's power gathers, dummy. Terrain dictates destiny, look at those peaks. Oddly, it's a perfect power-up spot. A prison here, that's terrible planning. Someone inside is definitely getting buff. Breaks over, move out, lady. They descended into the dark abyss. No magic door, just a smelly cave. Crushing pressure turned the air heavy. Scared only of the dental bills. Relax, the elders said it's safe. He dodged questions like a pro. Gina's saltiness levels reached maximum capacity. Stop bickering, we've got monster problems. The locals aren't exactly friendly. Guys, why follow him? He's just a kid. A kid, he's a Murim legend. Sun Wu are kittens compared to him. Status is everything to these elitists. Skills spoke louder than their trash talk. They reached the massive, locked gates. Look sharp, death is behind this. A blur lunged at the captain. Someone saved him. Talk about reflexes. Fugitive detected, lock and load, boys. Seize him. The guards charged blindly. The monster didn't plan on running. He grabbed 2 guards like ragdolls. Crack, he was literal about cracking heads. These guards were basically level 1 mobs. The captain barked. No prisoners, kill this fugitive now. No mercy, no survivors. Seeing the bloodlust, our heroes knew they had to intervene immediately. Insanity burned bright in his eyes. Why stop? My hands are empty. The beast advanced, daring their blades. He threw the broken bodies back. The captain's bravery evaporated instantly. Soan launched a thunderous spine-cracking kick. He dodged and snatched another victim. This wasn't combat, it was a slaughter. That blow carried lethal intent. If he hadn't dodged, he'd be toast. The criminal sneered, promising a reward for the kid. He launched the captured guard like a projectile. Soan barely sidestepped the flying human missile in midair. The villain smirked, savoring his supposed victory. Perfect, he hissed, lunging toward the young martial artist. He wanted a new toy to break. The youth screamed, warning everyone not to let the air be snatched. Suddenly, Liang materialized like a ghost. He slammed his fist into the fugitive's reaching hand with bone-crushing force. A sickening crack echoed as the villain wailed in agony. He never imagined anyone here could actually bite back. Who the hell are you? The fugitive roared. Liang didn't waste breath on trash. Silence was his only answer. One heavy punch later, it was lights out. Soshan and the guards watched, absolutely floored by that display of power. They couldn't believe Liang was hiding such monstrous strength. The other disciples were shaking talk about a glow-up. Liang was the absolute MVP of this beatdown. Nearby, a motionless body lay crumpled by the open gate. It was a blood-soaked mess with 0 signs of life. Then, heavy footsteps echoed from the crushing darkness ahead. A shadow approached, drawing every eye in the room. The atmosphere grew thick with sudden, suffocating tension. The stranger chuckled, noting someone else had already handled the trash. The boys just stood there, mouths wide open. Who was this mystery man? As he stepped into the light, the truth finally hit them like a truck. It was the legendary Mr. Kangson. Is that really him? The boys whispered, unable to believe their own eyes. The security chief immediately dropped into a deep bow. The boys followed suit, saluting the powerhouse with nervous respect. Kangson smiled, thanking them for the long journey. He'd been expecting them ever since Tanu's letter arrived. Jagan cut to the chase, asking why the high-profile prisoner was supposedly still in custody. What gives? The rumors are false. Kangsun sighed. It's a long story, but Destiny wasn't in the mood for a chat. A sudden, metallic screeching tore through the air. Everyone whirled around, tracing the source of the mechanical roar. We're too late, Kangsun muttered. Liang demanded to know what that terrifying noise actually was. The final defensive seal has been triggered. The prison's emergency alarm blared, signaling a total system failure. The captain explained that once a fugitive passes the final point, the mountain enters a permanent lockdown state. The girl pointed at the corpse, but the captain shook his head. One escaped, try several. Kid, how many monsters were loose? No one knew for sure, and that was the most terrifying part. Kangsun checked the fallen guard's pulse. He's still breathing, he noted. The guy's got luck on his side. He hoisted the wounded man up. Move it. If that circle closes, we'll be trapped in this tomb forever. The captain barked orders to retreat inside immediately. Every second wasted was a second closer to certain doom. Kangsun guided the guard through the threshold, urging him to stay steady. Liang watched his every move intently. Soong, the Sunu clan heir, thanked the boys for their help. He noted how much their skills had sharpened. The clan head looked a bit sheepish, while Soan shrugged it off, but he knew the script had been flipped. This wasn't the mission they signed up for. Song agreed things could have been way messier. A cold shiver ran down the young man's spine. Was their arrival the catalyst for this chaos? Suddenly, a voice announced the final safety lockdown was in effect. Nobody moves. The guards ushered the group deeper into the facility as the air grew heavy with dread. They reached a massive spiral staircase plunging into the abyss. The automated warning system kept chanting its doom. The mine seemed bottomless, a literal descent into hell. Kangsun pointed the way, his face grim and determined. The sheer scale of the underground prison was insane. Just breathing in this place felt like a heavy burden. Don't touch a single wall, they were warned. One wrong move and a lethal trap would end them. Triggering a trap here meant instant death. Where are the prisoners kept? One of the boys asked nervously. The cells were located in the lower sectors. This bridge was merely the gateway to the prison's dark heart. Gina huffed, clearly over the drama. So much noise I feel like I'm on the world's worst picnic. Liang turned to Kangsun, a question burning in his mind. Suddenly, a panicked guard scrambled out of a cave. Finally, the guard gasped, looking half dead with worry. Kangsun demanded an immediate status update on the chaos. It's a disaster, sir. A fugitive just breached Block 14. That's not just a problem, that's a death sentence. Move it or lose it, he barked with manic energy as the disciples felt the trap close in. Terror took root. Was this the end? We're sitting ducks, Kangsun muttered, his eyes sharpening. He read the room instantly, but one detail bugged him. That guard, who is he? The master looked clueless. A total ghost, the guard's smirk widened. Your little surprise, total flop, he mocked with a chilling grin. Cover's blown, a uniformed captain roared into the abyss. Everyone out. Then, the ground began to tremble. Thud, thud, bare feet slapped the cold stone as nightmares emerged from the shadows, freezing the boy's blood. This wasn't in the script. The captain tossed his helmet aside, revealing a face that commanded absolute, terrifying respect. The great legend, the stranger spat. Let's see if you can still play hero when the world is burning. These weren't guards, they were caged beasts finally unleashed from their cells. Rip them apart, the bandit king screamed. With makeshift clubs and murderous intent, the horde surged forward, but Kangsun simply exhaled, his aura beginning to boil. Without missing a beat, he dove into the chaos. Bones shattered and bodies flew as he returned their hate tenfold. So much fan mail today, Kangsun joked, tossing a bandit aside. Good. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down. I'll satisfy your curiosity, he promised with a lethal smile. Consider this a front row seat to your own funeral. Give me your best shot, the villain sneered. Drop the hero act, brat. You can't protect these weaklings and fight us too. He was right, the stakes were high. Surrounded by cripples and kids, Kangsun stood as the only line of defense. The air hissed with every strike. Suddenly, Soan blurred into motion, his blade a silver flash cutting through the bandit line. The thugs faltered. They expected sheep, but they found starving wolves instead. The counterattack had begun. Touch the air and you die, Soan's voice was like falling ice. One more step and your soul belongs to the abyss. Big words for a toddler, a bandit roared, charging forward with zero survival instincts and even less brain power. That was the signal. The youth team exploded into action, their fear replaced by a burning, righteous fury. The tide turned instantly. The criminals were drowning in the pressure of a generation they had grossly underestimated. Young master, let us handle this trash, a disciple begged. They don't even realize whose grave they're digging. Stay back, Sochon commanded. You're our guests. I won't have you stained by this filth. Guests more like sacrifices, the leader barked. You bunch of nobodies couldn't handle a real fight if it hit you. Kangsun stepped down the stairs, each footfall echoing like a death knell. If you want to fight, he whispered, try taking it seriously. The villain chuckled. I wasn't going to get my hands dirty, but for you I'll make an exception. He drew a wicked, jagged blade that hummed with a dark, murderous intent. The game was finally getting interesting. Steel whistled through the air. Kangsun danced through the strikes with the grace of a ghost, mocking the villain's every move. Is that it, he teased, landing a blow that sent the leader reeling? The spectators watched in awe. Was he brave or just insane? He's living his dream, Gina whispered, watching the fire in the youth's eyes. They aren't scared, they're having fun. Liang felt it again, a heavy, ancient vibration. This wasn't just a brawl. The very atmosphere was being rewritten by their spirit. The bandits were losing their minds. These kids were using elite techniques that shouldn't exist in this world. I thought they were just brats, an outlaw shrieked, retreating toward the cave's depths. Come out, help us. But what emerged didn't offer help. The cave entrance became a gateway to a literal slaughterhouse. Blood pooled on the floor. Two glowing, demonic eyes pierced the darkness. A monster had arrived to join the feast. I heard there was a legend here. The creature's voice was a tectonic rumble. The bandit leader's legs turned to jelly. A massive, gore-stained hand crushed the villain's skull like a grape. Did you forget my name? The monster hissed. Seeing the predator, the remaining bandits lost their will, but for the young disciples, this was just more fuel for the fire. Already out of breath, they taunted the criminals. The party's just starting, and we're not even warmed up. We don't even need the heir's help. A guest laughed. Then a sound from the depths stopped their hearts. Clink, clink, clink. The heavy rattle of cold iron dragged against the stone, growing louder with every heartbeat. A voice, ragged and ancient, called out Kangsun's name. It resonated from the very bowels of the mountain. Kangsun froze mid-strike. That voice, it was a ghost from a past he thought he'd buried. Every guest felt a shift. The temperature plummeted as the true escalation finally showed its face. A behemoth stepped into the light, eyes like burning coals, feet bound by massive chains. The real nightmare had just been unchained. Kang's rival shrieked in absolute terror. A literal nightmare had emerged. Even Kangsun's expression froze. Who freed that beast? The monster growled. Found you at last. Jigen trembled in shock. It was Park Chuan, the giant ape of legend, who dared unlock his cage. He was a walking massacre, ripping guards apart with bare hands. No opponent ever survived him. Only Kangsun had captured him before. He was kept in a separate, high-security tomb. Suddenly, Kang's foe lunged again. Blinded by desperation, he ignored the monster's presence. The villain brandished poisoned blades. One scratch and your history, he sneered, fueling the chaos. Death was a single touch away. Meanwhile, the giant ape descended toward the young men. The juniors panicked. What is he doing? Is he really ignoring us like ants? One hothead roared at the beast. Try passing through me, you overgrown gorilla. Sohan grabbed him just in time. A massive fist whistled inches above their heads. The wall shattered like glass. Stone debris rained down as the monster roared. Everyone stood frozen. This wasn't just strength, it was demonic, overwhelming power. The boys realized their mortality. Suddenly, Sohan launched himself like a lethal rocket. A brutal knee smashed into the beast's jaw, the giant ape's massive head snapped back. A direct hit, but the monster didn't even flinch. Liang just sighed in disappointment. The beast lunged to grab him. Sohan flipped through the air like a seasoned acrobat. He landed gracefully and charged back. "Stay back," he shouted to his terrified comrades. The ape looked down with pure disdain. "Just a noisy little brat," he grunted. Sohan danced around the heavy blows. It was a lethal game of high-stakes tag. He struck hard and retreated instantly. The monster actually seemed mildly impressed now. "You've got nerve, kid." Sohan kept the pressure on with relentless, lightning-fast strikes. Gina watched in horror. Sohan's hits aren't doing a thing, the power gap was insane. It was the legendary iron armor technique, even level 5 strikes were completely useless. Sohan felt the pressure rising. A simple energy burst wouldn't win this fight. One mistake meant a fatal fall. Strangely, he wondered what Liang would do here. "Don't look away," the giant ape roared, offended by Sohan's sudden wandering mind. The monster seized the opening. A mountainous fist swung down with murderous intent. Sohan barely raised his guard. The impact nearly crushed his very bones. The wooden structure groaned and shattered. The entire staircase was about to collapse. The juniors trembled in fear. One boy saw an opening and drew his blade. "My turn." He misread Sohan's movement. "Move back," Sohan yelled in warning. The boy tried a sneak attack. He thought he could end it all now. "I'll disarm him while he's distracted." His confidence was his biggest, final mistake. The plan was perfect in his head. In reality, it was a total suicide mission. The ape didn't even look back. He snatched the boy and pinned him hard. The crowd gasped. Stealth requires more than just holding your breath, little rat. Sohan cursed his own distraction. He had failed to protect his reckless comrade. The beast held the boy aloft. No brains, just a loud mouth. He chuckled. "I'll tear you apart as an example." The monster's bloodlust filled the entire room. Sohan's eyes blazed with fury. "I don't think so," he growled defiantly. Suddenly, a blur of motion appeared. Liang was standing directly on the beast's shoulder. The group shrieked in disbelief. Liang looked down at Sohan and smirked playfully. "Is our great heir really this pathetic?" The giant ape froze in utter confusion. The monster reached up to crush him, but Liang's weight felt like a falling mountain. Heavily stomping, Li unleashed the seismic step, crushing the beast with pure energy. The stairs shattered. Panic erupted as the floor vanished beneath their feet. Plot twist, the ladder gave way, sending Li and the giant ape into a free fall. Into the void, Gina screamed for him to escape as the monster plunged downward. Absolute madman, Li balanced on its shoulder while Gina dove after him. Jigen lost it. "Is everyone going crazy today?" he yelled, watching the chaos. Kang Sun was a whirlwind. His opponent realized the legends were terrifyingly real. Ultra instinct, he dodged every strike, ordering the rookies to get back safely. Big mistake. The villain thought Kang Sun's confidence was a weakness to exploit. Evil grin activated. The villain swapped tactics, hoping a new trick would work. Denied. Kang Sun let him get close, only to trap his arms in a crushing grip. Crunch, his hands snapped under Kang Sun's steel pressure, ending the fight instantly. Game over. Weaponless and broken, the villain faced Kang Sun's hurricane of power. The thugs were shook. They watched their boss get dismantled in total horror. Wall decoration. Kang Sun slammed the guy so hard he became part of the masonry. "Zero damage," Kang Sun asked. "Who's next?" Making every criminal rethink their lives. Silence fell. "I'm busy," Kang Sun sighed. "So just attack all at once." Total reverse. The villains turned tail and sprinted into the cave's darkest depths. Casual update. The guard reported a casualty, but Kang Sun already knew the score. "Backup time. Contact headquarters," he ordered. "Report everything and start the hunt. Move the rookies." Meanwhile, someone was trying to wake up the unconscious Li. Sohan was impressed. He recalled Li's reckless charge. The guy dove without hesitation. Typical Li, the madman was still dropping answers that nobody expected. Style points. Gina glided down with elite skill, using her aerodynamic abilities. "Where's that idiot?" Just as she worried, Li's voice echoed from the shadows. Found him standing by a mineshaft. Li looked perfectly fine. All calculated. Li claimed he fell on purpose just to study the area. Gina was baffled. "Aren't we here for Kang Sun?" she asked. Li just shrugged. "Something's fishy." Li pointed out a weird energy as a monster appeared. "He's not even running," the monster scoffed, amused by Li's lack of fear. The beast laughed. "You really think that little punch will end me, kid?" Li smirked. "Actually, I held back." He didn't expect the ape so fast. Ape mode angry. The beast roared, thinking this brat had way too much audacity. Gina froze as the cave began to vibrate with a terrifying, murderous aura. Impact. The ape swung a massive fist, but Li blocked it like nothing. "Wait, what?" The giant ape froze in shock. "How do you know that technique? Are you a disciple of the steel wall?" Li blinked. "You know Uncle Tess?" "Oh, snap." Realizing he was Tess's student, the monster stopped the fight. "Mind your business," the ape grumbled. "I'm only here to find Kang Sun." Li was curious. Why fight Kang Sun but dodge my Uncle Tess? Steel wall was a bore, the monster admitted. But Kang Sun, that's a real challenge. 10 years later, the beast was itching for a rematch. "Can I win now?" Kang Sun was speechless. Only the raw zone was scouted, he asked, totally baffled. Staffing issues. New refugees were flooding the prison, leaving them short on manpower. "Full alert, search every corner," Kang Sun ordered, "but keep the security tight." He scoffed. Certain a master of the Sunu clan couldn't fall so easily with those legendary skills. Was the Sunu clan head safe? Had he truly hit rock bottom? Kang Sun remained shrouded in doubt. Lacking answers, Kang Sun focused on escaping. Sohan eagerly asked to join the hunt for the leader. Liang, the giant ape, just snorted. He didn't need help. The big guy was moving anyway. Why aid a disciple of the unshakable steel wall? Gina mused that Uncle Tai was quite the celebrity. Tai was clearly famous. The beast pointed deeper down, warning the lad against venturing into the abyss. Deeper lies a treacherous cavern, a pitch-black death trap where shadows swallow the unwary without mercy. Get lost. And you're a permanent resident, so it's completely deserted. The young man pressed once more. Empty. The beast grunted, but the boy frowned. Then why do I sense human energy signatures inside? Where'd this junk come from? Boxes and cords lay scattered, unmistakable signs of a human presence. Definitely human handiwork. Suddenly, a voice echoed, shouting for the giant ape. The monster's eyes widened. A man emerged from the shadows. What brings the great ape here, and who are these children? I should ask you the same. Quack Young, the beast roared. What's your deal, and who's the audience? What's with the chaos upstairs? Quack Young smirked. You only care about fighting Kang Sun. Mind your business. None of my business. The ape's fury flared. Was this insect really trying to joke with him? Answer nicely, human. What's the scheme? The man remained silent, testing the beast's dwindling patience. Like talking to a stone wall, suddenly, the group realized the flickering lights had completely vanished. Why'd you kill the lights? The ape bellowed. Turn them back on before I lose my temper. Do it now, but a blade gleamed in the dark. A cowardly sneak attack aimed at the ape. He knew the ape's armor was invincible provided he could see. In total darkness, that defense failed. No light, no defense. Gina blinked. Lashong had vanished. He was gone in a literal heartbeat. Light returned, revealing a broken foe at Lashong's feet. I saw him swap his eye patch. He was acclimating to the dark for a stealth strike. A classic move, the youth noted coolly. Been there, seen that. The giant ape's massive hand clamped onto the villain's skull like a vice. Who do you think you're fooling? Insect, the beast growled. Spill your plan or get crushed. It's not my fault, the coward shrieked. I was just following Baek Young-ho's orders, I swear. Baek Young-ho, the blessing cult leader. Gina's mind raced. She'd heard that name recently. The bus attack, Gina gasped, telling Lun these were the same thugs who'd ambushed them earlier. The bus hijackers. Something felt horribly wrong. The young man peered into a crate and froze. Bombs. Every box was packed with explosives. What is this? The ape roared. Where'd these come from? The man smirked. They're everywhere. The entire prison is already rigged to blow sky high. Run now if you want to live. The monster squeezed the saboteur's skull until it groaned. I'm sorry I lost it, the man wailed, begging for mercy as his bones began to creak. Defuse them now. I can't, the man shrieked. Only Baek Young-ho has the codes. Where is he? Leong growled. The villain spat. Kill me if you want, I'm not saying a word. You'll never get an answer. The ape hoisted the terrorist high, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. This is your end. Panic finally struck. Wait, put me down, I'll tell you everything. One lie, and I'll tear you limb from limb, the villain sobbed, begging for the agony to end. I'll talk. He suddenly. The man wriggled free, activating a blinding flash to cover his escape. A blinding burst. The ape recoiled, momentarily dazed as the coward vanished into the dark tunnels. The rat fled deep inside Gina. Get upstairs, Lashong roared. Warn Kang Sun about the bombs. He plunged into the abyss. Wait, Gina screamed after him. You can't go in there alone. Sirens blared. Final defense circle active. For your safety. All prisoners must return to their cells. Why won't these guys just let us pass? The youth groaned. Is it just me, or is everyone hostile? It's no illusion, the security head muttered. The halls should be empty. Something is very wrong. So-on watched in disbelief as the inmates descended like a coordinated swarm of locusts. Talk about a warm welcome. He cornered a wounded thug who seemed to have a higher rank, demanding some much-needed answers. Since this guy was calling the shots, So-on asked why the prisoners were screaming like they were at a concert. The criminal just groaned, claiming he knew nothing. He was just a low-level pawn following the cult leader. The young heir realized he needed more intel. I'm stepping away. I've got a really bad feeling to investigate. He pinged Mr. Kang Sun on the intercom. Hey, quick question. Is our guest list missing a psycho? He asked if a man named Bai Sang-ho was among the escapees, the infamous head of that bizarre cult. Deep in the shadows, the old fox Sang-ho was chilling with a book, looking way too peaceful for a criminal. His robed fanboys arrived, calling him master while dumping a pile of mysterious loot at his feet. Excellent, the old man muttered, clutching his book. It was finally time for the main event to begin. Suddenly, an eye-patched villain burst in, screaming for Sang-ho to hurry up. Talk about a mood killer. The giant ape found the bombs. Our master plan is about to go up in smoke, he wailed. Sang-ho didn't care about monkeys. Who's that tailing you? Kwak Yun-gu, you brought a guest to my cave. Yun-gu spun around, realizing Li Shio was right on his heels. His stealth skills were absolutely 0%. Are you Bai Sang-ho? Shio asked. The lackeys were instantly offended by the boy's lack of respect. How dare a brat like you speak to the master so casually, they barked. Kids these days, right? Sang-ho waved them off. If the young man knows me, let him introduce himself with some dignity. Li Shio, Sun Wu clan leader, Sang-ho chuckled. What brings a big shot to such a decrepit dump? Shio wasn't there for tea. I felt a nasty energy signature down here. My curiosity was piqued. Sharp kid, Sang-ho admitted. Most people would be too busy screaming to notice a little demonic aura. Please. This prison riot was just a loud distraction to hide your real work, wasn't it? He demanded a full confession. Spill it. Sang-ho, what exactly are you cooking in this basement? Sang-ho held up a glowing blue crystal. Since Yun-gu brought you here, he can take responsibility for you. Yun-gu panicked. Me master, this kid is a literal monster. I can't handle him on my own. The old man ignored the whining. You want to know what this is? Fine. Let's have a live demo. He waved the flask around like a fancy sommelier. Shio sensed a massive, world-ending conspiracy brewing. This wasn't just a simple crime. The boy guessed something much darker was hidden in that crystal. I'll skip the boring lecture, Sang-ho said, grabbing Yoongu with a terrifyingly firm, predatory grip. He shoved the blue crystal right into Yoongu's mouth. Eat up, buddy, it's time for an upgrade. Yoongu started hacking and gagging. Welcome to the power of eternal energy, the old man purred. Xiao's eyes widened in horror. Eternal energy as in the immortal demon lord's forbidden power. Sang-ho was impressed. You're well educated. Most kids your age only care about basic martial arts. Yoongu was convulsing on the floor now, looking like he had swallowed a literal lightning bolt. Then, the twitching stopped. Yoongu opened his eyes, which were now glowing with a terrifying, unnatural light. Circulation complete, Sang-ho noted. I'm leaving now. Yoongu, be a good dog and kill the boy. If you love eternal energy so much, experience it firsthand from my new test subject. The old man vanished into the shadows, leaving the heavy lifting to his newly powered-up subordinate. Shio tried to stop him, but a wild Yoongu appeared. The brutal fight was officially on. The villain was vibrating with raw power. I feel like a god. I'm overflowing with endless energy. Shio parried the heavy blows, surprised that the weakling had actually become a legitimate threat. Something felt wrong, though. Yoongu wasn't fighting like a human anymore. He was a tireless machine. His eyes burned with an eerie light. No exhaustion, no pain, just pure mechanical destruction. So this is eternal energy. It is flashy, but honestly, it seems a bit overhyped to me. Shio landed a heavy, crushing counter-strike, expecting a groan, but his opponent didn't even flinch. Was that supposed to be a punch? Yoongu sneered. Uh-oh. The punching bag had officially evolved. Gasping for air, Yoongu mocked Liang's weak strikes. It was time for a real lesson. The villain threw a world-shattering punch to his shock. Liang vanished like a ghost. Pure rage, Yoongu turned into a mindless beast, his aggression reaching a terrifying peak. One punch, he roared. One strike was all he needed to erase the brat. Next, the ape dies. Meanwhile, Gina's radio went dead. Just their luck, right? The signal was gone. Gina needed to climb higher before Liang was lost forever. Every step upward felt like miles. They were drifting further from the battlefield. Maybe the ape can report the bombs, Gina thought, desperate to find Liang again. They won't believe a monster, the ape grunted. His reputation was already in the trash. Then think of something, she cried. She couldn't let Liang face this nightmare alone. New plan, the ape hunts for Liang while Gina climbs for a lifeline to Kang's son. Yoongu was a human wrecking ball, smashing the scenery into dust without tiring. What's wrong? Sunu leader, the villain sneered. Forget how to throw a punch. Liang just watched him, bored. Was the big bad wolf already out of breath? Yoongu felt like a god. His energy burned hot enough to melt anything in his path. Liang let out a massive yawn. Can we skip the monologue? You're literally boring me. I'll rip your head off, Yoongu screamed, losing what little sanity he had left. Look at your hands, genius, Liang pointed. Blood was literally leaking through his skin. Too much power, too little brain, Liang explained. His energy vessel was finally cracking. Terror struck. Yoongu's hands weren't just bloody, they were shaking like a leaf. Use power you can't control, and you pay the price. Yoongu was hitting his limit. No, this power is magnificent. Yoongu refused to accept his body was failing him. Liang tried to offer some survival advice, but the villain was blinded by ego. Shut up, Yoongu lunged again, swinging a fist fueled by desperation and dying embers. Liang blocked it with zero effort, his internal aura acting like an unbreakable shield. Stop now, or you're digging your own grave. Meanwhile, Suho watched his disposable puppet. He's just a one-time toy, Suho mused, uncaring. He had much bigger fish to fry. Small prizes didn't interest him. Why settle for a snack when a feast awaited? Yoongu was a minor detail. Suho's true ambitions stretched far beyond this prison. As Suho continued, he spotted a familiar face arriving by bus, a surprise guest. Seal the exits, Suho ordered. He wasn't letting this unexpected visitor ruin his day. The boy remained eerily calm. He had one simple question for the old man. Where's my welcome party and why is the blessing cult acting so thirsty? Suho cursed under his breath. This meeting was definitely not on his to-do list. I heard you went crazy, Suho, but stealing from shadow warriors, that's a death wish. It's just business, kid. I found a client with deeper pockets and more power. Better than me, the boy scoffed. Suho just smirked and pointed toward the horizon. A helicopter roared over the peaks, looking for a place to drop its cargo. A man stepped out, his voice cold as ice. Is this the immortal demon's tomb? Time to go, the boy whispered. Back below, Liang warned Yoongu to calm his flow. Your life is ticking away, Liang warned. Yoongu felt the cold shiver of impending doom. Panic flared. We aren't done yet, Yoongu screamed, refusing to accept the end. He lunged one last time, a pathetic strike against a foe he couldn't touch. Liang dodged effortlessly. I told you I wasn't lying. You're about to explode. I don't care, Yoongu howled. I've never felt this kind of intoxicating power before. Yoongu boasted that he'd finally unlocked his true potential and a chance for glory, so he's not stopping now. The man decided he'd rather die in battle than lose his precious new power. Our hero granted his rival's death wish, striking him with a focused burst of lethal inner energy. The villain instantly caught fire. He screamed in pure terror as an irreversible chemical reaction began. Sonyo thought he was the ultimate puppet master, keeping every single variable under his absolute control. The old fox decided to silence this annoying brat for good before making his final getaway. The elder declared that since they crossed paths, he couldn't let the young man leave alive. Our guy smirked, saying he was only here for the loot. The old man was totally confused. Suddenly, the old man's guards had their throats sliced. Blood sprayed like a broken fire hydrant. Terrified, the old man ducked. Our hero laughed. praising the elder for his decent survival instincts. Surprised, one of Sanho's own guards was the assassin who had just butchered all his colleagues. The traitor reported that the goods were secured. The elder gasped, realizing his own man was bribed. Bribed? The kid laughed. He was a shadow warrior from day one, you just never noticed, Gramps. The realization hit Sanho like a truck. He'd been dancing to their tune this whole time. The old man realized there was a traitor in his ranks. Who could be behind this scheme? The answer was Kumon Ryong. The old man froze in shock at the mention of that monster. The guy explained that Kumon Ryong is a shadow warrior and he clears all obstacles away. A dragon can't stay in a tiny pond. Kumon Ryong's influence has already surpassed the entire organization. He's just looking for an excuse to quit the shadow warriors. He's way too big for them. Kumon Ryong is heading here for eternal energy. The old man realized this was all bad timing. He might use that energy to absorb the whole clan. Talk about a twisted twist of fate. The kid asked why the old man wouldn't just join them. The elder called him a fanatic. Talking is useless, the kid sighed, ordering his double agent to execute the noisy old geezer immediately. The traitor lunged, but the old man wasn't having it. He easily neutralized the rat in seconds. Grabbing his gear, the elder complained that these pests were truly exhausting his limited patience today. He pulled a smoke bomb from his bag. If you won't play nice, I'll use brute force. Boom, an explosion filled the room with smoke. The old man lunged and scorched his opponent's hand. The traitor with the crispy hand tried to fight back, foolishly thinking he actually stood a chance. Our hero saw that coming a mile away. He was perfectly prepared for the old man's tricks. Sono roared that he'd give the kid an eternity to think in the afterlife. He struck hard. A massive blow sent the boy reeling. Then, the elder noticed something weird happening to the kid. Sono coughed, realizing this brat was way tougher than he looked. This wouldn't be an easy fight. I've got no time for this, the elder yelled, fleeing deeper into the cave to avoid the kid. The young man choked. The old fox had used a silver dust poison that was already taking effect. A henchman in a suit asked if he was okay. The boy said he just made a mistake. Then, he unbuttoned his collar. His face was disfigured, but it was just a very realistic mask. Time to lose this itchy camouflage, the figure said, unzipping the heavy jumpsuit to reveal the truth. Surprised, instead of a dude, out pops a gorgeous blonde. She vowed to remember Baek Sanho's face. Her ally worried about Kumon Ryong's pursuit. The girl knew the situation was about to get messy. There was no hiding from Kumon Ryong. The girl sensed a strange vibe coming their way soon. She heard Lee Shiyun would be here. He's Kumon Ryong's rival, the perfect distraction for her escape. If those two titans clash, she can slip away, but where the heck are they hiding now? Her ally spotted Lee Shiyun recently. Gina headed upstairs, hunting for any sign of her target. Suddenly, Gina spotted some prisoners near the intercom. They didn't look like your typical office workers. Who are these guys, she wondered. They looked like escaped convicts. What was their deal anyway? Gina spotted them thugs huddling near a phone like they were expecting a miracle call. The line was active. Then, she heard the chilling mention of a meeting with their founder. Suddenly, Songo manifested, his sharp gaze searching for any uninvited rats hiding in the shadows. Where are the others? The old man's voice turned cold. Trouble was brewing. A traitor was near. Had Kuman Rang called, Gina froze at the name, her breath hitching in her throat. She held her breath, heart hammering. That name alone sent terrifying shivers down her spine. The old man ascended, leaving only 2 guards behind with strict orders to wait for the signal. Everyone downstairs is a traitor, he barked. Seize their gear and wipe them all out immediately. The 2 left behind had one job: catch Kuman Rang's call and secure every drop of intel. The remaining guards whispered their dark plans, unaware that a deadly shadow was watching them. One criminal sensed something off, glancing back, but the Reaper had already arrived for him. Surprised, Gina burst from the shadows, delivering a bone-shattering strike that sent him flying. One down before the other could blink. She lunged, locking his throat in a steel grip. Talk if you want to breathe, she hissed as he gasped for air like a fish. Who is that old man? What's your link to Kuman Rang? Start talking, or things get painful. Turning beet red, the thug clawed at her hand, desperately reaching for the hidden blade. Who the hell are you? He spat, drawing steel. Gina's eyes sharpened as the blade flashed. With a dancer's grace, she dodged the lethal arc, never once loosening her hold on him. Time for a flight. She executed a perfect throw, launching him upward before slamming him down. Boom, impact crater included. The criminal collapsed, completely neutralized by her overwhelming strength. You should have just answered, she yelled. Pulling a knife on me was your very last mistake. No time to waste. Gina snatched the phone and dialed Kumon's number. Ring, ring, nothing. Come on, pick up suddenly, a panicked voice screamed. The master's entourage has arrived. The rabbits are at the cave. Open the gate. Kuman Rang was standing right outside. Absolute terror flooded Gina's eyes. The monster she feared most was finally at the doorstep. Her hand trembled as she hung up. The man who murdered her grandfather was actually here. The bomb, the chaos, it was all a smokescreen. The truth hit her with devastating clarity. This is it, the perfect chance for vengeance. Determination blazed in her eyes like a furnace. But wait, if Lee Sang finds out that monster is here, he'll rush in and get killed. I must keep this secret. Lee Sang cannot face him. She would handle this burden alone. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she steadied her nerves and reached for the phone again. Upstairs, the guard panicked. Why was the line dead? Why hadn't the info reached the boss? Kuman Rang stood like a silent storm. The guard bowed low, sweating bullets, begging for forgiveness. Just a bad signal, he stammered, but Kuman Rang didn't wait. He ordered his men to move. With a thunderous crash, the gate was forced open. Lead the way, Kuman Rang commanded coldly. The terrified man obeyed. Julia whispered. Could this be a trap? It seems too easy. Don't overthink the details, Kumanrang replied, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. Even if it is a trap, they're sloppy. Besides, I sense a very peculiar energy here. Something amazing is waiting. Meanwhile, Yungu finally groaned his way back to consciousness. What are you doing? Yungu croaked. Lee Sang sighed, less talking, more recovering. Old man. Pressing his palm against the villain's chest, Lee Sang channeled a steady stream of healing ki. Balance your inner flow now, or you're dead. Focus on your energy, he urged the villain. We were just trying to kill each other, Yungu roared, unable to process this mercy. Shut up and heal, Lee Sang barked. The fight can wait, staying alive is the priority. Survive first, settle scores later. The villain stared, completely baffled by the hero's logic. Murim knew there was no honorable end here. The villain sneered, claiming the boy's stay was over. Li Shang had heard such threats 1,000 times before. He remained eerily calm while the healing began. But the villain's patience was wearing thin. Why was his own enemy treating his wounds so uncharacteristically? Suddenly, deep within the subterranean darkness, a stunning blonde appeared alongside a man in a spacesuit. People never change, do they? She mocked, strolling through the cave as if it were a park. She looked disappointed, expecting more from our protagonist. Is this all the great Li Shang has? The room froze in shock. Who are you? Liang demanded, his eyes narrowing at the unexpected intruder. Could it be Zhang Mongan? She blushed, flattered that he actually remembered her name. Long realized this mystery girl was tied to Kumanrang. She praised his sharp wit with a smile. Where is he? The boy asked. Are you sure you're ready for that monster? She teased playfully. With that weak vibe, he'll crush you like cake. She suggested he just give up right now. Maybe we'll meet when you're actually a threat. Bye. But Liang wasn't about to let her leave. Boom, a fist fueled by pure fury cut the air. He wasn't interested in a polite goodbye. Her head snapped back from the force. What a monstrous blow, she thought, reeling from the impact. Here's the strong version you wanted. Liang had 0 time left for negotiations or games. Answer me, the spectacular stranger smirked, realizing the boy had a hidden, savage side to him. She signaled her assistant to wait. Then, she uncoiled her whip, ready to show her true colors. Let's see if you can pass my little test, she lunged, aiming a lethal knee at his jaw. Swoosh. Liang dodged by a hair's breadth. Now, the blonde's whip danced like a deadly, golden serpent. He evaded every strike with grace. If it's a test you want, I'll gladly give you a lesson. No more playing nice. The atmosphere grew heavy as Liang prepared to show his true martial capability. She attacked again, but Liang saw through her. That amateur move won't work on me, he declared. Don't underestimate me, she snapped. She had plenty of other lethal methods hidden up her sleeve. Snap. The whip coiled around Liang's leg like a trap. He was pinned, his movements suddenly restricted. She closed the distance in a flash. Her leg rose for a devastating, bone-shattering kick to his chest. Liang kept his focus, refusing to be distracted. He dodged, and her foot smashed the earth instead. The ground shuddered. She yanked the whip, sending Liang crashing down as he lost his balance. He was down, and she was moving in. I have to break free from this grip immediately. You picked the wrong opponent to trap. Lady. Suddenly, the resurrected Yungu appeared on the scene. Yungu couldn't believe his eyes. Who is this woman? Her martial skills are on a legendary level. The assistant asked if meeting Kumanrang was necessary. It's the only way, she replied firmly. But can we even reach him? He's joined the Shadow Warriors now. The man seemed quite hesitant. Have you forgotten what Beck Siano said? The Eternal Guardian holds the final piece of the puzzle. This was the key to fulfilling the Elder's wish. Every Shadow Warrior leader knows the high stakes. Even Kumanrang couldn't ignore that prize. A man like him won't let us walk away quietly. Stop worrying and follow me if you want to live. She planned to scratch Liang to escape. It was a desperate gamble to buy time. At least she could leave Liang with a parting gift. I get the plan. But what about Kumanrang? The man realized she was taking too long. She was struggling just to land a scratch. Her whip lashed out, but Liang held his ground. I won't let history repeat itself, Liang roared. If he lost control, he'd never face his rival. Show me your real anger, he challenged. He wanted her to stop holding back and go wild. He stood like a mountain, stalling her momentum. The girl yanked the whip, but nothing was working. Is this the 1,000 weights method? She was shocked. The boy's foundation was absolutely rock solid. He had completely blocked her attacks. How can you win if you're just standing there, he mocked. When the flow stops, you must let your instincts explode. Time to release the beast within. Forget your eyes and logic. Tap into that dormant god-tier power you didn't even know existed. He hesitated to dive deeper. His master once warned one wrong move leads to total annihilation. Disaster was brewing. He finally cut his mental leashes, leaving the girl baffled by his evolution. She was bleeding out how she had the ultimate advantage, yet this kid was breaking her. New strategy. Instead of retreating, he charged head-on like a maniac. She never saw it coming. He was a blur before she could blink. His heavy fist hammered home with devastating, bone-shattering force. Boom, shaken, she shifted her stance while a strange dread crawled up her spine. Liang's blood boiled. Pure rage ignited in his eyes. He was finishing this rival now. The world began to blur. Total chaos. Even the observers couldn't tell who was winning. She gripped her whip, refusing to break. She was addicted to this thrill. He countered easily, his confidence radiating like a legendary golden aura. Impregnable defense. How did he parry that? He locked eyes with his whip-wielding foe, analyzing her. She's a monster stronger than she looks. He wondered, is it time to release his full ki? Dying to find Gumonryong. Aren't you? She taunted. A persistent little brat like you won't quit now. That name triggered a nuclear reaction. His sanity snapped as dark inner energy erupted from his core. He was a beast unleashed, ready to shred her. But first, he needed answers. Suddenly, Yungu felt it. A chilling, eerie pressure filled the air. Is he okay, then? She decided playtime was officially over. Mentioning the Nine Arts dragon makes him lose it. He'd walk through hell just to overthrow him. Vengeance consumed him. Suddenly, a massive hand gripped his head. The boy froze in sheer terror. The indestructible ape appeared. Control your temper, boy, the giant rumbled, or you're dead in the future. Future battles require a cold heart. The villains trembled. A legendary, mountain-sized giant had joined the fray. What's this mess? The ape grunted. He glanced at the rival. Where'd this half-naked brat come from? She panicked. How is that monster still alive? Why hasn't Liang dealt with that hairy beast yet? She peered into the darkness. They're here. Armed fugitives emerged from the shadows, ready for blood. They crashed the party, a chaotic reunion no one asked for. The outlaws grinned, eyeing the situation. Who's the blonde babe? The thugs leered. A beauty this deep in a cave, something was fishy. Then they saw the ape. Wait, the indestructible giant? Why is he protecting that puny kid? Shouldn't he be hunting Gumonryong? They barked. Hey, big guy, kill these humans and join us. Side with us or die with them, one moron threatened. Clearly, these guys had a death wish. Back off, Yungu yelled. He's my savior. The criminals just cackled at his pathetic attempt at heroism. You're clueless, a thug roared. Ape, crush this unfortunate mediator first, make an example of him. He's a Bako spy, they claimed. They're all vermin working for the same master. Wipe them out. Shut your mouth. The ape and Li Shang watched the idiots bicker with cold, silent contempt. We're the cleanup crew, the thugs boasted. Just pawns, Yungu muttered, dancing on someone else's strings. They weren't the brains, just the muscle. Bako is a snake, the man spat. He'll pay for this. Vengeance was coming, the girl sighed, annoyed. These lowlifes are ruining our perfect little duel, she thought. Guess our date's over, she pouted. The thugs, being idiots, thought she was surrendering to them. Sweetheart, we'll welcome you warmly, they sneered. She didn't blush from romance, it was pure, unfiltered rage. Your stupidity is offensive, she hissed. You're so blind you can't see your own graves being dug. Crack her whip sang a song of pain. The thugs fell like wheat before a legendary scythe. They stood no chance, even the indestructible giant was impressed. Not bad for a brat, he mused. You're not leaving, Liang lunged to capture her. Suddenly, she tossed a suspicious orb at his feet. Boom, a violent blast rocked the cave, sending our hero flying like a rag doll, smoke everywhere. The thugs hacked up blood, lungs burning, a toxic fog. She was playing dirty with a chemical strike. He sniffed the air, searching his memory for the poison's name. Smart boy. She giggled through haze. He held his breath instantly. Stay sharp, she taunted. One careless sniff and your journey ends here. Choking on that mist meant certain death. The blonde beauty smirked, promised a rematch, and vanished into the shadows. Leon lunged through the toxic haze, lungs burning. He knew this girl was a major headache for another day. Future Leon could deal with her. The giant asked if he was okay, but the thugs were already waking up. Gasping for air after the gas attack, the criminals pointed shaky fingers. Grab that brat, they screamed at the giant. They were desperate to link him to the legendary Kumanrang, but the giant just stood there like a mountain. Why wasn't their muscle moving? The lead villain barked that the giant must have a death wish for ignoring orders. I'll send you to the afterlife myself, he roared. Meanwhile, Soan was on a high-stakes call, sweating through his shirt. Master Kang Song confirmed the worst. Even Gina admitted it. The situation was spiraling out of control, fast. Investigation was the only priority now. All units abandoned the search for Sunu and scrambled back to the main base. Kang Soon ended the call with a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes, feeling every bit of his age today. A sharp knock broke the silence. He opened the door to find guards blocking his path like iron statues. What's the meaning of this? He demanded. The captain insisted that Kang Sun was needed at the main auditorium. That was Kumanrang's territory. Kang Soon told them to stay in their lanes and stop overstepping their rank. Go back to your posts, he commanded, but the captain wouldn't budge, trying to play the hero for his boss. He reminded the old man that Mr. Kang needed rest to heal those nasty internal wounds and recover his spirit. Kang hadn't even been treated properly because he was such a workaholic. The guard begged him to just play dumb. It didn't matter why the monster Kumanrang was here. Kang Sun just nodded, appreciating the subordinate's misplaced concern. Thanks for the worry, Captain, he said, but I'm the one in charge of this circus for better or worse. Kumanrang's arrival was an omen that couldn't be ignored. As the man on top, Kang had a job to do. He wouldn't run away, even if it cost him his life. He'd protect this place until his very last breath. Back in the cave, the giant loomed over the villain. Who are you sending to the afterlife again? He rumbled. The rest of the goons were already decorating the cave floor. The giant had cleaned house without breaking a sweat. Kids today have no respect, the giant muttered. They don't even know their own place in the food chain. He turned to the boy, asking why he'd fought that blonde assassin. Leon admitted his temper got the better of him. Mentioning Kumanrang made his blood boil. Hearing that name, the giant's eyes widened in genuine shock. That monster. He's still kicking, the giant asked. Leon squinted, wondering just how much this mountain of a man actually knew. The giant recalled the ancient war of the gods. He claimed Kumanrang was less of a man, more a disaster. He'd been bored watching him before, wanting a real challenge, but maybe the legend was just that, a tall tale. A surviving thug groaned that his boss was meeting Kumanrang right now. If they teamed up, everyone was doomed. Leon grabbed the guy by the throat. Spit it out. Where exactly is this little secret meeting taking place? Elsewhere, the atmosphere was thick. Meeting Kumanrang was a terrifying honor for anyone with a working brain. Suho was starstruck, seeing the legend in the flesh. Kumanrang's team stood like shadows, waiting for the signal. An old man stepped forward at the rendezvous point. Kumanrang scanned him with cold, predatory eyes, unimpressed. "Why summon me?" Kumanrang asked coldly. "I assume you have the item I requested, or is this a joke?" The old man stammered that the previous client was a stubborn mule. Dealing with him wasn't exactly a walk in the park. "Did you come alone because you don't trust me?" the old man asked. He was sweating bullets under that gaze. A massive chunk of the eternal energy had been stolen. Kang Gong's eyes narrowed into slits at the old man. He didn't like the smell of this situation. The air grew heavy with killing intent as he stepped closer. "Are you trying to make your lost energy my problem?" he hissed. "Is that why you called me here?" The old man waved his hands frantically. "No, my men are already hunting the thieves down. It's under control." He claimed he just wanted to build some trust. A beautiful friendship based on mutual benefits and ancient power. He knew Kumanrang was skeptical. Heck, he wasn't even sure if he was talking to the real deal himself. This meeting was supposed to be a bridge over their sea of doubt, a way to start fresh and professional. He reminded him that the Power Alliance was built on a demon lord's grave. Kumanrang just kept listening. He stayed silent, absorbing every word. In this world, the one who talks less usually holds the bigger sword. Rang demanded to know why the Power Alliance threw him in this dump. The elder smirked. "This isn't just a cell, kid. This was the immortal demon lord's private sanctuary. The overlord used to grind his levels here in total isolation. Once the Alliance sniffed out this secret lair, they sent every high-tier master to raid the boss's room. Naturally, every martial arts gossip in the Murim flocked here to see how the legendary demon lord finally bit the dust. They discovered a blood point prime real estate for dark research. Suddenly, the demon lord's name was trending in the Murim again. The Alliance wanted to scrub his legacy from history." Liang poked. "So you built a cage to hide the evidence?" The man nodded. "It was to quarantine the Murim from this place and erase the overlord's shadow forever." The giant grunted. "Why is Baek Sanho hunting a ghost? Finding the demon lord's trail is like finding a needle in a mountain." The man whispered. "They got a request to find eternal energy. That's why he's stuck in this top-secret hellhole." Liang's eyes lit up. "Eternal energy? What kind of overpowered cheat code power are we talking about here?" The elder explained. "Imagine taking raw, invisible mojo and crushing it into a shiny physical crystal. Pure concentrated power. After condensing the energy of this cursed place into a diamond-hard form, the demon lord dubbed it eternal energy. The second that crystal hits your system, it creates a direct line of power, instantly boosting the host's stats." Rang frowned. "Won't that much juice make my internal circuits explode?" The old man laughed. "Please, you'd barely feel it. The imbalance is tiny. Kid, your body will be too busy feeling like a god to notice any minor side effects." Rang turned to Suho. "If this old geezer's just selling snake oil, I'm out. I've got better things to do." He handed back the flask. The elder's eyes narrowed. "You really think this divine power is just some worthless junk?" The old man poked him. "If you're so brave, why not let that energy run wild through your own veins?" Suho warned. "That crystal holds more concentrated mana than a first-class master could cultivate in a 100-year grind." The elder chuckled. "I honestly wonder whose body would actually survive swallowing a whole hurricane of raw power." Rang froze, staring at the mine door like a predator. The girl blinked. Did you see a ghost or something?" Everyone's hair stood up. A heavy thud echoed from the other side, and a terrifying pressure flooded the room. Rang's crew didn't hesitate. Blades were out and hearts were racing. They had no clue what monster was knocking. Sonyo groaned. "Not again," but Rang's jaw dropped when he saw the man stepping through the dust. Wait, isn't that guy supposed to be dead? Standing there was the legendary Kang-sun, looking surprisingly alive. He looked annoyingly cool. Julia screamed. "Watch out, that guy is a walking disaster. How did he even get here?" Kang-sun smirked. "Fate really loves dragging us together in the weirdest places, doesn't it? We must be soulmates. Let's end this toxic relationship right now," Kang-sun challenged. The two locked eyes, sparks practically flying. Their faces were stone-cold masks of absolute confidence. It was a classic high-noon standoff in a dark cave. Rang broke the silence. "Are you looking for a grave, Kang-sun, because you just walked into a perfect one?" Rang pulled out the glowing crystal he'd swiped from Sonho. "I'm going to enjoy erasing you from the map." He was ready to end his rival for good, but Kang-sun just laughed. "You think I'm still that same weakling? I've leveled up, pal." Boomerang lunged forward, throwing a punch that could probably level a small skyscraper. Kang-sun swatted the blow aside like a fly. Meanwhile, Liang was already eyeing the exit, smelling a real fight. He was itching to crack some villain skulls. "Whoa," the young man muttered. "That internal energy is vibrating like crazy." The giant wondered, who's actually crazy enough to trade blows with Rang? Only one monster fits the bill. Soshan stood perfectly still, absorbing the intel like a sponge. The plot was definitely thickening now. The captain of the guard barked. "Orders from the top, everyone into the break room until this mess is cleared. Move. Just follow the rules and stay quiet." But the young warriors were definitely not fans of these corporate instructions. June whispered, "Something smells fishy, right?" Sochan nodded. "I'm not moving until I hear it from Kang-sun directly." "Where is he?" Sochan demanded. The captain snapped. "This isn't a request, kid. It's a direct order, no talking back. Zero room for negotiation." The crew realized it instantly. Kang-sun was in deep trouble, and they were being sidelined. Kang-sun is a man of principle, but he's not a dictator. He'd never give a unilateral order like this. The heir stepped closer. "You're hiding something, Captain. I can see it on your face." The man turned pale. We're not hiding a thing, the captain stammered, sweating bullets, but Sochan's icy stare said I wasn't asking. I'm not standing here as some lowly prison visitor, but as the formidable leader of the Chondoen. The young master warned the captain to weigh the alliance's ties with his clan before opening his mouth again. Where is the great Khan Suk hiding? The captain suddenly realized he was trapped against a cold, hard wall. Shaking, he confessed that Kanggu learned Gumunryong had arrived and rushed off to settle a blood-soaked score. The crew stood frozen in shock. Why on earth would the Nine Arts Dragon show up so suddenly? Do you even realize the critical state Khan is in? The captain stammered. They were just following high-level orders. He is just a pawn doing as he is told, Jigun growled, demanding the dragon's location right this second. The guard claimed the intel was top secret and way above their clearance level. Talk about a total buzzkill. Orders were clear, no interference. But wait, did those orders actually mention anything about these meddling, crazy outsiders? Choa pointed toward the hall. The guard gasped. How could this girl see right through his pathetic poker face? She smirked, knowing the dragon arrived by invitation. A high-stakes meeting like that needs a grand, formal stage. Inside this prison, only the grand hall fits a crowd. Meanwhile, a world-shaking duel was already exploding within. Gu Munryong was locked in a brutal dance with Kang Sung. It was an epic clash of titans, terrifying and magnificent. Kang Sung deflected those lethal punches with surgical precision. At this rate, victory was a coin toss between legends. Gu Munryong's rage blazed like wildfire. He poured every ounce of his killing intent into defeating his stubborn opponent. Both warriors were ruthless, expecting nothing but a total war. Suddenly, Kang Sung delivered a devastating, bone-shattering knee strike. The dragon flew backward but steadied his soul instantly. He wasn't done. His eyes burned with a lethal determination. Kang Sung pressed the offensive, but the dragon danced through the storm, evading every strike with supernatural grace. With a mid-air twist, he lashed out a kick to the head. Blood sprayed. Even the mighty Kang Sung was human. The dragon smiled at the carnage. Kang Sung's vision began to haze, yet he refused to yield an inch. He moved like a berserker, his strike count overwhelming the dragon's defenses. The spectators could barely believe their eyes. Look at that style, the young men were baffled. Usually, the Khan only focused on his ironclad defense. But now he's a relentless hurricane. How can someone keep swinging after taking those massive hits from our boss? Is this man made of steel? Julia wondered if this duel would ever end without someone's heart stopping. Sanho's mind raced. How did Khan get into this mess? The whole situation was spiraling into pure chaos. We're running out of time to stall. If that bomb goes off, we're all turning into very expensive fireworks. The bomb squad experts looked pale. This wasn't amateur hour. This was the work of a cold-blooded professional. One wrong move and boom, the guard admitted the timer was already ticking down toward their inevitable doom. Luckily, the payload was small, and they had a few precious minutes left before the cave became a grave. The blast would shatter the upper cells first. Then, the entire lower cave system would collapse into rubble. They were helpless. The only option left was to leave the explosives and run for their lives immediately. But where did Ginny go after leading them into the lion's den? The girl had vanished like smoke. Ginny grabbed a survivor, demanding to know where Shi-Woon and the giant had disappeared to in the chaos. They went upstairs. Ginny realized Shi-Woon probably knew the dragon was here. Her heart sank with dread. Something terrible was brewing. She didn't even want to imagine what would happen if those two monsters met. I have to stop them. If Shi-Woon meets the Nine Arts Dragon now, it'll be a total bloodbath. The man pointed to a massive, glowing window. That's the hall. But climbing that cliff is total suicide. There are no elevators in this hellhole. He warned Shi-Woon that going to the hall was a death sentence. Shi-Woon's eyes turned cold. He had his own way of dealing with the man who ruined his life. The boy began to transform, his body radiating a blinding, ethereal light. It was time for an awakening. The giant stared in awe. What's happening to his body? The air itself began to vibrate with power. Gu Munryong meets his end today. Shi-Woon's voice was like thunder. Just watch me finish this once and for all. It was like he'd strapped a jet engine to his soul. He rocketed upward, shattering the air itself. What kind of monster is this suddenly? The boy was wrapped in an energy beyond human comprehension. The giant realized Shi-Woon could sense a power they couldn't even dream of. The real battle was beginning. He knew deep down Gu Munryong was a beast he couldn't slay alone, pushing past his limits. The air itself began to tremble. A warning was whispered to the giant. The boy needed backup. The behemoth knew without help. The kid was a dead man. Liang knew this meeting was destiny. Gu Munryong merely sneered, calling his opponent's desperate tactics a cheap, dirty play. Rules Kang threw them away in this struggle. Only victory matters. He felt it in his bones. This was his final stand. With blood painting his vision, Kang lunged forward like a cornered beast. Every ounce of his soul went into this strike. No regrets left, Kang roared. He then demanded to know what the elder truly wanted from this chaotic confrontation. Was he suggesting they hand over the branch's sacred rights? Did he truly believe the Murim Council would ever allow such madness? The deserters and elders would never bow to this, but Kang stood firm. This sacrifice was the only way to save their future. The elder didn't trust idealists. Studying the documents, he searched for the daggers hidden behind the boy's hopeful words. The true motive remained a mystery. What does this dream actually crave? Kang's answer was simple. I only seek lasting peace. The elder's gaze was like a piercing sword. Is that truly all? Is peace the only goal of your clan's dream? That is my everything, Kang declared, but the elder merely sighed. Then for now, I must refuse your request. Forgive me, but I'm done with union politics, the old man muttered. Yet, he hadn't revealed the whole truth to Kang yet. You've carried a heavy burden since Master Beck passed, the elder noted. He reminded him that the teacher's fate was cursed. He was a sacrificial lamb to the Murim factions. Now, you're just desperately trying to justify his meaningless, tragic death. Determined to honor him, you became the perfect martial artist, now respected by everyone, but at what a heavy cost. You've sacrificed your soul to maintain this mask, the elder concluded. He knew Kang was standing on a breaking point. You are only human, the old man reminded him. Let yourself feel the rage. Don't deny your own heart anymore. If you want something, fight for it, be honest. Meanwhile, the titanic clash between the two rivals raged on without end. Neither held an advantage, but Kang was growing ragged. Amidst the chaos, he wondered how could he truly be honest. He remembered their first meeting, a whirlwind of awe and curiosity. It wasn't just about hate, it was a soul-shaking encounter. That curiosity had fermented into a burning thirst for vengeance. How could he be honest with such mixed, painful feelings? Why struggle? Gumunryong mocked. He could see it. Kang's energy was dry. He was a dead man standing on sheer willpower. Because this is my only shot, Kang spat back. This was the moment his entire life had led toward vengeance. My title once held me back, but you hurt my master and slaughtered the priest. I've waited for this. He cast aside his status as Union chief. In this moment, he was simply a disciple fighting for lost honor. I fight for an extraordinary man. Their eyes locked, two titans clashing, neither willing to blink in this deadly dance. Honest words from you, Gumunryong laughed. Before, you were only capable of spouting pretentious, hollow trash. Fine then, the dragon growled. I'll grant you a fair fight, and today, I'll be the one to end your life. He leaped, aiming a devastating blow. Julia realized the boy was holding his own far better than she expected. If this keeps up, the boss might get hurt, but Julia knew Gumunryong always emerged as the ultimate victor. He's overwhelmingly superior. But suddenly, young clan members appeared, storming into the massive, blood-stained hall. So Chun burst in, screaming Kang's name. The enemies realized the secret was out there, were now witnesses to be dealt with. Unwanted eyes meant more bodies to bury. So Chun scanned the room, noticing the monsters lurking in the cold shadows. The duel intensified as Gumunryong pressed his advantage. It was clear Kang's strength and time were finally running out. He was forced to retreat, step by agonizing step. Gumunryong was determined to end their relationship once and for all. The youngsters realized the terrifying truth. This was the Nine Arts dragon. The beast continued to crush Kang under his might. Kang shifted to a desperate defense. His attack slowed as his strength finally reached its absolute limit. Rang's goons noticed a new player on the field. Sojun saw the chaos and roared Khan's name. The villains realized there were too many witnesses. Time for a little permanent silence treatment. Soan scanned the room. Aside from the duelists, Rang's entire fan club of thugs was there. The tide was turning fast. Kung Shang was running on empty while Rang stayed aggressive. Rang was ready for the finale. He wanted to settle this score with a definitive kill. The realization finally clicked. This monster they were facing was indeed the legendary Kuman Rang. The pressure was relentless. Kang Shang was stuck in full turtle mode, his strikes becoming non-existent. Brave but reckless, Soan charges into the fray to save Kang Sun, completely ignoring Jigen's desperate warnings. Back off, kid, one of the villain's lackeys steps up, blocking the path with a nasty grin. The henchman barks at our boy to stay out of the grown-up's business, looking for a quick beatdown. Chaos erupts. The battlefield is carved out as every fighter picks a dance partner for this violent tango. Julia, the villain's lethal assistant, decides to crash the party by aiming a deadly strike right at Soan. She taunts him, calling him a greenhorn who is way out of his league. Someone needs a reality check. Suddenly, every minion in the room is dogpiling Soan. They are desperate to deactivate him, but he's slippery. Kang San shouts for the kid to be careful, though Soan is somehow surviving the massive swarm. Kumon Ryong smirks at the daring youth. He decides to pivot his strategy while the chaos unfolds. Seizing the opening while Kang Sun is distracted by the boy, the villain prepares a total game-ending move. He slinks into the shadows behind his rival, charging up an attack that smells like a total disaster. It is the crushing thunder strike. He's aiming to end this rivalry once and for all with one hit. The trap is set. Kang Sun's guard is down and that massive fist is inches from his head. Plot twist, Kang Sun dodges like a ninja, blocking the punch with a spectacular display of elite reflexes. My turn, Kang Sun roars, delivering a sudden counterpunch that sends the villain flying across the room. He was playing the long game, waiting for the villain to get cocky. Talk about a masturbator. The room goes silent as that epic kick connects. Kumon Ryong definitely didn't expect that brutal rebuff. They are back at it, fists fly in a blur of motion as they trade blows like legendary warriors. The villain admits he's impressed. He didn't think Kang Sun would resort to such clever, dirty tricks. I am done with this, Kang Sun growls. He is officially tired of this toxic, exhausting relationship. He tackles his rival like a pro, smashing them both straight through the solid, cracking stone wall. The wall shatters like glass. The audience is collectively cringing as the building starts falling apart. Both men are screaming in agony, but Kang Sun refuses to let go. He is committed to this. They crash through the wall and plummet into a dark abyss with absolutely nothing to grab onto. Down below, Li Shang is climbing up when he spots two middle-aged men falling from the sky. Kumon Ryong is screaming his lungs out, coughing up blood as he spots Li Shang waiting below. Desperate, the villain grabs Kang Sun, screaming that they are both going to the grave together. Kang Sun activates his metal arm. He locks onto his opponent, making sure neither of them escapes. The villain realizes he is trapped. This crazy man is literally dragging him into the deep abyss. They are falling fast, bound together by fate and a very sturdy robotic limb. No escape now. Kang Sun's strength is fading, and even the villain wonders how he is still fighting while falling. Kang Sun starts to black out, but his grip is ironclad. That metal arm is doing the heavy lifting. It is a death grip. The villain realizes his opponent is ready to die just to finish him. You are insane, the villain thinks. He realizes this was a suicide mission from the very beginning. Not ready for a funeral, Kumon Ryong exerts every ounce of power to break that mechanical hold. With a final roar, he snaps free and kicks Kang Sun away. Go to hell alone, old man. Below, Li Shang spots his falling master and prepares to make the legendary save of the century. The villain barely manages to snag a ledge, panting as he hangs over the edge. Close call. He is safe for now, but his energy is bone dry. That battle almost cost him everything. Kang Sun is still dropping, but Li Shang is hopping across the rocks to reach his comrade. The villain spots the kid. What is he doing, he wonders. Is he actually trying to help? He's annoyed. Is Kang Sun really going to get lucky again thanks to this Li Shang brat? Suddenly, someone screams from above. Get out of there. There is a ticking time bomb downstairs. A bomb. The villain's eyes widen. Apparently, a previous client had a very explosive backup plan. With no time left, the villain realizes the clock is ticking. Time to move before everything goes boom. Liang screamed about a bomb, but the boss was clueless as they leaped into the abyss. He dived for Kang Sun, desperately trying to catch the falling man midair before impact. Two dudes, one cliff. Liang grabbed his buddy tightly while searching for a life-saving grip. He snagged a jagged rock. Disaster was averted until his sweaty palms betrayed him. Their grip failed. They plummeted again until a massive hand snatched them from the air. A giant ape joined the chat. He caught them just before they turned into pancakes. The beast hauled them up, looking at Liang with surprisingly gentle and fuzzy eyes. Monkey asked if he was okay. Liang ignored his pain, worried about Kang Sun's pulse. Our fuzzy hero saved the day, while Kumon Rong watched from above like a hater. The boss saw they survived. The ape glared, and Liang's eyes burned with pure salt. Kang Sun was out cold. The trio shared a silent, awkward gaze down in the pit. Enough talk, the rivals charged. Kumon Rong was having a very long, violent Monday. Time to settle this toxic debt. Kumon Rong noted the kid's surprising main character recovery. You look healthy, he sneered. Pro tip, if you want to grow old, leave now. Getting bored. The villain decided to ghost. He warned Liang to stop being so annoying. Stay out of my sight or I'll delete you, he threatened with ultimate edgelord energy. Liang wasn't having it. He was fueled by pure protagonist spite and zero chill. You're not escaping, he roared, launching a fist packed with spicy martial arts vibes. Impact Kumon Rong blocked, but the shockwave sent him flying backward like a ragdoll. Fast as a lightning bolt, Liang closed the gap. The boss braced for the collision. They were fighting on a tiny ledge. One wrong step means a very long drop. With a fist glowing like a neon sign, Liang swung, but the boss countered hard. Liang took a tactical tumble. Kumon Rong watched from above, unimpressed by the effort. Cute upgrade, kid, but you're still miles away from even touching my designer boots. He called Liang a weak amateur. Our hero barked back, telling him to stop relaxing. I'm right here, baby. The boss mocked. Try to keep up if you can. He dashed upward like a rocket. Meanwhile, the giant ape watched, looking very confused. Is this flirting? The ape wondered. Human rivalries were getting really weird lately. Looking at the sleeping Kang Sun, the monkey realized the guy's internal battery was dead. Wakey wakey, he grunted, checking the man's hand for any signs of spiritual life. Zero key found. This wasn't just a nap. His cultivation tank was completely on empty. The ape was a master of breaking bones, not fixing souls. He felt totally useless. Suddenly, a shiny loot drop. He spotted a mysterious crystal tucked inside a vial. What's this sparkly juice, he wondered. It felt like high-tier energy packed in glass. He asked the unconscious Kang Sun for permission. Since he didn't say no, bottoms up. The big guy figured things couldn't get any worse for a man already half dead. He popped the cap up top. Sohn was busy playing tower defense against the goons. The battle raged on. Should Sohn dive into the cave or protect the squad? It was the classic protagonist dilemma, leave the weak or save the brother. He stayed put. Meanwhile, Kumon Rong's goons wondered why their boss was taking forever. Did he get lost, they whispered. Julia told them to focus on their own fight. The old man decided to check the basement. He had a very explosive concern. There's a literal time bomb down there, he muttered. Talk about a major party pooper. It was set to erase everything: the cave, the Guardians, and all their dramatic plotlines. Tick-tock. They had mere minutes before the whole place turned into a giant crater. Even with a bomb ticking, Julia wasn't worried. Apparently, shockwaves are just free massages to her legendary boss. She claims he's immortal, an explosion wouldn't even make him blink. Julia decided that sitting around was for losers. Risking her life is fine for her boss. Stay put. Peasants, she basically told the others before diving in. Julia searched the wreckage like a madwoman. Something felt off. Her boss usually ends fights before the opening credits. Where was he finally? She spotted him. Kumon Rong was casually scaling the stairs with a familiar shadow following. Liang was hot on his heels. Julia blinked. Where did this guy come from? Did he just spawn in? Then it clicked. This was the brat who challenged her boss at Namsan Tower. Kumon Rong finally looked down. He saw Julia searching, but he had bigger fish to fry. Liang's killing intent was impossible to ignore now. RMC was hyper-focused on his target. Meanwhile, Kumon Rong stopped on a ledge, waiting like a final boss. Liang was vibrating with rage. As he closed the gap, the air exploded with their opening exchange of blows. Liang threw a punch to level a building, but Kumon Rong ghosted him, leaving only a shattered stone wall. Kumon Rong counterattacked instantly, forcing Liang back. Kid, playing with forbidden arts is a quick way to die. Liang just smirked. He knew the risks. To kill a monster, you have to become something much worse. He claimed he could handle these deadly styles. He knew exactly where this road of blood was leading him. Liang was ready for the consequences. Flashback. An old man looked at this broken youth with intense curiosity. He asked why Liang was so obsessed with Kumon Rong. Liang, currently wheelchair-bound, dropped a legendary name. An elder once told him he could win. Sarah stood by as the boy admitted he wanted the truth. The old man sighed. It had been years, but Liang looked like he'd been through a total meat grinder. Why do you look half dead? The old man asked. Is it a trend for youngsters to be this crippled? Sarah cut in, explaining it was simple. This stubborn kid wouldn't stop pestering her to see the great elder. Apparently, Li Sun had insane internal resistance. The old man tilted his head. What's that got to do with it? Did this kid really wreck his own body just for a meeting? Talk about a high-stakes way to talk. Liang didn't care. He took full responsibility. If self-destruction was the ticket to see the elder, he'd pay. I need answers, Liang insisted. He hadn't come all this way just to talk about his broken legs. His question was simple: if he miraculously recovered, could he actually stand a chance against that monster? Kumon Rong. The doctor finally understood. You're a real piece of work. Kid, you didn't have to be this dramatic. Using Milan to get in touch, that's pure desperation. The elder noted this was definitely not a normal move. The kid was obsessed. Revenge was his only medicine, which is the worst prescription a doctor can give. Seeking vengeance instead of healing is a one-way ticket to a coffin. The old man wasn't impressed. You're too emotional, the old man scolded. Angry kids don't win wars. But Liang wasn't just angry, he was broken. He took everything from me, Liang roared. Why should he just sit back while his whole life burned? The old man pointed at Kumon Rong. Look at him, revenge is a poison that leaves only shadows. You're my last hope, Liang screamed. If there was no revenge, then his life was already over anyway. The doctor cursed. He hated these tragic backstories. Fine, let's talk facts. No more sugarcoating the truth. Kumon Rong is at the absolute peak. Your sorrow might be deep, but his martial power is absolute. Objectively, you have zero chance. A bug trying to trip a giant usually just ends up squashed. Unless the old man paused. If you toss common sense aside, there might be a dangerous shortcut. Becoming a superhuman, for instance. Sarah nearly flipped. Are you serious? That's just a Murim legend. The elder shook his head. Many masters died or ended up crippled trying to chase that myth. It's a Murim myth for a reason. Most who try it just end up as cautionary tales for rookies. I thought so too, he admitted, until I saw a real transformation. It's no longer just a legend. Now, becoming a superhuman is the only way to resist Kumon Rong, but the price of failure is high. You'll either die or spend life as a human pretzel. Sarah called it a reckless, suicidal decision. That's a death sentence, not a plan, she yelled, but the young man just gave a cold, determined smile. Revenge or death, Liang whispered. I'm in. The old man realized this kid was too far gone. Listen up, because the path to becoming superhuman isn't just about power. It is delicate. Anxiety is strictly forbidden here. If the kid lets worry creep in, his body will implode. During this transformation, he has to completely clear his mind. Forget Go Moonryong and trash any thoughts of revenge. It is brutal, but if he survives, he will stand against the dragon. In 10 years, he will be a match. Our protagonist was stunned. Wait, I'm just fighting to win, but Liang scoffed. He did not care about games. The kid wanted absolute victory. Liang gritted his teeth, prepping for a savage counteroffensive. Hatred fueled his veins as his inner energy roared like a trapped beast. Go Moonryong felt the shift. His balance was slipping. The legend was finally feeling the pressure. He realized this brat was a real threat, so he stopped playing around now. This was a life-or-death duel. Liang was desperate to leave a permanent scar on the man who ruined everything he loved. Go Moonryong unleashed the Black Heaven's destructive strike. Liang countered with a world-shaking seismic step. This is the final climax. The ultimate clash was about to ignite. The raw collision of their massive auras created a blinding storm of pure destruction. A colossal explosion rocked the mountainside. Even Gina, who was rushing to the scene, felt the shockwave rattle her very bones. She froze. What was that thunder emerging from the mines? She found a graveyard of shattered stone and ruined earth instead. Seeing the mountain literally crumbling, Gina gasped. What kind of monsters are fighting here? She prayed for Liang's survival and fate. Through the smoke and falling debris, she saw them two shadows locked in death. Go Moonryong roared in absolute fury at his student. Are you insane? He screamed. Stop wasting your life. But Liang was a literal demon now, his mana pooling endlessly inside. His strength was growing exponentially. Go Moonryong realized this was not a fight, it was a suicide mission. The kid wanted to die. Liang was becoming a force of nature, more lethal with every heartbeat. At this point, even the gods could not stop him. Fine, if the boy wanted hell, Go Moonryong would deliver it. He gathered his power for a lesson the kid would not survive. He delivered a soul-shattering blow right to Liang's solar plexus. The kid flew back, shattering solid rock with his broken body. The impact released a supernova of energy. Julia and Gina could only watch in terror as the heavy dust finally settled. Did you forget who taught you? Go Moonryong growled. Did you forget the terrifying gap between a master and a mere student? He pinned the kid against the rubble like a broken doll. Liang was coughing blood, his spirit seemingly crushed at long last. The boy's head slumped, completely drained, but the victor did not celebrate. Winning this way felt like a bitter, empty defeat. Julia rushed in, checking if her boss was still in one piece. Who was that kid, and why was he so strong? The master was not in the mood for small talk. He glared at her. Why are you following me, planning to interfere? She quickly shook her head. She knew better than to question his might. She was just there to deliver a final warning. Boss, we need to move. There is a massive time bomb ticking right beneath us. Go Moonryong just scoffed. He already knew. He was planning to wrap things up before the countdown hit 0. Julia urged him to hurry toward the extraction chopper now. Time was running out fast. Go Moonryong placed his hand on the unconscious boy's chest, surprising the frantic and confused Julia. "What are you doing?" she cried. He reminded her that this brat was still the Sun Wu clan leader, a valuable asset indeed. Since the kid made him work for it, he decided to drag him along as a hostage. Julia thought it was insane. "He is nothing but trouble," she argued. The master chuckled. "He is the definition of trouble, but he is not dead yet." Julia's eyes widened. This boy was his former disciple. Why was the boss keeping such a dangerous secret from her until now? Cut to a bar later, where the girls are drowning their stress. Julia was venting to her comrade about the day's madness. Her friend dropped a bombshell. The boss used drugs to bury his trauma. He wanted to forget the pain and the blood. But since meeting that kid again, he has been flushing the pills. He is trying to face his ghosts. Julia was stunned. Is that brat really the center of his world? Her friend nodded grimly. That is exactly what had everyone on edge lately. The boss clearly still loves that kid like a son. But if they are forced to fight to the death once again, what will the Nine Arts dragon choose? Julia watched him, fearing the dark shadows swirling in her master's cold, tired eyes. Back at the scene, Go Moonryong mocked the beaten boy. "Did you think a little power-up was enough to touch me, kid? How incredibly naive." Suddenly, Liang's eyes snapped open. "Actually, I have to agree with you on that one," he rasped out. The legend froze in shock. Before he could react, Liang launched himself backward, creating distance with incredible superhuman speed and grace. Julia's jaw dropped. How was he even moving? He was literally half dead, but the real horror was only just beginning today. Go Moonryong realized the kid was not done. Aura flared like a sun, and Liang transformed into a literal monster of golden flame. He looked like an erupting volcano, terrifying and beautiful, fearing the fallout. Go Moonryong grabbed Julia and braced for a massive impact. With the fire of battle in his eyes, Li Shang unleashed his double dragon chain dance to crush Kong. Rang snatched Julia away to safety just as she recognized her master's legendary aura amidst the chaos. The girl's heart soared. The clan head was alive. She refused to waste a single second and charged forward. Sprinting toward the thunderous echoes, Julia and Kumon Rang perched upon a jagged, narrow stone ledge. They braced themselves as Li Shang's devastating assault cleared, leaving a thick, suffocating shroud of dust behind. The kid was using offense and defense simultaneously. Julia gaped, wondering how he'd gained such monstrous power. "Just who is he?" she trembled. Suddenly, Li Shang appeared nearby like a ghost, radiating sheer terror. A heavy strike sent Kong reeling while Julia stumbled. Kumon Rang could only stare in absolute shock. It was the thunderous fist merged with the black heaven strike. Blood sprayed from Kumon Rang's chest. Julia screamed in panic, fearing for her boss. Had this young man finally lost his mind entirely? This was pure madness. Li Shang was recklessly fusing martial arts with completely clashing elemental properties. It wasn't a fluke, he was doing it consistently. Julia looked at Kumon Rang, her face turning pale. "We need to flee," she urged. But Rang noted the boy was running on fumes and sheer willpower. "Mixing arts like that ruins the vessel," Rang explained. "His body should be tearing itself apart right now." The internal energy rotation was a literal meat grinder. Maintaining sanity through such agony was simply impossible. Consumed by the pain, the young man had transformed into a mindless, rampaging beast of pure destruction. Li Shang was gone. Only one name echoed in his hollowed-out soul: the target, Kumon Rang. He was fighting on pure instinct, hovering at the very edge of the forbidden black source boundary. A sane man couldn't bridge those arts. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Kumon Rang's fading heart. What had become of the boy's soul? "Julia, run!" Rang roared. "Get out of here right now." Time had run out. Inside the monster's mind, a single word vibrated with murderous intent: Kumon. Rang the beast's only desire was to rip Kumon Rang apart. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. Rang remembered this kid never knew when to quit, even if it meant breaking his own existence. That stubbornness was why Rang had taught him. Talk about a stressful choice for a lifetime. It was the most nerve-wracking era of his life. Now, Li Shang charged like an unstoppable juggernaut. Rang couldn't even mount a defense, forced into a desperate retreat. Julia watched, her breath hitching. How did he still have gas in the tank while bleeding out? Julia internally screamed for it to end. Her boss was reaching his limit. Suddenly, Li Shang slumped against a wall, lost in a trance. Rang exhaled, grabbing a precious second of peace. Then, he hacked up a mouthful of thick crimson. That chest wound was no joke. Julia glanced at the unconscious Li Shang, praying for a miracle. "You pushed too hard, boss," Julia muttered. Suddenly, Rang's eyes snapped upward. Something was falling. A figure plummeted from the ceiling, clutching a heavy chain. It was one of Rang's own men. Julia's nerves fried. Who else was joining this party? Rang lunged forward to catch his falling ally. Snatching the man mid-air, Rang barely saved him from a bone-shattering impact against the hard floor. Julia rushed over, checking for pulses. "He's just out cold," Rang wheezed, adjusting his painful grip. Pierre lay there like a sack of potatoes. Julia shrugged. Pierre was honestly the least of her worries. She watched Rang's grim expression. High above, a new player named Soan surveyed the total carnage. "Did that guy wreck Pierre?" Julia asked. Rang nodded slowly, his eyes locking onto the newcomer. It was Soan of the Chondoan. If that monster was here, this entire disaster finally made sense. Julia blinked in confusion. He looked like a totally average dude. Talk about appearances being very deceiving. "Wake Pierre and fetch the Sunu clan head," Rang commanded, his voice becoming cold and sharp. "You're fighting him now," Julia gasped. "Boss, you're literally held together by tape and prayers." "I'm fine," Rang lied. "If I were at 100%, Son wouldn't even dare show his face." Soan scanned the hall, but Kang Song was missing. Where had that old fox disappeared to now? With the factions clashing below, Soan knew a showdown with Kumonrang was now absolutely inevitable. Jigen searched frantically for Kangsun, demanding where the camp was. Soan knew time was bleeding away and both crises needed blood and steel. Soan roared for them to retreat as a dark presence approached. The young warriors froze, their gazes locked onto the shadows where Soan's warning pointed. Suddenly, the legendary Kunrong appeared, drenched in blood, grinning like a demon at the children. Terror gripped the boys facing this monster, while the villains rejoiced at their master's return. Kongrang dropped a bombshell. He was trapped in a nightmare, a golden chance for a strike. His current state was a death sentence. If anyone wanted him dead, they had to move right now. He challenged the youths to attack all at once, wanting to end this pathetic farce immediately. Meanwhile, Julia watched the chaos from the shadows, trying to make sense of the carnage above. Her boss was behaving like a madman so unlike him. Something was definitely rotting beneath the surface. Leon groaned, stirring from his coma. Julia realized this boy was her boss's only fatal weakness. Your luck just ran out, kid, she hissed, drawing her blade with lethal intent. A sudden gust behind her, Gina materialized like a storm, screaming for Julia to back off. A devastating kick sent Julia flying. Gina rushed to Liang, her heart hammering with pure desperation. She tried dragging Liang to safety, but the boy was dead weight in his semi-conscious haze. Julia recovered instantly, shoving Liang toward the stairwell to isolate him from his protector. Like a viper, Julia hurled her sword. The blade hissed through the air toward the boy. Gina's scream tore through the hall as the steel almost touched Liang's chest. Horror flooded Gina. She had let the enemy slip away. Julia lunged, closing the distance instantly. Their blades clashed in fury. Julia ripped the sword from Liang's body, realizing he still breathed. Then die together, Julia snarled. Gina charged like a berserker, her legs blurring with speed. Julia sneered at Gina's emotional outbursts, confident her superior swordsmanship would end this easily. This was no mere skirmish, it was a dance of death, and Gina was proving formidable. Gina's aura exploded. Swift flight of the phoenix, the legendary technique, carved through the air. Julia's eyes widened. Where did this power come from? The girls clashed like opposing tempests. How dare you touch him, Gina roared, her rage manifesting into a soul-crushing counterattack. She delivered a mountain-shattering blow dedicated to her boss. Julia lost her balance, stumbling back. Death loomed over Julia as she tumbled toward the abyss, her life flashing before her eyes. Not like this, she gasped. Suddenly, a heavy chain snaked down from the heavens above her. With a desperate lunge, Julia grabbed the iron lifeline. Above her stood Pierre, the savior. Pierre hauled her up as Gina leaped after them, determined to end this rivalry now. Julia swung away on the chain, narrowly dodging Gina's killing strike as she plummeted past. Pierre yanked Julia onto the balcony, while Gina landed below, her eyes burning with fury. Who is that brat? Pierre spat. Julia unhooked the chain, her face twisted and cold. Handle her, Pierre. I have a pest to exterminate once and for all, Julia commanded. Gina spotted it too late. A deadly harpoon attached to Pierre's chain was seeking her heart. She dodged the projectile, grabbing the chain and pulling back with monstrous, hidden strength. Pierre howled as the iron bit into his arm, but Julia was already moving toward Liang. Her blade gleamed in the dim light. This was the final act for the protagonist. Gina's foot connected with Julia's face. Stay away from him, you bottom-tier villainess. Julia cursed Pierre's incompetence as they traded blows again, fists flying in a chaotic, desperate blur. Gina was a hurricane of strikes, never pausing, until Pierre's chain snaked out once more. The iron caught Gina's leg mid-air. She slammed onto the balcony floor with a bone-jarring thud. Pinned by the tightening chain, Gina struggled, while Julia sneered from a safe, mocking distance. Don't you ever screw up like that again, Julia barked at Pierre, her ego bruised. Pierre smirked, apologizing for the girl's speed. Relax, he laughed. The party's just starting. Julia began her desperate prayers. Julia praised her rival's skill with mockery. Gina's blood boiled, Julia added. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent today. Julia leveled her blade at her rival's heart. No fear flickered in the girl's eyes, only a cold, stinging sense of disappointment. The girl lamented her failure to protect Li Shang. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar echoed, forcing both girls to spin around in terror. A literal monster stood before them, exhaling demonic mist. It was Li Shang, his entire body radiating a blinding, terrifying golden aura. The young man's wrath was godlike. Pierre trembled, his soul shaking in fear. How can a human become such a demonic beast? Gina stared in absolute horror at the unrecognizable figure. This wasn't Li Shang. He had transformed into a creature of pure nightmare. Kriang the monster growled, vowing vengeance. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Soan and Kumonrang ignited a lethal battle to the death. Steel clashed in a lethal dance. The air sensed Kumonrang's fatigue. He's drained. He thought, now is the time to strike. Soan noticed his foe's reckless aggression. His skills are stagnant. He realized, the perfect opening for my newest secret martial art. This was the forbidden technique Soan had perfected since their last encounter. Finally, he held the ultimate advantage over his hated rival. The arrogant Kumonrang was walking right into a trap. Underestimating Soan would be the last mistake he ever made in this life. Kumonrang laughed, thinking he'd swat this boy like a fly before easily slaughtering the rest of the weaklings nearby in the hall. Boom! Soan unleashed his secret weapon. A supernova of light erupted, blinding everyone in the hall with its sheer, overwhelming intensity. As the smoke drifted away, a battered Kumonrang emerged. The attack had actually drawn blood. The legend was wounded and partially injured. You've grown, brat, Kumon spat, his eyes turning murderous. Playtime is over. Now, I'll show you what true martial mastery looks like. Back below, Julia and Gina watched Li Shang with pure dread. They were staring into the eyes of a god or a devil. Is he even mortal? Julia gasped. Li Shang's hands shook with primal energy, his demonic gaze burning through her very soul and spirit. Flames erupted with every breath he took. Julia gritted her teeth. I'll slay this monster right here, right now, with my own hands. She vowed to erase this threat to her master forever. Stay away from him, you pathetic wench, Julia screamed at the interfering Gina. Julia lunged forward, but Pierre's chain snapped tight. And where do you think you're going, sweetheart? He mocked, pulling her back forcefully. Breaking free, Julia swung her blade at the blazing Li Shang. She had a lethal plan, and she wouldn't miss her target again. On the edge of the abyss, a hellish scene unfolded. Julia danced with a demon while Pierre held the chains of fate above. Pierre tightened his grip, ensuring no one could interfere. He was the puppet master of this chaotic, bloody balcony brawl over the abyss. Upstairs, the world stood still. Both factions froze, their breath caught as they watched the epic clash between Kumonrang and Soan. All eyes were glued to the duel. The air was thick with tension, vibrating just before the coming cataclysmic explosion of the bombs. Tick-tock, boom, a massive explosion rocked the foundations. The clockwork mechanism had finally been triggered, consuming everything in fire and smoke. Through the rising embers, a figure appeared. Yunu. He crawled from the wreckage, a miracle survivor rising from the dark depths below. I'm alive, Yunu wheezed. The explosion was far too powerful for a normal bomb. Something was wrong. This wasn't just a simple trap. He suspected Bak Sanho's hidden hand. Meanwhile, the others panicked. Were Julia and Pierre buried under all that stone and fire upstairs? Bak Sanho stood silent amidst the screams of outrage. The explosion was massive, a masterstroke of chaos that defied all logic and expectation. Kumonrang's eyes narrowed as he glared at the old man. Bak Sanho, what game are you playing in the shadows this time? Soan saw Kumon's distraction. The leader was worried about his pawns. You got lucky today. Kid, Kumon growled, his aura darkening with malice. I have more pressing matters than killing you, Kumon declared. His priority shifted, leaving the grudge match unfinished for a more important case. Consider this your lucky day. Disappear, and if I see your face again, I'll personally send your soul to the deepest hell. Kumonrang looked like a true god of death now. He wanted to savor the moment. Watching his enemies squirm in pure agony, the young warriors were paralyzed with fear. Facing Kumonrang in this state was a one-way ticket to a very cold grave. Julia groaned, coming to her senses amidst the rubble. The explosion, she muttered, her eyes searching for the demonic, unstoppable Li Shang. Like a vengeful phantom, Li Shang loomed over her. He was scorched but standing, a direct, unstoppable threat from the dark underworld itself. He was invincible. Julia lay broken on the floor, forced to watch as the monster prepared his final, devastating and lethal move. Li Shang, wake up, Gina screamed, desperately fumbling to unlock the heavy iron chain from her bruised and bloodied leg in time. Suddenly, the beast stumbled, losing his footing. Li Shang plummeted into the dark abyss. Julia sighed. The young man's nightmare was finally over. But wait, a giant hand gripped the railing with his other hand. The giant clutched the unconscious Kansun like a broken doll. The giant sighed, looking at the chaos below. If I knew it'd be this much trouble, I'd have never attended this event. He hauled Kansun onto the balcony with pure muscle. The tragedy was averted for Nat. Giants taking 5. Boom's done. Anything left? Safety check. Need a way out now. Look out below, another body's falling. Li Shang again. Kid loves the floor. Missed him. Now a girl is diving. Catch giant. Snags her with one hand. Let go. Jin screaming while dangling. Chill. Girl falling equals dying today. Too late. Not even monkeys save him. Grip tight. Monkey won't let her fall. Shang keeps sinking. Jin's heart breaks. Zero hope. Abyss is the next stop. Splash plot armor lake saves the day. Wake up. Shang's underwater but breathing. Glowing lights. Something feels very weird. Flashback. Should have stayed in the dark. No more pain, just sinking away. It's over. The warm water feels nice. Wait, what's that suspicious energy glowing? Julia, you okay? Coworker finally checks. I'm fine. Why are you just standing? Where's Jin? Julia's looking for her. Boss ditched the fight to find her. She's toast. Chasing Shang was suicide. Boss man's curious. Where's the MC? A wild girl appeared and snatched him. What girl? Julia explains the explosion. Power surge, the immortal demon's energy. Energy? Julia's confused about the glow. Look, the demon's energy is reacting. Is that the immortal demon's power? It's collapsing. The reaction is ending. Demon Chai is wild, pure legend. He's alive, mastering immortality, believe it. Shang's floating in aura, sinking deep. Landing softly, he's in a cave. I'm alive, top tier plot armor. What's this, a secret hidden cave? Ghost time, the demon's descendant arrives. Chopper's here, 10 minutes to move. Team Kuman is evacuating, no delays. Was it worth it, Julia's questioning? No loot, did the old man scam? My bad, I didn't expect theft. Enough lies, give us the truth. Kong Rong stayed silent. He had zero mercy for traders or their former clients. This wasn't his mess, but if the elder kept hoarding that stone, he'd pay. He threatened to deliver the old man's severed head to his former employer immediately. The elder scoffed, asking why Kong Rong couldn't sense the divine energy himself. Kong Rong didn't buy it. No magical stone lasts forever if it's being drained. That fragment was just a byproduct, a far cry from the real legendary treasure. Disappointed, the elder wondered if Kong Rong was too blinded by greed for truth. He showed a forbidden book containing the Eternal Guardian's secrets and demon power. Penned by an immortal demon, these truths were unknown even to the cult's followers. Kong Rong listened with absolute focus, his eyes locked on the old man's move. As they stared, deep within the dungeon, a legendary prisoner finally opened his eyes. Everything was going to plan. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the high-security facility. Buried deep underground, this monster was kept under heavy guard due to his danger. The warden's orders were ruthless: eliminate the target at the first sign of trouble. As long as there was no riot, the guards were authorized to kill him. A guard warned his partner about the prisoner who could punch through reinforced iron. Despite his terrifying strength, they felt secure behind their firearms and thick walls. They felt invincible, but then a massive blast erupted, leaving them barely alive. Miraculously surviving, they realized the cameras were fried, leaving them blind in smoke. Heavy footsteps echoed. They sensed something very bad was about to walk their way. The criminal Ma Young-shik appeared, casually asking what had happened in his prison. The guards panicked, aiming their weapons and screaming for the monster to stay back. They warned him to freeze, authorized to use lethal force the moment he resisted. They were ready to fire, but Ma Young-shik just smirked at their guns. He wanted to check on the Murim, but that gun, it was really annoying. He demanded to know why they were blocking his path without any valid reason. Suddenly, other inmates appeared behind him, bowing deeply to their president in loyalty. They broke orders not to act because they sensed a glitch in the energy. Ma Young-shik understood the hype. That chaotic resonance was drawing them all in. Since his crew was here, he suggested they all head straight to the sanctuary. A guard shrieked, threatening to shoot if the president took one more step forward. He didn't listen. Suddenly, the guards felt their bodies freeze under an invisible pressure. Paralyzed and confused, they could only watch as Ma Young-shik kept moving forward. He ordered them to stand down, or else everyone in the room would die. Realizing words were useless, the president decided to use a bit of physical persuasion. He disarmed the guards with ease, mocking their lack of manners and professional courtesy. An inmate asked if this was the path to immortality. It was the first step. He saw his teacher's shadow, wondering what disaster had struck the ancient shrine. Elsewhere, the giant grumbled that this mission was a terrible, dangerous idea. He and Gina navigated the cave, surrounded by flashes of raw, erratic energy. Gina told him if he was too cowardly, he should scurry back home alone. The giant was worried as non-human bodies rained down from the heights above. Gina snapped at him to shut up, her eyes welling with tears and determination. She didn't care what Liang had become. She leaped headfirst into the thick fog. The giant squeezed his eyes shut in terror, following her into the unknown abyss. Seriously, how'd he get stuck with a brat who ignores everyone? Ginny landed safely, though, deep in the mine, Gina felt a chill. Something was wrong, and she couldn't explain it. Gasping and dizzy, she spotted him, a young man lying still. He wasn't breathing at all. It was Li Young, a bloody mess and looking half dead. Gina started the waterworks again. Poor guy. Suddenly, a massive giant appeared, totally unscathed from the same deadly fall. He looked better before he broke, the giant joked. Gina snapped and pounced on him. The giant stuttered excuses while Gina ignored him, screaming Li Young's name into the dark. The giant stared as Gina rushed over. Talk to me. Are you still alive? She begged. He actually croaked her name. Gina hugged him tight, screaming with joy that he wasn't dead. The giant was baffled. How did this kid survive a drop from that insane height? What's the secret? Gina barked back. Who cares? He's alive. Mind your own business. Stop asking questions and be happy he's okay. Li Young blinked. Did I actually fall? You don't remember? Gina asked. He rubbed his head. I think it's coming back now. Then he pointed up. Who's the creepy guy? Gina froze. What guy where? The one talking to me from up there. Gina and the giant looked up, trembling. Among the rocks sat a skeleton. Li Young couldn't believe it. Just a pile of bones. A skeleton? But they were just talking? He distinctly remembered a voice from the heights. It called him the descendant of an immortal demon. Gina stared. Has he lost his mind? She figured he had brain damage. Li Young frowned. Wasn't that demon banned in Murim? Mentioning that name is a death sentence. He decided to shut up and move on. Where's Kumonrang? He asked. Gina exploded. You almost died. Why ask about him? Is he insane? If he keeps this up, he's going to end up in a coffin. She'd seen his suicidal fighting style. The giant watched the drama like a front row fan. Pure entertainment. Gina kept yelling. He was literally at death's door just a moment ago. I can't lose you, she sobbed. Do you want to be killed by some low-life scumbag? Just like my grandfather, don't leave me alone, she cried, calling him a reckless idiot. The giant finally chimed in. Hey, lovebird, save the romance for later. Let's move. Fresh air beats this hole. Gina scowled. Why does this creep keep butting in? Love affairs, what is he talking about? She hated how he ruined the emotional vibe. Don't get salty, kid, the giant laughed. Meanwhile, Li Young noticed the light fading fast. It'll be dark soon. If they didn't want to rot here, they had to move now. The giant agreed. He was also curious about the guy he'd left unattended upstairs. Without help, his condition would turn fatal. Luckily, 2 young masters were already there. Jun and Sukin were panicking. Hurry, we have to heal him before it's too late. They were racing against time. Suddenly, a signal headquarters was on the line with intel. Joa confirmed backup was coming. Just hold on a bit longer. We're getting you out. Bzzz, the intercom crackled. Injured VIP in Sector 5. All rescue teams, move in now. Switch objectives. All available units are ordered to save Mr. Kang immediately. Move, move. The orders echoed through the damp caves. The mission to save him was officially on. The giant breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like the other boys found him first. Guess this is goodbye, the giant grinned. His work here was done. Time to bail. Li Young tried to help. They might release you for helping. The giant just laughed. No thanks, he boomed. I didn't help for a reward. I just want a rematch. Li Young pointed to the exit, but the giant wasn't leaving. He liked it here. He leaped into the shadows of a ledge. I'm staying. Don't worry about me. Forget your pointless worries, the giant scoffed. Gina gaped, baffled why he'd choose to rot in this hole. He harbored a secret too heavy for their ears. Don't fret over me, he rumbled. strangely content after their meeting. Give my regards to the steel wall, the Titan roared, urging them to find Kangsun before fate took a turn. He pushed them toward the exit, knowing their hearts were heavy with dread for their missing comrade's safety. Kangsun clung to life by a thread. Medics scrambled frantically, desperate to stabilize his flickering pulse before it vanished forever. Outside, the air was thick with anxiety. Jigan glanced at the Sochon heir, whose face was a mask of agony. What's eating you, Highness? Jigan prodded. The air hadn't been the same since they hauled Kangsun's broken body out. Something is wrong, the air whispered. He's overflowing with power, yet his pulse vanishes like a ghost in the wind. Fearing a fatal chi blockage, Sochon checked his meridians. Miraculously they were intact, yet the mystery only deepened his fear. Keep it together, another urged. The medical masters are legendary, they'll pull him back from the brink of the abyss. I'll slay Kumrang myself, the youth vowed, dreaming of restoring the Chundan clan's glory to the Murim world. Suddenly, Jigen spotted Li Xing and Gina approaching. The pair looked like they'd crawled out of a battlefield's deepest pit. Is he here? Xing asked. A wave of relief washed over the group. Their miracle worker had returned from the dead. You always vanish when it gets hot and reappear once the dust settles, one teased, though his eyes showed warmth. Xing stood silent, looking like death warmed over. I'm sorry for the scare, he rasped, bowing to his loyal companions. You're dripping blood everywhere, man, Jigen shouted, horrified by Xing's appearance. Are you even human? Minor scratches, Xing shrugged, dismissing his wounds. Forget about me, how is Kangsun? Is he going to make it? The infirmary door slammed open. Back off, no noise, the doctor barked, his face pale with stress and exhaustion. Xing glimpsed Kangsun through the gap, motionless and barely breathing. A barrage of desperate questions erupted from the crowd. He's in critical state, the doctor sighed. We're doing everything, but he's walking a thin line regarding his life. Standard pills and key circulation have failed, the physician admitted grimly. His condition remains stubbornly stagnant and unchanged. We must move him to a high-tier facility immediately, the doctor insisted, or we will lose him by dawn. Suddenly, Xing barged inside. Get out, the doctor screamed. This is a sterile ward, not a playground, kid. Ignoring him, Xing stood over the dying man. Meanwhile, the watching prisoners were baffled. Where did that energy vanish to? Flashlights swept the cold stone walls. Empty, the prisoner hissed, his eyes widening in pure shock. Not even a flicker of the saint's aura remained. It was as if the room had become a spiritual vacuum. The leader's face twisted in fury. This wasn't the plan, he spat. Inside, Xing gently placed his palm on Kangsun. A divine, ethereal light suddenly flared between them, pulsating with a rhythm that defied all logic and medicine. Impossible, the prisoner wailed. Years of planning were dissolving into nothingness before his very eyes. Xing channeled the stolen holy energy back into Kangsun. Gina and the others watched, breathless at the impossible display. Is that a forbidden healing art? They whispered. The technique was unlike anything in the orthodox Murim manuals. Only a grandmaster could manipulate chi with such surgical precision. Sochon's eyes narrowed, reevaluating the boy before him. Xing's talent was borderline monstrous, but there was something else, an aura that felt chillingly familiar yet alien. As the golden light intensified, Sochon realized the scale of this power was beyond human comprehension. Stop at once, the doctor shrieked, terrified by the sheer pressure radiating from the boy's fingertips. Logic has no place here, Dr. Sochon interrupted, pinning the man with a sharp, commanding glare. Just watch, Sochon commanded. Xing remained deaf to the world, focused solely on the life he was saving. Look, his color is returning, someone cried. The gray tint of death was finally being driven away. Silence fell like a blanket. Xing's brow beaded with sweat as he poured his very soul into Kangsun. The storm is calming, Jigen noted. Gina didn't blink, her heart pounding in sync with Xing's erratic breathing. She stepped forward as the light faded. Xing, can you hear me? She asked softly, reaching out. His knees buckled, his strength utterly spent. Gina caught him just before he hit the cold floor. He's bone-dry, Jigen shouted, rushing over. The boy was like a drained battery, pale and trembling. The crowd murmured in confusion. What kind of price had he paid to bring back the dead? He had poured his own life force into Kangsun, a sacrifice that left him completely hollowed out. One kid wondered if Liang was copying some legendary master's secret healing art. The leader went all out, perks of being the boss. He gets the VIP treatment. The doc checked Khan's vitals and gasped as every single reading hit the green. He stared at the monitor, baffled how a dying man just fully recovered like that. The boy asked about the patient. The doctor sighed, saying his vitals were beyond perfect. He wasn't just stable, he was superhuman, a total miracle for someone who was dead. Science had no answers for this one. Gina and Jigen helped the exhausted boy out. Liang was totally spent. Gina couldn't stop thinking about that weird, exploding power surge. That massive energy vanished in a blink. What on earth stopped the process so fast? What happened in that cave? Ma Young-shik was losing his mind over the flickering. The energy spiked, then dipped. It seemed their entire trip was a massive waste. Let's check upstairs. Ma told his men to round up the cult and clear out. Get everyone moving, the sacred aura is gone, so there is no point staying here. They all retreated. The man scratched his head, feeling pretty depressed about the whole deal. What about the founder's relic? Should we just take it and run for it? When everyone is healed, leave it. There is no better tomb for our great founder. He was crushed. 50 years of meditation ended in a totally fruitless and empty failure. The city is a wasteland. Fire and ruins are everywhere as the population flees in terror. Families are shattered as people migrate to escape the danger. A child weeps for parents. A hand reaches for the babe, who stares back with eyes full of wary fear. A nightmare skeleton deep in the cave, Liang woke up screaming his absolute lungs out. He bolted upright, eyes wild with terror. That nightmare was way too vivid and scary. He was shaking like a leaf. Gina looked on, totally confused by his sudden freakout. The boy couldn't shake it. Gina stepped closer, asking if his brain was still working. He looked around like a lost puppy. Where was he? Why did he feel so weird? You passed out while healing the boss, she explained. Now just shut up and rest. Healing the boss? Liang's memory was gone. Was he really the one who did that? Gina was spooked. He forgot everything. Something was definitely wrong with the poor guy's head. Where did that vivid dream come from? He stood up and asked about Mr. Kang's status. He's next door, finally awake and catching up on all the drama he missed earlier. The security chief entered, apologizing for the interruption while Kang reviewed the recent disaster files. We have a situation, another escape, and it's linked back to the immortality sect again. This is bad news. That Ma Young-shik guy is a total thorn in our side. How did he get away, and why aren't the other cultists making any moves yet? Ma is the key. If he's loose, you can bet his followers are right behind him. The chief promised to dig deep. Why would a quiet prisoner suddenly go on a rampage? He'd been a ghost for years. What triggered him to break those chains right now? No clues, no answers, only a hidden motive that we can't even dream of. Ma escaped after a bloodbath. Jigen cornered our hero, wondering why he was so quiet. Did you think you could leave without a search? I brought you these clean clothes. You doing okay? Gina chimed in, worried about his weird and scary memory lapses lately. He forgot the healing. Everyone is worried the Sunu clan leader has some brain damage. He looks like a walking disaster. Jigen said he gets worried just looking at him. Thanks for worrying, buddy. It's sweet. Gina asked how much longer they'd be waiting. Is he taking a nap? The girl noticed Liang was moving like a total turtle. Taking forever to change. Ladies shouldn't wait for such a slowpoke. Liang finally emerges. The hallway is ghost town quiet. Where's the squad? Chilling in the break room, they reply. Everyone's waiting on Sleeping Beauty to wake. System lock us in, Liang, he wonders. Choa shuts it down. System's green. Bugs are squashed. But Jigen drops the tea. Seonu, the edgy sunglasses guy, just vanished into thin air. Totally out of character. Lucky he wasn't turned to confetti by that massive blast. Should we hunt him? Impossible. The explosion turned the area into a total death trap. One wrong step and you're buried alive. Not exactly a fun Sunday stroll, right? It's a desert outside. Even Boss Kang fled back to his office the second he woke. What is this nonsense? Our hero is totally baffled by this cryptic talk. The clan head hasn't hit Murim in ages, so, a legendary new technique, no way. A secret treatment, the witness swears it's the real deal and everyone was floored. Jaws hit the floor, a move so wild it defied every rule of the game. Sudden enlightenment breakthrough, he fainted and woke up godly. Man, I missed it. Still shaking, that battle was a straight up nightmare. Never want to see that again. But the master's gone ghost. Where could the old man have vanished to now? Who are these fledglings? A living legend eyes the youngsters in this prison hellhole. Lee almost walks into the lion's den. Jigong pulls him back. Lobby's that way. Genius. My bad, I'm new. But the girl is suspicious. Why head toward the danger zone? Just a mistake, he claims. But his gut tells him something is seriously off here. Chills, a strange sensation. Meanwhile, the old monster is losing his damn patience. Deaf or just slow? Should they bolt? How do beasts like this get inside? The kid gets cocky. I'll crush this stranger myself. Talk about being overconfident. You kids want to play, the villain offers to arrange a deadly lesson for them. Panic sets in. Facing a real master is a total nightmare. Talk about awkward. Run and be cowards. Then, the alarm blares. Code red. Headquarters is under siege. It's a raid. Appropriate measures must be taken. The peace is officially over. All personnel, assemble now. The loudspeakers are screaming for a total lockdown. The cat is out of the bag. Ma Young-shik realizes his escape is trending. He charges the prisoner with a stick. Bold move. Kid, let's see it. His buddy is pure hype. Go get him, champ. Yeah, good luck with that. Caught with 2 fingers, 50 years and you kids are still this sluggish. Making a racket and only now sounding the alarm. The old man is roasting them. Attack failed miserably. How is this criminal this fast? Our boy is beyond tilted. Snap, the stick is dust. The old man just flexed on him without trying. A stick really, he's just realizing how pathetic the attack was. Attacker is shocked. You're poking a monster, kid. This isn't a master, it's a force of nature. Run. Time to bail, but their survival instincts are lagging. Their bodies won't even move. Paralyzed by pure killing intent, the monster is closing the distance for the kill. Move, legs, move, but his fate is sealed. The Grim Reaper's hand is inches away. Game over. Suddenly, Liang bursts in. He flies between them like a lightning bolt. The monster's hand recoils. Run, kids, Liang shouts. I'll handle this fossil myself. A lethal haymaker, Liang throws a punch with enough aggression to level a building. Fearless brat, the villain thinks. Where did this powerhouse come from? He's no guard. If you're a guard, you'd know my name, and you definitely wouldn't dare this. Facing him head on, the villain sneered, activating the forbidden heart-binding technique. Our hero was about to taste true despair. Kang Sun's eyes widened. Ma Young-shik was actually inside the headquarters. This was an absolute disaster, a total breach of security. Even with dozens of elite agents on the case, this monster remained uncaught. Legend says his mere presence paralyzes the bravest souls. The moment guards drew their weapons, they froze like statues. Ma Young-shik possessed a terrifying demonic art that sealed one's very movement. This was the infamous heart-binding technique. Smirking, the villain taunted the boy, asking if he could even handle such divine skill. Suddenly, Li Shang lunged forward with a crushing, aggressive strike. The villain's jaw dropped in pure shock as the air shattered. Impossible, the soul-binding curse had absolutely no effect on this kid. Panicked, the villain barely managed to dodge the incoming fist. As the punch whistled past, Ma Young-shik's mind raced. Why was his ultimate move failing? Was this boy some kind of hidden monster? He'd never encountered a master this young and formidable before he could blink. Li Shang launched another relentless barrage of attacks. Though he blocked the flurry of blows, the villain analyzed his foe's stance. This movement, he didn't seem like a true grandmaster. Frustrated by the strange backlash, the villain leaped back to create some distance. He needed to rethink his strategy, and fast. Perhaps a gap would make his defenses more effective, but Li Shang wasn't letting up, his intensity only growing with every passing second. The strikes came faster and faster. The villain stayed on the defensive, parrying each blow with the cold precision of a veteran. Realizing he was just a step behind, our hero decided it was time. He unleashed the secret double dragon chain dance. This move never failed yet. To his utter disbelief, the strike didn't even graze his foe. What kind of monster was he? Both fighters were baffled. The villain couldn't fathom why his soul-sealing art was useless against this mysterious young man in a uniform. Who exactly was this kid? Was he a hidden disciple of some ancient sect? Li Shang was a total dark horse in this battle. Gritting his teeth, Ma Young-shik flooded his veins with internal energy. He'd crushed the boy's spirit first to reveal his true identity. But once again, Li Shang danced through the danger. The villain felt a chill of discouragement. How could his speed be matched? Dodging the lightning flash technique was supposedly impossible. The two stood at a deadlock, the very air crackling with their clashing killing intent. As Li Shang prepared for the next strike, he realized he could barely track the villain's movements. This speed was truly godly. It was a miracle he was still alive. Meanwhile, Ma Young-shik realized his most lethal speed techniques were being countered by pure instinct. To survive a lightning flash, one had to be a top-tier master. Was this young warden secretly a legendary peak-level cultivator? Suddenly, Gina and June rushed in to assist, watching them. The villain wondered if any of his techniques would actually work today. Was it just the heart binding, or was he immune to everything? The villain effortlessly swatted away the newcomers' combined assault like flies. He dealt with them casually, showing zero strain. Our young heroes were horrified. Their best moves were being deflected with a single hand. The gap in power was staggering. Ma Young-shik realized their desperate attacks were as predictable as a child's tantrum. Their coordination was a mess. The criminal scoffed, looking at Li Shang's uniform. A mere warden shouldn't possess such terrifying potential. This kid is just a warden. He looks barely old enough to shave. How could he possibly know the Dockman School's secrets? The mystery deepened. Nearby, Gina and June found themselves frozen in place, their very shadows pinned by the villain's oppressive aura. With his friends restrained, Li Shang demanded to know the truth about the Dockman arts. Let them go, he roared, eyes blazing. The villain smirked. Let's see how long you can maintain this rhythm, boy. He wondered how much longer this identity could remain hidden. The criminal spotted a flicker of weakness. The pursuit of the devil's shadow was finally starting to take its toll on the lad. Time to end this. He lunged to incapacitate Li Shang, forcing our hero to leap back desperately to avoid the lethal strike. Retreating to safety, Li Shang checked his allies. Gina and June were down for the count and desperately needed time to recover. Steel in his gaze, Li Shang braced himself. "Are you guys okay?" he whispered. They nodded weakly, and his heart finally steadied. But the villain wasn't done. He unleashed an illusion effect, grinning as he saw the confusion clouding the young warden's sharp eyes. This battle was becoming a nuisance. Ma Young-shik hated how long this simple job was taking. This kid was annoyingly persistent. He never expected a brat with basic martial arts to hold out this long. It was an insult to his legendary reputation. Being stalled by a rookie warden was infuriating, yet, strangely, the villain noticed his boiling rage was beginning to fade away. He felt no malice toward the boy. Instead, an odd wave of nostalgia washed over him, like a memory from a forgotten life. What was this feeling, shaking it off? He listened as Li Shang demanded to know why he'd attacked the headquarters in person. "Why did you invade this place?" the boy asked. The villain scoffed. How dare this little shrimp interrogate a legend like him? This kid is clearly insane. Since when do teenagers stare down the great Ma Young-shik without their knees shaking in fear? Li Shang smiled softly. "You know, I don't think you're actually a bad guy." The villain growled. "Let's see if your skills match your mouth." "Bring Kang-sun to me," he roared, bloodlust filling the air. "I'll take his head first, then we'll settle who's truly evil." Liang stared in disbelief. To hear such savage words from a renowned elder, was Kang-sun not the man of honor he claimed? Ma Young-shik's eyes turned cold as ice. That explosion just now, it reduced our school's most sacred grounds to nothing but ash. If that's the case, shouldn't the one in charge pay the price? The very atmosphere grew heavy with his suffocating killing intent. "If you want a civil talk, boy, bring me Kang-sun's head on a platter." Liang realized the situation had spiraled into total madness. "This is insane," Gina hissed, pulling him back. "You can't be forced into this suicide mission. That man is an absolute monster." "We can't just end it like this," Liang insisted, his heart racing. Special prisoner Ma Young-shik deserves to hear the truth. Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open. Armed security guards swarmed the room, their weapons glinting under the dim, flickering lights. "Surrender, criminal. You're completely surrounded," they shouted. "Don't make us turn this room into a bloody graveyard today." Ma Young-shik let out a hollow, mocking laugh. "So many flies for just one man. I'm truly flattered by the attention. Even if you brought an army, you couldn't hope to defeat me," he grinned, baring his teeth. "Come try your luck." The guard captain's voice trembled. "Our intel says his heart-binding technique can only target 10 people at once. Stay focused." "That's why we brought everyone." As more guards flooded in, a shadow loomed at the entrance. Kang-sun had finally arrived. I truly hoped we could avoid such a messy confrontation. Ma Young-shik. Kang Sun sighed, his face a mask of false pity. Long's heart leaped with relief the master was here. Help had arrived just in time to stop the impending slaughter. Now that the tantrum is over, let's speak. Kang Sun directed, what's the reason for all this chaotic drama? Young-shik, is it really you? Kang Sun the prisoner spat with venom. In the flesh, the master replied, his smile not reaching his eyes. Your dream defiled our school's most sacred religion, Young-shik roared. You set that blast to cover your theft of the relic. I have no idea what you're rambling about. Kang Sun lied smoothly. In a flash, Young-shik lunged, closing the distance instantly. Thunderous blows rained down like a mountain collapsing, yet Kang Sun parried every bone-shattering strike with terrifying, effortless grace. Suddenly, crack, Young-shik shattered the defense. A devastating impact sent Kang Sun flying backward, crashing through the heavy furniture. Don't act the victim, the prisoner screamed. I see right through your lies. Your soul is as rotten as a corpse. The wound marks on the cannon are the proof. Seize him, the captain shrieked. Return that madman to his cell immediately. Remember the intel the guard warned, his voice cracking. He can't handle more than 10 of us at once. Charge. As the wardens rushed forward like lambs to the slaughter, Young-shik's aura exploded. 10, let me show you the truth. The guards froze mid-step, trembling as a suffocating pressure filled the room. Who decided 10 was my limit? What a joke. Did you think I was just rotting in that cage? The air hummed with his power. I've ascended to a new realm. The real show begins now. Who knew a mere dream could stand in the way of my great destiny? Dodge it. Now the captain wailed in terror. Young-shik ignored the fodder, his eyes locking onto Kang Sun like a predator. Don't expect mercy. He gathered his internal energy, his fist glowing with a destructive blue-flamed kai that made the floor crack. Liang suddenly lunged between them. He had to block the strike if he didn't. The shockwave would kill everyone in the room. Liang, stop. You'll be killed, the others screamed. No one had even seen him move. How did he get so close? Wait, Young-shik, it was the Black Forest clan, Liang shouted desperately. I saw them trigger the explosion with my own eye. They stole the Eternal Keeper and planted the bomb. The name of the relic made Young-shik's murderous intent falter slightly. I saw the blue stone they took. It was the robbers from the Black Forest. The room fell into a stunned silence. He knows about the Eternal Keeper. Young-shik studied the boy's face. His gaze is steady. He isn't lying to me. It was bizarre. Despite his burning rage, Young-shik felt a strange sense of trust looking into the young man's eyes. He's no liar, but why does he feel so familiar? The prisoner felt his anger fading, replaced by a nagging sense of fate. The hostility vanished. Suddenly, bam! A group of black-clad warriors burst into the room, ignoring the prisoner and rushing toward the master. They moved with lethal precision, surrounding Kang Sun in a protective formation that radiated an aura of elite martial arts mastery. Protect the Lord. These were the lethal shadows of the Chonduman clan, the most loyal subordinates of the great Seochan. The guards watched in silent awe as the elite warriors knelt. Master Kang Sun, please report. Are you harmed in any way? I'm fine, Kang Sun muttered, brushing off dust. Gina grabbed Liang's shoulders. Are you crazy? Are you hurt anywhere? It's been too long since I left the Murim, Young-shik chuckled darkly. So many fools here today who clearly hate living. The prisoner narrowed his eyes at the newcomers. Who the hell are these crows, and why are they interrupting my vengeance? None of your business. Ma Young-shik overheard the shocking news that Elder Kang Sun had miraculously cheated death. The room went silent as Soan explained it was merely a precaution to ensure the elder's recovery. Ma Young-shik scoffed. How could a man on death's door radiate such an overwhelming, monstrous aura? Our main character confirmed it. The treacherous Black Forest clan had nearly ended the elder's life. He revealed that Kang Sun had been unconscious for ages, only waking up through a stroke of luck. A recovery this fast was impossible. Rumors flew about the legendary Sun Hunsuk's divine healing power. This forbidden technique can fix any wound, even those that have already reached the gates of hell. When that holy energy surges to heal the body, the air itself begins to scream with power. Ma Young-shik felt pure disappointment. He'd sensed the energy and hoped for a legendary artifact, not medicine. Intrigued, the Titan asked for the boy's name. He'd never seen such a gutsy young master before. Gina warned him to stay quiet, but the boy stood tall and proudly declared his Sunu clan bloodline. I'll remember you, the prisoner grinned. His work here was done. It was finally time to leave. Soan blocked his path, refusing to let such a walking disaster simply stroll out of their sight. The ruthless devil spirit is free, Choa cried, recognizing the name from terrifying ancient bedtime stories. Li Shang was baffled. Where on earth did a little girl learn such edgy legendary titles? Ma Young-shik locked eyes with the boy, a cold smirk appearing. Do you truly think you can stop me? The guards drew their steel, trembling as they waited for an order to commit absolute suicide. The devil's eyes glowed with malice. Go ahead, try to keep me in this pathetic little cage. Soan and his black-suited fan club braced for impact, desperate to protect their precious clan heir. Everyone prepared for a bloody resistance, yet not a single soul could move a single finger. Ma Young-shik simply walked past them, leaving nothing but a trail of cold sweat in his wake. You couldn't stop me in 10 lifetimes, he mocked, promising Li Shang their paths would cross again. The guards shouted useless orders to capture him, yet remained frozen in place like garden statues. Li Shang watched the monster vanish. Ma Young-shik had won the standoff without breaking a single sweat. Back on the bus, Li Shang finally reclaimed his confiscated phone, feeling like a civilized man again. He excitedly dove into his inbox, eager to reconnect with the world after all the madness. Welcome back to society, Gina teased, before asking why the elder chose only him for a talk. We just chatted about life, Li Shang lied smoothly. It was better she didn't know the truth. In reality, the elder had filled him in on the carnage that happened while he lay unconscious. "You woke up at the bottom of a vertical abyss?" Kangsun had asked in total disbelief. He couldn't believe the kid survived that drop, let alone used a rare, high-tier medical art. While the world was dark, the boy had performed a miracle that defied every law of Murim. "You're a reckless brat," the elder scolded. Fighting that monster was a total suicide mission. Li Shang knew he was outmatched, yet he still lunged at Kumurang like a madman. "What if you died?" the elder pressed. Li Shang just threw the same question right back. He'd heard why the elder came, a broken old man looking for a fight he couldn't win. The elder had charged into death's maw despite everyone begging him to stay at home safely. "Wasn't your little stroll just as reckless?" Li Shang countered, catching the old man off guard. Kangsun sighed. "It's different. I'm an adult responsible for the future of this entire martial world." He admitted this era's chaos was likely a poison brewed by his own generation's past mistakes. It wouldn't be fair to make the kids bleed for the sins of their stubborn grandfathers. "Don't let your grudge blind you," he warned. "Anger is a very dangerous compass for life." He told the boy to hide his rage. He had friends now who actually cared if he lived. "Live a life worth their trust," he finished. The boy nodded, finally understanding the heavy weight. "You sure talk a lot for an old guy," Li Shang joked, finally taking the advice. Liang bowed deeply, thanking Elder Kangsun, yet his mind remained fixed on the monster known as Ma Yik. Sensing a lingering shadow, Kangsun asked to examine Liang's hand. Something about the boy's energy felt strange. The elder scanned his meridians, his eyes widening in shock. Impossible. There is no demonic rot within him. The boy's strength eclipsed every genius in his generation, yet it wasn't the foul power of the devil. Confused, Liang asked about the devil's connection. Kangsun sighed, mentioning a legendary miracle from a dark era. He wondered if Liang's survival was tied to the immortal devil's legacy. Was fate weaving a nightmare? "I must be mistaken," the elder muttered. Liang's aura was pure, unlike the devil's stagnant, suffocating pressure. To Liang, the immortal devil was just a myth, a name from a history he didn't belong to. Kangsun forced a laugh, blaming his old, senile imagination for such terrifying and baseless thoughts. "If you were truly a devil's seed, the immortality sect would have already dragged you into their abyss." But a chilling report had arrived. The most dangerous monsters of the immortality sect had just escaped prison. They vanished into the night while the devil's ruthless spirit tore through their headquarters in a bloody frenzy. These weren't mere criminals, they were legendary masters whose very names were a curse upon the Murim. Even elite martial masters would struggle against them. These devils are rivals to the Great Federation itself. Once Kuman Rang begins his slaughter, the Federation won't have the luxury of worrying about some sect. Kangsun's face darkened with dread. In these chaotic times, the return of that sect is a catastrophe. Long watched the elder's trembling hands. The heavy weight of the world was clearly crushing the old man. He realized then that the Murim was drowning in blood, and Kuman Rang was just the first wave. Closing his eyes, the nightmare returned. Every devastating strike from Kuman Rang replayed like a bloody film. No matter how much he fought the memory, the crushing pressure of that battle refused to leave him. He knew there was a gap, but being treated like a helpless child, that realization stung his pride. "I can't win like this," he whispered. Ma Yik's martial arts were beyond any logic or human limit. Suddenly, the Sunu heir appeared. Sochan's presence snapped Liang out of his dark, spiraling trance. Ma Yik's movements, they weren't human, Liang admitted, his voice still shaking from the terrifying encounter. Sochan leaned in, his gaze razor-sharp. "Stop. Even thinking about that man's power is a death sentence. That is a forbidden devil art. Pursuing it would paint a target on the entire Sunu clan. One wrong step and the Murim will execute us. Curiosity is a luxury we cannot afford, Liang." Sochan warned him pure luck wouldn't protect him if he dabbled in that soul-consuming darkness. However, our library, Chondoan, holds every secret of the martial world, even the darkest ones. It contained records on the immortality arts. Liang's eyes lit up. "If I read them, can I understand him?" "Obviously," Sochan scoffed. But Liang wasn't convinced. Books were one thing, surviving the real thing was another. He needed to feel the technique's killing intent again. Just then, Gina approached with a knowing look. "Eavesdropping, are we?" she teased. She'd been awake the whole time, soaking in all their dramatic brooding. She began her lecture on mental toughness when Ring Liang's phone screamed. It was a call from Kang Haj. "Haj, what's up?" a girl's voice answered instead. "Is this the famous Sunu clan leader?" she asked playfully. Liang froze. Who the hell was this? Gina leaned in, sensing the sudden spike in the room's tension. "A stranger has Haj's phone," he gasped. He tried calling back, but the line was already dead. His heart sank. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl stared down at poor, unconscious Kang Haj with a smirk. "Poke?" She jabbed his cheek with a stick until he groaned. "Ugh, can't a guy get some rest?" He blinked awake, dazed. Where am I?" End of the line. "Pretty boy, get out of the car." He stumbled out and saw his brand new phone smashed to pieces on the ground. His heart shattered too. "My phone, it was brand new," he wailed. "Worry about your life, not your gadget," she snapped. Whack. She smacked him with her stick again. "Move it, I don't have all day for your whining." "Stop hitting me," he screamed, ducking for cover. "What did I even do to deserve this?" "You're a Sunu rat," she hissed. "Why were you sniffing around my boss? We know you're his spy." The poor guy wailed for mercy, claiming his Sunu clan blood and ties to Liang. Haj desperately blurted out his secret mission he only infiltrated to steal the boss's legendary martial arts. The boy was totally insulted, like, why the brutal beatdown before even asking a single question? The girl scoffed, calling his bluff. "Nice try. Clown, you're not escaping this beatdown that easily." She couldn't wrap her head around it. A Sunu clan elite sucking up just for some training, as if Hai played the newbie card, but she fired back, ever heard of the legendary Gu Moonryong? His heart skipped a beat at that cursed name. Shock hit him like a truck. Did she just say the terrifying Gu Moonryong was her actual boss? Panic mode activated. He remembered Gina's warning that Gu Moonryong was the Sunu clan's most hated nightmare. She'd strictly forbidden him from whispering that name. It was the ultimate taboo in their world. Here's the kicker, Gu Moonryong was Liang's master, yet also the monster destined to destroy the Murim. He's the reason for Liang's mother's tragic end and the one who ruthlessly executed Elder Quan. The Supreme Guardian title rang a bell. Turns out, Gu Moonryong was hunting that very target all along. Kang Haji's brain was short-circuiting. Could that man really be the legendary dragon of destruction? He shook his head, desperate to deny reality. There was no way that man was the infamous Gu Moonryong. No way, he screamed. Gu Moonryong is the absolute villain of villains, the king of evil. The girl brandished her stick with a smirk, asking if her boss really looked like some cartoonish monster. She loomed over him, demanding the truth. What did the man you saw really look like? Spill it. Meanwhile, Saruna barely escaped a nightmare experience. Thanking her lucky stars she survived that hellish ordeal. Liang sighed in relief. He couldn't help but wonder just how long she'd been tracking poor Kang Haji. They'd been scouring every corner with zero luck. Hit me up the second you hear something, Liang requested. The assistant leaned in, whispering about what truly went down in that hell of uninterrupted torture. Saruna's gut was twisting. Something was definitely off. Bad omens were popping up like annoying notifications. The assistant checked the clock. No time for hunches. The CEO's schedule was packed tighter than a sardine can. Suddenly, word came from the Sunu clan trouble was brewing. Liang realized he hadn't heard from Haj in ages. Jigan rushed over, his face pale. Something super weird is going down. Man, he warned with wide eyes. The bombshell Seun had vanished. Rumor has it he's now cozying up with the rival Jeonha clan. He'd been in full hermit mode, training his soul out and completely oblivious to the chaos outside. Jigan scratched his head. Who was that Ganu guy following them? It felt like being haunted. The girl braced herself. She was on a one-way trip to meet the most terrifying man on the planet. Liang had a hunch it was Zhang Mongan. She'd chatted for a bit before pulling a vanishing act. Wait, isn't she on Team Gu Moonryong? Jigan asked. Why weren't those two powerhouses seen together? Gina's jaw dropped. Liang was seeing someone. How did she miss the spicy gossip in the clan? They were told to sit tight for reinforcements, but screech, the bus suddenly slammed its brakes. Tires screamed as the driver apologized. Some reckless idiot had just cut off the entire bus. What kind of maniac drives like that? The girl yelled, just as Kyle stepped out of the luxury car. That's my cue, Liang said, waving goodbye to the stunned passengers as he hopped off first. Something massive was rocking the Sunu clan. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a sword. Liang gave the Sung heir a final nod. It was time to part ways before things got even crazier. I've got to see that book warehouse one day, Liang mused. But that place was restricted for outsiders. So-on smiled. Official visits were a no-go, but for Liang, the red carpet was always rolled out. Hale bowed deep. The clan needs its head, Liang frowned. What news could be so urgent? Prepare yourself, sir. This one's going to be a major headache, Hale warned with a grim expression. Behind a cracked door, a mysterious duo appeared. They were led straight to where the young lady waited. The word spread like wildfire. Lady Salil was back, but was she really who she claimed to be? Yes, the blonde chirped. The legendary Eternity Keeper was finally prepared for the mistress's grand return. The man sighed in relief while Sowell remained as silent as a cold grave. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the box's contents, suspecting the blonde of playing foul games. Is something wrong? She pouted. Did I bring the wrong legendary loot? The man frowned. This artifact felt nothing like the one described by the elder. Whatever, it'll boost the princess's power, he muttered while the princess dismissed them for a nap. The blonde squinted at the princess, thinking the royal brat might have actually grown an inch. Before vanishing, the blonde had one spicy question burning in her mind. That Lee Song guy, is he really the new big boss of the Sunu clan? She'd crossed paths with that handsome devil in the hell of uninterrupted torment. The blonde admitted she had a strange lingering interest in Sunu clan gossip. The princess's brow arched, wondering why a man like him would roam that literal hellhole. Her royal gaze shifted to the blonde's companion, making the poor guy sweat buckets. The security chief didn't need words. He instantly pinned the guy like a common thug. Hey, unhand him, she shrieked just as a hidden gun slid from the guy's sleeve. Packing heat for a royal tea party, even the blonde looked genuinely bamboozled. She turned on her friend, demanding to know why he'd brought a literal cannon. Then a second gun appeared near his shoe. You absolute moron, she screamed. The traitor went for his weapon, but a shot echoed and blood painted the walls red. He hit the floor hard, a smoking gun still clutched in his trembling hand. My arm, it's gone, he wailed while the ladies watched him with zero sympathy. The princess noted that their blonde guest was surprisingly unarmed herself. If you didn't frisk him, you're either incompetent or complicit, the big man growled. I'm not suicidal, the blonde defended. I'm way too pretty to die for this loser. Shedding his jacket, the man prepared to make the assassin sing a very painful song. After a friendly session of heavy torture, the assassin was a bloody, unconscious mess. Princess, cover your eyes, the guard advised. This isn't a sight for a royal. The security head insisted she leave while he cleaned up the human trash. Wake him up, the princess commanded coldly. I still need the tea on Chun. Meanwhile, Li Song was on the line asking if Su'ul had truly returned to Suna. Elder Yang confirmed her return, backed by the shady Black Protection Organization. Can that girl even walk yet? Elder Ming scoffed, remembering her frail state. She's a totally different person now. Yang replied, you wouldn't even recognize her. Elder Ming smiled, then asked the boss for his take on the shady organization's intel. Li Zong decided, I need to look into Soul's eyes and see the truth myself. He planned a swift meeting before bringing the juicy details back to the grumpy elders. Gina chewed her lip, worried about the fallout from dealing with such a dark group. Soul or not, those guys are bad news, she warned, sensing a trap. Lee Song realized this went far deeper. It was all tied to Sewell's destiny. Gina couldn't believe the audacity of the group that turned that hell into a circus. Just how bad was it in that hell of uninterrupted torment? Halen asked. We almost met our ancestors there, Gina snapped, still traumatized by the experience. Lee Song turned to Hale. Can we reach Kangha yet? Where is he? Silence was the only answer. They hadn't heard a peep since returning from that nightmare. At his last known location, only the scars of a brutal battle remain. A terrifying power clash. The girl ordered Hajj to lie about his kidnapping by those Murim masters. It's the perfect alibi for his disappearance. If anyone asks why he went MIA, that's his story. Those gruesome scars make the lie feel painfully real. Hajj winced as he touched his fresh, throbbing wounds. You whipped me on purpose, Hajj cried. She just smirked. It wasn't an accident. It was calculated cruelty. I did it because I felt like it. Classic. She tossed his phone back with a secret contact saved. Join us whenever you're ready. She's actually letting him walk. Apparently, they only recruit the most elite monsters. One last chance, but Hajj hesitated. What if he spills the beans to Shiwoon about the Nine Arts dragon? You won't talk? She mocked. Shiwoon would lose it if he knew his disciple learned from his worst enemy. Mastering those forbidden techniques is a death sentence. The Sunwoo clan would hunt him to the ends of earth. That power is etched into his soul now. If the clan discovers his secret, he's as good as dead. Walking the path of the Nine Arts dragon means eternal suspicion. Every power-up just fuels the fire of doubt. I'll never betray the Sunwoo or Shiwoon, he roared, desperately clinging to his fraying loyalty and pride. Suddenly, she flashed a photo. Know her? She asked. Jay stared at the girl who looked like a doll. It was Sosul, the true heiress of the Sunwoo clan. The rightful queen is finally making her move. Under the Black Defense's wing, she's coming to take back her throne. A storm is brewing over the clan. The Sunwoo would become a puppet of the BDO. If that happens, Shiwoon's leadership will be utterly crushed. Impossible, Hajj gasped. Sosul herself chose Shiwoon to lead. But in this world, alliances shift like sand. You don't know the real Sosul, she whispered. They watched the princess in chilling silence, a small, terrifying monarch. Drenched in blood, the little princess asked. Anything else? Her eyes were colder than a winter grave, shiver-worthy. Stop, he's already dead, they warned. No more secrets can be squeezed from a corpse, even for her. How boring, Sosul sighed, looking totally unfazed by the carnage. This girl isn't a princess, she's a total witch. The BDO sent word, time and place to be decided. The gears of a massive conspiracy are finally turning. Shiwoon sensed their hesitation. They're acting weirdly cautious. Is the Murim alliance breathing down their necks already? Elder Yan nodded. Even a global titan like the BDO fears the wrath of the Murim Federation's legends. The Federation is no joke. Shiwoon ordered total secrecy. Not a single word of this leaks to the clan. The Sunwoo are already under the magnifying glass, and one wrong move and the whole Federation comes crashing down. As you command, Yan replied. But then, Shiwoon dropped a bombshell. Prepare to hand over the leadership. Wait, what? He's stepping down for Sosul. The elders were stunned. Isn't this too fast? We haven't even seen her yet. Her return is a mystery. Why is she back? Shiwoon didn't care. He knows her arrival is an inevitable fate. The queen will return. Better to be prepared for the transition than to be caught off guard by destiny. Plan ahead or get crushed. With that settled, Shiwoon dismissed the elders. He's got other fires to put out. Meeting's done already, Gyubum asked. It was a long one, filled with enough drama to last a lifetime. You waited, Shiwoon asked. The poor guy is exhausted. He's been running on fumes since last night's chaos. Burning the midnight oil. But wait, Ginny was waiting in the parking lot. What's she doing here now? Weren't you going with Elder Hay-Ale? He asked. She just ditched him. Someone's clearly got something on her mind. She chose to ride with Shiwoon instead. They drove in heavy silence, both drowning in their own complicated thoughts. Something wrong, Shiwoon checked. Jin-Yi looked pale, her usual spark replaced by a deep, nagging worry. His words from earlier were haunting her. If Sosul takes over, Shiwoon's time with the Sunwoo is over. He'd leave the clan and leave her behind. The realization hung in the air like a cold winter fog. Their eyes met, filled with unspoken sorrow. The car stopped, but the tension was just getting started. Heartbreak incoming. I'm not disappearing, Jin-Yi. He promised, even without the clan. Their bond is forged in fire. Don't cry yet. She smiled weakly, wishing him a safe trip. As the car pulled away, Gyubum finally asked the big question. Are you seriously quitting once Sosul returns? Gyubum pressed. Shiwoon has been the heartbeat of this clan forever. He's been a legendary leader. Everyone respects him. Why throw away everything he's built for the Sunwoo family? What about Elder Kwan's final wish? He should at least stay to guide the new era. The car stopped abruptly. Gubal spots a total jerk blocking their path. Who's the idiot parking like a maniac right here? Leon warns him to chill, but two guys in full military gear step out of the shadows. Leon senses a trap. These soldiers aren't just lost, they're definitely hunting for someone tonight. A man approaches with a fake smile. Sorry for the scare, but our guest of honor is waiting. He mentions the princess is feeling moody. Leon wonders if Lady Seolul has already made her move. The princess is impatient. Follow me, the man says, leading them into the lion's den. Leon walks past the armed guards. He notices the cold steel of their weapons under the moonlight. Assault rifles for a social call. Something is seriously wrong here. These guys are ready for a war. She's here, the man whispers. Leon looks inside and sees the ice-cold gaze of Princess Seolul herself. She's looking deadly serious. Gobam bows deep, trying to play it cool. Welcome back, Your Highness. Leon stays silent as a grave. The princess stares back, her face a mask of absolute mystery. Glad to see you're alive and well, Leon says. But behind her calm face, a storm is brewing. Outside, the perimeter is locked down. Guards report all clear. But the tension is thick enough to cut. Hold your positions, comes the order. One guard grumbles that this whole operation feels like a bad joke. He peers into the night. Why is the princess obsessed with a rusty Ferris wheel of all things? The neon lights flicker nearby, riding a giant wheel while armed to the teeth. Talk about weird hobbies. She's just a spoiled brat. One sighs, risking their lives for a kid's late night whim. Total madness. Hey, at least we get hazard pay, but the night is about to get much more expensive. Hidden in the dark bushes, shadows move. Armed killers are closing in, and they aren't here for the rides. High above, Leon and Seolul are trapped alone. The Ferris wheel compartment becomes a cage for their secrets. The princess wanted total privacy. Aren't you going to say something, she asks, her voice cutting the silence. Don't you want to know where I've been? She asks if he's curious about the hell she survived. Only if you want to tell me, Leon replies. As they rise higher, the world below disappears. Darkness wraps around them. Leon reaches out, gently placing a hand on the princess's head. I'm just glad you're home, he whispers. But Seolul immediately slaps his hand away with a cold glare. Stop treating me like a toddler. She isn't that fragile little girl from their past anymore. Leon apologizes, but then she takes his hand. Thank you for staying exactly the same, she whispers softly. She knows what Leon endured while she was gone. Are you really okay now, she asks, eyes searching his. I'm fine, Leon smiles back. For a brief second, the war between them fades away. Back at the parking lot, the boss checks in. Nothing suspicious, they report, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. Stay sharp until she's back. Gobam looks up at the wheel, wondering if the clan leader is safe. Something about the princess has shifted. A dark aura now clings to her that wasn't there before. You worried about that kid's life, a man asks. Gobam flinches, sensing the bloodlust in the question. I'm worried too. The man grins wickedly. He's worried Leon might say the wrong thing and get slaughtered. If she snaps here, it'll be a bloodbath. Cleaning up a shredded body at a theme park is such a chore. When the princess gets her hands on someone, there's usually nothing left but 2 or 3 bloody pieces. That's a very dark joke, Gobam stammers. He can't tell if the man is actually kidding. I'm dead serious, pal. Apparently, Gobam has no idea what kind of monster they're serving. She rips men apart without blinking, he adds. Gobam refuses to believe the sweet girl is a killing machine. I've seen it with my own eyes, the man whispers. The horror stories are all true and they're gruesome. Especially if she's holding your hand. Back in the stall, Leon and Seolul are still hand in hand. You're crazy, Gobam shouts. Even if she's strong, she would never hurt Leon. That's the problem, the man sighs. A little girl with godlike power and unstable emotions is a ticking nuke. Seolul leans in with a final wish. Promise me you'll do exactly what I ask, no matter what. Leon stares into her eyes. The trap is set. She reigned with absolute confidence, certain her every whim was law, but if anyone dared defy her, death would be their only escape. Gobam glared, questioning if the man truly understood Seolul's terrifying desires. It was glaringly obvious. The man sneered, predicting Seolul would soon force the boy into total servitude. Gobam's fury erupted. He warned the man to watch his tongue before the Sunu clan's heir, Li Shang. Turning to the princess, the boy offered a cold apology. He could no longer fulfill her selfish demands. Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Her expression remained stone cold, though her face flushed with suppressed rage. It mattered little now. Whatever choice that child made, the path the former clan had built was shattered. Enraged, Gobam unleashed a devastating strike. The man skidded back, instantly drawing his lethal firearm in response. Such monstrous speed, a talent truly worthy of the legendary 4 supernova stars. Gobam didn't miss a beat. He recognized those lethal movements instantly. The man chuckled, telling Gobam to cool his hot-headed temper already. Why so tense? It was merely a small prank on a kid. He relished seeing Gobam lose his cool. You know nothing of our leader, Gobam spat. No one can fathom the true depth of Shang's power. Shang's potential is limitless. Princess Seolul trembled, whispering, do you truly intend to betray me now? Her piercing gaze locked onto his. Shang remained silent, speechless, as the princess's eyes flared with sudden fury. Suddenly, thunderous gunshots tore through the air. Bullets slammed into the Ferris wheel, shattering glass into lethal shards. Shang lunged, shielding her with his body as they hit the floor. Gobam roared, what is this madness? It's target practice, the man smirked, ordering the lights cut. Darkness was about to become their new enemy. The blackout failed even without power. The wheel remained illuminated. The relentless hail of gunfire showed no mercy. Stay down, Gobam screamed. Meanwhile, the enemy brandished a high-powered rifle, boasting of his professional sniper status. One wrong move and you're dead, Gobam glared, asking if they were truly expected to just surrender here. Observe, do we have a choice? Gobam listened intently. Based on the echo, the shooter was incredibly distant. 1 kilometer away, anyone hitting marks from that range is a master, a true professional of the shadows. If so, the princess and the boy are already corpses. The man cold-bloodedly prepared for the next fatal volley. He peered through his scope, hunting for movement. Suddenly, Shang grabbed the princess and leaped into the abyss. They were sitting ducks. Gobam screamed for Shang to be careful. This reckless gamble was absolute suicide. Death was 1 inch away, holding Seolul tight. Shang began a desperate, gravity-defying descent between the moving cabins. He vaulted downward with insane agility. High above, the riflemen pivoted, trying to pinpoint the hidden assassin's location. Bullets danced around him, yet Shang evaded every single one with a final, heavy thud. He reached safety. Target missed, mission failure. The sniper's report was cold and robotic. The impossible had happened, the prey escaped. Forget the gear. Move out, his partner barked through night vision. But the sniper hesitated, thirsting for blood. One more minute he'll show his head, but his partner knew better. Staying any longer was a death sentence. There's a counter-sniper. Suddenly, muzzle flashes bloomed. Both assassins were struck down before they could even scream. Amateurs, a voice hissed, failure demands instant retreat. Gobam realized the immediate storm of lead had finally passed. The guns fell silent, but the danger lingered. Shang stood up, focused entirely on securing their perimeter. We must scout the area. Shang was wounded, and Solol gasped as she saw blood soaking his shoulder. You're bleeding, she cried. A mere scratch, Shang replied calmly. He met her gaze with unwavering, stoic eyes. Are you unharmed, Princess? Suddenly, the man reappeared, offering a shallow greeting to the Sunu clan's future head. He praised Shang for the princess's safe return, but Solol was far from impressed by his late arrival. Your incompetence is staggering, she spat. Without Shang, she'd be a memory. Why wasn't he the one protecting her? He bowed low, stammering apologies. He claimed he never anticipated a midnight sniper ambush on this specific path. No idea, she hissed. Anticipation is your sole duty. Solol grabbed his sleeve, her eyes cold as ice. Then you are worthless, the man trembled, trying to explain, but her gaze was already filled with pure loathing. Fury blazed in her soul. Just as she prepared to strike, Shang stepped in, expertly breaking her lethal concentration. Shang made a calm request, giving the terrified man a chance to escape. Check the others, he commanded sternly. He apologized for the intrusion, his sharp mind already dissecting the suspicious shadows lingering in the dark night. A sinister chill filled the air. Without looking up, the girl coldly snapped that Liang was only hindering her path. Solol, eyes blazing with fury, asked if she seemed pathetic to him. Why was he coddling her like a child? The young man stuttered out an apology, but a sudden roar of gunfire shattered the moment of tension. Instantly, Liang lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Solol as they both crashed hard onto the concrete. Stay down, the guard screamed. The storm of lead hadn't passed yet. A stray bullet tore through the air. Ripping into a guard, Gobam ducked as the onslaught intensified. Liang shielded the girl with his very life. Chaos erupted over the comms. The lookout yelled that the Ferris wheel had become a literal kill zone. Silence met his cries. It's over, Liang grunted. Our backup has likely been wiped out already. Two masked shadows crept through the smoke. Even amidst the carnage, Liang sensed a more terrifying presence approaching. Suddenly, the presence of every civilian nearby vanished. These professionals weren't just here for a simple hit. This was an execution. Gobam stared in horror. Who were these monsters with such lethal, military precision? They aren't Murim, the man bellowed. It's the Ghost Knights, the underworld's most ruthless band of sellswords. Gobam's heart sank. Why would legendary mercenaries target the young princess and the clan leader now? It was a grudge. Their master had been humiliated by the princess years ago. Now, they hungered for blood. This place is a tomb, the guard shouted, urging the princess toward the relative safety of the parking lot. Are you hit? Gobam asked. Liang brushed it off, but the mask of the invincible leader was finally cracking. The clan head was running on empty. He hadn't slept in days, yet he still stood like an iron wall. He looked unshakable, but even legends have limits. The security chief knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. Moving now, he barked. This location was compromised. Liang's only mission was keeping the princess alive. But she was skeptical. Why, she hissed. You were going to betray me. Why play the hero now? Not the time. Princess, the guard yelled, but Solol refused to budge. She demanded the truth right then. She stood tall, ignoring the danger. Answer me, she commanded, her pride more important than the flying lead. Truth was her only obsession. Then, the sniper fired. Liang moved like a blur to shield her fragile form. Gobam scrambled toward them as the lead guard returned fire, aiming to put the assassins in the dirt. Princess? Talk to me, Gobam cried. She was drenched in crimson, but the blood wasn't her own. Liang lay crumpled before her. A frantic radio call went out. They had a victim down near the wheel. Wake up, you idiot, Solol whispered, her voice trembling. The great clan leader was fading fast. He didn't move. A dark pool spread across the floor. For once, the silent princess looked truly terrified. Down in the lot, the traders were grinning. Is the princess dead yet? That would be a nice bonus. The security chief's blood ran cold. Steve, what the hell are you saying? The betrayal was finally revealed. A voice crackled back, mocking him. Took you long enough to realize, selling out to Kaiser was just business. You'll never be a leader, Steve, the man roared. But Steve only laughed. The Ghost Knights had already shifted. The old rules are dead, Steve sneered. The rest of the crew has already signed on for the new era. Tonight, the girl dies, and I take my seat as the new king of the Ghost Knights. Check your men, Steve taunted, or what's left of them. I'm waiting for you at the parking lot. The trap was set. Steve's boys had already turned the security team into a pile of corpses. The line went dead. The chief realized with a sinking heart that his entire squad was gone. Steve wasn't playing around. The guard turned to the princess. The parking lot is a trap. We go another way. Gobam desperately tried to stop Liang's bleeding. The princess watched, her face a mask of cold indifference. Is he dead? She asked flatly. He has a pulse, Gobam panted, but he's slipping away fast. He was losing too much blood. They needed a hospital, but the exit was a gauntlet of steel. Forget me, the chief said, but Solol cut him off. She was heading for the lot anyway. She walked toward the danger without a flinch. Save Liang. she ordered the chief. That is your only job. They have guns. Princess, he warned. She paused, casting a cold, murderous glance over her shoulder. If Liang dies, she warned, everyone in this city follows him to the grave. The girl was serious. Our princess has gone full beast mode without supervision. Her ferocity has reached legendary levels, stroking a black panther. The blonde heard that the ghost knights finally tracked the princess's shadow. That sly girl, she secretly charmed her enemy's pawn right under their unsuspecting noses. Unbelievable, she gasped. Was her master truly playing this dangerous game of high-stakes chess correctly? Could anyone really discard a jewel so divine? The man laughed. It was all part of his plan. Assassins lurked in the trees, but they became the hunted. Death came swiftly from the shadows. A chilling voice whispered, poor moths flying into the flame. Did you forget your place, insects? A barefoot child approached. This is no child. The terrorist trembled. It's a monster from hell. Corpses littered the field as a shadow loomed, claiming his power was eternal and immortal. Long's eyes snapped open, battered and broken, but the Reaper hadn't claimed his soul yet. The security chief hauled him up while Gobam held the line, keeping the deadly chaos at bay. I can walk, Liang groaned. Pushing them away, he needed to stand on his own 2 feet. As Liang rested, Gobam watched nervously. The air felt heavy with the scent of an impending storm. That dream again, memories of an immortal demon lord were carving themselves into his very soul. You're bleeding out. Gobam panicked. Is your mind still with us, or are you fading away? Liang ignored the pain. He had a burning question that needed an answer right this second. The chief stared in disbelief. Anyone else would be a corpse. This kid is built different. None of that matters, the chief muttered. You're why we're alive. Thank you for everything. Kid. Where was Princess Solul? The battlefield was a graveyard, and the tension was thick enough to cut. The terrorists were gone, erased from existence. Only blood and eerie silence remained in their wake. Who could possess such devastating power? The absolute carnage left Liang in a state of total shock. Don't overthink it, the chief warned. Specialized cleanup crews will erase this nightmare very soon. Move out, the Sanu clan leader is safe. We mustn't keep our royal lady waiting any longer. There she stood, Princess Solul, surrounded by mangled remains. A cold, beautiful reaper of souls. Liang approached her slowly. The girl seemed completely untouched by the bloody carnage she had created. Their gazes locked. In that silent exchange, 1,000 unspoken truths passed between their souls. You've seen it now, she whispered, my true self, a side I rarely show the living. She reached out. Choose wisely, Liang. Your next words will decide if you live or die. Her eyes turned demonic. Will you walk by my side, or will you betray me, boy? Gobam was paralyzed. This wasn't the princess, it was an inexplicable, terrifying force of nature. If Liang gave the wrong answer, a bloodbath would follow. Gobam had to intervene right now. He couldn't just watch. He had to bridge the gap before everything exploded into violence. We need Mr. In's wisdom, he blurted out, trying to break the suffocating tension in the air. He pleaded with Liang, accept her hospitality. Kid, don't throw your life away over a grudge. I apologize, Princess, Liang said firmly. His heart was steel, unyielding no matter what she became. He refused her hand. Suddenly, a wall of crackling fire erupted, scorching the earth between them. Her fury blazed. Did you really think you could reject me and walk away unharmed, Liang? Stop it, Gobam screamed, but the head of the guards held him back with a firm grip. Let them be, the guard commanded. Interfering now is a quick way to get yourself killed. A clash of wills. The princess was in a trance. Trying to stop her now was suicide. You won't escape me, Solul declared. Her voice was a chilling promise of eternal captivity. I'll break your limbs if I must, she hissed. A crippled bird is better than none. Is this how you show love, Liang asked. She'd rather hurt him than let him go. Gobam's soul trembled in fear, but Liang stepped forward, right into the lethal lioness's den. He knelt before her, eyes level. The world narrowed down to just them and the fire. If you want to end it, do it, he said, as Sol's spirit completely shattered. She was totally spent, struggling to even maintain a threatening glare at that point. He decided to be honest, thanking her for the chance to lead the Sunu clan. Being the head was a heavy lie, a role this man never truly deserved to hold. He couldn't stand seeing his princess suffer in the shadow of his own tragic choices. Why leave me, she cried, desperate to understand why he was abandoning her now. He had to go. Once she returns, the Sunu clan falls to his sworn enemies. In that den of vipers, he can no longer be the honest man she loves. She sacrificed her pride and her soul for him, yet it led to this. She even joined the Black Protection Shadow Dwellers just to stay by his side. And now he's walking away. The princess absolutely snapped, consumed by a blinding rage. I'll kill a snake like you, she screamed, her heart breaking into a million pieces. He pulled her into a desperate embrace, begging for a forgiveness he didn't earn. He finally saw the hell she endured. He was a fool for not noticing sooner. For one heartbeat, she hoped he'd stay, but reality is a cold, heartless mistress. I'm sorry, he whispered, refusing her plea and shattering her world one last time. She blasted him back with a surge of raw, violent energy, unable to take more. Like a vengeful demon, she shrieked for his death while the world watched in horror. Stop this madness, Gobam yelled as she reached out with blood-stained, trembling hands. Her hands touched his face, but his calm, steady gaze only made her weep harder. It's okay, he whispered, asking her for one final, soul-binding promise before he left. He patted her head gently, telling her to stop suffering for the sake of others. Soul collapsed, sobbing like a lost child as her entire world turned to gray. She coughed up crimson blood, her body finally breaking under the weight of her grief. I'm so lonely. she wailed, realizing that without him, her heart was an empty void. All she wanted was his smile, but now her life felt utterly devoid of meaning. As her vision faded, she saw him reaching out, promising to keep her safe forever. Princess Soul snapped awake, her eyes fluttering open as she realized she was moving. She was in a car, alive against all odds, though her face remained stone cold. Looking at her stained hands, she realized she had lost a terrifying amount of blood. That's Liang's blood, the driver revealed, dropping a bombshell that shook her to the core. Seeing her faint, that absolute madman grabbed a knife to save her with his own life. He didn't hesitate to bleed for her. What a legendary devoted psycho this guy is. She stared at the stains, finally realizing the insane depth of his hidden sacrifice. That kid is a total lunatic, the driver muttered, still shocked by Liang's actions. If they hadn't stopped him, he would have literally drained himself dry for her. He stayed standing through pure protagonist willpower until Gina finally arrived to pick him up. He wants to delay their deal, apparently. Today's chaos was a bit much even for him. A small smile played on her lips. The rascal actually remembered his promise to her. He's a terrible man, she whispered, though her anger was starting to soften. Contact the clan. We have to catch that runaway idiot before he disappears forever. Sarah Nuna got the news our main character has officially left the Sunu building. Gina knew only Sarah had the skills to find that elusive man in this mess. Sarah started her search. Liang had vanished like a ghost into the morning mist. Where could he be? Sarah was the only one who held the remaining clues. Sarah Nuna threw down the gauntlet, demanding answers while Gina stubbornly held her ground. Gina claimed interrogation seniority, but Sarah wasn't playing hide-and-seek with Mr. Xiong. She waited for the truth, but the trail went cold after that mysterious midnight meeting. Following his meeting with Mrs. Solol, he vanished, phone dead and bags packed. Sarah sighed. She knew Liang wasn't a victim. He was a player following a hidden genius script. Gina wondered about his endgame, but Sarah knew the kid was playing 4D chess. Determined and swift, he'd prepped for this fallout for ages, keeping his cards hidden. He went totally dark to avoid being traced. Gina's heart sank. How could he ghost them? Vanishing without a trace, classic main character move. Sarah wished she had a GPS. Where was he? Even the elder looked rattled, his stoic face showing a rare shadow. The news left the elder pensive. He noted Solol was treating the association like a playground. Worse yet, those black protection patrons were acting suspicious, smelling like a major plot twist. The elder warned these shadows were a true danger to the Murim. He was sweating it. The assistant probed his mind, wondering what the master was plotting behind that wise brow. He wondered if she'd mastered the ultimate skill, playing dumb while knowing everything. She claimed it was all for her master. Then, the aide asked what truly motivated him. The elder called it a trifle, yet he was secretly stumped by the leader's disappearance. Where was he headed? A mysterious man confronted Liang, demanding to know his secrets. Liang stood there, backpack on, having trekked to the Black Source boundary all alone. He hadn't realized how deep the mountains went. The man sneered, asking about school revenge. If it was about that school fight, the man welcomed it. Here, no rules. Guilt had been eating at him, but the man warned Liang against using trauma. Keep your hands off, or you're dead, the man promised. Liang just looked confused. Aren't we all one Murim family? Liang asked. The man was baffled by such brotherhood. The man scoffed. This kid had no clue about the chaos unleashed after Kumanrang's rampage. After Kumanrang trashed the place, scavengers and robbers swarmed this sanctuary like vultures. The man ranted about his suffering. He'd been playing solo guardian in a world of wolves. He'd bled to protect the memorial at the Black Spring Gate from that monster's lawlessness. Then this kid wanders in preaching about brotherhood. Liang realized this was going south fast. The vibe was rancid. The man wasn't buying it and wanted the conversation over, pronto. Liang admitted the trek wasn't easy. Most people wouldn't dare set foot in this wasteland. Even standing there, he questioned his choices. Was this destiny or just a big mistake? Liang praised the man's Black Heaven technique. It was top tier, but he noticed a flaw. That devastating strike works better as a follow-up. Liang was basically giving him a tutorial. Armed with Sunbo's warm advice and pure nerve, he'd finally reached this sacred ground. He felt a strange nostalgia pulling him back. The man groaned at his sentimental garbage. How can you miss a place your master, Kumanrang, never even visited? He hissed. Stop the flowery talk and give me the real tea. You're way out of line. You're just another greedy brat looking for loot, the man spat, suspecting a hidden trap. He figured Liang brought Sunu clan back up and braced himself for a full-scale ambush. Liang realized he'd stepped into a giant no-trespassing zone. This was a massive misunderstanding. He apologized, admitting he was mistaken, but he was strictly flying solo today. No army, no drama, just me. Liang offered a polite bow, ready to exit stage left. He turned on his heel, taking the hint. Clearly, the welcome mat was not out. Then the man surprised him, apologizing for the school fight. Talk about a plot twist. The man owned up to his blunder. Though a deeper misunderstanding clouded the truth, Liang just watched. Don't sweat it, the man muttered. Everyone has their reasons. He studied the boy's reaction closely. He wouldn't take it personally. As an apology, he offered to listen to the boy's true story. What was his real goal? The master demanded to know the true purpose behind this surprise visit. Liang struggled to find the words. The man decided to listen intently so the boy wouldn't lie. Fine, I'll explain everything, the boy barked. The master would soon realize why he had come here. Dropping his bag to the dirt, Liang turned to face his destiny. The moment of truth arrived. So, what now? The man asked. Suddenly, bam, the boy launched a fierce attack out of nowhere. The man dodged effortlessly. Their eyes met, one full of shock, the other cold and brimming with confidence. The kid went all out, unleashing secret techniques. The master's surprise quickly shifted into pure indignation. You little brat, the man fumed. What prompted this young punk to attack a senior so suddenly? The master's aura exploded with demonic rage. His eyes burned while the boy transformed before him. Fists flew like lightning. The master blocked every strike, giving the challenger zero room to breathe. Two legendary martial arts schools clashed head-on. It was a stalemate of pure skill and raw power. Enough, the master roared, halting the chaos. He had seen enough to read the boy's soul. Those soul-crushing blows were powerful but messy. His martial arts were a complete, haphazard disaster. I know that already, the boy snapped back. He was painfully aware of his own chaotic style. To the master, it looked like the boy was sprinting headfirst into an invisible brick wall. No matter how hard he trained, his progress stalled while his body took devastating internal damage. How did you know? Li Young gasped. Simple, his martial arts lacked any logical system or order. System is everything. Without it, trying to master continuous techniques is just a fancy suicide mission. Combining offense and defense into a soul-crushing strike requires more than just brute force and grit. Chasing quick results had led him to this dead end. There was only one way to solve this. You need a total reboot, the man stated. Back to the basics, following the ancient precepts. The kid needed to get this through his thick skull before his own strength eventually failed him. Basics? What basics? Liang asked. He didn't know the first thing about formal training rules. The master was floored. How could a student of the legendary Kumon Rang be so clueless? Turns out, he learned from DIY videos. He only had a few moments of real FaceTime with his master. Today was his first time hearing about a system. No wonder his growth had frozen like ice. He'd sensed the gap for years. No progress, no matter how much he grinded his life away. He used ultimate moves without knowing they were linked. It was like fighting with one hand tied. Forcing the connection just left him in agony. His body was always screaming in constant pain. No matter how many times he hit replay on those old videos, the answer remained hidden. At a total dead end, he tried mixing in other styles, desperately trying to patch his soul. It was all useless, he whispered. All that effort, and I'm still just a complete failure. Despite his sweat and tears, everything remained unstable. The pathetic result stood before them now. He felt pathetic. He figured Kumon Rang knew he'd never be a true warrior of dignity. This is the tragedy of disorderly arts. The man sighed. A mess, not a masterpiece. It wasn't a demonstration of mastery, it was just a drowning boy clutching at straws to survive. Maybe I'm just a fraud, the boy lamented. He never properly studied the Black Heaven style. I've been there, the man said softly. I understand the darkness you're fighting through. He knew the terror of self-teaching. After his own master vanished, his world became a nightmare. He remembered the rage at his absent teacher. He saw his younger self in this broken warrior. Relearning the basics is a mountain of boredom, the man admitted. It's harder than it seems. The master looked him in the eye. So, kid, are you ready to actually learn? Mastery begins with the basics, Liang stated firmly. The young man nodded. He was here for that power. First, pay respects at the ancestral shrine, he commanded. The spirits must know a new heir has risen. Kilham barked into his phone. He'd already greeted Mrs. Kang, but Haja was demanding to know why. No one invited him as a Sunu clan member. Wasn't he entitled to see the new head? Elder Yang sighed deeply. Do you still not get it? The clan is under total disciplinary lockdown. Chaos reigned. Vultures were circling, looking for any flaw in the previous leader's ironclad legacy. If Haja crashes the ceremony while the old head is gone, things will get messy, very fast. It wasn't just the Sunu clan. The entire Murim world was shivering under a dark, nameless threat. I've no time for your games, Elder Yang snapped. We'll speak when the world isn't ending. Click. The line went dead. The elder had better things to do than babysit right now. The young man's blood boiled, treated like a kid again. Meanwhile, the elder had urgent company. The talk about the lady is finished, the elder growled. Kilham just smirked. Why follow me then? More questions the elder asked. But Kilham wasn't backing down. This reunion was getting icy. Is this how you greet an old brother in arms? Kilham mocked. Yang just wanted to wake from this nightmare. Dream or not, let's have a friendly chat, the man suggested. Haja, meanwhile, was feeling the burn. Does that old man respect anyone? Haja fumed. Being hung up on was the final straw. The audacity to cut me off mid-sentence, he paced, his pride wounded by the elder's coldness. Maybe I should be glad he even answered, Haja muttered. He ignores everyone else's calls. Still, the resentment lingered, emergency or not. A simple goodbye wouldn't have killed the guy. Am I really that annoying? The thought haunted him. Was he just a pest to everyone? He imagined Gina and Liang rolling their eyes. Here comes that clingy brat again, they'd say. He craved validation, especially from Master Liang. He'd followed him like a loyal shadow for years, but now he'd vanished without a single word. The silence felt like a slap in the face. How can I face Master Liang? Shame washed over him. Training under Kumon Rang felt like a betrayal. Yet his muscles told a different story. The brutal training had forged him into something truly dangerous. I need to find Gina, he decided. Let's see if she can handle my new strength. Lost in thought, he didn't see the trouble ahead. Thud. He'd walked right into a pack of thugs. Watch it, punk, a thug barked. Eyes on the road or I'll pluck 'em out of your head. Haja didn't flinch. He glared back with eyes like cold steel, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Keep staring and see what happens. The thug's ego flared as the air grew heavy with violence. Lower your eyes, kid, or I'll drop you. Haja's response, a simple, mocking, go ahead, try me. You don't have the stones to swing, Haja teased. The thug's face turned a violent shade of purple. Insults flew like daggers. Afraid me, the thug swung a wild, heavy fist toward Haja's jaw. Crack. Haja's cheek reddened, but his expression stayed frozen. Is that all? Your punch is pathetic. The thug lost it. "I'll kill you," he lunged, ready to tear the rascal limb from limb. "Clear out," Haja warned the others, "unless you want to feel what a real impact looks like." The group erupted in laughter. "Look at this delusional brat, he actually has a death wish." Back in the training hall, the master's voice echoed, "Rationality is the core of every strike. Martial arts are the pinnacle of human brutality. Never forget that weight," the master warned. "A true warrior keeps his soul as still as a mountain lake," the teacher added softly. "Lose that peace, and you become a slave to your own violence, an irreparable mistake. Suppress the beast within. Only then can you truly master the art of Black Heavens." Squelch Haja wasn't listening. He was painting the pavement red with the thug's blood. Behold the martial arts of Black Heavens and Earth. The animal instinct had been unleashed. 2 weeks passed, the Sunu clan's new head had finally arrived, and the elders were restless. Things are back to normal, as if the Sunu clan is stubborn as a mountain, and Sarah Nuna wondered why the elder summoned her. Was there trouble in the clan? The old man claimed he was just buried in reports and started venting without even realizing it. While grumbling, the elder discovered Sarah had a secret mission to find a specific man. She wasn't just playing detective for fun. Sarah Nuna explained she was hunting for a ghost from a past incident, someone who vanished right after a major business meeting. The old man shuddered, admitting that particular meeting only left him with bitter memories and a massive headache. The elder suggested the association handle it, warning the girl that these personal side quests were seriously delaying their actual business. He predicted that news of the Sunu clan's new leader would spread like wildfire, and things were about to get very loud. However, even the old man couldn't have imagined a revenge plot this vile, cruel, and absolutely twisted. Sarah Nuna asked when the Sunu clan became so toxic. Their reputation for being poisonous was reaching legendary levels of petty. The man explained that the Sunu clan's legendary grudge holding has been their trademark since ancient times. It is basically in their DNA. They say it is better to die than become their enemy. Meanwhile, the turbulent current faction's minions were being systematically hunted nightly. Sarah confirmed the reports those goons were getting thrashed every single night. The shadows were definitely working overtime lately. Their mysterious attacker had enough raw power to snatch the Sunu clan's new head right out from under their noses. The clan's PR was actually improving under Li Ryong's reign, the man sighed, wishing Mr. Song had stayed to handle the transition. If Song had just cooperated with the new boss, the Sunu clan would be thriving instead of falling into this chaotic mess. Since Mr. Song vanished into thin air, contacting Kang Hajin had become impossible. Sarah remembered a strange call from not long ago. He had reached out during a meeting, but now total radio silence. He wouldn't even pick up, leaving Sarah Nuna worried sick. With the young man completely off the grid, the man urged her to try calling one more time. Maybe his situation changed. Sarah dialed again. Meanwhile, Kang Hajin stood alone in the middle of a literal massacre, looking like a demon from hell. Standing amidst the carnage with blood-stained hands, his phone buzzed. It was Sarah Nuna. He knew he had to answer this one. He had been waiting for this conversation for an eternity. He took a deep breath, trying to hide the surrounding deathly silence. Surveying the aftermath of his work, he saw thugs lying motionless everywhere. Did he really just turn these guys into floor mats? Why couldn't he control his inner beast? Frustration boiled over as he wondered why he kept breaking his own pacifist rules. He had promised himself to stop pulverizing ordinary people, yet here he was again, surrounded by a mountain of regret. He actually wanted to hunt real monsters, even going back to the exact spot where he first met that human nightmare. These unlucky thugs just happened to cross his path at the worst time. Imagine picking a fight with a guy you can't even punch. Hajin recalled Li Ryong's breathtaking martial arts. Could he ever reach that level of legendary technique and overwhelming grace? His deep thoughts were cut short by a cold voice commanding him to stop. He turned, finding a mysterious stranger watching him. The stranger gestured to the scattered bodies, asking if this masterpiece was Hajin's doing. The tension in the air was suffocating. Looking at the broken bones, the stranger smirked. "You're clearly a Murim warrior, so why are you wasting talent on these weaklings?" Hajin's eyes lit up. Finally, a real Murim warrior. This was exactly what he had been praying for all this time. This was his chance to prove he could fight just like Li Ryong. He clenched his fists, ready to test his limits. The stranger stepped closer, sensing the atmospheric pressure shift. He could practically taste Hajin's overwhelming thirst for a real battle. "Do you actually want to fight me?" Kid the man asked. He seemed bored, like this was just another Tuesday for him. He didn't really care either way, but warned Hajin that if he died, there would be no one to sign the death certificate. As Hajin locked eyes with the stranger, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Was this the soul-crushing weight of true fear? The man lightly patted his cheek and chuckled. "Relax, kid. It was just a joke. Don't go wetting your pants yet." Hajin stared, completely stunned. The stranger noted that killing for free was just a messy chore he didn't feel like doing. The man then asked if he'd seen a petite girl with long hair. Hajin shook his head. He hadn't seen anyone like that. The stranger had heard rumors she was lurking nearby. He looked disappointed, like his lead had just gone cold. As he walked away, he gave Hajin a final warning. "Clean up your own messes better next time, you little monster." He added that if he got blamed for this carnage just by being nearby, he'd come back and finish Hajin off personally. Hajin bowed quickly, apologizing and promising that he wouldn't let such a massacre happen ever again. After a heavy sigh, he looked at his crimson hands. This was the messy price of his constant, unwanted strife. He desperately tried to wash away the evidence. Staring in the mirror, he muttered, "I really am a complete scumbag, aren't I?" The stranger's hands moved like flickering shadows. Hudge hadn't even blinked before the gap was closed. This guy was specialized. Facing this monster, pure suicide. Hudge's skills felt like a pathetic joke compared to this overwhelming, murderous pressure. Talk about a reality check. He felt like a total scrub who had skipped way too many legendary training days. Strolling through the evening park, he spotted a lone girl on a bench. Wait, something was definitely off here. He approached, wondering why a kid was out past her bedtime. Then, he got a good look at her face. She was doll-like and unnervingly perfect. Hudge felt a massive wave of déjà vu hitting him like a truck. Before he could place her, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. The predator had returned to claim his royal prize. The stranger identified her instantly despite the disguise. Hudge's blood boiled. Was this creep actually stalking a little girl? A dark thought crossed his mind. Was this innocent child the real target? Rage flared within his chest like wildfire. The man smirked, asking if Hudge was a Sunwoo clan member. Their paths were destined to clash once again. What does my clan have to do with this? Hudge barked, demanding to know the stranger's true, sinister endgame. The man pulled out a photo of Princess Sunwoo Sol. Do you recognize this royal highness? He sneered. Hudge's eyes darted to the bench. It was her, the rightful mistress of the entire Sunwoo clan, sitting right there. He couldn't wrap his head around this. Why was the Sunwoo princess sitting here unguarded? This situation was a total security disaster waiting to happen. A primal instinct screamed inside Hudge's chest. His body was reacting to a threat he couldn't even logically explain. The stranger noticed Hudge's trembling stance. Oh, so your body senses the coming slaughter already, he mocked. He laughed at Hudge's key sensing abilities. Did this brat really think he could stand his ground against a master? The man's face twisted into a demonic mask. Leave now or stay and be torn into tiny, bloody ribbons. Cold sweat poured down Hudge's back. This wasn't a bluff. The air was thick with the scent of certain death. Every fiber of his being screamed to run. This monster had enough power to erase his existence completely. He turned to flee but caught sight of the girl. She just sat there, silent and strangely peaceful. She was totally glued to her phone, oblivious to the literal death god standing just a few feet away. Was he losing his mind, maybe? But he was a Sunwoo man, and they'd given him everything. Run and leave the clan, head to die, not on Hudge's watch. Loyalty finally trumped his paralyzing fear. With a roar, he lunged. Hudge unleashed a desperate strike, aiming straight for the stranger's vital points. You've lost your mind, the man laughed, promising to rip Hudge apart just to warm up his knuckles. He roared a vow. Touch her and you die, Hudge declared. The stranger realized this loser wasn't backing down without a war. Hearing the commotion, the girl finally looked up. Her eyes met Hudge's in a moment of pure tension. He was outmatched, outclassed, and totally screwed, but he still had one secret ace hidden up his sleeve. He recalled Gumonryong's voice. His master had taught him one secret that could bridge any power gap. In battle, everything comes down to one decisive window. Even a god can bleed if timed perfectly. Master Rang's words echoed. Even a total newbie can win if they master the absolute basics of timing. The strategy was simple: create chaos. Wait for the flicker of confusion, then strike like a venomous viper. Exploit the opening he needed to sink everything into one final, world-shaking blow before the enemy recovered. Hudge lunged, but the man blurred out of the way. The strike hit nothing but empty, cold air. Nice speech, kid, the stranger mocked. But real combat isn't as easy as your little bedtime stories. If words could kill, we'd all be masters, his teacher had warned. Gravity and steel don't care about talk. Flashback to the mountains. Liang was impressed. The city boy had actually survived the brutal wilderness training. He'd worried Hudge would break, but the kid was tougher than he looked. The mountains suited him perfectly. Hudge felt oddly at peace there. The fresh air and constant danger felt more like home than home. It was like he'd always belonged in this world of martial arts. A deep, ancient longing was finally fed. The feeling only grew stronger with every punch. Training wasn't a chore anymore, it was becoming his life. But lately, he felt eyes on him. A shadow was following his every move in the dark woods. That old stagnation had vanished. Now, every spiritual session felt like our hero was transcending into a whole new dimension. Master smiled. This breakthrough meant peak efficiency. In Murim, the secret to true power is simply flowing with nature. Forcing energy only breeds disaster and sloppy mistakes. Try to cheat the system, and your internal organs will pay. Peace is your greatest weapon, the master lectured. He wanted the boy's soul to remain calm despite the storm. A serene heart was essential to unlocking the wizard's gate, the legendary power source he'd been desperately hunting for. Deeply moved, the young man bowed. He finally understood that true strength begins with a simple, honest thank you. Call me Sayak Bu, the old man offered. It was a title that perfectly captured their strange, destiny-bound bond. Li Chong vowed to purge his flaws and headed straight for the Soul Recovery Hall for some high-level training. The kid's got potential, the master mused. He was a rare breed, a student who actually used his brain occasionally. 2 weeks had passed since the rookie arrived. He was already showing the focus of a seasoned martial arts master. Watching him brought back bittersweet memories of the old days. Was the master ever truly this happy before? He followed the boy into the recovery room, where Li Chong was already busy remodeling his spiritual foundations. A new world, the boy claimed. He was evolving fast, yet the dense main character still didn't realize his growth. He'd been spiritually bleached in record time. Meanwhile, a mysterious duo stared down at a very beaten-up Haj. Haj was unconscious with a fountain of blood leaking from his nose. Who's this loser? The girl asked coldly. Inside the grand library, a flash of red caught everyone's eye, a girl in a yellow hoodie acting totally suspicious. She looked like a top-tier idol browsing a magazine. Li Chong wondered if she was a secret celebrity incognito. Mistress Jenny, a voice boomed. Suddenly, a stranger whispered for Gina to stop acting like they were best friends. "We're being watched by rats," she hissed. 2 observers were currently staking them out from 3 and 8 o'clock. "Meet me at the 3rd-floor garage once you lose your tail," the girl whispered before slipping into the shadows. Left alone, Gina had to deal with the creeps herself. She scanned the area, calculating her next big move. Then, Gina pulled a pro-gamer move. She started screaming at her stalkers, demanding to know why they were losers. She roared and chased them like a madwoman. The perfect, chaotic distraction to make her grand, unnoticed escape. Moments later, she slipped into the getaway car. "No tail behind me, I'm as clean as a whistle," she joked. Sarah Nuna laughed, impressed by her wit. "Get in, you little genius. Let's talk before the real trouble starts." Gina sighed in relief but stayed sharp. Being a target of a secret organization isn't exactly a relaxing hobby. "You knew about the Watchers?" Sarah asked. Gina nodded. She'd even sniffed out the hidden bugs they'd planted on her. Sarah wondered why she chose a crowded mall. Gina gave the classic main character response: "Crowds are the best camouflage. Nobody notices one face among thousands," she explained. It was a basic lesson in the art of the ninja. "That doesn't work when you look like a superstar," Sarah countered. "You're basically a walking neon sign, you dummy. If I were a random bystander, I'd be asking for your number thinking you were a famous K-pop idol." Sarah warned her to stay vigilant. The new Sunu head was looking for any excuse to mess with Jenny. "Only you have the answers," Gina sighed. Since Mrs. Solil's return, the entire family has been on a warpath. They started by crushing the turbulent current faction for revenge. Now, the whole Murim world is on edge. Street fights between factions are becoming the new normal. The elders are panicking and negotiating behind closed doors. Even the legendary Sunu clan can't survive a war of attrition. This constant confrontation is draining their elite forces. Mrs. Solil is surrounded by snakes and ignores the elders' warnings. She's leading everyone straight into a massive trap. If this keeps up, the Federation will declare them public enemies. Revenge is great, but let's not go extinct. Sarah shook her head. This isn't just a grudge match. Someone is playing a much larger game of chess. They want leverage in the upcoming negotiations. This has the Grey Cardinal's dirty fingerprints all over it. The legendary puppet master Gina had heard the rumors, but would the Murim reps actually talk to their enemy? "The Federation won't budge," Sarah added. "But the government, they have a completely different, much darker agenda here. The government doesn't care about Murim honor or ancient traditions. They only care about one thing: total control. They won't negotiate with a shadow like the Grey Cardinal. However, their official position is becoming increasingly hostile. The authorities are tired of internal Murim drama and are preparing to intervene with overwhelming, cold-blooded force. Prolonged chaos within the Sunu clan threatens the public, forcing the government's hand. They might push the Federation into a truce, but Gina smells a foul rat. To her, the government's advice is a trap. The Federation must act decisively. A pact exists for a reason. If the Federation bypasses rules, it is over. Direct talks with Sunu would mean abandoning honor and inviting outside political interference. The Murim's sanctity is at stake. Sarah Nuna sighed as the tension peaked. Eventually, Sunu will face the music, but whose strings is the Grey Cardinal pulling? Is Soul's Madness just a puppet show directed by that shadowy cardinal? Gina wondered. No one plays this dirty without a prize. These provocations scream of hidden agendas. A wave of sadness hit Gina. Did Li Young foresee this political nightmare? Is that why he vanished from the clan? Sarah Nuna nodded. It was likely. Gina finally saw it clearly. Li Young was a lone wolf in a snake pit. She felt like a total amateur. How could she have missed his inner turmoil? Sarah Nuna admitted her own failure. Even as an expert, she was blind. She pretended to be wise but could not lift the crushing weight off his back. Silence fell between them. The void left by the young master was too vast. Winter's chill is creeping in, yet there is still no word from her hero. While she worried, Li Young was busy turning his body into a living weapon. Sweat poured as he mastered the basics, but the master spotted a fatal flaw. Gravity is everything. Lose your center, and you are just a target for enemies. One wobbly step means certain death. Li Young's eyes blazed with renewed determination. He lunged again, desperately trying to anchor his soul to the training ground's floor. "Stop!" the master barked. The same mistake, but the reason was much bloodier. "Look at your feet, kid. They were shredded, painting the dirt a crimson red. You stubborn rascal. Training on broken legs isn't bravery, it is pure stupidity. Wounds steal your focus. If you cannot stand, you cannot reach the peak. Report every scratch. Hiding pain is the quickest way to end a martial career." The master warned him, ignore the small cracks, and the whole foundation collapses. "One more secret injury, and you are expelled." The boy bowed in humble apology. But even now, Li Young had a cheeky spark in his half-lidded eyes. His face flushed red. "Master," he muttered, "you're acting a bit strange today. You look like a legendary warrior but nag like a fussy old grandmother." Crack! The master tightened the bandage with spiteful force. A scream echoed out. "Treatment finished, now get lost. No more training until you can actually walk." The boy pouted but thanked his grumpy savior for the harsh, healing lesson. Why doesn't he ever complain? The master wondered, watching his student's unwavering back. He is rebuilding from zero, unlearning the poison of his past. Long road ahead. He expected boredom, but this grueling grind, it actually felt like home. Every day is a struggle through hell, yet he wakes up slightly stronger. Scars are just stamps on his passport to greatness. It is all part of the path. 2 fools in the mountains, one teaching, one bleeding, a perfect, ridiculous pair. Class dismissed. Now, who is going to satisfy our starving bellies for dinner? The real battle began, the war over who would avoid the kitchen's doom. "Master, your cooking tastes like cardboard," Li Young shouted, dodging a flying ladle. "Food is just fuel, you brat. Why care about flavor once it is in your gut? Why settle for training when there is delicious food? Seasons blurred until spring finally blossomed. The scrawny boy was gone, replaced by a seasoned warrior carved from pure iron. During a grueling session, the young man noticed a heavy silence from his mentor. Am I failing, master? The teacher simply challenged the boy to find his own flaws. Liang searched his soul in panic but could not find a single misplaced step. The coach finally smirked, watching his disciple drown in a sea of confusion. There is no error, he whispered. In fact, your movements are far too perfect. Too perfect? Was this a legendary compliment or a hidden warning? The master remained a mountain of silence, leaving Liang to solve the riddle alone. The problem is the energy. The man said. It is jagged, raw, and frighteningly coarse. He had sensed this darkness before, but now it felt like a looming threat. Liang froze. Even the master had tasted the scent of his inner demon. That hellish energy from the abyss was evolving, becoming a beast he could barely cage. Hiding the immortal demon lord's influence was becoming a battle he was losing. One slip of the tongue could bring the heavens crashing down on his teacher. Keep grinding, the master ordered. I have business in the village for a while. Liang offered to be a pack mule, but the master declined the help. He was visiting relatives, kin that Liang never knew even existed until now. These were former disciples of the house, now living as shadows within common society. The main house is a path of one where secret arts pass to a single soul. When a successor is chosen, the others descend to serve as the clan's foundation. So, the side branches were basically the bank accounts for the main line. It is not that simple. The master side, they hold the power to recommend students. So they are the gatekeepers. Liang realized the political web he had entered. Few wanderers are brave enough to seek a master in these god-forsaken peaks alone. Most disciples are chosen from the branch lines, making Liang a dangerous anomaly. Normally, the elders must give their blessing or blood will flow from the friction. But you are the school head. Why should the lion fear the whispers of sheep? Age breeds pride, the master replied, and these elders are titans of society. Even the master faced their judgment during his own climb to the throne. If they found an outsider like Liang, they would exile him without a second thought. Why keep me in the dark until now? The young man's mind was racing. To protect you. The master warned the Murim would hunt you to the ends of the earth. This mountain was his only sanctuary, a fortress against a world that wanted him dead. The master left to buy them peace and keep the prying eyes of family away. Liang realized his teacher was a shield standing between him and a brewing storm. He bowed deeply, watching the old man vanish into the morning mist. His outlook had shifted forever. It was time to push his limits into the red. For the first time in an eternity, Liang was truly alone with his power. He decided to stop holding back and unleashed the forbidden Black Heaven technique. The result was terrifyingly beautiful, a surge of power that defied all logic. One strike shattered the landscape, leaving a literal scar upon the mountain's face. He had to hide the evidence quickly, or the master would return to a wasteland. He needed a secret training ground deeper within the treacherous, jagged peaks. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl trekked alone, unaware of the monster lurking nearby. She reached the target cottage, but the master had vanished into thin air. Backpack dropped, time for a breather and a high-stakes phone call. Assistant Lee dialed the elder. Destination reached, but the bird has flown. No sign of Wai-san in the main hall, she reported. He's gone rogue. Ditch the package, she asked, but the elder had a much craftier plan. Wait for him. Observe, she agreed, planning her next report for the return trip. While scouting, her skin crawled. The legendary Black Heaven technique's residue was everywhere. Deep craters and botched cover-ups. Some absolute monster had been training right here. Our hero gasped for air. He'd unleashed too much chi, nearly exploding his heart. Brainless power is a suicide mission, he realized. Could a single strike be this lethal? Caution was key. Then, he felt a piercing gaze coming from the shadows. A girl was watching his every move. How long has this stalker been there? She'd ghosted right behind him. Assistant Lee, meanwhile, stared in total, jaw-dropping shock. It was the Sunu clan's legendary ghost. Who are you? Trespassing in these mountains. She stepped closer, eyes narrowed. Are you really Wai-san's secret little disciple? Curiosity burned in her. He said nothing, meeting her gaze with icy, silent intensity. She dialed Wai-san again. Hey master, long time no see, how's retirement? Stay away from the main hall, he barked. The old man sounded suspiciously frantic. Just solo training, he lied. She smirked. Or are you hiding a secret student? A disciple? I'm not that stupid, Wai-san yelled. That's a death warrant. Clan politics were no joke. She hung up, the speakerphone having leaked every word. Total silence. She looked at him. Well, care to explain your non-existence, kid? Signal's dead here. Nice try, he bluffed. She just waved her high-tech gear. Satellite phone. Honey, catch up. She turned to leave, tossing a final taunt. Wait, don't go, panic surged. Letting her leave meant his master's total ruin. Who are you? Liang growled. Trespassing here is a crime you can't outrun. She laughed. Master kept you in the dark, huh? The name's Inari, remember it. Black Heaven Earth School's top prodigy, she boasted. An elite from the main branch. His heart stopped. A side branch genius, the exact vipers his master warned about. Succession wars were bloodbaths. One hint of a new disciple and it's over. The clan would execute them both. Inari's eyes sparkled with a very dangerous mischief. I know your secret, she teased. He slumped. It's my fault. I ruined everything. I begged him to teach me. I never knew it would destroy his life. I'll leave right now. Just please don't tell the elders about his mistake. Inari rolled her eyes. Relax, Drama King. I'm side branch too. I can vouch for you. But first her aura flared. Let's see if you've actually mastered Black Sky. Show me your moves. If you've got talent, I'll be your official sponsor. He froze. Was it even legal to show a stranger his hidden techniques? What's wrong? Inari provoked. Are you a chicken or just playing hard to get? No choice. He took the stance. He had to bet on his master's perfect forms. He visualized the heavens flow. Replicating that divine movement was his only hope. Lee watched, stunned. To think the Sunu clan head was hiding in this dump. I thought he was just a brat, she mused, but he has a strange gravity. He wasn't just some punk, his loyalty was real. But the danger was only beginning. If he leaves, we're finished, she whispered. She had to trap him here permanently. Inari assumed the kid mastered the legendary Black Heaven style while waiting for the Elder's call. Since it's the main branch's foundation, she decided to stalk her, observe the little monster. A few compliments should keep him tethered, but those pulverized stones, yeah, she was sweating bullets. No way a brat could do that, then. He started flexing his newly polished cultivation skills. She realized it instantly, the fifth form of the Black Heaven style, the Black Flow. This technique demands perfect control over the chaotic energy surge following the initial strike. You've got to ride the dimensional rift created during the piercing process. It's all about the timing. After his mock attack, she admitted he was a beast. 3 energy release breakthroughs, seriously. He decided to halt his flow to invite pure energy in, while she watched in utter disbelief. Wait, this is supposed to be separation, why is he piercing instead? She screamed internally. The boy finished his flex and waited for a compliment, leaving Inari completely speechless and shaken. How did he pull that off? She interrogated him on exactly what Yoon had been teaching him. He shrugged, saying it was whatever, playing it cool. She claimed she was amused before turning to bounce. I'll handle the Elder, she promised. No need to stress, the boy just gave a goofy grin. Silence was his only answer. Social cues clearly weren't part of his training. He just watched her walk away. He had a sinking feeling that he'd just massively screwed something up. Meanwhile, an SUV lurked nearby. Hidden deep in the brush, Inari ditched her wig and hat, finally tossing the disguise aside. Glasses on, stress off. Assistant Lee realized she'd almost blown her mission because of that kid's talent. I almost ruined everything, she hissed. What on earth was Yoon Sehun thinking with this crazy teaching? Teaching fundamentals in such a chaotic way is insane. Suddenly, the Elder's voice crackled through her phone. Are you out of the valley yet? The Elder asked. But Inari had a burning question first. Sir, about the Black Heaven style, is it actually possible to use it like that? Can you really skip the separation process? She'd been told it was the most vital step. She'd been drilled on separation for years, but the old man's silence spoke volumes of shock. He couldn't believe his ears. Why would Yoon ignore the basics? The old man was truly stunned. Has he already reached that level? The Elder muttered. Inari blinked. Wait, what level are we talking about? No division, the Elder explained. The Black Heaven style was originally designed for instantaneous, lethal speed. Separation was only added because normal people couldn't handle the raw power. It was a training wheels version. My old rival, Yunwal, mastered it too. The Elder sighed, recalling how he'd been kicked out. Wall became the successor while the Elder got the boot. He still couldn't believe the master reached that peak. Wait, I'm not talking about the master, Inari clarified. The Elder paused. Then who are we talking about? While the Elder wondered, Leong greeted his master. But Yoon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A massive backpack sat there like a mountain. Yoon knew exactly which little troublemaker was responsible for this. Did that girl actually show up? Yoon groaned. If she did, they were in some seriously deep trouble. The hard part's over, a mysterious man whispered. The meeting with the Federation head is finally happening. Once that signature hits the paper, their grand scheme will be officially set in stone. Success is close. It's finally done. Every single one of their impossible conditions was accepted without a fight. Everything is going exactly to plan, maybe too perfectly. It's starting to smell a bit fishy, honestly. The Federation head's intuition is scary, he noted. They originally planned to tear Murim apart first. The plan was simple, smash the Sunu clan, then join up. But the old man crawled to them. He came begging, willing to do anything just to keep the government's nose out of Murim business. They squeezed him for every unthinkable concession. Strange, considering the Federation head is supposedly a ruthless tyrant. For a willful leader, he acted more like a cowardly, brown-nosing weakling than a Murim legend. He's the most pathetic martial artist I've seen. The Elder scoffed. Anyway, we've arrived. It's showtime. I'll be waiting for the victory toast, the man cheered. Then he paused. Wait, why the long face? Staring at that annoying face all day, the man muttered that the Federation's big boss looked exactly like a slimy underbelly snake. He bet the old geezer climbed to the top using nothing but dirty backroom machinations. Predictable, he scoffed, watching the Elder's moves. There's no point getting worked up over a small-time negotiator. They think they hold the cards, but if that fossil is plotting in the shadows, we strike first. Using the Sunu clan child's play. Our real trump card against them is the young princess. Those endless talks wasted her value. We barely used her, and now her legendary status is fading. Her power is waning while those crusty elders grow bolder. The balance of the clan is shifting. Something stinks, he growled. The air was thick with the scent of a brewing betrayal. Definitely fishy, but then, he told his subordinate to ignore the gut feeling, just noise. He lied. That old coward, he lacks the spine for a real coup. Suddenly, the Federation head's phone buzzed. The Elder had arrived. He was apparently eagerly awaiting the negotiations. Yeah, right, sure he is. The head played it off. My old age, I almost forgot such a pivotal meeting. But the Elder went cold. I'm busy. Talk to the hand. I'll check my schedule eventually. He left a parting gift for the Elder, not JN. Thanks for the deal. He mocked, dripping with sarcasm. left standing in the parking lot like absolute clowns, all that preparation completely wasted. The Federation head fumed. Are these guys rookies? Why are they so incredibly naive? Deep in the woods, the car screeched to a halt. End of the line. The driver signaled, "We walk." "Stay here," the elder commanded. Before him stood the legendary Black Heaven and Earth School. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Decades since his last visit, Master Yahun called for a formal greeting. These were the elites of the previous generation. The young disciple stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Master, what's this situation?" one asked. They couldn't believe Yahun was training a mere brat. "Watch your mouth," guessed the youth snapped. The tension was sharp enough to cut steel. "Li Shang, stay in your lane," they sneered. "Outsiders don't get a vote when the main branch speaks." Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Even the master looked awkward. This was a total political minefield. The elder locked eyes with Yahun. "Tell me, what do you see in this kid to break the rules?" "Forgive my student's boldness," the master began, "but this boy is more than just a regular disciple. He is the student of Kuman Rong and the Sunu clan's acting boss, a heavy title for a kid. Accepting him meant zero help from the main branch, only a mountain of trouble and headaches." "So you admit it was a blunder," the elder smirked. But Yahun wasn't finished yet. Even at the Sunu clan's peak, his heart belonged here. He is a true disciple of our school. Despite never being officially trained in our illogical ways, he never once abandoned our path. He polished his skills in the dark, clinging to our legacy until the very bitter end. The moment he stepped down as clan head, he sprinted here, begging for a humble apprenticeship. Yahun's voice boomed. "If he doesn't have the right to learn, then tell me who does." Li Shang whispered to his master, but Yahun brushed him off. "Save it for later, kid." "Fine," the elder grunted. "Show me what this prodigy has actually learned in all these years." The elder ventured into the ancient forest. It had been an eternity since he walked these woods. "My legs are getting old," he muttered. The trek took far longer than his pride would admit. He closed his eyes, focusing his internal ki. His vision sharpened, piercing through the thick tree line. Gotcha. He spotted shadows moving in the distance. He had to push his spiritual eyes further. Something big was brewing. A storm was coming, and he wasn't about to miss the front row seat. Ring, his phone shattered the silence. A voice on the other end spoke of a massive betrayal. The Federation head played his subordinates like a fiddle. The voice laughed. The elder's eyes narrowed. "So it was him," he whispered. "Kaiser." The shadow leader of the Black Forest Defense was disappointed. Kaiser clarified he found the Federation's current behavior absolutely pathetic this time around. This guy was the perfect target, but he claimed he was way too busy for games. "Make it quick," the elder barked, acting like his schedule was booked for years. Still, he watched the boy's every move. It was the only thing that actually mattered. Kaiser was done talking. If the old man wouldn't move, he'd just kill the boss. He realized the elder was just a crafty old fox, making his final decision effortless. "What a joke," the elder spat, but Kaiser wasn't playing around with this nonsense. Kaiser called it respect, but the old man knew a death threat when he heard one. "Good luck," he warned. "The Federation head is a great master, not some common thug." Kaiser knew, but he also knew the elder's power couldn't touch Kuman Rong's level. The old man agreed. If Kuman Rong showed up, things would get way too creepy. Even the mighty Kuman Rong had been ignoring Kaiser's orders lately. Talk about rude. Kaiser didn't care. To him, Kuman Rong was just a trainee among many monsters. With one last question, Kaiser asked why the elder was hiking in those mountains. "Jump out." "The car is bugged," the elder yelled, but his driver was already gone. "Gone as in dead," a cold voice on the phone said the elder was next. Shin Hunpun, the legendary Federation head, officially had nowhere left to run. Meanwhile, Li Song was busy flexing his new mountain tier skills like a total boss. The masters watched in silence, their jaws dropping as the kid unleashed pure chaos. He wasn't lying, he actually mastered the heavens technique in the blink of an eye. Seeing talent like this twice in one lifetime absolutely impossible, Shinsan was right. The young disciple watched Li Song, wondering if he was actually human or a glitch. Why isn't he calling the girl worried, checking her phone like a ghosted date? Deep in the woods, assassins were playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek with the boss. Nothing. They grumbled. Not even a spark of energy could be felt in this place. Suddenly, a strange, rhythmic pulse of energy erupted from the other side of the peak. It was strong and steady. Someone was training hard, and they weren't being quiet. Who trains this deep in the forest, the thugs wondered. Maybe their target was close. They rushed toward the source, only to be ambushed by the Federation head himself. The villains grinned. Finally, they could finish their mission and go home happy. How did he hide his presence? They gasped as the old man struck like lightning. The elder was a blur of violence, moving with a ferocity that defied his age. He was alone, but he didn't need help. A great master is his own army. He unleashed his inner chi, proving that age only makes a master more dangerous. He blocked every strike with ease, countering with the precision of a seasoned killer. Boom, a crushing blow of internal energy sent the criminal flying through the trees. He was confident. These thugs were nothing compared to the monsters he usually fought. But then, a sword-wielding shadow appeared behind him. This was about to get difficult. Who are these guys, he wondered. Turns out, they were the hidden dragons. Secret warriors nurtured in total silence. The rumors were true, and they were terrifying. The elder was furious now, and you really don't want to see a master angry. He's one of the 10 great masters. You don't just kill a legend like that. If you aren't at the master level, you won't even survive his first breath. But remember, even this legend once lost a brutal fight against Kuman Rong. Could these hidden dragons actually be on the same level as that monster? The fight was on 2 dragons against 1 master, all fueled by Kuman Rong's style. Suddenly, Liang freezes mid-strike. Why the pause? Kid, your technique was just getting spicy. Can't you feel it? A sinister aura is creeping from the mountain's dark side. The girl panics. If an elder is out there, he's walking straight into a death trap. The young master scoffed. That mountain is miles away. You got radar for ears or something? A bomb could go off there and we wouldn't notice, but she isn't laughing. She drops the bomb. The kid is pointing exactly where the elder went to stand guard. Did you call? Sion tried a dozen times, but it's like calling a ghost. No signal. Is there a glitch in the matrix? The elder asks if the kid's radar is still buzzing. It's gone now, he says. The elders stand up. Time to stop talking and start walking. Suspicious vibes detected. Let's head down and see what kind of trouble is brewing. Master and student stay put. Don't wander off and get yourself eaten before we get back. The master plays it cool. They watch the big shots leave while the air turns cold. Tension you could cut with a butter knife. Master, should we really just sit here? Relax, kid. Those geezers have enough power to flatten this whole province. Rumors were spot on. Even a never-fail attack just hit a brick wall of pure skill. The old man greets the hidden dragon with cold steel, a clash of true titans. Finally, a challenge. The elder is dodging moves like he's reading the opponent's script. Wait, the kid was right, sensing aura from that distance. That's not talent, that's a cheat code. The boy is a natural freak using the black sky technique like he's a main branch prodigy. Does USA Yun want him to? Finding talent like that is like finding a diamond in a dumpster. He's a political time bomb. If the Murim hears about this, every clan will want a piece. The girl is stuck listening to the old men gossip while the world is ending. Focus, grandpas. We have an elder to rescue and a creepy mystery to solve. Mission priority: track the elder and find the source of that nasty energy spike. Something is growing over there. The pressure is mounting like a storm about to break. Is the elder in trouble? Please, you're worrying about a lion in a cat fight. Don't worry about Da-hun. Worry about the poor souls who decided to pick a fight with him. But what if they aren't stupid? What if he's actually walked into something truly demonic? The Federation head is sweating bullets. His opponent is moving like a glitchy speedster. Precision level god tier. The kid's strikes are getting scarily accurate with every passing second. This isn't good. If the rhythm doesn't change, the old man is going to be history. He's fighting like a beast, but they aren't even tired. They're just getting warmed up. Time to end this farce. But then, a wild hidden dragon warrior enters the fray. A girl with crazy eyes and a weapon the size of a house. Chaos has arrived. 3 against 1, and one of them is a maniac with a giant oversized sword. She's absolutely unstoppable, swinging that massive hunk of metal like it's a feather. Clumsy or crazy, she misses and buries her strange sword deep into the timber. Never seen such weird footwork. The elder realizes this girl is the true wild card. The Federation head is a monster. He's on a level far beyond any regular martial artist. But even monsters can bleed. Nobody's guaranteeing he makes it off this mountain alive. Liang stops again, staring at nothing. He's locked in like a hawk on a mouse. Still sensing it, the master wonders if the boy is just chasing imaginary ghosts now. The old feeling is dead, but right now something completely unknown is gathering its strength. The elder eyes his foes. These tough nuts are proving to be quite a dental hazard. Battle pause. Meanwhile, our crazy girl is stuck in a tree trying to yank her sword free. The old man gripped his weapon, wondering why the enemy's relentless assault had suddenly turned into an eerie silence. Were they stalling for backup? If more monsters arrived, the elder knew he'd be in a world of serious trouble. They weren't at Kumanrang's level yet, but these assassins were clearly standing at the absolute pinnacle of martial skill. That girl was a walking disaster. Underestimating her would be the last mistake he'd ever make in this lifetime. Handling these 3 was already a nightmare. Adding more would turn this skirmish into a total funeral for him. No choice left. The elder braced himself, preparing to ignite his inner energy and go far beyond his mortal limits. It was going to hurt like hell, but those enemies had to be wiped out before things got even worse. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. Da-hun and the great masters had finally arrived to help. Who dares lay a finger on the elder one? Master roared, his aura flaring with pure, unadulterated martial rage. Da-hun screamed for them to protect the main base, but the masters weren't budging while their elder was cornered. Meanwhile, the girls clashed in a blur of steel. Inari danced through a lethal sword strike that seemed totally impossible. They were testing each other's limits, a deadly dance where neither side was willing to give an inch of ground. Sparks flew as the duel intensified. The girl stared in awe. How could her opponent move with such insane precision? That massive, heavy blade looked weightless in her hands. Who the heck is she, and where did she come from? These weren't just random thugs, they were Kaiser's elite assassins, straight from the shadows of the Black Forest. With the driver dead, the clock was ticking. They needed the Mima Federation's help, and they needed it fast. Forget the fight, we need to evacuate the main building before everyone gets caught in the lethal crossfire. The elder's word was law. These intruders were far too dangerous for the disciples. Stop asking questions and move now. The masters hesitated, wondering if they should retreat, but the old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a new realization. Change of plans, stay put. The men were baffled. Did the old man just do a complete 180 on them? A new figure emerged from the shadows. He didn't look like a warrior, but that strange spear screamed deadly danger. Then came a suited man with flowing hair, followed by another shadowy figure lurking near the edge of the cliff. The old man sighed. Looks like even a living legend needs a little help when the whole squad shows up. Back at the camp, the young man felt it, a chaotic vortex of energy swirling and colliding inside like a storm. He kept his mouth shut, though. His teacher already looked stressed enough without adding exploding student to the list. Glancing toward the mountain peaks, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of madness was happening on those slopes. Liang tried to ask, but one look at his teacher's pensive face told him now was not the time. Just keep your energy flowing, Yen commanded. We wait right here until the three masters return to us. But someone was already knocking. A suspicious guest had tracked down the source of that strange, pulsating energy. This was the guy Morel and Will warned them about. He stopped, reading the sign School of Black Heaven and Earth. So, the old fox is hiding in the woods with a secret school. Now this just got a lot more interesting. The intruder dialed Kaiser on his phone. I found them. What's the play? Kaiser's voice was cold. Make them regret. Find the secret books and bring them back. Backup is on the way to help finish the job. And remember, leave 0 witnesses. But the stranger just smirked. He didn't think he needed any help for this. According to his senses, there were only 2 people inside, a teacher and a kid. I can handle that. Yoon stepped out, his voice sharp as a blade. This is private property, no outsiders allowed, so get lost. The guest chuckled. Wow, you guys sure are impatient, saving me the trouble of breaking down the door, huh? I'll keep it simple. The visitor grinned. Hand over your secret books, and maybe I'll let you keep your lives. Stay back, Liang the master hissed. This guy wasn't just a visitor, he was a predator looking for blood. The man tipped his hat and sighed. Fine, if you won't give them, I'll just take them from your corpses. Like a lightning strike, he lunged forward, aiming a bone-shattering punch straight at Master Yoon's jaw. I always take out the biggest threat first. The attacker sneered as he unleashed a flurry on the teacher. He pulled out a cold weapon, the steel gleaming with malice as he cornered Master Yoon in a lethal dance. But Yoon wasn't a master for nothing. He pivoted, channeled his chi, and delivered a devastating counterblow. The impact was so massive the villain went airborne, tumbling down the stairs and crashing into the bushes. Yu Sa-hun warned the trespassers once more. Is he dead? Liang asked, trembling. Maybe don't hit him so hard next time. Yoon watched the villain coldly. Why that face, master? The master's gaze turned sharp. A figure crawled from the brush. Impressive power, brat. Without this armor, I'd be bone dust. The cloaked assassin revealed his hidden steel. How's your fist feeling? It's likely full of needles by now. Liang's heart sank. Needles poison. The villain erupted in a wicked, mocking cackle. Too late for regrets. My poison armor is a bed of death. The venom is already spreading. It flows through your body, pain first, then the grave. The master's hand was indeed pierced. Who are you? Why do this to my teacher? Stand back, boy, Yoon commanded. The villain cast aside his cloak. I'll finish you before the poison does, blades flashed. Liang tried to rush in, but the teacher caught him mid-stride. Grabbed by the scruff, stand still, brat. I'll take out this trash myself. Yoon shoved the boy back. Stay out of this. He charged the culprit like a storm. Did you think this rascal could best me? The master danced through lethal strikes. Steel met air as Yoon countered. This viper wasn't a total weakling. You're only making it worse. Dodging just pumps the poison faster. The master's breathing grew ragged. The toxin was finally taking hold. Liang saw the master waver. Even so, he evaded every deadly blow flawlessly. This guy is the lowest tier of scum. Liang shouldn't witness this. He's too green for war. One mistake and the boy is finished. I have to end this alone. Yoon dodged the flurry of strikes. He would decide this duel right here, right now. His vision blurred as the poison peaked. His face paled with every passing heartbeat. Is your strength failing already? The assassin mocked his fading power. These knives are coated in death. Yoon could only target the face. One final, desperate push. Everything you do is utterly useless now. Only my face is open. My body is a fortress of iron. One scratch is all I need. Suddenly, Yoon's fist connected with the gut. A thunderous impact shattered the plate. The armor buckled under pure fury. The villain spiraled back, coughing blood. How did he break my defense? He realized the master's true plan. Every dodge was a setup for this blow. Round 2, time for a repeat. The master unleashed the Stormwind Strike. A legendary technique. The villain was sent crashing down the steps. A brutal beating for a trespasser. Stay off my land, loser. Blood dripped from Yoon's lips. His eyes grew dim. Master, are you okay? Don't sweat it, kid. His pathetic tricks won't take me down. The poison was deep. I'll just force this filth out with my energy. Show me your hand, Liang gasped as the master's skin turned blue. At least the boy is safe. Yoon smiled despite the agony. Strength was fading fast. Pale skin and dark eyes. The end was near. Suddenly, reinforcements arrived. New shadows with poisoned blades emerged. You should have waited. Idiot. Liang stared at the new intruders. Federation mages stepped in. The mercenaries' assault met a wall of magic. You've got some spark, kid, but looks can be deceiving. Time to get serious. I won't show mercy to anyone. Another elder engaged a spearman. The dance of death continued. The fool left himself wide open. A single earth-shattering strike sent him spiraling toward his grave. That poor soul went flying like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, that girl was busy retrieving her weapon for round 2. Our master realized she was no amateur. She'd faced the Federation head, but the old man was busy juggling 2 other pests. The mercenaries swarmed like hungry wolves, but the master stood firm. Then, the girl rejoined the fray with blood in her eyes. 3 against 1. Talk about unfair yet. He danced through their blades, deflecting every lethal strike with ease. Time to take out the trash, the master thought. He needed to sweep these small fries away to reach the big boss. But then, something weird happened. Instead of finishing them, the elder pulled back as if sensing a hidden trap. Something was definitely fishy. Those mercenaries just stood there, staring like they were waiting for a grand finale. They'd already seen his hand, so why send these young cubs to do a tiger's job? It made 0 sense. The power gap was obvious, yet the heavy hitters just watched. The master struggled to find the logic behind this twisted game. What kind of sick plan was the Black Forest cooking up? Every move felt like a scripted trap designed for a tragedy. Kaiser watched closely, analyzing every repetitive motion. He was trying to hack the elder's secrets, but the data was incomplete. I need more blood, more data, Kaiser hissed. He suspected the old man had already sniffed out his pathetic little bait. Using will and morale as sacrifices hadn't worked at all. The Federation head was far more cold-blooded than anyone expected. Kaiser's smile grew wider. Let's see if you stay this calm after finding out your precious clan is history. Sparks flew as teacher and student collided with the mercenary scum. The battlefield was a chaotic symphony of clashing steel. That long-pole brat had some flashy moves, I'll give him that, but Lee Song moved like a ghost, dodging every swing. Experience beats enthusiasm every time both the master and Lee Song were playing a high-stakes game of tag. Suddenly, the girl vanished into the shadows of the forest. Stealth level 100, she was waiting for the perfect kill shot. Surprised, she pounced like a predatory cat, her limbs locked around him, turning a hug into a literal death grip. The master didn't blink, snapping the opponent's pole like a twig without his stick. That kid was basically a walking target. Perched in the trees, the master scouted his next victim. Another mercenary was already lining up a shot on poor Ye's son. Want an encore, the master taunted with a smirk. He was ready to turn this fight into a one-man show. Lee Song was struggling with his clingy fan. She screamed at him to focus, but her grip was the real distraction. Hold him tighter, the enemy barked. These weren't some bargain bin thugs, they were elite killers with zero chill. The master's mind raced. He had to find a way to get Kanan to safety before this turned into a funeral. But the master's clock was ticking. A crimson stream leaked from his nose as his internal injuries finally caught up. Lee Song's heart sank at the sight. His master coughed up a spray of blood, his legendary strength fading fast. Master, watch out, he screamed. The situation had gone from bad to absolute nightmare in seconds. Trapped in that girl's grip, Lee Song could only watch in horror. A sickening crunch echoed through the trees. You're a tough nut to crack, the girl whispered. It was time for Lee Song to stop playing nice and use his trump card. He needed the ground for his seismic step, but falling from the trees while being hugged wasn't exactly part of the plan. As the master collapsed, the enemies smelled blood and doubled their efforts. Lee Song took the leap of faith, girl and all. Boom, the ground shattered beneath his feet. The impact was so violent that the girl's grip finally snapped like a dry branch. That was the opening he needed. He threw her off like a piece of unwanted trash and moved to his master. But it was too late. The master was spent. A brutal blow sent the old lion tumbling from the branches to the dirt. Bullseye the mercenary cheered. They were ready to deliver the final blow and end this legend once and for all. Lee Song turned back, eyes glowing with pure rage. The girl was impressed, but she still thought she held all the cards. No more games. As the enemy lunged with his stick, Lee Song moved faster than the eye could follow. One kick was all it took. She flew through the air, smashing into her partner like a human bowling ball. Double strike, both pests were temporarily out of commission. Lee Song dove and caught his falling master just in time. The master's eyes were rolling back. He was fading. Master, stay with me. Don't you dare close your eyes. Run, the master wheezed with his final breath. Just get out of here while you still can, boy. The mercenaries scrambled up, looking at Lee Song like he was some kind of monster. His confidence was starting to creep them out. But Lee Song didn't care about them. He only saw his bleeding master, praying for a miracle in this hopeless forest. A soul-crushing silence filled the air. The master collapsed, and his student's heart shattered. He glared at his foe with icy confidence, gently laying the teacher down. His gaze turned lethal. Wait here, master. He turned to the mercenaries, his voice dripping with cold, murderous intent. No more hiding his true power. It was time to wipe these bastards off the face of the earth. Vengeance was the only option. A terrifying, primordial energy suddenly erupted from the young man's body. The mercenaries trembled in pure terror. What is this monstrous pressure? They screamed, paralyzed by fear. The scouts were stunned by the overwhelming aura. They immediately reported this anomaly to the Kaiser. This energy was unlike anything seen before. Kaiser's face darkened as he realized the true threat. He didn't like the smell of this. Summon every warrior to the Black Heaven School, now. But the news was grim. His elite guards were either unconscious or already dying in battle. Then, the video feed flickered to life. Kaiser's eyes widened. Li Shan was finally out in the open. A legendary tiger hiding in a small village. The Federation head stared, his mind racing with schemes. Two mercenaries stood aside, looking bored. They watched the slaughter like it was a tedious chore. The elder sensed their hidden killing intent. He knew they were just waiting for him to weaken. I'm done holding back, the elder growled. The mercenaries realized their easy job just became a nightmare. His true suffocating strength finally unsealed. The attackers felt the air grow heavy with impending death. They thought he was getting tired. Idiots, he was just gathering energy for a final, devastating blow. Suddenly, the two mercenaries vanished. Where did those rats go? The elder barked, scanning the shadows. They weren't running away in fear. They were heading straight for the martial arts school. The school was in grave danger. He shouted to the other masters to hold the line. I'm leaving the rest to you. Without another word, the elder bolted toward the school. The masters looked terrified as he left, but the elder didn't care. His home was being targeted. A dark suspicion gnawed at his gut. He flew across the rooftops like a vengeful god. With the elder gone, the masters cut loose. No more games. Time for you to meet your ancestors. Numbers meant nothing to true warriors. They waded into the crowd, reaping lives like stalks of wheat. The mercenaries thought this would be easy. They were about to learn why you never provoke a master. How did he break my chain? Li Shang shattered the heavy steel with a single, casual strike. His speed was beyond human comprehension. The mercenary's heart nearly stopped as a shadow loomed over him. The female assassin lunged with desperate fury. She clung to him like a snake, trying to trap him. Li Shang wasn't in the mood for mercy. He decided to deal with her in the most brutal way. He leaped into the sky with a smirk. Then, he slammed her directly into the stone steps. The impact sounded like cracking thunder. She lay in a pool of blood, her bones completely shattered. One down, and he wasn't finished yet. He turned his demonic gaze toward the next trembling mercenary. His aura blazed like a rising sun. The enemy swung a staff, desperately trying to keep him away. With a ghost-like slip, Li Shang evaded. A heavy kick sent the mercenary flying back in agony. You lack experience. Boy, the mercenary lied. He blocked the blow, desperately trying to save face. Li Shang saw right through his clumsy form. Every wide swing was just another invitation to die. It was time to end this pathetic dance. The enemies tried a desperate, simultaneous pincer attack. They attacked from the front and back. Li Shang just smiled. They had fallen right into his trap. He vanished at the perfect moment. The two idiots ended up stabbing each other instead. They collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Li Shang stood calmly amidst the carnage he'd created. He let out a satisfied sigh. Thanks for lining up so perfectly for me, he joked. He rushed back to his fallen master. Master, please, you have to hold on, he pleaded. Are they gone? The teacher whispered. Yes, master. The Black Heaven technique finished them all. Don't speak anymore, master. Focus everything on purging that poison from your system. Now, Yasun whispered with his final breath that the boy had done well. You are truly a warrior. The master smiled at his worthy successor, but Liang begged him to be quiet and save his remaining life force. I'm not a master, just your sabum, Yasun joked weakly. He coughed, telling the boy to never forget this moment. Liang's world shattered as his teacher's eyes closed forever. Meanwhile, an elder's assistant was sprinting up the stone steps. Inari gasped, seeing fallen mercenaries scattered like trash. Had those thugs actually breached the school's inner sanctum? The elder roared through the comms, demanding a status report. Inari's heart raced as she neared the main hall. We have uninvited guests, elder, she cried out. The old man's voice grew grim, confirming his darkest suspicions. Heavy thuds echoed through the hallway, the sound of brutal combat. Elder, what on earth is happening in there? I'm fine. Just hurry, the elder barked. Evacuate the students. Reinforcements are coming to crush these rats. Are you really okay? Inari whispered, hesitant. She reached the top of the stairs, her eyes scanning the bloody scene. There lay Yasun, motionless, with Liang kneeling in despair. Suddenly, a strange, flickering aura began swirling around the boy. Inari stepped forward, her voice trembling. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop that right now. Was he poisoned? She stammered. Liang didn't look up, desperately funneling his own life force into his master's body. Inari stood frozen, using pure energy to flush out lethal poison. That was a suicide mission, not a cure. She looked at the master's pale face. There was no breath, no pulse. The grim reality finally set in. His hand was a sickening shade of blue, the mark of a venom strike. I can pull it out, Liang hissed. If I give him enough of my energy, he'll wake up. He has to. The boy's voice was pure desperation. Stop it, you're killing yourself. Inari grabbed him by the chest, trying to break his dangerous, frantic trance. But Liang was possessed. Just a little more, the master needs more energy, he muttered, eyes bloodshot and wild. Look at me, pull yourself together before you blow your own core, Inari screamed, shaking him with all her might. He's gone, Liang, he's dead. Her words cut like a blade. Open your eyes and face the truth. The assassins are coming. If you stay here playing doctor to a ghost, you'll be joining him very soon. We need to move now, but Destiny had other plans. Two massive silhouettes blocked their only path to safety. No escape, fine, Inari gritted her teeth. The elders are coming. We just have to survive 5 more minutes. Liang collapsed, wailing like a broken child. The weight of his master's death finally crushed his spirit into dust. A mercenary lunged, throwing Inari back like a ragdoll. Liang didn't even flinch, lost in a sea of tears. Inari spat out blood, her arms numb from the impact. If she hadn't blocked that, her ribs would be toothpicks. How is he so fast, she wondered. She had the distance, yet his fist appeared like a ghost's strike. While Liang was busy drowning in sorrow, a shadow of death loomed directly over his unprotected, weeping head. Inari launched a desperate roundhouse kick, but the mercenary didn't even blink as he swatted it away like a fly. With a bored sigh, he sent her flying again. To him, she was just an annoying bug to be squashed. He toyed with her, moving with terrifying leisure. Inari's mind raced. She had 0 counters for this level of monster. Who are these people? Inari gasped for air. Their speed wasn't human. It was like fighting a blur of violence. The second mercenary stepped up, delivering a brutal kick that sent Liang's limp body tumbling across the cold floor. Heh, you actually tracked my movement, the man sneered. Inari realized she needed a miracle to survive this encounter. Speed was everything, and she was hopelessly outmatched. One mercenary stood over the unmoving Liang, looking utterly disappointed. He pulled out a phone, clicking his tongue. Target neutralized. Elder, the brat is at my feet, ready for burial. Sending proof now, he chuckled. Honestly, killing this kid was easier than taking candy from a crying baby. You really overestimated this shrimp, boss. One punch and his heart just stopped. What a joke of a disciple. His partner frowned, sensing a shift in the air. Hey, get back. Something about that kid feels wrong. Relax, he's dead as a doornail. The mercenary scoffed, but those were the last cocky words he ever spoke. Damn. A fist like a meteor shattered the mercenary's jaw. Blood sprayed as the man was launched into the air. Liang rose, his eyes glowing with a demonic, crimson light. He finally realized these were the monsters who killed him. He stood tall, a storm of pure hatred radiating from his body. Inari stared. His energy had become something terrifying. The pain was gone. The fatigue was forgotten. Now, there was only one thing left in his soul, absolute vengeance. His heart burned with one desire, cold-blooded revenge. Even the mercenary shivered at his terrifying aura. The elder wasn't exaggerating, the kid's vibe was lethal. One look and his spine turned to ice. He prepared to face the youth based on that warning, but his coworker hissed, "Wait, hold on. This guy is a total freak," he warned. "He's a walking hazard, treat him with extreme caution." Liang let out a roar like a tactical nuke. A shockwave of pure energy flattened the terrain. The girl covered her ears, praying for silence. The mercenaries realized they'd just awakened a monster. The Federation head swatted the attackers away like flies. They were completely outmatched by the old geezer. "These punks are getting reckless," the old man muttered. He knew something had shifted in the shadows. A sleek black panther stalked the room, a predator named Kaiser. He stroked its head, grinning wickedly. "What a lucky break," Kaiser purred. Finally, they had the chance to claim that rare, legendary material. "Change of plans, boys," Kaiser ordered. "Tell the base we've got a much juicier target now." The elder was completely lost. Everything was going sideways. Suddenly, the mercenaries started acting suspiciously friendly. They ditched the elder and bolted. "Hey, get back here," he screamed, but they were long gone. "Did you hear that?" the master asked, ears twitching. A sound echoed that shouldn't exist. It was sound. Could this be the Phoenix's wrath? Has that child actually breached the forbidden black source boundary? If so, we're about to see its true power. Forget that, his colleague barked. "Main building, now." If the Federation head heard that cry, he's definitely heading to the main hall right now. "Man, I hope the main building isn't a graveyard yet," he muttered, fearing the absolute worst. Lee's assistant and the mercs were glued to the spot, watching the young man like hawks. He stood dead center of a massive crater. The mercs were speechless. What kind of cheat code is this? Shaking off the shock, they remembered the mission. Orders are orders, kill the kid, no matter what. His energy readings were breaking the scale. Liang didn't wait. He launched a fist fueled by pure fury. The blow sent the mercenary flying like a ragdoll into a stone wall. He barely survived that. "Nope, I'm out," the mercenary cried, fleeing. But the young man was a heat-seeking missile. Another merc hid in a tree, watching. Forget the boy, he thought. I'll take the girl instead. Inari stood her ground near the crater, trembling. How was a mere child leaking this much power? This was the legendary black source. The elder suddenly appeared, asking, "Where's Assistant Lee? What happened?" Seeing the girl's pale face, the elder panicked. "You look like a ghost. Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm okay, but that kid," she stammered. "His energy, it's like a supernova." The elder nodded gravely. The Federation head demanded answers. What's with Liang? Why is he going absolutely berserk right now? He turned to Assistant Lee, waiting. Then, his eyes fell upon Yoon, motionless on the cold ground. "Master is gone," she whispered. The old man rushed over, desperately checking for even a faint pulse. "It was too late when I got here," she admitted. Yet Liang kept pumping energy into the body. Upon realizing his teacher was truly dead, the boy's grief exploded into a torrent of raw power. "Get the rescue chopper," now the elder commanded. He had one last desperate plan to try. The mercenary tried to vanish into the woods, but Liang was right on his tail like a shadow. He looked like a literal demon. There was no hiding, no escaping, just pure, inevitable retribution. The mercenaries were cornered like rats. The hunt was over. It was time for the slaughter. The last missing merc appeared. The set was complete. The boy had transformed into a bloodthirsty fire monster. The elders reached the building, scanning for the Federation head. Is the big boss already here? They speculated wildly. Would the strongest man in the Federation show his face in this chaos? Maybe he's avoiding the Black Spring boundary, one wondered. But then, they spotted him. He was close. They sprinted after the old man, pushing their limits just to keep his coattails in sight. "He's in a serious hurry," one noted. It was exactly what Saon had warned them about. The elder needed to confirm it. Had the legendary Black Spring boundary finally been breached? Trapped by fate his entire life, the old man muttered. First Yoonwol, and now that monster of a kid. If the Black Spring's secrets are revealed, the main family branch is going to face a world of pain. The men agreed. Who would have thought that brat would actually crack the forbidden mystery? Talk about a plot twist. They insisted his success wasn't just luck. His master must have pulled some major strings from the shadows. They tried to butter up the elder with questions, but the old man wasn't buying what they were selling. Enough, the elder snapped. He wasn't in the mood for small talk, his pride already taking a serious beating. "I'm just shocked, not jealous," he claimed. "Sure, buddy." He was totally green with envy over Liang's talent. Still, he admitted the kid's feat was legendary. Breaking a centuries-old curse, that is some serious main character energy. Even in the afterlife, the master would be dancing for joy at his disciples' insane growth. What a teacher. The elder scratched his head, dying to know how the kid actually unlocked that forbidden Black Spring technique. "Why not just ask him?" Gramps the men suggested. But the Federation boss is a very busy man. He hasn't visited since the funeral, but now he's finally got a chance to check on his talented junior. "Impossible," the elder barked. "The Mema Federation is barely standing on its own feet. No time for a break. With the government treaty still in limbo, the boss leaving now would be a total disaster. Every second counts." They advised him to just invite the disciple here instead. Efficiency at its finest, save time, gain prestige. Besides, everyone was itching to see the Black Spring boundary. Curiosity is a dangerous thing in the Murim. Didn't the previous master kick the bucket trying to solve this very puzzle? The stakes are sky high, folks. Is this technique really as god tier as they say? The elder wondered if it was all just hype. It was a long trek to the Black Heaven School, but a student arrived to pay his respects. Disciple of the Unwool School, greeting the great elder, the old man sighed. Finally, a worthy representative appeared. "Follow me," the elder commanded. The high elders were already waiting. and they are not known for patience. Suddenly, a call came in. The government bigwigs were begging for an urgent meeting. The elder just groaned. "Tell them I'm busy," he replied. He already had a much more important date with destiny, prioritizing like a boss. After some nagging, he finally agreed. Meeting Yuno was the priority, but government business could wait in line. "I've got urgent business," he declared. The Black Heaven school meeting was officially moved to the top of his to-do list. He had one last request: keep those cranky elders calm. Dealing with angry old masters is a full-time job. The school head promised to handle the fallout. The elder was the heart of the city, after all. This was his chance to show those Murim snobs the true power of their clan. It was time to flex. Since the day he joined, he never imagined he'd fail to inherit the throne. Talk about a massive ego. As the master's health failed, he secretly dove into the forbidden black spring arts, a desperate move for power. He was certain he'd be the hero who broke the ancient curse and made history, the ultimate power fantasy. But fate is a cruel mistress. The glory was snatched away and handed to the younger disciple instead. Then, tragedy struck. The supreme elders were slaughtered by the Black Heaven School's own leader. A total bloodbath. Dacian couldn't wrap his head around the carnage. It was a dark day that left everyone trembling in fear. Yunwol was losing his mind with grief. The elder thought he was a goner, consumed by the sorrow. The boy wailed and repented. But some bells can't be unrung. The elder's heart shattered into pieces for him. He knew the kid was the most hard-working soul around, but the Black Spring was a death trap. Clouded by petty envy, the elder had withheld his wisdom. He knew the boy's heart yet stayed silent. He realized now it was all because of that cursed technique. The Black Spring was a poison to their souls. The elder swore an oath he would wipe this curse from the earth once and for all. Since then, Yunwol kept the divine secrets locked away. The true power of the technique became a ghost. Now, only that young man holds the key. He's the only one left in this world who knows. Fearing for his life, the elder reminisced as he approached the Black Spring. The shadows were closing in. Why did he make those choices? Perhaps he, too, was just another victim of the Black Spring's curse. Meanwhile, the mercenaries stood no chance against Liang. He was a literal blur, too fast for mortal eyes. As the sellsword scrambled back in terror, the Federation's leader watched from the shadows. Our young monster was just getting started. Aside from Kuman Rang, this kid was the only one capable of unlocking the Black Spring's secrets. The old man's eyes gleamed with greed. He decided to stay hidden for now. After all, that ancient blood promise had to be fulfilled, no matter the cost in lives. The mercenaries were a total mess. One guy's leg was turned to pulp, while the others were dancing for their lives against the onslaught. Li Shang was a true force of nature. His strikes hit like runaway trucks, leaving absolutely nowhere for these pathetic thugs to hide. Getting close was pure suicide. With a flick of his wrist, internal energy exploded, shattering massive trees as if they were fragile toothpicks. Run or hide, it did not matter. He was like a ghost in the woods, hunting them down. Their dark fate was already sealed. The mercenaries were losing their minds. Where did this monster learn to fight? This was not any martial arts school they had ever seen. With a single touch, he paralyzed them. Imagine being stuck like a statue while a literal god of war prepares your final funeral. One brave idiot tried to save his fallen buddy, but he was way too slow. The Reaper does not wait for clumsy mercenaries. Folks. Blood sprayed like a crimson fountain from his neck. He did not even have time to scream before his whole world went pitch black. The warrior was a leaking sieve. No amount of yelling from his teammates could wake him from his permanent nap. He was totally toast. His partner was shaking like a leaf. He actually admitted he was panicking while fighting a literal child. Talk about a massive career low. His coworker looked at him like he had grown a second head. He reminded him that a horse that cannot run is just glue. That is the elder's iron rule. If you see the end coming, you'd better snap out of it unless you want to be next. They realized it was either kill Li Shang or end up as fertilizer. It was time for a desperate, final stand for their survival. One genius thought tying the kid's legs together would work. Spoiler alert, bringing a rope to a supernatural fistfight is a bad idea. The warrior bet everything on this one opening. He knew if he missed this chance, he would be visiting his ancestors very soon. But the kid was a walking fortress. Every time they tried to close in, he unleashed a hail of blows that pushed them back. The mercenaries were baffled. How was he still standing? A direct hit from their strongest guy should have knocked out a massive grizzly bear. Suddenly, a sneaky snake grabbed him from behind. He locked onto the kid's throat, trying to shut down his lethal movements at last. The rest of the gang saw the opening. Was this it? Was the little monster finally caught in their desperate, last-ditch trap? But something weird happened. Instead of struggling, the boy went eerily calm. The atmosphere suddenly felt heavy enough to crush human bone. He whispered his master's name. As the mercenaries closed in like starving vultures, the boy stood as still as a frozen mountain peak. "So this is where you all die," he muttered. With a violent surge, he tossed his captor aside like a piece of worthless trash. The boy seemed lost in a trance, calling out to Elder Chong. He was caught between this bloody reality and a distant, fading memory. He forced himself back to reality. In his mind, he could hear his master's voice, guiding his hands and tempering his young soul. Strength is not just power, it is a part of who you are. Every movement must be as natural as drawing your next breath. Combat is an art form etched into the warrior's spirit. His master's echoes roared, commanding him to unleash the ultimate technique from within. Now, begin, let the Black Heaven technique emerge. The first form was about to be unleashed, and it was not going to be pretty. He had practiced this move a million times. Even his grumpy master had to admit the kid was a natural-born prodigy of destruction. In a blink, the mercenaries were gone. He moved so fast they turned into human pinballs, flying in every direction across the forest. One lucky survivor stared in horror. Who was this kid? He was not a boy anymore. He was a walking, breathing natural disaster zone. How do you even block that? He fended off 5 different attacks from every angle simultaneously. It was impossible, yet here he was. Proud of his work, the boy turned to show off to his teacher, but his heart shattered into a million pieces in an instant. The master was dead. The silence was deafening. Tears streamed down the boy's face as the weight of the loss finally hit him. The mercenaries were confused. Why was he just standing there? Had the kid finally burned out after that insane display of divine power? Wrong, he transformed into a true demon. A primal roar ripped through the air as he swore to erase every enemy from existence. Do not let his beastly aura swallow you, the survivor screamed, but the air was already thick with the boy's suffocating, murderous intent. Every ounce of humanity was gone. He was pure ferocity now. The wounded mercenary realized he was staring directly into the eyes of death. He had one last card to play. If he was going down, he would go down fighting like a cornered animal in battle. The mercenary threw away his humanity too. His face twisted into a demonic grin as his eyes began to glow with hellish fire. Kaiser was notified that his soldier had gone into berserk mode without permission, but the big boss did not seem to care. Let him cook, Kaiser said coldly. He told the others they could go wild too, as long as they kept their minds intact. What a waste, Kaiser sighed. He had not expected to open Kuman Rang's special gift in such a dump. The real massacre starts now. He recalled those lab-bred dogs from a secret mission for the elders. They're monsters, Kongrong warned. Julia gasped. Stronger than you, a legend. Kaiser's new pet's lab-grown assassins sent to delete Kuman Rang forever. 2 days missing, they're hunting. Kuman Rang is definitely on the menu. Hurt me, please, he scoffed. Though the intel tasted like potential trouble. Fair point, handling 1 was easy, but 2, that's a total nightmare. Julia trembled. Could these lab experiments actually crush a powerhouse like you? They aren't human, he growled. Just hollow shells filled with lab-grown malice. Demon form Li Xiong versus a lab freak. It wasn't a fight, it was carnage. The elders watched, horrified. No human should possess such soul-crushing power. Then, the impossible happened. The demon was buckling. Li Xiong was losing. Is there a god besides Kuman Rang? The elder whispered in pure terror. We can't just watch, the elder hissed. The boy's life is fading fast. Stop, the other barked. He's unleashed the forbidden boundary. He's a beast. He can't tell friend from foe. Stepping in now is a death sentence. Find the Federation head, only he can stop this chaotic, bloody nightmare. Kaiser smirked. The target's reflexes had dropped by 20%. Too easy. 110 minutes, Kaiser sighed. I expected a dragon, not a snail. Perhaps the young dragon title was just a participation trophy after all. Teams 3 and 4 radio silence. Kaiser's smug face finally started twitching. Team 2 gone. Only silence and a blood-stained phone remained. Respond, the voice screamed. The Federation head just stared at the wreckage. A crimson sea. He stood amidst a graveyard of Kaiser's elite garbage. Rats in a trap. The elder chuckled, wiping blood from his sleeve. The air turned heavy. A monstrous pressure was rising. Time to go. Hurry, he thought. If I'm late, the boy's soul will be extinguished. That wasn't a boy. It was a flame-spewing demon, a literal killing machine. The lab freak hissed. Game over, kid. You're nothing but scrap metal now. He lunged, fingers like claws, aiming straight for the boy's beating heart. The partner watched with cold eyes, helping. Why bother with a corpse? Choking on blood, Li Xiong collapsed. Pathetic. The mercenary sneered. I overestimated you. With a final, desperate surge, Li Xiong's hand clamped onto the monster's skull. Crack, bone turned to dust as blood erupted. The partner's jaw dropped. You're dead, the mercenary roared. Nobody survives this. You're already a ghost. He hoisted the broken boy high. Time to return to the dirt. With a savage roar, he hurled Li Xiong like a broken doll. He hit the earth. A gaping, crimson void replaced his chest. Total silence. Yet the fingers twitched. He was standing. This kid is a nightmare. He rasped his mentor's name. The villain's eyes nearly popped out in fear. Demon Li Xiong rose, unbothered by the hole in his chest. I'll destroy you. How is he alive? The second mercenary lunged, desperate to end the horror. A fist loaded with raw, internal destruction slammed into Li Xiong's ribs. It was absolute torment. Not a single inch of his body remained unbroken. Lab-enhanced shockwaves rippled, tearing him apart without even a single touch. 2 monsters versus 1 dying boy. They grinned. This brat was finally finished. That punk is definitely cooked. There isn't a spark of life left in him. The mercenary sneered. He wondered if that weird glowing aura was some kind of automatic shield protecting the guy's body. Most likely, his partner replied. It's the only reason he lasted this long against us. High-tier defense. Only a handful of monster-level warriors can use that skill. How did this loser pull it off? The mercenaries stood over him, waiting for the elder to give the word for their next move. Suddenly, the roar of rotors filled the sky as a Murim Federation helicopter descended from above. Why didn't headquarters tell us they were sending a bird? The mercenary grumbled, squinting at the sky. The observation team got wiped out, his buddy explained. Comms went dark right after the emergency signal. Well, since the sirens are blaring, we need to haul tail to the assembly point as ordered. They decided the enemy was basically fertilizer now and could be left to rot in the dirt. To them, he was a dead man walking, but inside Leon's head, things were getting very weird. Fragments of a stranger's life flashed before him, a man screaming at a youth about prison and shame. Then came a cry for help. If you aren't an immortal demon lord, you're useless to me. Leon realized with a shock that these were the buried memories of the legendary immortal demon lord. You must become the successor of the Black Heaven and Earth, the child's voice echoed painfully. Leon couldn't believe it. The forbidden school. If you fail, then Des Sahun is going to die. Leon's eyes snapped open to find 3 grumpy elders hovering over him like vultures at a buffet. The Federation head was throwing a fit. He thought he finally had the secret to the boundary. I had the clue to the Black Heaven in my hands, and I blew it, he hissed. He barked at the medic. Give it to me straight. Is the kid actually dead or what? The old man realized he'd messed up by staying away too long. Even legends fear that boundary. This kid's version of the technique was totally different from the styles of Yoon or Kumon Rang. The Black Heaven boundary was supposed to be the ultimate mystery for those who mastered every art. But this kid is a total amateur, the elder mused. His skills are barely past the basics. Yet the progress he made was terrifying. He was achieving things that should be physically impossible. It's because Kumon Rang taught him like a lunatic, the elder realized. The training was all backwards. The old man sighed. He should have supervised the boy's growth properly before everything went to hell. The Federation head felt a rare pang of regret for the irreparable damage done to the youth. This was a massive blunder, the elder admitted. We got almost everything about this kid wrong. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He listened intently, his face turning pale as he heard the report. A rescue chopper is heading for the main building. The other masters looked just as confused. The girl on the line frantically explained the situation while the elder tried to process the chaos. Hello there, a voice whispered from behind. The old man nearly jumped out of his skin. He turned slowly to see the ghostly doctor standing there. You're too busy to be here, Doc. Save the pleasantries for your funeral, the doctor snapped. Now, where is the young man? The doctor began poking and prodding the body while everyone else stood back in terrified silence. It's a real tragedy. The elder started, but the doctor roared for him to shut his trap. I'm currently deciding whether I should let him die or drag him back from the grave. Wait, you can actually save him, the Federation head gasped as he felt a sudden pulse. He grabbed the boy's hand and felt a steady heartbeat, but I checked him myself. He was dead. The doctor grinned. Something felt off, and my gut is never wrong about a good mystery. The energy swirling inside him right now, it shouldn't even exist in the world of Murim. Leon finally blinked his eyes open, finding himself tucked into a very uncomfortable hospital bed. Where am I? He croaked. Master, what is the meaning of all this weirdness? Then the memories hit him like a freight train. The poison, the betrayal, his teacher's final moments. Haunted by the tragedy, the boy couldn't accept his master's cold, sudden fate. He's awake, the reports chimed. The Federation head received the heavy news immediately. Assistant Lee noted his frantic state. The elder groaned, another massive headache to manage. The girl insisted the elder couldn't simply abandon the boy in his time of need. He's a trouble magnet, the old man sighed, mentioning the forbidden immortal demon territory. He'd take custody now. It wasn't just the Black Spring, things were getting dangerous. There were hidden cards to play. He couldn't refuse to assist the boy just yet. After all, a wild card like this could be useful across the entire Murim. Confused by the boy's mental state, she hurried toward his guarded medical ward. Was this a calculated plan, or was he just drowning in reckless, blind desperation? The doctor led Inari inside. She gasped. The room was an absolute disaster zone. Walls were pulverized by raw fury. Must you wreck everything to see me? She asked. Drop the act, he spat. He was done playing games with her pathetic costume show. Their eyes locked. He knew Deputy Lee's mask was finally starting to slip away. He explained his theory. The side branch secrets pointed directly to the Federation's throne. The head's ties to the Black Heaven School were no longer a hidden secret. Yet, his master had been kept in total darkness about this entire web of lies. Why the silence? He guessed the man had his own dark reasons for the hush. He didn't care for the why. He only cherished their short, precious time together. If it's over, let me go. He pleaded for an escape from this living nightmare. Assistant Lee refused. That forbidden energy pulsing through him was a Murim death sentence. The Demon Lord's power, he realized he was just a caged monster to them. Then destroy my key center, he challenged. Just like Kuan Rang did back then. She was shocked. Why was he still clinging to that ancient, bitter grudge? He wanted an end to it. He should have buried those regrets long ago. Had he let go sooner, this trail of blood might have been avoided entirely. His mother and the elders, they'd all be alive if he hadn't sought blood-soaked revenge. His master's death was the final price for his foolish, vengeful crusade. Enough, Lee cried. Suddenly, the Federation head loomed like a shadow in the doorway. They praised you as a legend, the elder mocked. A creature of infinite potential. But all I see is a pathetic, trembling coward, the old man hissed with disdain. Was he a prisoner of the Black Spring boundary? He just wanted his freedom. He offered every secret just to be released. Inari watched, her heart breaking. Was he truly being held captive? The elder's face twisted into a mask of rage. Disappointment doesn't cover it, the old man roared. I'm livid now. Get moving. He wanted to crush the boy's key and banish him from the Murim forever. But first, there was one final truth the young man had to witness firsthand. Approaching a sealed door, the elder commanded, look inside. See the truth for yourself. There lay Master Yu Sahun. The boy froze, his mind unable to process the sight. He isn't dead, the elder revealed. The Black Heaven School's head still drew breath. A miracle, he stared, paralyzed by hope, but the elder's tone remained chillingly grim. He is barely clinging to existence, the old man clarified. This is only the start. Giving up wouldn't end the chaos. The enemy they faced played a much deadlier game. The boy was merely one tiny pawn in a grand, terrifying design of total destruction. If you want revenge on Kuan Rang, the elder warned, you're hunting the wrong man. He revealed that Kuman Rang was a mere puppet, The true mastermind behind the carnage was pulling every single string. This shadow had plunged the Murim and the entire world into absolute chaos. The young man's real enemy remained hidden. The architect of this nightmare was Kaiser. The sinister head of Black Forest Defense. Kaiser just laughed at the predicament. Even a legend belongs to the Shadow Warriors. Kaiser claimed he was powerless if the man decided to go rogue. Kuman scoffed. Does this old geezer seriously think I need his help? The tension in the room turned icy. As their eyes locked in a silent duel, two unexpected visitors barged in. They were guests of the elder himself. Kuman recognized them immediately. These weren't just random thugs, they were the elite mercenaries from that cursed laboratory. Kaiser smirked, asking if they were old friends. He then claimed these lab rats could actually rival Kuman insane power. Kuman gave them a single, disrespectful glance. Competitive, these guys. He couldn't believe the audacity of that statement. He turned his back, done with the nonsense. If Kaiser was finished yapping, he was ready to exit this boring stage. Ignoring the mercenaries, he walked past with pure defiance. But then, one mercenary opened his big mouth to talk trash. He casually mentioned hunting a brat on the elder's orders recently. Apparently, the kid was playing hero before they broke him. They mocked the student's weakness, laughing that Kuman must be a total fraud for training such a pathetic loser. Kuman stopped dead in his tracks. He turned to Kaiser and asked, "What proof do you have of their strength?" Kaiser mentioned a certain physical aptitude test. He was judging them based on the data from that secret research facility. Kuman eyes narrowed. He knew that hellhole well. Kaiser confirmed these fighters were molded by the data stolen that day. These guys underwent inhuman training to become ultimate weapons, but Kuman wasn't impressed by science experiments or their fancy data. With hands still in his pockets, Kuman delivered a casual kick. The mercenary flew back, punching a hole through the wall. As the guy crawled out from the rubble coughing blood, Kuman yawned. Competitive levels. You guys are just target practice. He admitted he used to be a bit gentler, but things have changed. He was done playing nice with Kaiser's toys. He issued a challenge as he walked out. If they wanted to taste his current power, they could try him anytime. By the time these clowns catch up, Kuman will be leagues ahead. The angry mercenary begged Kaiser for permission to kill. Kaiser restrained him, saying it was too early for such fun. He told the man to take his broken friend for repairs. Kaiser hadn't expected the dragon to show its claws so soon. Kuman had been hiding his lethal edge for years. The young man's death had clearly awakened a monster. Meanwhile, Sophia met the boss and saw a chilling look on his face. Something was very wrong. Kuman turned to Sophia with a heavy gaze and said he had a critical question for her. There was one truth he needed to uncover right now elsewhere. The elder was being grilled about his secret motives. Assistant Lee was confused. Why did the elder reveal such dangerous secrets to the boy? Some things were better left unsaid. There were so many other things to ask him. Why waste time discussing legends like the immortal demon lord right now? The old man explained that the boy was drowning in despair. He was broken by his master's death and ready to quit. Since he's under our protection, we can afford to be patient. There is no need to rush a broken soul, he said. The elder noted that the boy's room was a high-tech fortress. Escaping from that place was statistically impossible for a human. Even if he wanted to run, he was trapped. Plus, seeing his master's state would keep his mind completely occupied anyway. While he's desperate to save his teacher, he won't have time for anything else. He's exactly where we want him to be. They were baffled by the master's body. How could a dead man still possess such a violent, overflowing surge of internal energy? What exactly is this immortal demon lord energy? The ghostly doctor arrived, claiming he could actually solve this medical mystery. All they had to do was wait for the miracle. The ghostly doctor hurried to the hospital, searching for the boy's room. He finally found it, but he froze in shock. The heavy security door was completely mangled like it was made of paper. He couldn't fathom how anyone could tear through reinforced steel like that. What kind of monster was inside this room? The ghostly doctor told his assistant to keep up. He saw the young man standing silently before the broken entrance. The boy leaned his hand against the frame, concentrated. It looked like he was about to unleash something truly terrifying. The doctor called out to him, but it was too late. Shi-Woon began channeling a massive amount of hidden energy. A blinding radiance exploded around him. The onlookers had to shield their eyes from the sheer intensity of his power. What the hell is this? The ghostly doctor gasped. He recognized this frequency. This was energy beyond human limits. Why is he just standing there like a god? The old man stared in awe at the sheer pressure being released. The doctor froze. That pulse, it was coming from that cell. He was absolutely certain it was gone. It was a flatline moments ago. The ghostly doctor demanded to know who occupied that forbidden cell. His master is inside, the doctor stammered. The ghostly doctor realized the boy was performing a miracle. Injecting pure energy remotely, the doctor gasped. That's impossible. No one can do that without direct contact. An airstrike technique from this kid, it defied every law of cultivation. Our protagonist was being reckless. The boy slumped down, looking completely drained. Even a monster has limits. The ghostly doctor approached him. Kid, you alive? The young man looked up and offered a weak hello. Check the patient, old man. The doctor rushed inside, but the ghostly doctor was fixated. That energy transmission, it was divine. He had never seen someone bridge such a distance with raw power. It was like watching a legend. Listen, don't show off like that again, the elder warned. You'll attract the wrong kind of dangerous attention. The doctor emerged, sweating, the pulses back, but he's still trapped in a deep, dark slumber. Keep a constant watch, the ghostly doctor ordered. Then, he turned to our hero. We need a chat. They retreated to the shadows. The young man began spilling the tea on his recent, life-altering encounters. The elder sighed. He smelled the demon lord's aura, but this twist of fate, pure, tragic irony. So, The place where you found that legendary corpse, it was the energy blast furnace, the elder mused. Liang looked concerned. What happened to my body then? The doctor could only offer his best theories. Surviving that fall was a miracle. The energy density there was thick enough to crush a mountain. The elder continued. That zone became a literal hellscape of concentrated power and eternal, uninterrupted torment. The demon lord's aura mixed with the earth hell's malice created a cocktail of pure destruction. It's insane. A normal martial artist would have been pulverized instantly. Not even their bones would remain in that gravity. But thanks to the boy's bizarrely massive blood volume, he became a human sponge for that forbidden energy. Now, that ancient power lives within him, but the real kicker, he actually saw the demon lord's memories. The ghostly doctor leaned in. You're saying you can recall the techniques of that terrifying monster? The boy nodded. The move I used on that wizard earlier, I just plucked it from my memory. However, those memories were like shattered glass, jagged, painful, and nearly impossible to piece together into a picture. It's all shards, he noted. The true meaning is hidden behind a veil of ancient, fragmented chaos. The elder nodded solemnly. Martial arts are more than just memories, they require soul-deep understanding and flow. Liang hesitated. Why are you helping me, elder? He knew he was basically a walking social disaster. I have no power, no status, and I'm cursed by a demon lord. Everyone should avoid me. In the world of Murim, I'm a pariah. So, what's your angle? Why be so generous to me? The old man scoffed. Stop talking nonsense. Focus on your broken body before you worry about my motives. The phantom doctor had a plan. He needed to restore the fallen leader of the Black Heaven School. Then, our hero dropped a bombshell. Elder, what do you know about the mysterious cult of immortality? The old man's jaw nearly hit the floor. He definitely didn't expect to hear that specific, forbidden name. Back in that hell of torment, I heard they escaped. The boy explained. Any news on them? The ghostly doctor's eyes narrowed. Do you realize what you're asking? How far will you actually go? The elder exploded in rage. Have you lost your mind? Are you actually suicidal, young man? Did those memories rot your brain? Do you think those psychos are actually your loyal followers? Not at all, the boy fired back. I just need a legit way to use techniques to save master. The elder sighed. You have no idea what kind of hornet's nest you're trying to kick, kid. He explained the terrifying truth. Those criminals didn't just escape, they were waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as the demon lord's aura vanished, they broke their chains like starving, rabid wolves. They weren't trapped by his power, the elder whispered. They were leeches, feeding on his energy for centuries. To them, our protagonist is a thief who snatched their precious, glowing energy jewel they won't forget. If they ever catch his scent, they won't stop until they've ripped every ounce of power from him. They hungered for that boy's energy like scavengers. The elder confirmed there had been absolute silence regarding those villains until now. The ghost doctor suspects these rogues have nested in a hidden sanctuary, far from the Murim's reach or ordinary human eyes. Inside the quiet ward, the patient finally stirred back to life. Consciousness flickered as the life support machines hummed a rhythmic tune. Tethered to a ventilator, the man looked like a corpse. Suddenly, Mongshik materialized before the patient like a dark specter. Channeling his internal energy, Mongshik thrust his arm forward. He hovered over the dying man, surging power into his failing lungs. He wrestled with the chaotic energy to keep it stable. Nearby, the doctors stood frozen, eyes glued to the flickering vital monitors. The medical board gaped in pure disbelief at the readings. What they were witnessing defied every law of modern science and logic. Desperate to confirm this miracle, the doctors rushed to check the patient. They thanked Mangshik for the honor of witnessing a god. Mangshik acted humble, though he noted his powers were nothing compared to the legendary strength of the former cult leader. This miracle was working perfectly. The religious grip of their cult was tightening over the masses with every passing hour. Their influence was ballooning rapidly. Soon, this cult would rival the nation's top 10 conglomerates in sheer wealth and power. Mongshik sneered, reminding them that their true goal was bloody revenge against the Murim. Wealth is just a tool for war. Do not mistake the path for the destination, he hissed. The subordinate trembled, blaming his lack of focus on the crushing workload. His mind was a foggy mess from the mountain of tasks. Mangshik warned him never to lose sight of their hatred again. A man approached in the shadows of the parking lot. He claimed to have an urgent question for the chapter leader. Mongshik demanded to know why he was being disturbed. The man insisted he carried a message of vital importance. The man revealed his prize, a shimmering eternal guardian crystal. He'd scavenged it from those black market dealers selling sacred Murim relics. Mangshik was stunned to his core. The man boasted that for the right price, they could acquire even more of them. Aren't these crystals only found near our sacred shrine? Mongshik wondered. Seeing them sold like cheap toys was a massive insult. If these were hitting the market in bulk, then the disaster at the shrine was no accident. Mangshik's mind began to race. Was that tragedy actually a targeted heist? The man called the sellers rascals for daring to look down on their mighty cult. Fury boiled in the leader's veins. How dare these bottom feeders treat their sanctuary with such blatant disrespect? He turned away, fuming. The man begged for calm, but the leader was done talking. They had to find the cockroach who dared to defile their home. Bring that bastard to me alive, the cult leader growled. He wanted the pleasure of tearing the thief into a million pieces. Meanwhile, Li Song returned to his teacher's room. The doctors whispered, convinced the young man was slipping back into his old habits. Ever since the ghost doctor vanished, the main character had been acting like a possessed soul, haunting this room every day. The doctor's final words echoed in his skull like a drum. The boy understood the risks perfectly, but he saw no other way. Desperate times called for dangerous measures. Elsewhere, the Federation head felt a heavy weight pressing against his ribs during the meeting. It felt wrong to summon Kang Sun while he was still broken, but the world was currently spiraling into total chaos. Kang Sun claimed he had time to heal, then pivoted. He suggested the cult of immortality was preying on ordinary civilians now. The elder sighed, noting that more martial artists were crossing the border. Everyone was being pushed into a corner by these villains. The Murim was in a difficult position. Kang Sun's eyes darkened as he recalled his time in the hell of uninterrupted torment. Those people spoke of the Murim with visceral disgust. They weren't just breaking the rules, they were deliberately burning the law books. They viewed Murim traditions as a joke. The elder remarked that the Black Protection Group was just one massive, throbbing headache. Assistant Lee interrupted the grim conversation. She told the old man that the treatment center staff were looking for him urgently. The elder waved her off, claiming he was in a vital business meeting. He promised to deal with them later that day. The Federation head tried to continue with Kang Sun, but he was cut off again. The universe had other plans for him. The girl burst back in, her face pale. There's an emergency at the hospital. The old man was beyond annoyed by now. What could have happened that's so important, he snapped. Assistant Lee dropped the bombshell. It was about that young man, Lee Song. The assistant said the matter was critical. They needed to get in touch with the young main character before it was too late. That kid just pulled a Houdini, she cried. The treatment center reported that the boy had escaped from his high security room. The elder finally patched through to the boy. Are you insane? Do you have any idea what you've just done? He yelled. He warned the young man that he was walking straight into a death trap. He had no clue how dangerous the world was. Deep in the forest, Lee Song stood firm. Save your breath, elder. I didn't call you because I wanted to hear your advice. I'm done being told what to do, the boy muttered. Lee Song then asked the elder to take care of one last thing. Guardmaster while I'm gone. I'll return in a flash, the elder fumed. Why is this kid acting so erratic? He's acting like a total lunatic. Is he really leaving without explaining? Our hero finally dropped the truth. He was going to confront the cult of immortality, non-negotiable. The old man warned him they were seeing red. The cultists are bloodthirsty, desperate to hunt down the monster who demolished their sacred sanctuary. They're absolutely livid. They'll tear the culprit limb from limb. The elder screamed that hiding was useless, climbing that mountain was suicide. But our protagonist was done waiting. He was taking charge. Initially, he hoped the elder could help him find a cure for his master, but after the ghost doctor's report, he knew traditional medicine was useless. He decided to meet them face to face and uncover his true identity. The elder asked if it was true that he possessed the immortal demon lord's memories. If so, it's likely just a key transmission side effect. Don't gamble your life on a glitch. Meanwhile, the Federation head planned to reappoint our boy as leader. The gears were already turning for the Sunu clan, but they needed the young legend's return and help pronto. The kid countered that time was running out. His master's energy was leaking like a broken faucet. If this continued, the chance to save him would vanish. He ended the call and yeeted his phone away. He told his master to wait, he'd be back soon. Meanwhile, Gina was left reeling in total surprise. What does this mean? Had the Mama Federation really kept our hero locked away this whole time? Crazy. Sarah Nuna leaked the secret he was trapped in a facility disguised as a hospital. Gina panicked instantly. She tried to track him down, but Sarah dropped a bomb. Lee Shiyun had already staged a daring escape. The bird has flown. The girls were baffled. Where could he be? They had absolutely zero leads left. Sarah only found out thanks to the breaking news of Lee Shiyun's epic escape from that treatment center. The girls whispered, wondering where their mysterious hero was hiding. They had zero clues to go on, really. But that wasn't Sarah's main concern. She needed the tea on the Sunu clan's current internal power shifts. Gina admitted the vibe had changed drastically. Did Shiyun reach out? Gina thought she was onto something. Sarah made sure he wasn't playing her, then pivoted back to the juicy politics of the Sunu clan. She was genuinely curious about the situation. Lately, the greedy elders have been making some very bold moves. Mrs. Solhee was stepping back from the spotlight. The girls speculated Shiyun might use the elders as bridges. Sarah begged for an update if he appeared. Princess Solhee asked why she should even bother sharing intel. Elder Yang insisted it was just common sense. It's a servant's duty to pass on vital clan information. The princess wanted the full scoop, but Elder Yang lacked details. If the boy escaped, he'd contact her. With a deep bow, the elder departed. The princess thanked him for the secret scoop, but he remained humble. He was truly rattled. Rumors didn't do her justice. He requested another high-level summit with the chapter head. He could feel it. The cult's influence was exploding. Even powerful politicians were begging for a quick meeting. He smirked, predicting national fame was inevitable, but Ma Sang-shik stayed cool. Their journey was just beginning. Folks, before celebrating, they needed to focus all their energy. Their main mission, find the rat who leveled their shrine. Ma Sang-shik demanded his head immediately, but as he hit the parking lot, a shadow blocked his path. We meet again, the stranger whispered. It was Lee Shiyun himself, looking cooler than a winter breeze. He was there to confront the big boss, Ma Sang-shik. The leader scanned the kid with piercing eyes. Shiyun stared back without blinking, radiating pure confidence. This is the showdown we have all been waiting for. Hunt down the one who destroyed our shrine, Ma Sang-shik demanded. But in the parking lot, a shadow waited. A familiar voice echoed, we meet again. The mysterious stranger was none other than our hero, Lee Shiyun. He came for a face-to-face with the big boss himself. Ma Sang-shik sized him up with deadly caution. Shiyun stared back, unyielding. That's it for today. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment with your thoughts. See you in the next one. Peace out. See you soon.